Xia Nation Jiangzhou no. Free high school. Are you going to the internet cafe to play League after school? In the last row of the classroom, a chubby boy shouted, 1 foot propped up on the stool. No, Fatty, it's already the second semester of senior year. If we martial arts class students don't work harder now, there really won't be any hope. After school, many people will go to practice. Who would still go play games with you? His deskmate said this calmly. We've already been dumped into this class. Oh, what's the use of working hard? We still won't get into a martial university, the chubby boy muttered under his breath. His voice grew quieter and quieter. At the back door, a short-haired young man with a burly frame dressed in a tight black martial artist uniform was standing there, his face dark as water as he stared at him. Watching the chubby boy's expression shift before he awkwardly sat down, Su Qing finally walked up to the podium. This period was a self-study class reserved especially for these senior martial arts students to improve their cultural subject scores. After all, the daily curriculum of martial students was almost entirely martial training with very few cultural lessons. Yet cultural subjects accounted for 30% of the martial students' college entrance exam. For those who wished to enter a martial university, cultural scores were also crucial, especially for the students of Class 11, the worst class in Jiangzhou no. 3 high, whose martial arts scores could not compare to those of the better classes. Their only option was to use cultural scores to claw back some of the gap. Students, there are only. Su Qing, expressionless, delivered a round of motivational talk. The well-worn topic interested few. Most students kept their heads lowered, no one knowing whether they were actually reading or doing something else. Su Qing shook his head and said nothing more. For most of the students in Class 11, getting into a martial university, any martial university, even a third-rate one, was a distant luxury. At Jiangzhou no. 3 high, there were a total of 11 senior martial arts classes divided into elite, key, and ordinary classes. Class 11 was the most ordinary of the ordinary classes. In a good year, at most 1 or 2 students might get into a martial university. More often than not even one made it. For martial arts students, if they failed to enter a martial university, their only path was to go straight to work after graduating from high school. If they managed to become officially graded martial artists, that would still be acceptable, as they could find a fairly decent job. But if they failed to become graded, they could only, like ordinary people, look for an ordinary job and earn a few thousand. In fact, for the students of Class 11 whose families had some connections, jobs after graduation were more or less already arranged. They themselves no longer held much hope of entering a martial university. As for Su Qing, he was a transmigrator. 10 days ago, he had crossed over into the body of this 30-year-old man who shared his name, becoming the homeroom teacher of martial Class 11 at Jiangzhou no. 3 high, and also a peak second-grade martial artist. It took him a few hazy days to fully digest the original host's memories. Moreover, his cheat had also arrived, a so-called return system that had already bound itself to him. According to its introduction, when he transmitted or gifted others with wondrous pills, cultivation manuals, divine weapons, and the like, he could obtain a randomly triggered critical return with a maximum of 10,000-fold. However, the targets of his gifts were restricted. They had to be people with special relationships recognized by the system, such as family, friends, or disciples. Random strangers on the street were not counted. In short, he could not exploit loopholes in the system. It would not acknowledge them. Furthermore, there was no newbie gift pack like Su Qing had imagined. Other than appearing once at the moment of binding to introduce itself, the system had since fallen completely silent. Su Qing had not yet had the chance to test the system's functions. After class, he went straight to the school logistics office to collect his salary for the month. As a peak second-grade martial artist, Su Qing received a monthly salary of 15,000 yuan along with 3 pieces of flesh-refining pills. Flesh-refining pills were a type of pill used by second-grade martial artists and were quite valuable. The salary was directly deposited onto his card, whereas the flesh-refining pills had to be collected in person. Teacher Chen, please exchange this month's flesh-refining pills for qi and blood pills for me, he said. Qi and blood pills. Teacher Chen was a little surprised. Qi and blood pills were the most commonly used pills for martial artists seeking to enter the graded ranks. Why would someone at peak second grade like Su Qing still need qi and blood pills? All right. Without asking further, Teacher Chen put the flesh-refining pills back and handed Su Qing 3 bottles of qi and blood pills. Each bottle contained 10 pills, 30 in total. Tucking the qi and blood pills away, Su Qing headed to the school sports field. At this time, the field was crowded. Wherever one looked, people were drenched in sweat, the air echoing with the grunts and shouts of training. Almost all of them were martial arts students who had come to practice after class. Those with better circumstances had private tutors guiding them unknown. Those slightly worse off would go to professional martial halls to learn. But most of the martial students at No. 3 High were children of ordinary families who lacked such resources. They could only rely on the school sports field to practice. For a martial artist, before entering the graded ranks, the most important task was to increase their qi and blood. Only when their qi and blood were sufficiently robust and they began tempering their skin, could they be barely considered officially graded martial artists. Training was the process of awakening potential and stimulating the growth of qi and blood. Generally speaking, the qi and blood of a normal adult hovered around 100 calories. To reach the threshold where skin tempering could begin, one needed at least 120 calories. It did not sound like a large difference, yet once qi and blood surpassed 100 calories, even gaining a single additional calorie became extremely difficult, and with age it only grew harder. This was one of the reasons graded martial artists were so few. Before long, Su Qing spotted one of his own students, Chen Yuqing. She was the class monitor of class 11 and the student most likely to be admitted to a martial university, the one in whom the original Su Qing had placed great hopes. Su Qing walked toward her at an unhurried pace. Chen Yuqing's hair was tied up atop her head, and she wore a white training uniform. Sweat had soaked through the fabric, faintly outlining a still youthful, slender figure. She was diligently practicing the basic body tempering formula. This was the most common and efficient cultivation method for ungraded martial artists to train their bodies and stimulate qi and blood, promoted nationwide. In the midst of her practice, Chen Yuqing suddenly sensed someone nearby. Turning her head, she saw Su Qing standing there with a gentle smile. "Ah, Teacher Su. I'm sorry I didn't see you." She let out a soft exclamation. "Not bad. I watched for a while. Your basic body tempering formula is very well practiced. Your movements are very standard," Su Qing praised. "You flatter me, Teacher Su." Chen Yuqing's cheeks flushed red. "How many calories is your qi and blood now?" "I tested it the day before yesterday. Exactly 110 calories," she answered honestly. "Then you still need to work hard," Su Qing said. "According to previous year's standards, even if you only want to apply to the local Jiangzhou Martial University, you still need at least 115 calories. As the only martial university in Jiangzhou City, Jiangzhou Martial University gave some preferential treatment to local students. Its requirements were slightly lower for them. I'll do my best." Chen Yuqing clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Her goal was Jiangzhou Martial University. Only by getting into a martial university could she change her own fate and that of her family. Su Qing took out a bottle of qi and blood pills and handed it to her. "This is for you," he said. "Teacher Su, this is." Chen Yuqing hesitated for a moment, recognizing them as qi and blood pills. "They're for you. Take them," Su Qing said. "No, I can't accept them." Chen Yuqing refused without hesitation. A single bottle of qi and blood pills cost at least several thousand yuan. For her family, it was already a very expensive item. Apart from a few years ago when her family's finances had still been decent, she had not used qi and blood pills for many years. "Take it," Su Qing said. Su Qing forcibly tucked the bottle of qi and blood pills into her arms. "Even with this bottle, it's hard to say whether you can increase your qi and blood by even a single calorie. Besides, if you manage to get into a martial university, I'll benefit as well," he added. In a class like Class 11, which had almost been given up on, if anyone managed to enter a martial university, the credit would go to the homeroom teacher, and the school would grant certain rewards. Chen Yuqing looked at Su Qing with eyes full of emotion. It had been a long time since she had felt this kind of genuine concern. Tears were already shimmering faintly in her eyes. "Teacher Su, I will definitely not let you down." Ding. The system's voice chimed in his mind. The host has gifted a student one bottle of qi and blood pills, triggering a 100-fold critical strike. You have obtained one bottle of supreme-grade qi and blood pills. Leaving the training field, Su Qing held in his hand a pill that looked somewhat similar to a blood and qi pill. An extraordinary blood and qi pill. I wonder how it differs from an ordinary one. He was itching to try it at once, but now was not the time. After leaving the school, he drove to the kindergarten. At the kindergarten gate, a little girl as delicate as carved jade sat on the edge of a flower bed with her school bag on her back, lips pouting as her short legs dangled and swung back and forth. When she saw Su Qing's car, the little girl's eyes lit up. She jumped down from the flower bed and ran over, bouncing as she went. "Daddy, you came to pick me up." Su Qing got out of the car and casually scooped the little girl into his arms, a complicated look on his face. This was the former owner's daughter, Su Yan. In his previous life, he had remained single for so many years, and now, after crossing over all the intermediate steps had been skipped, he suddenly had an adorable daughter, leaving Su Qing at a loss for words. Looking at the little girl happily burrowing into his embrace, the blood-deep bond stirred a strange emotion within him. "You parents really need to be more attentive, you know." The female kindergarten teacher who had stayed by Su Yan's side the whole time strode over in a fit of anger. "Do you know how long it's been since school let out, huh? All the other children have long since been taken home by their parents. Only Su Yan has been sitting here alone for over an hour. Aren't you worried something might happen? You only have to pick her up once a week and you're still late. If it weren't for..." The teacher rattled off a string of scoldings at Su Qing. Su Qing could only give a wry smile and apologize again and again. Only after she had vented her anger did the teacher finally allow him to take Su Yan away. Watching the adult and child get into the car, she gave a cold snort. This parent, still I have to admit he's quite handsome. With that she turned and walked back to the kindergarten, her high heels tapping crisply on the ground. Xiaoyan, what do you want to eat? After fastening Su Yan's seatbelt, Su Qing asked. Daddy, I want spicy hot pot skewers, the super spicy kind. Su Yan spread her hands wide, exaggerating how spicy she wanted it. All right, spicy hot pot skewers it is. Su Qing smiled. As for super spicy, that was out of the question. The little one only liked to talk big. When it came to actually eating spicy food, she was a total lightweight. He randomly picked a spicy skewer shop, and after they finished eating, Su Qing took Su Yan home, put on a cartoon for her to watch, and then left by himself. Closing the door, Su Qing looked up and caught sight of two men in suits on the upper floor landing who immediately dodged out of sight. He paid them no mind and left on his own. Although no one had said anything, Su Qing had long guessed that these two were arranged by the old master of the family to protect Su Yan. After all, she was his own granddaughter, and he could not be completely at ease. That was why Su Qing dared to leave Xiaoyan alone at home. After a 10-minute drive, he parked in the lot in front of the Zhentian Martial Hall and walked inside. Brother Su, you're here. Ashion, long time no see. Brother Su, from the look of your physique, you're not far from advancing to 3rd grade, right? I should be getting close. Brother Su. Many martial artists in the hall greeted Su Qing. As a peak 2nd grade member, Su Qing enjoyed a certain reputation in the Zhentian Martial Hall. After a few words of small talk, Su Qing headed straight up to the 2nd floor. As one of the largest martial halls in the Jiangnan district, Zhentian Martial Hall had 3 floors. The 1st floor, the most crowded, was where 1st grade and below ordinary members practiced. The 2nd floor was reserved for elite 2nd grade members. There were far fewer people there. When Su Qing went up, only a dozen or so were practicing in the common area. As for the 3rd floor, it was reserved for 3rd grade martial artists and the hall master and other high-level figures. Whether in training equipment or facilities, it was the finest the hall had to offer. Seeing Su Qing come upstairs, most people nodded at him kindly and smiled. Brother Su, a young man in close-fitting training clothes, nearly 2 meters tall and almost a head taller than Su Qing, walked over. Fengzi. Su Qing returned his smile. The young man's name was Lin Feng, a friend he had made at the hall. You're here quite early today? Noticing the sweat on Lin Feng's head and his sweat-soaked clothes, Su Qing asked. Lin Feng let out a sigh. It's been half a year since I graduated from Jiangzhou Martial University, and my family has started arranging work for me. In a couple of days, I'll be leaving Jiangzhou City to go to Huchuan City to take over part of the family's businesses there. So I came early today to say goodbye to everyone. That's a good thing. We'll have to start calling you Director Lin in the future, Su Qing said with a laugh. We'll be counting on Director Lin to take care of us then. Don't you forget us once you've made it big, Director Lin, the others chimed in. Lin Feng's face, however, was filled with gloom. Compared to managing industries, I'd much rather keep training. Su Qing understood him. After knowing him for so long, everyone knew how devoted Lin Feng was to the martial path. But this was the fate that scions of great families had to face. The family had invested resources in cultivating you in the early stages, so naturally, you had to contribute to the family's development later on. After chatting a little longer, Su Qing went into the meditation chamber he had rented in the martial hall. The meditation chambers were made from special materials. Each small single-occupancy room cost over $1 million to construct. Only a wealthy hall like Zhentian dared build dozens of them to rent out to members. Yet such chambers were indeed crucial for martial artists, especially during breakthroughs. They could effectively isolate external interference and simultaneously record the martial artist's physical condition, issuing an immediate alert if anything went wrong. Su Qing went into a meditation chamber. Someone noticed. Could he be about to break through? Generally, they only used the chambers when attempting a breakthrough, as the rent was quite high. Even as 2nd grade martial artists, they could not use them often. Inside the chamber, Su Qing took out the extraordinary blood and qi pills, and without hesitation swallowed one. At first, everything felt normal, but after 3 seconds a surge of scorching heat rose from his lower abdomen and spread throughout his entire body. Su Qing's face flushed instantly. Such overwhelming medicinal power. He exclaimed inwardly. Huh. He expelled a breath of hot air and began practicing fist techniques and footwork within the chamber, trying to absorb the medicinal power to the greatest extent. Ordinary blood and qi pills could not directly increase blood and qi. They merely played a supporting role, improving the efficiency of training-induced stimulation of blood and qi. But with this extraordinary pill, he could clearly feel the difference. Not only was the efficiency of stimulating blood and qi through training more than 100 times higher than with ordinary pills, more importantly, it felt as though a powerful reservoir of blood and qi had been sealed within the pill itself, now surging madly through his body and spurring the birth of fresh blood and qi. After a while, as the medicinal effects weakened, Su Qing swallowed another pill. Boom, boom, boom. Under the bombardment of his surging blood and qi, he finally shattered the barrier between 2nd and 3rd grade, and successfully advanced to a third-grade martial artist. But he did not stop there. Third grade, also known as the bone tempering realm, required the tempering of all 206 bones in the body before one could be considered to have reached the peak of third grade. With the remaining medicinal power of the second extraordinary blood and chi pill, Su Qing tempered most of the bones in his skull in one breath. Then came the third pill. By the time he had finished the entire bottle, he had tempered a total of 41 bones, taking him halfway through the initial stage of third grade. Su Qing looked at the chamber recorder, which clearly displayed his data number of tempered bones 41, including parietal bone, occipital bone, blood, and chi 2,147 calories. Before the breakthrough, his blood and chi had only been a bit over 900. Now, it was a complete leap. Bang! Su Qing pushed open the chamber's heavy door, and a group of people immediately turned to look. Brother Su, how did it go? Lin Feng hurriedly asked. I was fortunate enough to break through, Su Qing said with a smile. Oh, congratulations, Brother Su. Congratulations, Su Qing. A third-grade martial artist, TSK, across the entire Jiangnan district. That makes you quite the figure. Lin Feng felt a twinge of envy. He too was at the peak of the second grade, stuck for a long time without breaking through, and seeing Su Qing's breakthrough, it was impossible not to feel envious. But practice could not be rushed, haste was futile. Who broke through? A loud voice rang out as an old man with a square face, dressed in a light gray Tai Chi suit with graying hair, but a vigorous spirit, walked forward. Master, elderly. A group of martial artists called out respectfully. This old man was none other than the founder and head of Jintian Martial Arts Hall, a renowned martial arts veteran of Jiangnan District and a peak fourth-grade martial artist. Lei Jintian. Martial artists of the lower three grades would experience a gradual decline in physical functions and strength as they aged. However, after reaching the fourth grade, this was no longer the case. They could nearly maintain their peak strength indefinitely. Therefore, despite being over 70, Lei Jintian remained active in the Jiangzhou martial arts world, and his reputation as Overlord Fist was still formidable in the Jiangnan district. Xiaosu, you broke through. Lei Jintian noticed that Su Qing's chi and blood had not yet fully settled. Elder Lei, it was by luck. Su Qing said modestly. Haha, there's no such thing as luck when it comes to breaking through. Lei Jintian patted Su Qing on the shoulder and laughed. You broke through to third grade at 30, great hope for fourth grade in the future. I was similar, breaking through to third grade. Keep it up. I hope that in a dozen years you'll have a place among the mid-grade martial artists in Jiangnan district. Hearing Lei Jintian's encouragement, Su Qing nodded. A dozen years. Not necessary. They'll have someone update your membership. From now on, when you come to the dojo, go directly to the third floor and exchange experience with other third-grade martial artists. Thank you, Elder Lei. Su Qing clasped his fists. Lei Jintian nodded and then walked up to the third floor. Hearing their conversation, the others looked at Su Qing with envious eyes. Perhaps this was a future mid-grade martial artist. For them, breaking through to the third grade was already a blessing from heaven. As for the fourth grade, just dream on. Out of 10 third-grade martial artists, maybe one can break through to fourth grade. After practicing a while longer, Su Qing said goodbye to the others and left the dojo. As he left, a staff member handed him a new membership card and a bottle of bone-tempering pills. The pills were a gift from the dojo. This was also the dojo's rule. If a member broke through, they would be given a bottle of special pills corresponding to their grade. Despite its small size, this bottle was worth at least 50,000. He drove home. The TV was still playing cartoons, and Su Yin was lying on the sofa, already asleep. He carried her into the bedroom, then dialed a number. Beep. What do you want? A woman's impatient voice came through. There were many background noises, loud dynamic music, shouting of men and women, and continuous clinking of glasses. Su Qing shook his head. This was his predecessor's wife, Han Mingyue. Come back tomorrow. No. Han Mingyue said impatiently. Come on, Xiaoya, this is young Master Chen, toast him. A young man's drunken voice came. Young Master Zhou, he'll be right after this call, Han Mingyue replied with a sweet voice. Su Qing felt disgusted. Although he knew from the original owner's memory that he had been a simp, treating Han Mingyue like a princess after pursuing her, this was almost like being cuckolded. Why keep her? Su Qing, what exactly do you want? I've said it many times, I'll go back when I want. You don't have to control me. Can't. Shut up. Su Qing's face darkened. The original owner is the original owner. I won't spoil you. What did you say? Su Qing, have you lost your mind? Han Mingyue's voice turned shrill. You forgot when. I told you to shut up, understand? Su Qing glanced at Su Yan's room, lowered his voice, and said coldly. Fine, Su Qing, you're something. Think you've grown. I want a divorce. What do you think I called you back for? Su Qing said gravely. I've already contacted a lawyer. We'll go through the process tomorrow. You? Beep, beep, beep. Su Qing hung up directly. He couldn't be bothered to talk more to such a woman. He checked on Su Yan's room. No movement. Then went to his own room to rest. The daughter was his own. Although the original owner was a simp, he wasn't stupid He had secretly taken the daughter for a paternity test. That was why he had indulged Han Mingyue, always comforting himself that his daughter was his. She was willing to give you a child, what more could you ask for? That was the original owner's thought. To this, Su Qing only wanted to call him an idiot. Serves him right for being a simp. The next day, after sending Su Yin to play at the neighbor's house, soon the lawyer Su Qing had contacted arrived with the drafted divorce agreement. Hello, Mr. Su. Attorney Jean, please have a seat. They waited not long before Han Mingyue returned accompanied by a tall, impeccably dressed young man. It must be said that Han Mingyue was quite attractive, which was why the original owner kept simping for her. She had the charm of a mature woman, especially her figure, voluptuous and curvaceous. Su Qingyu. Seeing the lawyer in a suit and the agreement on the table, Han Mingyue was so angry she couldn't speak. This simp was actually serious. Stop the nonsense. Look at the agreement and sign if you have no objections. Su Qing frowned and fanned his nose. The woman's perfume was so strong it made him want to vomit. Fine, fine. Han Mingyue angrily picked up the agreement, glanced through it hastily, and signed her name. Han Mingyue's chest heaved rapidly. Although she had long thought of divorce, it should have been her who proposed it, with Su Qing begging and pleading to stay. What had happened? She had only been away from home for a month, yet Su Qing's attitude had changed so drastically. All right, Xiaya, let's go. The tall young man naturally put his arm around Han Mingyue's waist and said calmly, I bought you a house in the commercial center of Jiangnan district. Let's go take a look later. An invisible aura of showing off emanated. A house in the commercial center was worth at least millions. Hearing this, Han Mingyue's eyes lit up and her anger vanished as she leaned contentedly against the young man. Shall we go now? Let's go. The two walked out the door. Attorney Jean pushed up his glasses and thought to himself, a pair of dogs and a slut. He looked at Su Qing sympathetically, only to find no trace of regret or hatred on his face. He was, Oh, Su Qing, I forgot to introduce you. This is Zhou Yunhao, a member of the Zhou family and vice president of Tianhai Technology Group. As if to prove she had a better choice than Su Qing, Han Mingyue deliberately introduced the young man. Zhou Yunhao turned back, flashing what he thought was a handsome smile. Su Qing glanced and said, Oh. The Zhou family was a major clan in Jiangzhou, their business spanning many fields, an undeniable giant in the city. And Tianhai Technology Group was a Zhou family enterprise with assets worth billions. Being able to serve as vice president in such a large company despite the family background, Zhou Yunhao must have some ability. No wonder she had almost no hesitation in agreeing to divorce. She probably thought she was leaning on a big tree. And Han Mingyue hesitated. Don't let Xiaoyan come to me anymore, I'm afraid. I understand. Su Qing interrupted. He'll take care of Xiaoyan. I won't let her disturb your rendezvous with your lover. Also, never come back to find us. Ha, find you. Han Mingyue scoffed. Su Yin pressed herself against the wall, listening to the sounds coming from inside the room as tears suddenly streamed down her face. Sister Xiaoyan. The little child from the neighboring household looked at her in confusion. Sister, don't cry. Let's play with toys, okay? I have a little dinosaur I can let you play with. Su Yin slowly sank to the ground and sat down, sobbing softly. Mom, Sister Xiaoyan is crying, it wasn't me. The child panicked. Having just seen Lawyer Jean off, Su Qing heard the child next door shouting, and looking over saw Su Yin crying by the wall. After saying a few words to the neighbors, Su Qing picked Su Yin up in his arms and carried her home. Dad, does this mean I don't have a mom anymore? Su Yin asked hoarsely, her eyes rimmed with red. You still have Dad. Dad will always be here. Su Qing sighed inwardly. Dad, please don't leave me, okay? I swear Dad will never leave Xiaoyan. I want a pinky swear with Dad. Pinky swear hang for 100 years, no going back. The next day, Su Qing took Su Yin to an amusement park and an aquarium, bought her all kinds of delicious food, and after seeing her mood lighten somewhat, sent her to kindergarten before returning to the school himself. Back at school, the first thing he did was go to the academic affairs office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Director Qin. Su Qing pushed the door open and entered. Teacher Su, what is it? The director of academic affairs, Qin Yuelin, asked with a smile. Director Qin, I've broken through to 3rd grade, so I'm here to update my information. Oh. Qin Yuelin rose to his feet. Release your qi and blood. All right. Su Qing circulated his body, tempering art, mobilizing the qi and blood throughout his entire body. A faint reddish airflow surfaced over his body. That's enough, you truly are 3rd grade. Qin Yuelin nodded. As a 4th grade martial artist, he could judge a lower grade martial artist's general realm from their qi and blood, even without instruments. Congratulations, Teacher Su. Qin Yuelin offered his congratulations. Keep working hard, the future belongs to you young people. The reason he had come to update his information was because the treatment for 2nd grade and 3rd grade martial artists was vastly different. Not only would the monthly pills distributed to him now be bone-tempering pills, his salary would also directly double. After leaving the academic affairs office, Su Qing went straight to the school's martial hall. The martial hall was a place dedicated to teaching martial students various martial techniques. After all, having only vigorous chi and blood and a powerful body was not enough. Only when paired with martial techniques could true power be brought forth. The martial techniques instructor for Class 11 was also Su Qing. By the time he arrived, the students of Class 11 were already waiting there in advance. Class is starting. First, I'll demonstrate the basic body tempering art for you once more. Su Qing spoke slowly. The basic body tempering art. The students were somewhat surprised. Hadn't they all already learned it? You should all understand the importance of the basic body tempering art, but I've discovered that many of your movements are not standard. This will not only reduce your training efficiency, it may even damage your bodies. Su Qing appeared very serious. In truth, he was merely using this as a pretext to see whether teaching the basic body tempering art would trigger a critical return. Hearing this, the students of Class 11 immediately straightened their expressions. Bodily injuries were no trivial matter, especially for martial artists. Unless one reached the middle grades when hidden injuries erupted in old age, one might lose one's life at any moment. Su Qing began his demonstration. Having practiced for so many more years than the students, his posture in the basic body tempering art was textbook perfect, precise, powerful, and even imbued with a certain aesthetic grace. After finishing the demonstration, Su Qing said, "You all practice once, I'll correct your postures for you." A crisp chime sounded in his mind. The system's voice rang out. The host had imparted the basic body tempering art to the students, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike and granting him a cultivation art titled Immortal Golden Body Art. 10,000-fold critical strike, Immortal Golden Body Art. Su Qing's heart stirred. Just from the name, this cultivation art sounded extraordinary. Reining in his thoughts, he began correcting the students' movements. Raise your hands a little higher. Engage your waist and abdomen. Are you a maggot? What have you turned this movement into? After quite some time, he finally finished correcting every student in the class. All right, let us move on to the main topic of today. Su Qing gazed at them. In this class, I will be teaching you a set of fist techniques. In middle school, martial students were not taught to use weapons. They were only instructed in fist and kick type techniques. After all, at this stage, they still had to prioritize increasing their chi and blood. Moreover, without having reached the graded ranks, learning weapon techniques would be of little use. This set of fist techniques is called Tiger Roar Fist, fierce and domineering. When you can produce a tiger's roar, it means you have stepped through the threshold. The more roars you can manifest, the greater its power. As you all know, the martial college entrance examination is divided into two major parts: martial subjects and cultural subjects. The martial subjects are further divided into three sections: chi and blood martial techniques, and actual combat. Chi and blood need not be discussed. They are the most important evaluation criterion. However, martial techniques are also of great importance. If your martial techniques are cultivated to a sufficiently high level and you obtain a high score in this component, then when your chi and blood are equal to that of your competitors, the martial universities will certainly give you priority in admission. Furthermore, if your martial techniques are well practiced, you will also gain an advantage in actual combat, so you must take them seriously. Su Qing spoke at length with ease. After speaking, he performed the Tiger Roar Fist once. When the final punch blasted out, a terrifying wave of sound like a ferocious tiger's roar erupted, causing a group of students to instinctively cover their ears. Su Qing had barely managed to cultivate Tiger Roar Fist to the great accomplishment level, and thus produced 6 Tiger Roars in total. With his current strength, executing Tiger Roar Fist would be enough to blast a second-grade martial artist into dust. A chime sounded again. The system's voice announced that by imparting Tiger Roar Fist to the students, he had triggered a 10,000-fold critical strike and obtained a fist art titled Heavenly Emperor Fist. Another 10,000-fold critical strike. Su Qing had not expected to have such incredible luck. Afterwards, he demonstrated Tiger Roar Fist 3 more times in succession, then allowed the students to practice on their own. At that moment, a phone call came in. "Hello, Grandpa. You divorced that woman?" An old, solemn voice sounded from the other end of the line. It was Su Qing's grandfather, Su Tianyan, the head of the Su family. "I divorced her," Su Qing replied. The old man was somewhat surprised by Su Qing's composure. After all, back then, in order to be with Hanming US, Su Qing had defied his wishes and even gone all the way to Jiangzhou, far from the capital of Jingdu. "When are you coming back?" Though Su Qing had been something of a disappointment, he was still his only grandson, who Su Tianyan had actually been keeping an eye on him all along. "I'll come back when the time is right," Su Qing answered after thinking for a moment. Amen. Su Tianyan hung up. After school, having finished his work in the office, Su Qing drove to the Zhentian Martial Hall. As he arrived, his gaze swept past a familiar figure. He stopped the car and followed into a narrow alley. Walking along the alley for a few minutes, he came upon several dilapidated residential buildings up ahead. Downstairs, Chun Yuqing, her face flushed red, was loudly arguing with several burly men. Some residents peeked their heads out, but upon seeing the vicious looks on the men's faces they shrank back and closed their windows. Mid-argument, one of the men grew impatient and reached out to grab Chen Yuqing's hand. She struggled continuously, but could not break free. Let go. Su Qing walked over. Teacher Su. To Chen Yuqing it was as if she had just seen a savior. Kid, mind your own damn business. Playing the hero saving the beauty isn't that easy, one of the men cursed. Shut up. The man who seemed to be the leader, a scar-faced fellow with a long scar running across his face, barked. You're a teacher from no. Free high school, he asked. I'm Chen Yuqing's homeroom teacher. A chill ran through the scar-faced man's heart. Teachers from no. Free high school were at least second-grade martial artists, and they were no match for such a person. Ahem, Teacher Su, is it? Don't you think that repaying debts is a matter of heaven's law and human righteousness? Yes, Su Qing nodded. Classmate Chen, look. Even your homeroom teacher thinks so. What else do you have to say? The scar-faced man spread his hands in a show of helplessness. Why should I be the one to repay the money that man owes, eh? Chen Yuqing retorted loudly. That man. The scarred man sneered. That man is your father. Now that he has run off, what is wrong with us coming to his only daughter for the debt? Teacher Su, do you think there is a problem? There is no problem. Su Qing paused for a moment. Usury. Of course it is usury. Chen Yuqing was furious. It was originally less than 100,000 yuan, yet in a single year, it has become several million. How? How is that even possible? When your father borrowed the money back, then we made all of this perfectly clear, the scarred man said, looking as though he had her completely at his mercy. If it is usury, then that makes things easier. Su Qing took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, brother Su, what is it? Fengzi, I need a favor. I've run into a few loan sharks here. Isn't the director of the Jiangnan District Police Sub-Bureau your uncle? See if you can get him to send some people over to arrest them. All right, brother Su, send me the address. I'll call my uncle right away. Hearing Su Qing's words, the faces of the scarred man and his companions changed slightly. The reason Su Qing did not directly call the police was that those who dared to engage in usury usually had some sort of backing. If he went through ordinary officers, they might be released again in no time. But if the director personally ordered their arrest, it would be a completely different matter. Do you think this will scare us? The scarred man said coldly. He stepped closer to Su Qing and murmured in a low voice. There are some people you cannot afford to offend. Do not ruin yourself. We're leaving, the scarred man barked, waving his hand. Who said you could leave? Crack. With a single kick, Su Qing snapped the scarred man's shin bone, and the man screamed in agony as he collapsed to his knees. Oh. Cold sweat poured from the scarred man's forehead. What are you doing? The other burly men rushed over. Thud, thud, thud. In moments, several more figures were writhing on the floor, groaning in pain. Teacher Su, thank you, Chen Yuqing said softly. You are my student. This is what a teacher ought to do. Su Qing shook his head. If something like this happens again, come to your teacher. I will help you handle it. Not long after, a few police officers arrived, handcuffed the scarred man and the others, and led them away. Teacher Su, would you like to come to my home for a while? Chen Yuqing asked in a small voice. Chen Yuqing spoke softly. All right, I'll come take a look. Su Qing agreed, also wanting to understand her family's situation in detail. Chen Yuqing walked in front, Su Qing followed behind, and the two of them entered a dilapidated residential building. The stairwell was filthy, and an unknown stench drifted in the air. Jiangnan District was one of Jiangzhou City's core areas, yet this was Su Qing's first time entering such an old building from decades ago. Teacher Su, we're here. Chen Yuqing opened the door. What greeted the eye was a space of roughly 30 to 40 square meters divided into several separate areas by a few hanging curtains. Though the place was small, it had clearly been arranged with care and held a certain warmth. The air, however, was filled with a pungent herbal smell. Chen Yuqing kept secretly watching Su Qing's expression, only relaxing when she saw no trace of disdain on his face. Is that your mother? Su Qing looked in a particular direction. Behind one of the curtains stood a bed, and he could see someone lying motionless upon it. That is my mom. Chen Yuqing poured a cup of water for Su Qing. 3 years ago I still had a trace of sorrow appeared on her face. Back then, although my parents' salaries were not high, at least we lacked for nothing. Sometimes my dad would even buy kind blood pills to help me with my martial practice. But later, everything changed. My dad became addicted to gambling and lost all of our savings. Not only that, he even took up with another woman outside. When he realized he could no longer pay back his debts, he ran away. Chen Yuqing's expression grew complicated. After that, my mother fell ill and became paralyzed in bed. I sold our home and borrowed money from relatives, barely managing to pay off the debts and preparing to start a new life. But I never expected that a year ago these loan sharks would come again, claiming that man still owed 100,000 yuan. They said that within a year I only needed to repay the principal of 100,000, so I planned to slowly find a way. Su Qing inwardly shook his head. How could anyone possibly trust a loan shark's words? Chen Yuqing continued. But a few months ago they came again, saying that the 100,000 had already become 500,000. And just now they even claimed it had already turned into over 1 million. Her face was flushed with anger. Do you want to move out? I can arrange something for you, Su Qing said after a moment's thought. Although the scarred man and his companions had been taken and it was likely they still had accomplices outside. Living here might be dangerous. No need to trouble yourself, Teacher Su. I will protect myself. After the college entrance exam, I plan to leave this place. Chen Yuqing shook her head. All right. If anything happens, you can call me. Su Qing did not press her. Then he took out 2 bottles of kind. Teacher Su, I really can't accept these. After a round of refusal, Su Qing still forced the kind blood pills into her hands, leaving Chen Yuqing so moved that she was at a loss for words. A chime sounded in his mind. The system announced that because the host had gifted his student 2 bottles of cayenne blood pills, a 1000-fold critical strike had been triggered, granting him 2 bottles of superior-grade cayenne blood pills. This time a 1000-fold critical strike had been activated, and it was clear that the effect of the superior-grade pills would far surpass that of the top-grade ones. Leaving Chen Yuqing's home, Su Qing headed to the Jintian Martial Hall. When he reached the 2nd floor, he deliberately glanced around. Lin Feng was nowhere to be seen. He was probably packing his things, preparing to go to Huchuan City to take over his family's business. There were only 2 people on the 3rd floor, both of whom Su Qing knew. One was Lei Jintian's disciple, the other a senior executive from a trade company in Jiangnan District. Both were 3rd-rank martial artists. Upon seeing Su Qing, the 2 stepped forward to offer their congratulations. After exchanging a few words, they each went back to their own business. Entering the meditation chamber, Su Qing, for the sake of caution, switched off the recording device. He took out the superior-grade cayenne blood pills. The moment he opened the bottle, a wave of heat and a faint metallic scent of blood surged out. He swallowed one in a single gulp. Instantly, torrents of fiery currents rampaged through his body, turning his skin as red as a boiled shrimp. Su Qing began to circulate the indestructible golden body art. The indestructible golden body art and the heavenly emperor fist had appeared directly in his mind when he obtained them, already at the entry level, as if he had been cultivating them for many years. Boom, boom, boom. Muffled, thunderous rumbles echoed from within his body. Ordinarily, cayenne blood pills had little effect on 3rd-rank martial artists because the amount of qi and blood they could stimulate was too small. Tempering even a single bone might require dozens or even hundreds of pills. Therefore, 3rd-rank martial artists usually cultivated with bone-tempering pills specially formulated for that level. However, the cayenne blood pills produced by the system's critical strikes were different. Their effects were astonishing, and the indestructible golden body art's efficiency in harnessing qi and blood far surpassed any technique he had previously practiced. A single superior-grade cayenne blood pill allowed him to temper 14 bones. 3 hours later, Su Qing stepped out of the meditation chamber. Brother Liu, I'm heading out first. All right, take care. Strange, why does it feel like this kid is a bit different? The middle-aged martial artist called Brother Liu muttered under his breath. Stepping out of the main entrance of the Jintian Martial Hall, Su Qing exhaled deeply, feeling the currents coursing through his body and nearly bursting into hearty laughter. Both bottles of superior-grade cayenne blood pills had been completely consumed, propelling him directly into the realm of a 4th-rank martial artist. As a mid-grade martial artist, he now stood firmly among the very pinnacle figures of the martial community in Jiangnan District. Ring, ring, ring. Su Qing took out his phone. It was a call from Lin Feng. Hello, Fengzi. Shuga, I need to go ahead. The loan sharks you had arrested today, my uncle has already released them. Su Qing's brows furrowed. Do they have powerful backing? It was the Zhou family who bailed those guys out. Lin Feng lowered his voice. Although the Lin family was considered a prominent household in Jiangzhou City, there was still a great gap between them and the Zhou family. Not to mention anything else, the Zhou family had a 7th-rank grandmaster sitting in town. So when the Zhou family stepped in, his uncle, pressured by their influence, had no choice but to release those men, and then informed Lin Feng. All right, I understand. Shuga, be careful. After hanging up, Su Qing did not feel particularly nervous, though he was somewhat worried about Chen Yuqing. After pondering for a moment, he made another call. Late at night, 4 men led by a scar-faced thug arrived beneath a residential building. Young Master Yunqi is waiting for us at the Blue Sea Villa. Move quietly, grab her, and leave immediately. He reminded them in a low voice. Let's go. The 4 of them crept upstairs in the dark. When they reached the door of Chen Yuqing's apartment, a man in a black suit was already standing there, as though he had merged into the darkness itself. What the? The scar-faced man was startled. In the middle of the night, not sleeping and standing there like a ghost. Suddenly, all 4 of them collapsed, a thin line of blood appearing at each of their necks. Hoisting up the 4 corpses, the man in the suit walked out of the residential building. At the Blue Sea Villa, after a shower, Zhou Yunqi sat on the sofa wrapped in a bath towel, savoring a sip of red wine with obvious delight as he waited for the scar-faced men to arrive. This wine, Zhou Yunqi frowned. Why did it reek so strongly of blood? Crack. He turned, eyes widening to see the man in the black suit who had somehow appeared behind him. With a sharp crack, his neck twisted a full 360 degrees. A few minutes later, the villa's on fire. Get in there, hurry. Young Master Yunchi is still inside. Flames erupted throughout the Blue Sea Villa, turning it into a sea of fire. The next day, the news of Zhou Yunqi's death caused quite a stir at No. 3 High School. Have you heard? Zhou Yunqi is dead. Zhou Yunqi from the elite class. Who else could it be? How did he die? Tell us. I heard the villa caught fire, and he was burned to death. Serves him right. Evil meets evil. Shoo. Do you have a death wish? He was a Zhou family scion. Carrying a large bag, Su Qing walked along the road listening to the students chatter and muttering inwardly, those who court disaster have only themselves to blame. Class 11. Su Qing stepped into the classroom. At his sight of the noisy scene, he gave 2 light coughs, and the room fell silent at once. Raise your hand if your blood key is above 115 calories. He suddenly asked. Not a single hand was raised. This was only to be expected. Even some students in the elite class had yet to reach 115 calories of blood key at this point, let alone those of class 11. Raise your hand if you're above 110 calories. Chun Yuqing lifted her hand. She was naturally gifted, and with the blood chi pills Su Qing had given her, she had raised her blood key by another point in just a few days, reaching 111 calories. Moreover, she still had some blood chi pills left. They should be enough to support her in raising her blood key to 112 or even 113 calories. Raise your hand if you're above 105 calories. This time 4 or 5 students raised their hands. Raise your hand if you're below 100 calories, Su Qing said, changing the question. Several students in the back row exchanged glances, then a bit embarrassed, slowly lifted their hands. A smile touched Su Qing's lips. As students of a martial arts class at a time like this, your blood key is still under 100 calories. Aren't you even a little ashamed? I'd wager you're the only ones in the entire grade still under 100. Class 10 has one who's under 102. The chubby boy in the last row muttered under his breath. Yet class 9 has one too. You think that's something to be proud of? Su Qing's face darkened. I have a rough understanding of your situations. You're not from great clans, not rich second-generation heirs, and not children of high officials. If you want to change your fate and break free from the shackles of your current social class, martial cultivation is your only path. Of course, those with backgrounds would never have fallen to class 11 in the first place. With enough pills, they could force their way into the key classes or even the elite class. Wasn't Zhou Yunqi just such an example? A spoiled playboy with average talent, inferior even to most of class 11, yet he had forced his way into the elite class by stuffing himself with pills and burning money. Hearing Su Qing's stern words, the group lowered their heads. It was not that they did not wish to change their destinies, but with no background and not enough innate talent, they felt willing yet powerless. ZZIP. Su Qing pulled open the zipper of the large bag. Hearing the sound, the students could not help but glance over. They had all been curious what such a large bag contained when Su Qing carried it in. Those are blood chi pills. A student in the front row finally saw clearly. The classroom grew restless. With such a large bag, how many blood chi pills could there be? More importantly, why had Teacher Su brought so many blood chi pills to the classroom? Come up and get them yourselves. 3 bottles if you're above 110 calories, 2 bottles if you're between 105 and 110, and 1 bottle if you're below 105. Su Qing announced. The whole class froze. Class monitor, you come first. Class monitor. Huh. Oh. Chun Yuqing walked up to the podium and carefully took 3 bottles of blood chi pills from the bag. Come on, what are you all standing there for? Su Qing urged. Only after seeing Chun Yuqing return with the pills did the students in the front rows slowly come up to collect theirs. After that, the students in the back formed a long line. After receiving them, the students of class 11 stared at the blood chi pills on their desks, feeling as though they all knew that a single bottle of blood chi pills cost several thousand yuan. They had never heard of a homeroom teacher handing them out to students 1 bottle at a time. By a rough estimate, Teacher Su had spent at least tens of thousands. For a moment, the students were deeply moved, and their gazes towards Su Qing's shock, gratitude, and emotion were all vividly apparent. Su Qing did not notice their looks. As soon as the students began receiving their blood chi pills, the system's notification tones rang out one after another. Ding. Host has gifted a student 1 bottle of blood chi pill, triggering a 100-fold critical strike and obtaining 1 bottle of supreme grade blood chi pill. Ding. Host has gifted. Higher grade blood chi pills were returned to him in full, appearing inside the large bag. However, Su Qing had been prepared from the outside. Nothing unusual could be seen. It's a pity I can't use a spatial ring before reaching the 7th rank. Otherwise, I could have the old man send one over. Su Qing mused inwardly. With a spatial ring, he would not have to go through so much trouble. The returned items would appear directly inside the ring, and no one else would notice. From today on, whenever anyone's blood key increases by 1 calorie, you can come to me to receive a bottle of blood chi pills. My word is my bond. Su Qing used this as another reason to give his students more blood chi pills. As soon as these words left his mouth, they once again sparked exclamations and hushed discussions among the students. When class ended, Su Qing picked up the large bag and left. Fatty going to play games again? His deskmate glanced at the chubby boy who was packing up. No, I'm going to train. Turned over a new leaf. It just hit me. If even teacher Su hasn't given up on me, I have no right to give up on myself. I want to give it everything I've got. Never before had the chubby boy's eyes been so resolute. What Su Qing had done today had shaken him to his core. He had never imagined a teacher would be willing to give so much for his students, especially for them, the so-called trash of class 11 in the eyes of other classes. His deskmate was also moved by his words. Wait up, Fatty, let's go together. Besides the two of them, the other students were likewise stirred. Their enthusiasm for martial training soared far beyond what it had been in the past. The next day, Su Qing's announcement about distributing blood-replenishing pills to Class 11 spread through. Aside from the wealthy students, most of the students felt a mix of envy and jealousy, with some even sourly commenting that it would be better to give them to others. What use would they have for Class 11's leftovers? The teachers in the office, upon hearing this, laughed and said Su Qing was generous, treating his students with more affection than his own children, though whether they secretly called him a fool is unknown. Su Qing did not go to the Zhentian martial arts school last night. Frequent breakthroughs made it inconvenient to always visit the dojo, so he called the old man and borrowed 30 million to buy a small villa, equipping it with a quiet room and various training facilities. In the future, he wouldn't need to run to the dojo to train. After leaving the Su family, he was too embarrassed to ask the old man for money, but Su Qing felt no such hesitation. Teacher Su, Principal Lin is looking for you, someone shouted at the door. Su Qing stood up. There is only one principal surnamed Lin at the third high school, Vice Principal Lin Yong. Uncertain of the reason for the visit. In the vice principal's office, two men in sunglasses and suits stood at the door, seemingly bodyguards. Su Qing walked in. In the office, besides Lin Yong, there was a burly middle-aged man in a blue suit emanating an aura of authority. Little Su, let me introduce you. This is Chairman Zhou Fengtai of Tianhai Industrial Group. Lin Yong introduced with a smile. Chairman Zhou, this is teacher Su Qing, a member of the Zhou family. Su Qing guessed the purpose of the visit. Hello, teacher Su. Zhou Fengtai extended his hand, shaking Su Qing's. Hello, Chairman Zhou. After exchanging small talk, Zhou Fengtai got to the point. I wonder if teacher Su visited a student's home on the 17th. I did. Su Qing nodded. It was the day he went to Chun Yuqing's house. Such matters couldn't be concealed, and the Zhou family would quickly find out. Did you see any suspicious individuals? Suspicious individuals? No. Su Qing shook his head. Understood. Zhou Fengtai nodded. He'll not disturb teacher Zhu's class any longer. Su Qing left the office. Chairman Zhou, did you find any clues? Lin Yong asked, his previous friendliness replaced by a serious tone. No. Zhou Fengtai lightly tapped the table with his fingers. I don't believe Su Qing did this. I have investigated that female student and Su Qing, both lacking any background. To stealthily infiltrate a villa's defenses and eliminate Yun Shi, that fool would require at least a 4th or even 5th rank martial artist. Su Qing has just recently advanced to the 3rd rank. Moreover, how long has it been since the conflict erupted with Yun Shi's subordinates? It would be obvious to suspect him if he acted so quickly. I believe it was someone else framing him. An enemy of the Zhou family? Lin Yong asked. Hard to say. It could also be my enemies who don't want to provoke me too much, hence targeting the useless Yun Shi. Zhou Fengtai speculated. He had 3 sons, and Zhou Yunshi was the most incompetent and disappointing one, long since given up on. But no matter how useless, he was still his son. What about this matter? It's over. With the Zhou family's power unable to uncover the killer, continuing the search would be futile. However, someone must pay the price for this, otherwise the Zhou family and I will lose face. What do you mean, Chairman Zhou? The female student involved, and Su Qing, I will have someone eliminate them. At that time, I will need you to help bear the pressure from the school. That, 5 million. Chairman Zhou, it's not that I don't want to help you, but 10 million. That's 2 lives, and there are students. 30 million, not a penny more. Deal? Young Master Zhou Fengtai is preparing to target you and that female student. Do you need to eliminate him? Or wipe out the Zhou family? Su Qing was dumbfounded. No need, just help me protect Chen Yuqing. Always talking about wiping this and that out. No wonder the Su family has so many enemies. As for dealing with Su Yan, the Zhou family lacked such strength. Even if Zhou Tianhai, a 7th rank master, came, he wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on her. The protection arranged secretly for his granddaughter by the old man was strong enough to surpass the Zhou family's imagination. After hanging up the phone, Su Qing couldn't help but sigh. Including the Su family, the major clans in Xia country acted increasingly arrogantly, perhaps feeling that they held the most powerful forces in Xia country, hence their rampant behavior. The Su family was relatively better. Some families did things that could only be described as invoking the wrath of heaven and angering the people. The clans that once protected Xia country had long begun to develop into a cancerous tumor. This was a hidden concern. If Su Qing were the ruler of Xia country, he would definitely find a way to break the current situation where the country was effectively controlled by the clans. After school, Su Qing returned to the villa. As he reached the door, he paused, then walked in as if nothing had happened. After practicing the undying golden body technique, his perception had significantly enhanced, with his senses sharper than ever. Just now he had faintly caught a whiff of blood. Someone was in the villa. It seemed that Zhou Fengtai's men had arrived. Sure enough, as soon as he opened the door, a sound of a weapon slicing through the air came from behind, and the smell of blood grew stronger. Bang! Su Qing didn't look back, executing a scorpion tail strike that accurately hit the attacker's chest. With a crack, the attacker's sternum shattered, and he let out a muffled groan as he flew backward, his dagger flying from his hand. Su Qing turned around to see a young man in black, with a buzz cut. The young man's chest was visibly concave, blood streaming from his mouth, as he spat out blood mixed with unidentified fragments. You are not a third-rank martial artist. The young man clutched his chest, struggling to stand, glaring at Su Qing. One kick had severely injured him. This person was at least a fourth-rank martial artist, and stronger than him. I never claimed to be a third-rank martial artist, Su Qing said indifferently. They'll take this as my loss. The young man prepared to leave. Who said you could leave? Though I am injured, I am still a genuine fourth-rank martial artist. Do you want to engage in a mutually destructive fight? Then let's see if the fish dies, whether the net will break. Boom. Su Qing bent his legs slightly and stomped down hard, propelling himself toward the young man in black like a cannonball. You. The young man was furious and drew the long knife from his back. Su Qing used a gun, but rarely had the opportunity to use weapons, so his long spear was left at home. Seeing Su Qing barehanded, the young man in black couldn't help but sneer. Can your fists match my blade? He slashed down, intending to cut Su Qing in half. Boom. Su Qing's blood surged, and his momentum soared. Heavenly Emperor Fist. His fists unleashed a fierce force that shattered the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as if the Heavenly Emperor descended to suppress the evil spirits. Boom, 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 boom. Under the continuous strikes of the Heavenly Emperor Fist, the young man in black turned pale and struggled desperately, but in the end he couldn't withstand a single punch and was killed on the spot, leaving behind a corpse that resembled a pile of mud. After cleaning the scene, Su Qing entered the newly constructed quiet room in the villa. Yesterday, after distributing blood replenishing pills to the students, he returned a total of 61 higher-tier blood replenishing pills after the critical hit. Among them were 37 premium blood replenishing pills and 24 super premium blood replenishing pills. So many high-grade chi blood pills, I wonder how far they can elevate his realm. He first ingested a premium chi blood pill. As expected, the effects of the premium chi blood pill were not as pronounced at the 4th grade as they were at the lower grades, with limited activation of chi blood. The 4th grade, also known as the 5 organs and 6 bowels realm, involves refining the 5 internal organs. Completing the refinement of the 5 organs signifies the middle stage of the 4th grade, while refining all 6 bowels allows one to enter the high stage of the 4th grade. There are no specific requirements for the order of refining the internal organs, but it generally begins with the heart, as it is the most vital organ, the engine of the human body. Moreover, refining the heart provides the greatest boost to one's strength. After digesting 1 premium chi blood pill, Su Qing sensed that his heart was perhaps refined by about 1%. Then one bottle after another of premium chi blood pills were poured into his mouth like candy. It took nearly 10 bottles to finally refine his heart. Next came the liver, kidneys, spleen, and lungs. These 4 organs consumed slightly fewer premium chi blood pills, averaging around 7 to 8 bottles. By the time 37 bottles of premium chi blood pills were used up, only the lungs remained partially refined, still needing a bit more. Su Qing then took out a bottle of superior chi blood pills. The effects of superior chi blood pills are several times stronger than those of premium chi blood pills. After consuming 3, he completed the refinement of his lungs. Middle stage of the 4th grade. Su Qing consumed superior chi blood pills as if they were free. For the 6 bowels, he chose to refine the stomach first. The immense chi blood activated by the superior chi blood pills gathered in the stomach under the guidance of the undying golden body technique, and with a slight tingling sensation, his stomach grew strong. By the time the stomach was fully refined, a total of 3 bottles of superior chi blood pills had been consumed, followed by the gallbladder, small intestine, large intestine, bladder, and triple warmer. Once all 5 organs and 6 bowels were refined, Su Qing stepped into the high stage of the 4th grade. There were still 6 bottles of superior chi blood pills left. Su Qing did not pause and began to assault the 5th grade. The 5th grade, known as the meridian opening realm, requires one to open the 12 main meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians, just like in martial arts novels. Opening one main meridian counts as entering the 5th grade. Connecting all 12 main meridians signifies the middle stage of the 5th grade, while fully opening the 8 extraordinary meridians signifies the high stage. Su Qing's first target was one of the 12 main meridians, specifically the Han-Shaoyin heart meridian. Under the influence of the superior qi blood pills, he advanced rapidly like a hot knife through butter, but by the time 6 bottles were exhausted and the effects of the qi blood pills were fading, the Han-Shaoyin heart meridian was still slightly unconnected. "Break for me." Su Qing roared, his face flushing as his qi blood surged like a tidal wave, breaking through the shackles and completely connecting the first main meridian, stepping into the 5th grade. 5th grade warrior. Su Qing waved his fist. There were probably very few warriors of this rank in the entire Jiangzhou city. Jiangzhou No. 3 Middle School is considered one of the best schools in the city, but there was only one 5th grade warrior, Principal Hilong. The days that followed were quite ordinary. For several months, aside from attending classes, he occasionally took Su Yin home and went out to have fun. Everything was calm. After the first failed assassination attempt by Zhou Fengtai, there were no further actions, leaving Su Qing wondering if he had given up. What Su Qing did not expect was that his words in class seemed to have injected adrenaline into the students of Class 11, making them all practice martial arts with fervor. He also kept his promise, rewarding a bottle of qi blood pill for every breakthrough of 1 card in qi blood. Thus, despite most of these students having average talent, they progressed rapidly due to their own efforts and external influences. Su Qing also took this opportunity to connect 5 more main meridians, achieving half of the 12 main meridians connected. Soon the college entrance examination approached. For the students, this would be the most important exam they would face in their lives, if not the most crucial. Especially for martial arts students, the results of the college entrance examination could nearly determine the trajectory of their entire future. The cultural course exams took place 3 days earlier and had already concluded. Today was the martial arts test. When the senior martial arts students gathered on the playground, the bus carrying the invigilators also arrived. 10 invigilators got off the bus. "Which school is this?" one of the invigilators asked the accompanying guards. "This is Jiangzhou No. 3 Middle School, Jiangzhou." A group of invigilators nodded. Becoming an invigilator was notified in advance, but they did not know which city or school they would be assigned to. They were directly picked up from home by the guards, and the bus was closed, so they could not see outside. They would only be informed of their destination upon arrival. This was also to ensure fairness as much as possible. After getting off the bus and checking the time, the chief invigilator stepped forward and said, "The martial arts college entrance examination is about to begin. You please ask teachers and parents to exit." A crowd of people retreated beyond the warning line, leaving only the invigilators and students on the playground. An old man sat not far from the invigilators. The old man wore a black outfit with white edges with the words "Law Enforcement" embroidered in gold on his chest. He had a serious expression, looking unapproachable. From the Law Enforcement Department of the Xia Nation. In addition to the surveillance devices and guards present, a master from the Law Enforcement Department always accompanies the martial arts college entrance examination to prevent disruptions and supervise the invigilators. Under the invigilators' command, all the senior martial arts students were randomly divided into 9 lines, standing before the 9 invigilators. Next to each invigilator was a qi blood testing device. This is currently the most advanced version, which is hard to buy on the market. The first item of the martial arts college entrance examination, qi blood testing, begins. The chief invigilator shouted, "Identity card. Identity confirmation. Chen Biao, please start the test." The student swiped his identity card on the machine, then scanned his face. After confirming his identity without error, he placed his hand into the slot. After a tingling sensation, the display screen showed his qi blood value. Chen Biao, 114 cards. Damn it. Chen Biao was somewhat unwilling. If he had a little more time, he could definitely reach 115 cards. While the students were being tested, the chief invigilator was inspecting the surroundings, his eagle-like gaze scrutinizing everything suspicious. In case something went wrong, he would bear the primary responsibility. Identity confirmation. Chen Yuqing, please start the test. After glancing at Su Qing beyond the warning line, Chen Yuqing took a deep breath and placed her hand inside. Chen Yuqing, 118 cards. She let out a sigh of relief. Although she had tested in advance, the school's machine version was relatively old and inevitably had discrepancies. Fortunately, there were no issues. With 118 cards of qi blood, as long as her martial skills and practical performance were normal, getting into the martial arts university would surely not be a problem. If she performed even better, she might even contend for a good martial arts university. Wow, Teacher Su, your student Chen Yuqing is quite impressive. 118 cards of qi blood shall definitely get into a good martial arts university. Congratulations. A teacher noticed Chen Yuqing's test results. Other teachers also looked over. Since they were all 2nd and 3rd grade warriors, they could easily see the display screen from a distance of several dozen to 100 meters. Congratulations, Teacher Su. The qi blood pills were not wasted. I think Class 11 is going to achieve its best results since the school was established. Look, Zhang also has 116 cards of Qi blood. Zhang the study committee member of Class 11, the perennial second place. The Qi blood testing was quite quick, all students were tested in less than an hour. Some rejoiced while others were disheartened. After all, Qi blood is the most important test in the martial arts college entrance examination and is the standard that the martial arts university values the most. If this score is not outstanding, it would be difficult to make up for it later. Generally speaking, as long as one's vitality reaches 115 cards and their academic performance is acceptable, it is not difficult to be admitted to a martial arts university, even if it is just a second-tier martial arts university. Apart from Chen Yuqing and Zhang, when there are two others in Class 11 whose vitality has just reached 115 cards, which means that barring any accidents, at least 4 students from this class will enter martial arts university. An absolute historical best, better than the previous several classes. In this test, 3 students from Class 8 and Class 9 surpassed 115 cards, while Class 10 had only 2. It was just that Su Qing's vitality pill reward measure was implemented too late. If it had been introduced right at the beginning of the class, the numbers would have definitely doubled. However, the most notable is still Class 1, the elite class. With over 50 students aside from a few, everyone else has a vitality above 115 cards, and there are even 3 or 4 who have already started to refine their bodies, becoming entry-level martial artists. To reach entry-level during middle school, these 3 or 4 students are already qualified to challenge the 4 top martial arts academies. After a brief arrangement, the martial arts test began. The chief examiner waved his hand and called out, those practicing basic fist techniques come to the left. Instantly, more than half of the candidates rushed to the left. To be precise, basic fist techniques is the official term. It was simply nicknamed Tiger Roar Fist because practicing it produces a tiger roar sound. Most martial arts teachers teach some unorthodox fist techniques during middle school, with a small portion focusing on basic leg techniques, basic palm techniques, and so on. At this stage, learning one technique to participate in the college entrance examination is sufficient. First was the basic fist technique test. It was divided into 9 groups with 3 students performing their fist techniques in front of one examiner simultaneously. The judging criteria were simple, just see how many tiger roars can be produced. More than 3 roars scores above 95, 3 roars score between 90 and 95, 2 roars score between 80 and 90, and 1 roar scores between 70 and 80. If no tiger roar is produced, but the movements are standard, the score is between 60 and 70, though anything lower than that is considered a failure and further breakdown is meaningless. Because to enter martial arts university, even with a high vitality score, if any one item fails, that student will not be admitted. However, after months of training, most students can produce 1 or 2 tiger roars and score 70 or 80 points without issue. When it was Chen Yuqing's turn, she consistently produced 3 roars and scored 93 points. Zhang also produced 3 roars, scoring 92 points. What surprised Su Qing the most was the student who was considered the most useless in class actually produced 3 roars as well, and even the 4th roar could be faintly heard, showing a higher proficiency than Chen Yuqing and Zhang. He achieved the highest score in Class 11 with 95 points. This score ranked among the top 5 of all examinees in the martial arts test. Su Qing felt it was a pity. Although Yang Hao worked hard in the last few months, he had wasted too much time, and his foundation was too weak, only managing to raise his vitality to 108 cards, which was still far from martial arts university. In the practical combat testing phase, candidates needed to fight against combat robots, and the examiner would score them based on the battle process. Yinling, why are you back? Zhou Fengtai suddenly stood up, looking at the pale-faced young man in black. Third uncle, I now go by Tu Ling. Please do not call me Yinling to avoid others discovering my connection to the Zhou family. The young man glanced back, just as Zhou Fengtai's secretary walked in with coffee. Please have a drink. The secretary suddenly noticed that his gaze was constantly shifting, and even caught a glimpse of his own back. Zhou Fengtai's mouth twitched. This secretary, I just hired, his physique and skills are quite good, and I haven't even used him much yet, what a pity. Okay Yun. Tu Ling, what do you intend to do by coming back this time? You should know that your current identity is not suitable for contact with us. If discovered, the entire Zhou family would be finished. Zhou Fengtai spoke sternly. I understand him just passing through Jiangzhou, and thought I would come back to see you. Tu Ling nodded and couldn't help but cough heavily twice. You are injured. Yes. Tu Ling did not elaborate. Some matters could not be known by the Zhou family, even if it was his close third uncle, since it could invite calamity. He instinctively touched the item in his bosom, feeling it resting safely there. Every time he thought of the item in his embrace, Tu Ling couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his heart, born from a greedy desire to possess it. But he dared not. For this item, his teacher, the upper echelons of the Chongqing society, and the notorious figure on the blacklist had fallen, along with several pinnacle masters of the society, either dead or injured. Even though his teacher helped him escape amidst the chaos, he had informed the headquarters that the item was with him, and the headquarters had arranged for someone to support him. If he dared to keep it for himself, he would only meet a dead end. Tu Ling could only hide his little thoughts deep in his heart. Third uncle, what happened with Yunqi? He asked Zhou Fengtai. Zhou Fengtai briefly explained the situation, his brows tightly knitted. No matter how we investigate, we cannot find out what background Su Qing has, but the person I arranged to kill him has not returned. He is just a third-tier martial artist. Could he really kill a fourth-tier martial artist? It's very strange, which is why I dare not act rashly. There are three possibilities. Tu Ling said first, Su Qing has a significant background, one, that even the Zhou family's influence cannot uncover. Second, he is pretending to be weak, hiding his true strength, and is not a third-tier. Third, someone is deliberately opposing the Zhou family and framing him. I thought the same. Zhou Fengtai nodded. Leave it to me. Tu Ling stood up. Although Yunqi is mischievous, he has called me brother for so many years. I will take revenge for him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. No matter what background Su Qing has, even if he is a child of a prominent family in the capital, he must die. In his view, even if Su Qing has hidden his strength, he is at most a fourth or fifth tier. He, on the other hand, is a high-level fifth-tier martial artist honed in life and death battles. His combat strength is not something these sheltered flowers can compare with. Tu Ling stood up and walked out. Third uncle, I will directly leave Jiangzhou after killing that guy, so I won't come back to say goodbye to you. That's fine, Zhou Fengtai said. On the other side, son, how do you feel? Do you have confidence in getting into martial arts university? Don't worry, Dad, I've got this. I can consider which martial arts university to enroll in as soon as I get back. Good, ha. Well, Mom, I didn't pass the martial arts test. I can't get into martial arts university. It's okay, dear daughter. It's not like you have to go to a martial arts university. I never attended one either yet. After the 3 tests concluded and the examiner left, teachers and parents rushed onto the playground inquiring about their children and students' examination results. Although the results had not been released, the students had a rough idea of their performance after the tests. Those who could enter martial arts university were naturally ecstatic, while those who could not felt disheartened. After this examination, they would belong to 2 different worlds. This psychological gap made many people feel distressed. Class 11 was better off. Few parents expected their children to be admitted to martial arts university, and the possibility of 4 students being accepted this time was already beyond their expectations. Several parents expressed their gratitude to Su Qing. Chen Yuqing felt a bit envious. Others had their parents, siblings, and family cheering for them, but she was all alone. Xiao Haoan leaving first. There are still tasks to finish at the construction site. An old man wearing a hard hat hurriedly departed, looking worn and weary. Dad. Yang Hao gazed at the man's retreating figure. He regretted not waking up earlier, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up at this point with no hope for the future. In the future, he would probably end up like his father, working tirelessly on the construction site to earn a meager living. Su Qing patted his shoulder. Teacher Su, if you want to change your fate, do not stop practicing martial arts. Practicing martial arts does not necessarily require entering martial arts university. It is merely a platform, and ultimately it still depends on yourself. As he spoke, Su Qing took out a silver card. I know you should be working after graduation, but I still hope you can persist. This is a membership card for the Zhentian Martial Arts School, with enough points for you to use for 2 to 3 years. Teacher Su, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Yang Hao repeatedly waved his hands to refuse. He certainly knew about Zhentian Martial Arts School, one of the largest martial arts schools in Jiangnan District with top-notch facilities, but he had only seen it from the entrance due to its exorbitant prices. And this membership card from Teacher Su had enough points for 2 to 3 years worth, at least hundreds of thousands. Take it. Oh, I won't be using it anymore. What do you mean you won't be using it anymore? Yang Hao was taken aback. I will be going to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. Su Qing had planned months ago to finish teaching class 11 before going to Jiangzhou Martial University, and he had attended the interview half a month ago. With his 5th-tier strength, passing the interview was certainly not an issue. Therefore, strictly speaking, he was already a teacher at Jiangzhou Martial University. The old man even called him to ask if he wanted to teach at Kyoto Martial University, which he declined. Kyoto Martial University is one of the 4 major martial academies, but it is not suitable for him at the moment. Especially since returning to Kyoto as a member of the Su family, he would inevitably be caught up in the vortex of conflicts with other families which he wanted to avoid. He would return, but only when he had sufficient strength. In a place like Kyoto, even a master wouldn't mean much. He was still too weak for now. Suddenly a light drizzle began to fall. Su Qing picked up Su Yin from kindergarten, and the 2 returned home. Xiao Yin, play outside for a while, and no matter what sounds you hear, do not come inside, understand? Understood, Dad. Su Yin replied, a bit puzzled, but she nodded anyway. Su Qing glanced at the villa, narrowing his eyes. There were guests at home again. He wondered if they were from the Zhou family this time. As he pushed open the door, he found a young man in black sitting on the sofa, eyes closed in meditation. Who are you, from the Zhou family? Su Qing asked. Tu Ling. The young man replied indifferently, his demeanor calm, as if everything was under control. What do you want? To kill you. You are quite the pretentious one, Su Qing said, speechless. Heh. Tu Ling stood up, his gaze icy. Only those without strength are pretentious. Having strength is called confidence. You managed to kill a fourth-tier assassin, so you have some strength, but here it doesn't measure up. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, Tu Ling lunged forward as if he had teleported, accompanied by a strong stench of blood. Su Qing's expression changed slightly. How many people had to be killed for this? Boom. In a hurry, Su Qing clashed palms with Tu Ling. Su Qing staggered back more than 10 steps, his blood surging, and his arm felt a bit numb. You actually managed to take my palm strike. Tu Ling was quite surprised. Even an ordinary 5th-tier martial artist would find it difficult to take his strike steadily. You deserve me to use 5% of my strength. Hearing this, Su Qing looked at him as if he were a clown. Finish talking. Then you'll need to exert some force too. He clapped his hands. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More than 10 stern-looking men in black suits suddenly appeared. Tu Ling's smile froze on his face. When did these people get here? He hadn't noticed at all. Did that mean that the cultivation levels of these men in suits were higher than his? What are you stunned for? Hurry up and give this brother Tu a baptism of bullets. Su Qing smiled at Tu Ling. More than 10 men simultaneously pulled out pistols from their jackets. Tu Ling's scalp tingled, feeling as if he had a thorn in his back. A 5th-tier martial artist is strong, but they can't resist firearms. Oh, only a 7th-tier master can do that. Moreover, the pistols they had were clearly custom-made, and likely far more powerful than ordinary ones. Tu Ling did not beg for mercy, knowing it would be futile. They surely wouldn't let him go. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and his legs exploded with force, crashing into the villa's window glass behind him, trying to escape. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous sound of gunfire erupted. Tu Ling dodged left and right, but with more than 10 pistols, and these suit men being of a higher level than him, he couldn't evade at all. Blood splattered from his chest, arms, thighs, and calves. You have no sense of martial ethics. Tu Ling shouted in anger. Su Qing ignored him and fired another round, directly turning Tu Ling into a sieve as he fell into a pool of blood. His eyes widened in disbelief. This is too frustrating. Dispose of the body. Yes, young master, there's something. It's a heaven and earth spirit fruit. Oh. Su Qing walked over and took the crystal-clear, fist-sized fruit. The heaven and earth spirit fruit, as the name suggests, is a naturally cultivated spiritual fruit containing the power of heaven and earth. The most difficult aspect of advancing from 6th tier to 7th tier is mastering the power of heaven. There are many types of heaven and earth power: the power of the gale, the power of flames, the power of ice, the power of darkness. Generally, to master the power of heaven and earth requires comprehension of nature, which is very difficult and esoteric. Perhaps one day enlightenment will suddenly grant mastery, but it may also take a lifetime without success. The heaven and earth spirit fruit contains a vast amount of heaven and earth power, greatly increasing the success rate of mastering it. It is a treasure that countless martial artists covet. I wonder what type of heaven and earth power this spirit fruit contains. Su Qing grasped the spirit fruit, carefully sensing the fluctuations. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, incredulous. This was actually a rare spatial spirit fruit. No, it can't be said to be rare. Rather, spatial spirit fruits have never appeared in Xia country before. Although they haven't appeared, the power of space is well known. Time as king, space is revered. It is not just a saying. Undoubtedly, the power of space is absolutely the top-tier heaven and earth power. Su Qing did not expect to inexplicably acquire a top-tier heaven and earth spirit fruit. Although the Su family had a considerable collection of heaven and earth spirit fruits, they certainly did not have any of such high grade as the spatial spirit fruit. Moreover, even though he is the grandson of the family head, without making any contributions, the other family members would not agree to let him use the higher tier heaven and earth spirit fruits. After all, the level of heaven and earth power is related to the development beyond the 9th tier, and a large clan like the Su family takes it very seriously. But why did Tu Ling have something like a spatial spirit fruit? A 5th tier martial artist. I need to investigate. Sir, has Tu Ling arrived? Not yet. We suspect he has had an accident. A useless waste who does more harm than good. In the darkness, an old man with a hawk-like nose and blood-red hands stepped out. We'll go take a look. Sir, if you go in person, you might be discovered by the law enforcement department. From mere Jiangzhou City, could it be a dragon's den or a tiger's lair? As for the law enforcement department, this isn't the headquarters in Kyoto. What is there to fear? The hawk-nosed old man sneered. The president is being overly cautious. I could have just gone directly to find Tu Ling to take the items back. Why go through all this trouble? The others fell silent. The hawk-nosed old man was a black market boss and could complain about the president, but they dared not. You all wait here. I'll go find Tu Ling in Jiangzhou. After saying that, the hawk-nosed old man swiftly left. 1 week later, the martial arts college entrance exam results had been announced 3 days ago, and today was the day for announcing the accepted students at the Martial University. Chun Yuqing nervously opened the website, entered her information, and when she saw that she had been accepted and the words Jiangzhou Martial University appeared, she finally felt relieved. She sent a message to Su Qing and began packing her luggage. On the other side, Su Qing also received messages from students one after another. As expected, all 4 students from Class 11 with blood chi above 115 had been admitted to the Martial University, and they were all from Jiangzhou Martial University. Some students' parents wanted to treat Su Qing to a meal, but he declined. Young master, here is the information we found on Tu Ling. A man in a suit handed over a piece of paper. Tu Ling, a member of the Eternal Life Society, a fallen disciple of the Black Market's 67th Flame Demon, Tao Chung, suspected to be Zhou Yunling, announced dead by the Zhou family 8 years ago. Su Qing frowned. Tu Ling was a member of the Zhou family, which did not surprise him, but he never expected this guy to also be a member of the Eternal Life Society. The Eternal Life Society, one of the 3 evil organizations in Xia country, consists of members who are all wanted for long periods. Anyone who captures a member is allowed to kill them on the spot. However, the strength of this organization is also terrifying. They have assassinated numerous martial arts geniuses and officials in Xia country, and even some super-grade warriors have fallen at their hands. Almost 1/3 of the blacklist is composed of members from this organization. At this moment, the man in a suit received a voice in his earpiece, causing his expression to change dramatically. Not good, young master, run. The Bloody Hand, ranked 45 on the blacklist, is approaching the villa. He just came out of the Tianhai Industrial Group 3 minutes ago. Bloody Hand. Su Qing's expression changed slightly. The blacklist is a ranking established by the Law Enforcement Department of Xia country for the most heinous criminals, assessed based on their threat level and strength, totaling 100 people. There are also corresponding bounties. However, those criminals do not care. Instead, they take pride in being on the list, which has made the blacklist a symbol of power. Those who can make it onto the list are at least 9th grade. It is known that the top 20 on the blacklist are almost all super-grade warriors. To be in the top 50, the Bloody Hand is undoubtedly one of the most elite 9th grade masters. Such a master cannot be taken lightly by the Su family, especially not by Su Qing now. Hurry and leave. Su Qing dared not linger. It is obvious that the Bloody Hand is coming for Tu Ling, or rather for the spatial spirit fruit in Tu Ling's possession. Wait a moment, young master, maybe we don't need to leave. The man in the suit pressed his earpiece again and received more information. What happened? The 5th-ranked master on the master list, Shin Changfeng, has intercepted the Bloody Hand. The master list is also a ranking introduced by the Law Enforcement Department, comprising the 100 most powerful 9th grade masters in Xia country. In the sky, the hawk-nosed old man, the Bloody Hand, looked warily at Shin Changfeng. The people from the Kyoto Law Enforcement Department actually tracked me down here, and it's this guy. He felt a sense of unease. For the past few days, he had been hiding in the shadows, trying to conceal his tracks, but unexpectedly, this guy must have followed Tu Ling's trail. As for the other top masters on the master list, even among the top 10, very few could make the Bloody Hand feel apprehensive. After all, there are no super-grade warriors on the master list, while the top 20 on the blacklist are all super-grade warriors. This means that the Bloody Hand is certainly among the top 29th grade warriors on the blacklist. Even if he can't defeat the top 10 on the master list, escaping shouldn't be a problem. The key is that Shin Changfeng wields the power of wind with astonishing speed. His specialty is to attack when the opponent retreats and retreat when the opponent attacks, like a sticky plaster. Most importantly, the opponent is a disciple of a king-level powerhouse in the Law Enforcement Department. It is hard to guarantee that a king standing at the pinnacle of the martial arts world in Xia country wouldn't leave some hidden cards and means for his disciple. The Bloody Hand felt a sense of retreat. I am curious, what is it that could make the Eternal Life Society make such a huge effort, counting you 6 blacklist masters were mobilized. Shin Changfeng, with his black hair flowing behind him, looked elegant in his white attire, resembling a graceful young master. He held a blue long spear in one hand, resting it diagonally behind him. On the ground, police were evacuating the crowd. After all, if the 2 top masters were to engage in battle, the commotion would be significant, and even a slight misstep could result in catastrophic casualties. Shin Changfeng. Su Qing watched from a distance. By the time he hadn't left Kyoto, Shin Changfeng was already a famous prodigy in Kyoto. Not only did he come from the more prestigious Shin family, surpassing the Su family, but he also broke through to master level at the age of 20, setting the record for the youngest master in Xia country. Subsequently, he was accepted as a disciple by the king-level powerhouse known as King Tsang. Coupled with his handsome face and fluid combat style, he has become the object of admiration for many young women in Kyoto. Now a few years later, Shin Changfeng has achieved 9th grade and ranks 5th on the master list, likely not far from reaching super grade. Compared to him, Su Qing feels worlds apart. Boom. Without warning, Shin Changfeng and the bloody hand erupted into battle. The terrifying shockwaves made Su Qing, even from a distance, feel a sense of fear. The sky was clearly divided into two parts, with two different forces of nature clashing, blue and blood-red, battling against each other. Su Qing knew that the power of nature that Shin Changfeng wielded was power of the swift wind, while it seemed that the bloody hand's power was related to blood. In the air, Shin Changfeng's figure moved nimbly, wielding his long spear, enveloped by the immense power of the swift wind, clashing repeatedly with the bloody hand, whose arms transformed into two blood-colored whips. Suddenly, a glint flashed in the bloody hand's eyes as he seized Shin Changfeng's opening. Haha, Shin Changfeng is just this mediocre. Boom. The bloody hand transformed into a beam of blood light. His blood-red hands, shaped like eagle claws, fiercely lunged toward Shin Changfeng's unguarded throat. Die! The bloody hand shouted loudly as his fingers pierced through the throat. The Shin Changfeng grasped by his hands suddenly dissipated. It was an afterimage. The bloody hand's pupils constricted, and a great alarm arose in his heart. Puff! The tip of the long spear shot out from behind him. You were too careless. Did you underestimate me? Shin Changfeng said slowly from behind him. You? The bloody hand's face turned pale. He had never imagined that a 9th grade warrior could be so fast enough for an afterimage to exist for such a long time, which led him to have the illusion. Shin Changfeng twisted the long spear. Bang! The bloody hand's body was instantly shattered into pieces. The bloody hand, ranked 45 on the black list, has fallen. Is it really over? The bespectacled middle-aged man was stunned. Principal, this is too exaggerated, isn't it? It is somewhat exaggerated, but after all, he is hailed as the genius of the Shun family in 100 years, and also the disciple of King Song, so it is not surprising. After this battle, Shin Changfeng is likely to enter the top 3 on the master list. Speaking of the master list, Han Yuanhong's mood was complicated. He has practiced martial arts for a lifetime, and he has yet to reach the 9th grade, let alone the master list. Now a young man under 30 has left him far behind, which can only say that people are different. Principal, should we go up and greet him? Greet him? Do you think the principal and vice principal of Jiangzhou Martial University can make Shin Changfeng look at us differently? Han Yuanhong glanced at him and turned to leave. Let's go. Such a person is destined to become a super-grade warrior, even a king or higher. We are from two different worlds. Su Qing also prepared to leave. In the distance, Shin Changfeng's gaze suddenly turned towards him and flew over. He moved through the air, a symbol of a 7th grade master. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the men in suits approached Su Qing, watching Shin Changfeng warily. As members of the same Kyoto family, the relationship between the Shun family and the Su family was not good. The Shun family is one of the 5 major families of the Martial Alliance, while the Su family is a large clan just below the 5 major families, allied with the Wang family of the 5 major families, constantly targeting the Shin family. It is safe to say that they are nearly irreconcilable. Shin Changfeng approached. Su Qing waved to signal the others to leave. With the opponent's strength, if he truly wanted to kill him, no one could stop him. He felt somewhat puzzled. He had never had any interaction with Shin Changfeng, so why was he looking for him? Did he know that the spatial spirit fruit was in his possession? Shin Changfeng stared at Su Qing until Su Qing felt a chill and began to suspect that this guy might have some peculiar preference before he finally spoke. I never expected that the one who was once betrothed to Wang Yini is now only a 5th grade warrior. Shin Changfeng's tone was neutral, devoid of sarcasm or disdain, merely stating a fact. Hearing the name Yini, Su Qing began to understand. Wang Yini, one of the 5 prestigious families of the Jinwu Alliance, the legitimate daughter of the Wang family. She was also Su Qing's former fiancée. However, after Su Qing chose Han Mengyue and left the capital, the furious Wang family canceled the engagement. The Su family paid a considerable price for this. Had it not been for the old patriarch who took the brunt of the situation for Su Qing, and considering the sacrifices made by Su Qing's parents for the family, the old timers in the clan would never have let him off easily. Wang Yini was a few years younger than Su Qing and had average talent in martial arts since childhood, which was why the Wang family agreed to the engagement, allowing Wang Yini to marry Su Qing. A political marriage. It was the fate of most offspring from families with average talents. Of course, the Wang family must be quite relieved now that the engagement with Wang Yini has been cancelled, though otherwise they would have suffered a great loss. Because just a few months after Su Qing left the capital, Wang Yini suddenly awakened a special physique at the age of 18. After awakening her physique, Wang Yini underwent a dramatic transformation, advancing in her cultivation at an astonishing rate. At 17, she was still a 1st grade warrior. Over 8 years later, she had achieved the pinnacle of a 9th grade master, and even ascended the master rankings. Such a cultivation speed could only be described as astonishing. Many believe that if Wang Yini had awakened her physique earlier, she would have undoubtedly shattered the record for the fastest advancement to master in Xia country. However, I should thank you, Shen Changfeng suddenly smiled. Thank you for not delaying Yini and giving me the opportunity. Are you two together? Su Qing asked, somewhat surprised. Given the numerous conflicts between the Wang and Shun families, would they really allow their precious daughter to marry Shen Changfeng? Hearing Su Qing's question, Shen Changfeng fell silent. It turned out he was also a lovesick fool. Seeing Shun Changfeng's demeanor, Su Qing couldn't help but mock internally. Is there a custom among the offspring of these big families to be lovesick fools? The original owner was like this, and so was this genius from the Shin family. I will let Yini know that besides me no one in Xia country is worthy of her. Shen Changfeng regained his composure and said calmly. After speaking, he couldn't help but shake his head. Why should I explain anything to this guy? A 5th grade warrior, even if he was once Yini's fiancé, that was already in the past. In the future, he would be a true dragon soaring in the skies, while Yini would be a phoenix spiraling in the vast heavens. And Su Qing was destined to only look up at them from the dust. With this thought, Shen Changfeng lost interest in continuing the conversation and drifted away. Su Qing opened his mouth. He had no feelings for Wang Yini. In fact, his memories of her were somewhat hazy, but over the years he had learned quite a bit about her. In the capital among their generation, the two most outstanding individuals appeared to be Shen Changfeng and Wang Yini. If they truly ended up together, it would undoubtedly shatter the dreams of many young men and women. Unfortunately, it was almost impossible. During his time at the Su family, Su Tianyan had told Su Qing many unsavory tales about the Wang and Shun families, revealing the fierce conflicts over resources and power within the Jinwu alliance. And for Wang Yini, her parents had also died because of the Shen family, so there was no way she could be with her enemy. Shaking off these thoughts, Su Qing returned to the villa. After the college entrance examination, there were 2 months of vacation, and time slipped by quickly, soon reaching 2 months later. During these 2 months, a major event occurred in Jiangzhou. The renowned Zhou family collapsed overnight due to irrefutable evidence of collusion with the Chongqing Association. The entire family was shattered, and Master Zhou Tianhai was killed on the spot by the enforcement department. Other direct descendants were sent to prison. Further investigations uncovered some unknown dealings and various crimes committed by the Zhou family, ultimately revealing that very few members of the Zhou family were innocent. Jiangzhou Martial University. On the day of the opening, there was a surge of people at the entrance. Upperclassmen were searching for their targets, swarming towards any attractive freshman they spotted. Chen Yuqing was confused as she was pulled along by a senior sister. Freshman, where do you live? We'll take you there. Don't let those nasty men trick you. Not a single one is reliable. The senior sister snorted coldly, clearly someone who had been through something. Okay, senior sister. Chen Yuqing, still dazed, nodded instinctively. Where do you live? I can help you move your luggage. No need to trouble yourself, senior sister. I live in Qinghe building. Chen Yuqing repeatedly declined. She had actually come by in advance and didn't have much luggage. 1 bag was enough. Qinghe building. Your home. Yes, there are only 2 people at home. My mother is paralyzed, Chen Yuqing said candidly. After being admitted to Jiangzhou Martial University, she contacted the school and learned about her family's situation, and the school made arrangements. Not only did they waive her tuition fees, but they also arranged for her to live on campus with her mother, and someone would help take care of her mother while she was attending classes. The arrangements were extremely humane. The senior sister didn't say anything. There were many students with difficult family situations at the school, but she insisted on helping Chen Yuqing move her luggage. Thank you, senior sister, Chen Yuqing said gratefully. You're welcome. You haven't chosen a mentor yet, have you? Yes, besides regular courses, students also need to select a mentor who will provide specific guidance. After all, Martial University is not high school where you can just learn some basic skills to pass the exams. Once you arrive at Martial University, you will learn the true martial arts. The senior sister's expression suddenly became serious. Therefore, choosing a good mentor is crucial. It can even determine how far you can go on your martial path. Chen Yuqing took this seriously. However, what she was really thinking was whether Su Laoshi had the qualifications to, if only Su Laoshi were the mentor. She knew Su Qing had already taken a position at Jiangzhou Martial University, and a few days ago, it was Su Qing who helped bring her mother here. Senior sister, I have a few mentors to recommend to you, absolutely trustworthy, all well-established 4th grade warriors. Under the senior sister's guidance, Chen Yuqing entered the Jiangzhou Martial University official website to begin selecting her mentor. It was a 2-way selection. Students chose their mentors first, and if the mentors were not satisfied, they could refuse to accept the student. Each mentor could have a maximum of 5 students. At the top of the selection page was a 6th grade warrior showing that more than 60 students had already chosen him. It remained to be seen how many lucky ones would catch his eye. Just because there were a maximum of 5 students didn't mean the mentor had to accept 5. It was also possible that none of the 60 had been chosen by the mentor. There were a total of 3 6th-grade warriors on the page, all fully booked. After all, mentors were so important that students would naturally prioritize those with strong abilities. Senior sister, why are there only 3 6th-grade warriors? Chen Yuqing couldn't help but ask. These 3 6th-grade teachers should have only joined the school in the past 2 years. Those who joined earlier have already filled their slots, so naturally they won't appear here. Senior sister explained. Freshmen don't think about these 6th and 5th grade teachers. They have very high standards. To be on the safe side, it's better to choose a well-established 4th grade teacher. Otherwise, if you get dropped, your options will be greatly reduced. As Chen Yuqing nodded and scrolled through the screen, when she saw Su Qing's photo, her eyes lit up, and she decisively selected him. Senior sister. Junior you. The senior student was speechless. She had just told her not to pick a high-ranked teacher, and Chen Yuqing had agreed readily, only to choose a 5th-rank martial artist instead. Sorry, senior. Chen Yuqing finally realized another student was still beside her. It's fine. The senior waved her hand. This teacher uses a spear too. Not exactly a popular weapon, and female martial artists who wield spears are rare. But he probably won't pick you. Chen Yuqing nodded repeatedly. Teacher Su would definitely pick me. Right? Junior, I'm off now, the senior said, taking her leave. Take care, senior. Once outside, she glanced back and muttered. What a waste of my time. I thought I'd found an easy mark. Tisk, teacher Chi's money is never easy to earn. At Jiangzhou Martial University, all teachers were entitled to recruit students, but that didn't guarantee they would find any. A 4th-rank martial artist was the most common among the faculty at Jiangzhou Martial University and the least likely to attract students, especially high-quality ones. Yet some teachers were eager to teach and would pay senior students to recruit specific targets. Chen Yuqing had caught the eye of a teacher surnamed Qi. With a blood Qi of 118 cards in the college entrance exam, she was undeniably a promising seedling. He dared not hope for students who had already become ranked martial artists during middle school, but he felt she was within reach. When that senior student told teacher Qi that Chen Yuqing had chosen a 5th-rank martial artist instead, he paid her a personal visit. Student Chen, as long as the other party hasn't agreed, yet you can still choose me as your mentor. If you do, I will. Teacher Qi cleared his throat and began painting rosy pictures and listing benefits. Ding. Chen Yuqing opened her phone, and when she saw the notification, Mentor Su Qing has accepted you, a smile spread across her face. Student Chen. Teacher Qi, I'm sorry, but I already have a mentor. Chen Yuqing said, her smile fading as she apologized. Glancing at the message on her phone, Teacher Qi's expression darkened. With a sigh of regret, he turned and left. Meanwhile, after confirming Chen Yuqing, Su Qing continued browsing through other students' information. As a 5th-rank martial artist, nearly 20 students had chosen him as their mentor. This number would have been even higher if his weapon were a blade or a sword instead of a spear. Oh, Su Qing spotted another familiar name. Zhang Wen, former study monitor of Class 11. Diligent, taciturn, and of average talent. That was the impression he had of this student. After a moment's thought, Su Qing clicked accept. At that very moment, Zhang Wen was sitting before a low grave, gulping down mouthful after mouthful of wine. First he laughed, then he broke down in sobs. Dad, I got into the Martial University. I'm one step closer to avenging you. But don't get your hopes up. My body has long since given out. I have to put in 10 or 100 times the effort just to barely match what others achieve through normal training. Zhang Wen's eyes were hazy. You gave your whole life to the Zhang family, and what good did it do? In the end, the family you were loyal to stabbed you in the back, leaving not even a trace of your remains. Your wife ran off with another man, and your son was crippled. Tell me, was it worth it? Bang. I'm asking you, Zhang Jingxian, was it worth it? Zhang Wen hurled his wine bottle to the ground with a deafening crash, roaring at the top of his lungs. Shards of glass flew through the air. His chest heaved, and it was a long while before he calmed down. The Zhang family. Huh. A fine protector of Xia country. Utterly ridiculous. Zhang Wen let out a cold laugh and staggered away. Su Qing clicked reject for another student. Aside from Chen Yuqing and Zhang Wen, none of the other applicants had caught his interest. Oh, what's this? Wang Beibei, 17 years old, 1st-rank martial artist. A freshman who had already become a full-fledged martial artist had chosen him. Su Qing wasn't surprised. For a commoner student, becoming a ranked martial artist during middle school was rare, but it didn't guarantee much. It was uncertain whether they would even reach the middle ranks in the future. He clicked accept and rejected the rest. 3 was enough. Besides these 3 students requiring his personal guidance, the school had assigned him 2 elective courses, one on martial theory and another on the fundamentals of spear techniques. Both were electives, leaving him with a relatively light schedule. The next day, Su Qing called Chen Yuqing and the other 2 to meet at the school, giving them a chance to get acquainted. Students under the same mentor formed important connections, whether during school or after graduation. Chen Yuqing and Zhang Wen already knew each other, so the main purpose was to introduce them to Wang Beibei. Teacher Su. In the cafe, Chen Yuqing and Zhang Wen called out in unison as Su Qing walked in. "You're here so early." Su Qing glanced at his watch. There were still 10 minutes until the agreed time. "We just got here too." Su Qing nodded. Just then the cafe door swung open and a girl with big eyes stepped in. She wore a flowing red dress, her golden hair cascading in waves. Her skin was fair with a rosy glow and her figure was slender. The girl had a doll-like face, but her chest was a storm of curves, inevitably evoking a certain phrase, a baby face with a bombshell body. Every male gaze in the cafe was drawn to her. Spotting Su Qing, the girl hurried over, her eyes crinkling like crescent moons. With a cheerful bow, she said, "Hello, Teacher Su. I'm Wang Beibei." Bei as in shell, and Bei as in Beibei. Su Qing quickly stepped aside to avoid getting hit by her golden hair. Still, the girl was quite outgoing and not at all shy. "Have a seat," he gestured for the three to sit. "I called you out today for two reasons. First, to get you acquainted, and second, to confirm once more whether you're certain about training under me." Su Qing's expression turned serious. "I practice the spear, and that's what'll teach. Of course, I'm also proficient with the blade and sword, but not to the same level. So if you want to choose another mentor, now's the time. I won't stop you." "I'm set on the spear," Wang Beibei declared with a giggle. "Me too," Chen Yuqing added. Zhang Wen said nothing, but nodded firmly. "Good." Su Qing brought out 3 boxes. "These are my gifts for you. Open them." Each took a box. Inside lay a blade of grass, vivid red, as if aflame. Chen Yuqing and Zhang Wen exchanged bewildered looks. "Wow, blazing sun grass. Teacher Su, you're so generous," Wang Beibei exclaimed, clapping her hands. Su Qing glanced at her. Though blazing sun grass was only the most common of spirit herbs, it was still beyond the reach of ordinary families. In fact, from her demeanor, it was clear the girl came from a well-off background. Blazing sun grass. What's that? Chen Yuqing was still confused. She had never heard of it. It's a type of spirit herb. Taking it can greatly stimulate blood qi, which is incredibly beneficial for low-rank martial artists. It's very precious. A single stock can sell for at least 200,000 to 300,000, and even then it's hard to find. Wang Beibei explained. Chen Yuqing and Zhang Wen stood dumbfounded. The idea that a single red stock could be worth 200,000 to 300,000 left them dazed. One stock for 200,000, so 3 would be 600,000. Chen Yuqing did the math in her head. Was Teacher Su really that wealthy? Ding. Gifted student blazing sun grass 1 stock, triggering 100-fold critical hit, obtained supreme, blazing sun grass 1 stock. Ding. Gifted student blazing sun grass 1 stock, triggering 100-fold critical hit, obtained supreme, blazing sun grass 1 stock. Ding. Gifted student blazing sun grass 1 stock, triggering 10,000-fold critical hit, obtained blazing sun, sacred grass 1 stock. A series of chimes echoed from the system. 3 critical strikes, 200-fold critical strikes, and 1 10,000-fold critical strike. The Liang holy grass, its effects unknown. Su Qing felt a sudden warmth in his arms as an intense heat radiated through his clothes. Coming back to his senses, he saw the astonished expressions of Chen Yuqing and Zhang Wen, and said, "This is a gift for you. Don't hesitate, just accept it directly. The effects of the Liang grass will last for about a month. Yuqing and Zhang Wen, if you persist in practicing martial arts during this month, it should help elevate you to the mid-stage of the 1st rank. Bibi, what stage are you currently at in the 1st rank? Hearing Su Qing's question, Wang Bibi twirled her eyes and replied, "I am at the initial stage of the 1st rank." "Yes, the initial stage, almost at the mid-stage." "If you're almost at the mid-stage, the effects of the Liang grass will surely elevate you to a high stage," Su Qing said. "Thank you, Teacher Su." After chatting for a while longer, Su Qing bid farewell to the 3 and returned home. For convenience, he rented a small courtyard not far from the school. The exquisite Liang grass and the Liang holy grass. In his hands, 3 blood-red spiritual herbs glimmered brightly, especially the Liang holy grass in the middle, which felt like a small sun when held. It was manageable to conceal it under his clothes, but now exposed to sunlight, the temperature of the grass rose at an incredibly exaggerated speed. Absorbing sunlight is the characteristic of the Liang grass, which is also the source of its name. However, the efficiency of the exquisite Liang grass and Liang holy grass in absorbing sunlight is somewhat terrifying. He inserted the Liang holy grass and 1 exquisite Liang grass into the garden, letting them soak up the sunlight, while Su Qing took the other exquisite Liang grass into his quiet room. The Liang grass has 3 leaves. Su Qing took 1 leaf, not swallowing it, but holding it in his mouth. After all, the effects of the exquisite Liang grass were still unclear. Recklessly swallowing, it could easily harm his body. As soon as it was held in his mouth, a torrent of heat flowed down his throat into his body, the scorching breath akin to the legendary true fire of the sun coursing through his limbs. Su Qing operated the imperishable golden body technique, drawing upon the immense power generated by the exquisite Liang grass to impact the 12 primary meridians. In less than 3 seconds, the 7th primary meridian was connected. Then came the 8th, the 9th, the 10th, and this was merely holding it in his mouth. After determining that his body could withstand this power, Su Qing swallowed the leaf. Instantly his body erupted with a surge, as if his blood was boiling. The 11th primary meridian. The 12th primary meridian. At this point, all 12 primary meridians were connected. Without stopping, the tremendous power also connected the 8 extraordinary meridians with no hint of stagnation. By the time the effects of one exquisite Liang grass dissipated, Su Qing had already reached the peak of the 5th rank. There were still 2 leaves left. Su Qing swallowed another leaf. Boom. Black-red liquid began to seep from the surface of his body. This was the sign of starting to wash the marrow and change the blood. The 6th rank is the realm of washing marrow and changing blood. After consuming one exquisite Liang grass, Su Qing had stepped into the peak of the 6th rank, just one step away from becoming a master. Opening the Qi and blood recorder, he saw the display Qi and blood 10073 calories. It has surpassed 10,000. Su Qing felt a surge of excitement. To promote to master, 2 major conditions must be met: first, mastering the power of heaven and earth; second, Qi and blood exceeding 10,000. He still had a spatial spiritual fruit in his hand. This meant that as long as he wanted, he had a good chance of becoming a master by consuming the spatial spiritual fruit now, and he would be a master capable of wielding the supreme power of space. Becoming a master was a realm that the original owner could hardly imagine. Born into the Su family, a prominent clan, and being the grandson of the clan leader, yet possessing mediocre talent, it was a torment for the original owner, which is why he chose to leave and escape from the suffocating Su family. Only by becoming a master could he have a foothold in the Su family. After hesitating for a moment, Su Qing ultimately decided not to consume the spatial spiritual fruit. He wanted to test what he would receive in return if he gifted the spatial spiritual fruit to someone else. However, such a precious treasure needed careful consideration of who to give it to. In the villa, Wang Bibi lay lazily on the sofa, her 2 fair little legs swaying up and down. "Miss." An old man with silver hair walked in. What did the old man say this time? Wang Bibi did not turn her head. The clan leader said, "You can fool around and play for a year outside, but after a year, you must return. He will ask Shui Wang to take you as a disciple and enter Tianwu Palace for training." "I'm not going." Wang Bibi muttered. "That fool Wang Yini is in Tianwu Palace. What's the point of always relying on being older than me to lecture me, saying I don't know how to cherish my talent? Miss Yini is also doing it for your own good. Moreover, Tianwu Palace gathers the geniuses of the entire Jinwu Alliance, and its resources are extremely abundant. You can regularly receive guidance from marquis and even kings. Even our Wang family cannot let just anyone in. Isn't that because my talent is good?" Wang Bibi rolled her eyes, turning around as her skirt suddenly shrunk a bit. "Of course your talent is good, not inferior to Miss Yini's, but it also requires resources and guidance from powerful individuals to progress faster. At the very least, guidance from strong individuals in Tianwu Palace is 1,000 times better than that little boy from the Su family." Wang Bibi practiced martial arts, slacking off 3 days and training 2 days, yet she had already broken through to the 4th rank shortly after turning 17. If she had focused on her training, she would have likely reached the 5th or even 6th rank by now. The old man with silver hair was well aware of this, and while speaking, he discreetly covered Wang Bibi's lower body with a light blanket. "Furthermore, Su Qing is Miss Yini's former fiancé. If she finds out you let Su Qing be your teacher, she will not be pleased." Wang Bibi giggled like a little fox. "That's exactly why I want her to know, otherwise what's the point of me coming to Jiangzhou Martial University?" Wang Yini always has a deadpan look, as cold as a block of ice. It would be great to see her lose her composure. The old man with silver hair was left speechless. All right, I know. After I turn 18, I will return and won't make things difficult for you and the old man. But do I really have to take Shui Wang as my master? I've heard that Shui Wang is cold like Yini, and I feel he's not suited for me. Ahem, miss, don't speak ill of a king. It doesn't have to be Shui Wang. According to the clan leader, any king in Jinwu Alliance who is friendly with the Wang family would be fine, but Shui Wang is the best choice. Wang Bibi did not understand, but the silver-haired old man knew that Shui Wang was one of the highest-ranking kings in Jinwu Alliance, far beyond that of ordinary kings. Then what about Wu Wang? Wang Bibi became spirited. Cough, cough, cough. The old man with silver hair almost choked on his own saliva. "Miss, let's choose someone else. How could Wu Wang be possible?" "Who is Wu Wang?" "He is one of the 4 pillars of the Xia Kingdom and the founder of the Jinwu Alliance. The current little Wu Wang who runs the Jinwu Alliance is Wu Wang's son. Wu Wang has long ceased taking disciples and has been stationed at the alien battlefield for many years without returning to the Xia Kingdom. How could he possibly take Wang Bibi as a disciple? In the eyes of someone like Wu Wang, the so-called geniuses are nothing at all. Only kings have the qualifications to converse with him." Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Qing did not stop. After consuming another exquisite liang grass, his qi and blood had risen to 13,983 calories. Now Su Qing is powerful enough to sweep through the pinnacle of the 6th rank. Of course, there is still a certain gap when facing a master. The amplification of strength from the power of heaven and earth is incredibly terrifying. With the same vitality, one who has mastered the power of heaven and earth can easily take on dozens or even hundreds of those who have not. However, if he can elevate his understanding of the heavenly emperor fist to a higher level, Su Qing feels he can still contend with a master. He is not yet prepared to use the sacred sungrass. The effect of the top-grade sacred sungrass with a 100-fold critical hit is already astonishing. One can only imagine how terrifying the effect of the sacred grass with a 1,000-fold critical hit would be. He worries his body may not be able to handle it. He will discuss it after breaking through to master and mastering the power of heaven and earth. Su Qing stepped out of the quiet room and found an elderly man in a dark blue robe with white beard and hair looking kindly at him in the living room. "Grandpa Mu, what brings you here?" Su Mu, the old steward who has followed Su Tianyan for over 100 years, asked. "Have you broken through?" Su Qing's vitality had not yet fully settled, but Su Mu could clearly sense the surging vitality due to his own strength. "Yes, I just broke through to the 6th rank." Good. Su Mu laughed as he took out a crystal box from his storage ring. "This is something the clan leader specially had me bring to you upon learning of your breakthrough to the 5th rank. I didn't expect you to give us a surprise by breaking through to the 6th rank. This item is even more suitable for you." "What is this?" Su Qing vaguely guessed. Sure enough, upon opening the box, he found a dark, gleaming fruit lying inside. The dark spirit fruit. His pupils constricted. Although it is not as good as the spatial spirit fruit, the dark spirit fruit is undeniably one of the top-tier spiritual fruits of heaven and earth. In the history of the Xia Kingdom, the dark spirit fruit has only appeared a handful of times. Surely the Elder Council won't agree to Grandpa giving me the dark spirit fruit, right? Su Qing couldn't help but ask. In the eyes of others in the Su family, Su Qing was still the same useless person, and it was absolutely impossible for them to agree to him using the dark spirit fruit. "This dark spirit fruit is your grandfather's collection, a personal possession, so there's no need to discuss it at the Elder Council," Su Mu said. Su Qing shook his head. Although he said that his grandfather is still the head of the Su family, giving the dark spirit fruit, which could potentially create a super powerhouse for the family, to Su Qing would undoubtedly bring a lot of pressure and criticism. "Or do you feel unworthy of the dark spirit fruit?" Su Mu looked at him with a hint of a smile. Su Qing smirked. "Grandpa Mu, there's no need to provoke me like that. The dark spirit fruit is mine to receive." He carefully placed the dark spirit fruit back into the box. Su Mu then pulled out a blue spatial ring. The Yolan ring has a space of 100 cubic meters. You will be able to use it once you reach master level. Normally, spatial rings have only a few cubic meters of internal space. Those with 100 cubic meters are quite rare and considered treasures. In addition to the dark spirit fruit and the Yolan ring, Su Mu also brought a large number of cultivation resources to help Su Qing quickly complete his 6th rank training and elevate his vitality to 10,000 calories. He also warned him not to expose the existence of the dark spirit fruit, or it might attract unwanted attention from certain malicious individuals. Jiangzhou Martial University. As Wang Beibei entered the school, a young man in white clothes with an elegant smile approached her holding a large bouquet of roses. "Beibei, from the moment I saw you." Stop. Wang Beibei rolled her eyes. "We shouldn't know each other, should we? Please call me by my full name, Wang Beibei." "Oh, I forgot." The young man slapped his forehead. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Qin Lia Jr., the Vice President of the Jiangzhou Martial University Student Council. Vice President Qin is my father." When he mentioned the last point, the young man displayed a self-satisfied smile. All 3 vice presidents of Jiangzhou Martial University are 7th rank masters. Many new students around looked at him in astonishment. Born into such a family, Qin Li is undoubtedly a true rich young master in Jiangzhou City. "It's Qin Li," some senior students whispered. "I heard he just promoted to a 3rd rank warrior not long ago." Many girls began to sparkle in admiration. It's one thing to have a good family background, but he's also handsome and has high martial arts talent. He is the ideal boyfriend template. However, looking at Wang Beibei, they felt inferior. No matter how they looked at it, they could not compare. Only such a great beauty could match Qin Li, they thought sourly. Wang Beibei looked at Qin Li, who was strutting like a proud peacock, and couldn't help but roll her eyes, feeling speechless inside. This person truly has a high opinion of himself. In Kyoto, all the noble family heirs pursuing her could form a long line, and each of them was a genius. Moreover, their family backgrounds were hundreds or thousands of times better than this guy's, yet she remained indifferent. Childish. Wang Beibei was too lazy to deal with him and walked towards the classroom. Qin Li furrowed his brows, wondering why he couldn't capture her attention. "Beibei, wait." He blocked Wang Beibei's path. What do you want? Wang Beibei was somewhat furious. If there weren't so many people around, she would really want to beat him up. Tonight I'm taking you out to dinner at a 5-star hotel. I'm busy. Beibei, let me explain. From the moment he saw Wang Beibei, he knew that this woman could only belong to him. The principal is coming, Zhang Wen shouted from the crowd. As he approached, he saw Qin Li entangling Wang Beibei. Being students under Su Qing, he decisively spoke up to assist her. Upon hearing the principal's name, Qin Li nervously looked around. Relying on his father being the vice principal, few could make him feel fear at Jiangzhou Martial University. The principal was the one he feared the most. Not seeing Han Yuanhong, Qin Li breathed a sigh of relief followed by anger as he furiously asked, "Who the hell is shouting? Are you looking for death?" His gaze turned towards the source of the voice. The crowd parted, revealing Zhang Wen. "Is it you, kid, eh?" Qin Li's expression darkened. Zhang Wen felt a prickling sensation on his. Although he had raised his vitality to 118 calories in a short time, with the sacred sun grass Su Qing provided, he was still not even a third-rank warrior, and facing Qin Li, a third-rank warrior, he felt immense pressure. Bang! Out of nowhere, Qin Li kicked Zhang Wen, sending him flying over 10 meters. Zhang Wen crashed to the ground, feeling as if his body was about to fall apart. Cough, cough. He slowly got up, his eyes filled with anger. Qin Li sneered. He had seen too much anger from the weak. Remember, it'll give you a small lesson this time. If there's a next time, I won't let you off so easily. And also, no matter how angry you are, the gap between us will only grow larger. In short, who told you to be weak? Zhang Wen didn't speak, his anger receding in his eyes. Qin Li felt uncomfortable. Given how he humiliated this kid, shouldn't he be enraged and rush at him? Such a calm reaction made him uneasy. A dog that bites doesn't bark. Qin Li's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he scanned Zhang Wen's legs. If that's the case, then he might as well cripple him. Bang! An arm blocked in front of Zhang Wen. It was Su Qing. Not far away, Wang Beibei sighed in relief and signaled to a certain spot, indicating that there was no need to take action. Which student dares to be so ruthless against a classmate? Who taught you this? Su Qing's face was cold as frost. If he hadn't arrived quickly, Zhang Wen would have been crippled. Although there are ways to recover, the cost would be significant. What does it have to do with you? Qin Li replied nonchalantly. Although he couldn't eliminate that brat, it didn't mean he would fear an ordinary teacher. He knew the people in the school he couldn't provoke, and the young teacher before him was not one of them. Zhang Wen stepped back behind Su Qing, his head bowed and fists clenched tightly. Strength. Strength is still what is needed. Teacher, I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs. If you want to stay at Jiangzhou Martial University, you need to understand who you cannot offend. Qin Li sneered. Su Qing was taken aback. Was this a threat? He chuckled. Who is your mentor? I would very much like to meet this person I cannot offend. Qin Li adjusted his clothes. Listen carefully, my mentor is also my father, Qin Zhengmin. He articulated each word clearly. So you're the son of Vice Principal Qin. Since you know, what will you do? Qin Li suddenly felt a lightness in his body as Su Qing lifted him effortlessly with one hand. If Vice Principal Qin cannot manage his son, then I will help him. Su Qing sneered coldly. Today I will reluctantly act as your father and teach you the principles of being a person. Slap. Su Qing's hand came down, and Qin Li's left cheek visibly swelled, leaving him dazed. Bastard. Slap. This slap was even heavier. Blood flowed from Qin Li's mouth, and even half a tooth was lost. You? Vice Principal Qin, you. After 2 slaps, he could not even articulate his words. Smack. 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 A series of slaps sounded like firecrackers as Su Qing struck Qin Li repeatedly, turning him into a pig's head. The onlooking students scattered, only daring to watch from a distance to avoid being caught up in it. Qin Li had a notorious reputation. Damn, this teacher is too fierce. He dares to beat up Qin Li. Isn't he afraid of Vice Principal Qin? Well done. I've disliked that Qin surname for a long time. Qin Li was incredibly furious. Being publicly slapped like this left the son of Qin feeling humiliated. After teaching Qin Li a lesson, Su Qing let him go. You little brat. Qin Li shouted resentfully. Moi. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Qin Li felt as if his throat had been seized, too afraid to threaten again, and could only leave in disgrace. Su Qing watched his retreating figure. He wouldn't interfere with others, but if anyone dared to be arrogant in front of him again, he would break that brat's legs. Teacher, I'm sorry, Zhang Wen, it was my fault. Wang Beibei walked up to Su Qing, her demeanor submissive. She felt somewhat guilty towards Zhang Wen, as it was her fault that he had taken a hit. It's not your fault. Zhang Wen shook his head. Even if I hadn't come, nothing would have happened to you, right? Su Qing looked at Wang Beibei with a knowing smile. If it weren't for Grandpa Mu telling him, he would have never known that this girl was actually the daughter of the Wang family head. Wang Beibei stuck out her tongue, realizing Su Qing knew her identity. Zhang Wen was puzzled, wondering what Su Qing meant by that. Do you want to experience today's events again? Su Qing turned to ask him. Zhang Wen clenched his fists again, recalling the helplessness he felt facing Qin Li. He didn't want to experience that kind of despair where he could not fight back again. Moreover, he had always held a strong desire to seek justice for the Zhang family. Relying solely on words would not suffice. He needed strength, immense strength. I don't want to, he said firmly. Su Qing nodded. After all this time, he knew that Zhang Wen must be hiding something in his heart, which had led to his somewhat reclusive personality and strong desire for power. However, due to limitations in talent and resources, his strength was mediocre. Su Qing admired his stubbornness, effort, and even obsession, so he didn't mind giving him a push from behind. Of course, he would also benefit from it. Come to my small courtyard after class, Su Qing said, looking at Wang Beibei. You don't need to come, you wouldn't be interested in what I have to offer. I understand, Wang Beibei pouted. She lacked resources and wasn't interested in what Su Qing was going to give Zhang Wen. The old man had prepared everything, including a top-quality heavenly spirit fruit, but he was simply too lazy. After that, the three of them went their separate ways to class. After class, Zhang Wen arrived in front of the small courtyard. Zhang Wen, Chen Yuqing walked over. You came too? Yes, Teacher Su asked me to come. Su Qing heard the voice and opened the door to let. Looking at the spacious small courtyard and various exquisite decorations, the two felt a bit uneasy, obediently following behind. However, they had already guessed from Su Qing's generous actions that his identity was more than just a teacher, so they weren't overly surprised. The reason I called you here is to ask if you are willing to take me as your master, Su Qing said slowly. Not as a mentor from the university, but as a true master. Chen Yuqing and Zhang Wen looked at him in astonishment. I am willing, Zhang Wen said immediately. On the contrary, Chen Yuqing seemed somewhat hesitant. If she became a formal disciple of Teacher Su, would that mean she couldn't? Yuqing. Su Qing looked at her face, gradually turning red, puzzled. Teacher Su, I am willing. Chen Yuqing came back to her senses, her face flushed again as she said she was willing. Good, Su Qing nodded. Without wine, the two had a simple ceremony of apprenticeship using tea. Instead, thus, Su Qing gained two true disciples. In the flourishing martial arts of the Xia Kingdom, the master-disciple relationship is very important. Treating the master like a father and the disciple like a son is not just words. Today, as you enter my sect, Yuqing, being slightly older, will be the senior sister, and Xiaowen will be the junior brother. Su Qing took a sip of tea. This is the gift I prepared for your initiation. He flipped his hand, and two heavenly spirit fruits appeared. This is the heavenly spirit fruit. Heavenly spirit fruit. The two looked puzzled. Teacher, what is this useful for? Zhang Wen asked, taking the dark spirit fruit. I will tell you both the function of the heavenly spirit fruit once you reach the 4th rank. Also, the heavenly spirit fruit is very precious, so it will be kept with me for now. Come find me to collect it once your vitality breaks through 10,000 cards. 10,000 cards of vitality combined with the heavenly spirit fruit would give a high probability of breaking through to the master level. However, upon hearing the figure of 10,000 cards, Chen Yuqing and the others widened their eyes. Their current total vitality was only around 120 cards. 10,000 cards of vitality is nearly 100 times more. Ding. The host grants disciple Dark Spirit Fruit 1 piece, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, obtaining Dark Origin Fruit 1 piece. Ding. The host grants disciple Space Spirit Fruit 1 piece, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, obtaining Space Origin Fruit 1 piece. Just as Su Qing indicated that he would give the two spirit fruits to Chen Yuqing, the system notification also rang timely. The heavenly spirit fruit turned into origin fruit after the 10,000-fold critical hit. Teacher, 10,000 cards of vitality. This. Zhang Wen forced a smile. He was well aware of his situation. After being forcibly stripped of the divine bone from his body by the Zhang family, he had remained in a state of weakness. Most of the vitality generated from martial arts would be used to replenish the body's consumption, with only a small portion being retained, which is why his cultivation speed was so slow. 10,000 cards of vitality. Given his current situation, he estimated he would never reach it in this lifetime. Don't worry, I will help you both quickly raise your vitality to 10,000 cards. Su Qing said slowly, opening the nearby box. Two boxes, one containing various bottles filled with pills, and the other filled with various spiritual herbs, including the fierce sungrass. Both individuals were astonished. How much do these things cost? After class, every day come to me, and I will help you enhance your vitality, as well as teach you marksmanship and other martial skills. Yes. The two nodded. Chen Yuqing felt that only by becoming stronger could she get closer to Su Qing and do more for him. Zhang Wen, on the other hand, saw a glimmer of hope for revenge against the Zhang family, though it was still quite faint. It's getting late today, you should go back and come again tomorrow. Seeing that the sky was already dark, Su Qing let them leave. Teacher, we're leaving now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. As he watched them leave, Su Qing entered the quiet room and took out two origin fruits. They looked similar to the heavenly spiritual fruits, but were slightly smaller with faint golden threads visible inside. Origin fruit. Su Qing's eyes flickered. He had never heard of this term before, but it was undoubtedly a treasure being the product of the heavenly spiritual fruits 10,000-fold critical hit. He first swallowed the space origin fruit in one gulp. Instantly his head buzzed, and for a moment the world spun around him as a dazzling golden light engulfed him, causing waves of dizziness. Splash! The sound of flowing water reached his ears. Su Qing opened his eyes to find himself on the bank of a wide river, the water flowing slowly in golden hues through the void. Where is this? Su Qing wondered. Is this the difference between the origin fruit and the heavenly spiritual fruit? He had never heard of such a phenomenon occurring after swallowing the heavenly spiritual fruit. It felt like a dream, yet was incredibly real. He looked down at the river and noticed something unusual. The river water was not real water but strands of golden threads, and upon closer inspection, they were wrapped in a faint mysterious power. It resembled the power of heaven and earth, yet was even more profound and unfathomable. Perhaps it should be called the power of origin. In just a few seconds, several types of origin power flowed past him: fire source, wind source, light source. He reached out to grab them, but they slipped easily through his fingers. Until the golden thread of space origin flowed down, Su Qing touched it with his hand, and that space origin thread followed his fingers into his body. A wealth of insights about space flashed in his mind. Another golden thread of space origin flowed down, and Su Qing repeated the action. Who is it? Are they stealing the space origin? A roar like the judgment of the heavens erupted, and the entire origin river trembled violently. Su Qing was nearly shaken into the river. Is someone there? He looked upstream of the river and saw a towering figure shrouded in chaotic energy walking downstream upon the river. The stirring of the giant caused the river to swell. However, this also quickened the flow, prompting Su Qing to quickly lie on the bank and seize the opportunity to catch the space origin golden thread. Boom! As he approached, the mysterious giant roared and struck down with a massive hand. Su Qing shifted his thoughts and vanished from his spot. In the quiet room, Su Qing's body erupted with waves of purple and mysterious energy. He had gathered 9 golden threads of space origin, but the insights contained within them exceeded his expectations, overwhelming him with immense information. First level of space origin power. Third level of space origin power. 8th level of space origin power. He only stopped when the space origin power reached the 8th level. Huff! Su Qing exhaled, rubbing his head. He had only digested a small portion of the insights about space in his mind. He estimated that fully digesting them could elevate his space origin power to a significantly higher level. The true essence can only be mastered by those who surpass the standard in martial arts, and it is also a step forward for the power of heaven and earth. If the power of space is one of the highest forms of heaven and earth power, then the space origin power is the father of space power. Even with Su Qing mastering the space origin power, he could fight 2 or 3 levels higher, even if he was already at the master realm. Moreover, he now possessed the 8th level of space origin power. As long as he enhanced his vitality, he could quickly reach the peak master of the 9th grade. Once he stabilized himself, Su Qing took out the darkness origin fruit. After pondering for a while, he put it back. Swallowing the darkness origin fruit would likely lead him back to the side of that origin river. Perhaps that mysterious giant was waiting there, so it was better to wait a while before eating it. After resting for a night, Su Qing arrived at school. Su teacher, come with me. There's a meeting in the conference room. Qin Li approached with a cold smile, his arrogance unabashed. Are you looking to get hit again? Su Qing glanced at him. Humph. Qin Li snorted coldly, saying ominously, I've told you before, some people you can't afford to offend. After today, there will be no place for you at Jiangzhou Martial University. And those 3 students of yours, I've already transferred them under my father's name. The 2 girls are nice. As for Zhang, when he'll treat him well. Slap. Su Qing slapped him. Qin Li spun 3 times in the air before crashing to the ground. You. His eyes turned red as he glared at Su Qing. Do you think I wouldn't dare to do anything to you, so you come here to provoke me? Su Qing looked at him indifferently. Do you really believe that just because you have a master you can act recklessly? Qin Li broke out in a cold sweat. Su Qing's gaze frightened him. I had given you a chance. Su Qing sighed softly. No, don't I? In the conference room, Principal Han Yuanhong sat at the head of the table, flanked by 3 vice principals and a teacher responsible for school discipline. What I need to say is this: Su Qing publicly assaulted a student in front of everyone. He must be expelled to set an example. Qin Jingmin stated with righteous indignation. I do not deny that there is a personal motive involved. After all, Qin Li is my son. But more importantly, it is for the reputation of the school. Who would dare to apply to Jiangzhou Martial University with a teacher like this? Please think carefully, everyone. After Qin Jingmin sat down, the vice principal responsible for school discipline, Wang Cheng, pushed up his glasses. Vice Principal Qin, please remain calm. Wait until Su Qing arrives to inquire before making a decision. We cannot let the bad guy go, but also cannot wrong the good guy, right? Qin Zhengmin snorted coldly, somewhat dissatisfied. The other teachers maintained a neutral demeanor, not participating in the conversation between the two vice principals to avoid offending anyone. Moreover, everyone knew what kind of person Qin Li was. Those who had been at the school for several years understood clearly that if Qin Zhengmin did not protect him, he would have been tossed into the river to feed the fish long ago. The door opened. All the teachers turned their gazes. Qin Zhengmin stood up, abruptly gritting his teeth as he looked at Su Qing, who was holding the unconscious Qin Li. Qin Li's legs dangled limply in the air. What have you done? Qin Zhengmin questioned. I merely saw that young Master Qin enjoys bouncing around, so I ensured that he can bounce no more. Su Qing replied with a smile. The other teachers shivered. Can bounce no more. Doesn't that mean he has been rendered useless? Su teacher is ruthless. However, doing so would certainly offend Vice Principal Qin. Even Han Yuanhong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them, slightly frowning. He had not expected the situation to develop to this point, and it was clear he could not avoid giving Qin Zhengmin an explanation. Qin Zhengmin took Qin Li and touched his leg. The bones were already shattered. Such a severe injury recovery was nearly impossible, and even if it were possible, the price to pay was beyond his capacity. Qin Li was ruined. Qin Zhengmin glared at Su Qing with a predatory gaze. If it weren't for the principal and so many teachers present, he would surely have killed this kid himself. Principal, will you just sit back and watch my son be ruined? Qin Zhengmin's voice was low, like a volcano about to erupt. Han Yuanhong rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. Now, even if he wanted to protect Su Qing, he had no way to do so. After all, regardless of what mistake Qin Li had made, the fact that Su Qing had ruined him required an explanation for Qin Zhengmin. Let's vote. Those in favor of expelling Su Qing, raise your hands. Qin Zhengmin was the first to raise his hand. Then came the second, the third. Even Wang Chong, who usually clashed with Qin Zhengmin, raised his hand. Everyone understood this was an unspoken agreement to appease him. Qin Zhengmin's cold gaze swept over, looking for those who did not raise their hands. Seeing his demeanor, those who hadn't quickly raised their hands. Everyone knew that Qin Zhengmin was in a furious state, and they dared not provoke him at this moment. Didn't they see that the other two vice principals had raised their hands in agreement? I announce that the vote has passed. Su Qing is expelled. Han Yuanhong concluded. To pacify Qin Zhengmin, the only option was to expel Su Qing. As for whether Qin Zhengmin would still cause trouble for Su Qing after his expulsion, that was no longer the school's concern. Wait a minute. Su Qing shouted. Please leave Jiangzhou Martial University. You are no longer a teacher here and have no right to speak. Qin Zhengmin interrupted him with a cold laugh. Outside the school, he had plenty of ways to deal with this kid. I am indeed no longer a teacher at Jiangzhou Martial University. Oh, I am. The vice principal. Su Qing said calmly. Others looked at him in astonishment. Was this kid out of his mind, spouting nonsense here? Qin Zhengmin laughed. If you are the vice principal, then I am the principal's grandfather. Cough, I mean no offense, principal. Don't think that pretending to be crazy will spare you from expulsion. It's useless, just get lost. If Vice Principal Qin doesn't believe it, he can call to ask. Oh wait, it should be Principal Han who calls. I almost forgot him in the class of Vice Principal Qin. Su Qing smiled. You're crazy, you really are crazy. Qin Zhengmin looked at him as if he were a fool. This kid was talking more and more nonsense, spouting gibberish. Alright, Su Qing, you should leave now, Han Yuanhong said in a deep voice. He secretly shook his head. What was the use of lingering here after the vote had passed? Leaving sooner would give him a chance to avoid Qin Zhengmin's revenge. Why doesn't Principal Han call to ask? Su Qing continued to press, causing Han Yuanhong's expression to darken. Then let's satisfy you. He was somewhat displeased, but still opened his phone. Huh. As soon as he opened his phone, Han Yuanhong saw several missed calls from Jiangzhou Martial University's Superior Education Authority. Could it be that what Su Qing said was true? The call was connected. Hello, Director Lin, this is Han Yuanhong from Jiangzhou Martial University. Old Han, I just called you to inform you about something regarding Jiangzhou Martial University. Listening to Director Lin's voice, Han Yuanhong's expression changed. After hanging up, he looked at Su Qing with a bewildered expression. Principal? Wang Chong asked in confusion. Su Qing, no, Vice Principal Su is telling the truth. He will be the Vice Principal of Jiangzhou Martial University from now on. Han Yuanhong said solemnly, looking at Qin Zhengmin. Old Qin, it seems. You might have to step down. The setup for the university's principal includes one head and 3 vice principals. With Su Qing rising naturally, one vice principal must step down. The higher authorities had decreed that Qin Zhengmin must step down. Han Yuanhong cast a deep glance at Su Qing. He had just had a conflict with Qin Zhengmin's family yesterday, and today he was making Qin Zhengmin step down. What a powerful means and background. With the surname Su, could he be from the Su family in Kyoto? If so, then Qin Zhengmin had really run into a brick wall this time. In fact, Su Qing had made the call on the way to the conference room. For the Su family, removing a vice principal from a third-rate martial university was not a difficult task. Upon hearing Han Yuanhong's words, the conference room erupted in chaos. No one expected that the nonsense Su Qing had spoken was actually true. Qin Jingmin, who had been the vice principal of Jiangzhou Martial University for over a decade, was thus brought to an end. Impossible, Qin Jingmin roared. He could not believe it, and took out his phone to make a call. Old Ma, it's me, Qin Jingmin, I have a question for you. As he made a few calls to acquaintances, and received the same results, he smashed his phone with a loud bang. Why? I have dedicated my life to Jiangzhou Martial University. How can they dismiss me without a reason? His face twisted with rage. In fact, many teachers were secretly delighted to find out that Qin Jingmin had indeed been dismissed. Over the years, he and his son had done many outrageous and oppressive things. Not to mention students, many teachers could not stand them. No way. The vice principal of a martial university must be at least a 7th year. That's a strict rule. How can a 5th-year martial artist hold the position of vice principal? That's against the rules. I will expose you. Qin Jingmin suddenly remembered this matter as if he had grasped a lifeline. Right? Other teachers also reacted. A 5th-year martial artist could not become vice principal, right? If Qin Jingmin truly went to expose it, he would undoubtedly succeed, and even many higher-ups would be implicated. I can't be vice principal, and you can't either, Qin Jingmin said fiercely. Su Qing chuckled and extended his hand. Look, what is this? His palm gradually gathered a flow of air, soon enveloping his entire arm in a faint purple space. Origin power. The power of heaven and earth. Wang Chong exclaimed. Wasn't Su Qing a 5th-year martial artist? How could he be a 7th-tier master? Han Yuanhong was equally astonished. This kid was not being honest. He had actually hidden his strength. However, what kind of power of heaven and earth was this purple? With his knowledge, he could not discern. Qin Zhengmin's chest rose and fell violently. Today's repeated blows left him with a fire in his heart that could not be vented. Master, why are you hiding your strength? I don't believe it. Boom. Qin Jingmin struck fiercely. A faint red power of heaven and earth formed a layer of gauze on the surface of his body, making him appear engulfed in flames. The power of heaven and earth related to fire. Old Qin, stop. Han Yuanhong shouted. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Su Qing remained unafraid and struck with a heavy fist. Boom. The two fists met in just an instant. Qin Zhengmin's face changed drastically as he, horrified, realized he couldn't withstand it. He was a 7th-tier high-level master. Puff. In just a second or two, Qin Jingmin spat blood and was sent flying, collapsing on the ground, the power of heaven and earth dissipating. This. Han Yuanhong was caught off guard. Qin Jingmin was a seasoned 7th-tier master. He never expected to be defeated so miserably. Wang Chong, take old Qin to the hospital. After checking Qin Jingmin, Han Yuanhong said to Wang Chong, and Qin Li, take Qin Li away as well. All right. Wang Chong called 2 teachers, and they carried Qin Jingmin and Qin Li out of the conference room. Su, Vice Principal, congratulations. Han Yuanhong expressed his congratulations to Su Qing. Principal Han, you're too polite. In the future, school affairs will still rely on you and the other 2 vice principals. Oh, I am just a hands-off manager. Han Yuanhong nodded. If there's nothing else, let's dismiss the meeting. It's over. Wait. Su Qing. Han Yuanhong raised an eyebrow. I actually do have something to discuss. Su Qing chuckled. Principal, what do you think about holding a martial arts ranking competition at school once a month? A martial arts ranking competition. Yes, it should involve every grade, allowing students to compete and enhance their practical skills. The top 100 students before each competition can receive rewards, with richer rewards for higher rankings. Su Qing spoke confidently. Currently, the reward standards I've set are as follows for those ranked from 50 to 100. No one. Han Yuanhong and the others in the conference room exchanged strange glances. Ahem. The vice principal in charge of the school's finances, Lin Yu, lightly coughed twice. Vice Principal Su, our Jiangzhou Martial University is only a 3rd-rate institution. The allocated budget each year is limited. If we hold a martial arts ranking competition according to your standards, the school's funds will likely run out quickly. Lin Yu forced a smile. Han Yuanhong then spoke up. Similar martial arts competitions proposed by Vice Principal Su have been suggested by other teachers in the past, but ultimately they fell through due to lack of funds. Our school is like a child without relatives, and using the funds for teaching is already a struggle. Unless it's a competition without rewards, but without incentives, students won't be very interested, and it won't yield good results. I understand, Su Qing nodded. So my idea is that the rewards for the martial arts ranking competition will be covered by me personally. Everyone. Personal coverage. Do you know how much that will cost? Lin Yu shook his head. Young people wanting to do something after just rising to their positions is normal, but it's not wise to pretend to be rich when your proposal is rejected. You don't need to worry about my financial capacity. Su Qing smiled slightly, waving his hand to pull out several large boxes from a deep blue ring. I've already prepared the rewards for the first martial arts ranking competition. Lin Yu and the other teachers were stunned. Are you serious? Principal Han. Su Qing looked at Han Yuanhong. Since Vice Principal Su is willing to provide substantial support for the students, we must hold this martial arts ranking competition at Jiangzhou Martial University. Preparations for the first martial arts ranking competition will start tomorrow with Vice Principal Su serving as the head of the organizing committee and Vice Principal Lin assisting as deputy head. Han Yuanhong firmly declared. After the meeting adjourned, a group of teachers discussed animatedly outside the conference room. Today's meeting was originally a routine discussion regarding the punishment of a new teacher, but unexpectedly generated so many surprises that they couldn't help but feel thrilled. The teachers focused on Qin Zhengmin and Su Qing while the students were concerned about the recently announced martial arts ranking competition at Jiangzhou Martial University. The generous rewards made the students excited. News of the ranking competition spread rapidly. Did you hear about the martial arts ranking competition starting next month? Martial arts ranking competition, what's that? Didn't your mentor tell you? No. Oh, this competition allows students to rank through combat. As long as you can place in the top 100, you can receive rewards. Even the 100th place can earn 2 bottles of Qi blood pills. Really? Really? The school announcement has come out. A total of 400 students from all grades can receive rewards in each competition. Then I better get ready. I am already a first-grade martial artist. Maybe with some luck I can make it to the top 100. After school, Chen Yuqing, Zhang Wen, and Wang Beibei came to Su Qing's small courtyard together. Teacher. Chen Yuqing and Zhang Wen called out in unison. Wang Beibei looked at them in surprise. Usually one would use a surname when addressing a mentor, and calling someone teacher directly usually indicates a formal master-student relationship. Have you two become students of Teacher Su? The two nodded. Oh, Wang Beibei didn't ask further. Su Qing approached. Beibei, wait a moment. I'll help Yuqing and Xiaowen become formal martial artists first, then I'll teach you the spear techniques. All right, Wang Beibei replied nonchalantly. After all, she wasn't particularly fond of cultivation. How much Qi blood do you both have? 119 cards, Zhang Wen said. I have 122 cards, but I haven't started refining my skin yet. A first-grade martial artist means skin refining, where the skin is trained to be incredibly tough, making it hard for swords and blades to penetrate. Generally, a Qi blood level of 120 cards is needed to begin refining the skin. First, use the Liang grass to elevate your Qi blood to 125 cards, and then use the skin refining pill to speed up the refining process. Su Qing pondered for a moment and said. He took out the Liang grass. Yuqing, you come first. I will help you refine the medicinal power. Yes, teacher. Chen Yuqing swallowed several pieces of Liang grass. As the medicinal power surged, Su Qing placed his hands on Chen Yuqing's back to help guide the medicinal power to activate her Qi blood. With Su Qing, a 7th-grade master, assisting, within just a few minutes, Chen Yuqing's Qi blood rose to 125 cards. Ding! The host helped the disciple increase 3 cards of Qi blood, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, gaining 3,000 cards of Qi blood. The system prompt sounded. Su Qing, this is possible. Teacher, what's wrong? Chen Yuqing asked with a puzzled expression. It's nothing, Xiaowen, it's your turn. Su Qing calmed himself. Directly increasing the Qi blood was certainly a good thing, saving him a lot of time. Then Zhang Wen also swallowed the Liang grass, and with Su Qing's help his Qi blood rose to 125 cards, but it took more than an hour. In between, Zhang Wen even ate a piece of Liang grass. Xiaowen, there's something unusual about your body. Su Qing frowned. Something seemed strange. It was as if there was a blank area in Zhang Wen's body, causing the Qi blood generated to fill that void, resulting in a very low efficiency of growth. Teacher, I do have some issues with my body, Zhang Wen said, looking down and not elaborating. He didn't want Su Qing to get involved in these grievances. He knew very well how powerful the Zhang family was. Even if the teacher had some financial means and background, it was insignificant in front of the Zhang family. All right, you can tell me when you feel it's appropriate, and I will do my best to help you. Su Qing also realized he didn't want to say, thank you, teacher. Zhang Wen expressed his gratitude. I'm your teacher, this is what I should do. Su Qing then took out 2 skin refining pills, saying you can start the skin refining process to become formal martial artists now. Chen Yuqing and Zhang Wen's faces showed excitement. Becoming formal martial artists. They didn't expect to reach this step so quickly. As before, take the skin refining pills, and I will refine the medicinal power for you to speed up the refining process. They both took the skin refining pills, quickly digesting the medicinal power. With Su Qing's assistance, their skin visibly tightening. Consuming Qi blood to refine the skin would also produce a substantial amount of Qi blood in the process. Furthermore, refining the skin made the body as a vessel much harder, allowing it to bear more Qi blood. Ultimately, both Chen Yuqing and Zhang Wen became formal first-grade initial stage martial artists, one with 138 cards of Qi blood and the other with 135 cards. Compared to before, one of their chi blood increased by 13 cards and the other by 10 cards, both triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit. In total, Su Qing received a refund of 23,000 cards of chi blood, which was even more than his current total chi blood amount. The breakthrough in vitality has surpassed 40,000. The two conditions for advancing to the 8th rank Grandmaster are a vitality breakthrough of 50,000 and the power of heaven and earth reaching the 4th level. Now, with his spatial origin power at the 8th level and vitality at 40,000, he is firmly at the high end of the 7th rank, very close to the 8th rank. Let's go, we'll teach you gun techniques. Su Qing led the two outside where Wang Beibei was squatting next to the fierce sun grass, observing it carefully. Teacher Su, why is this fierce sun grass a bit different? Wang Beibei looked puzzled. Why does this one seem to contain more power? Not just a little. This is a product of the fierce sun grass after a 10,000-fold critical hit. Su Qing thought to himself. Maybe it gets more sunlight here, he said casually. Forget about the fierce sun grass, let me teach you 3 gun techniques. The gun technique I want to teach you is called Swimming Dragon Spirit Strike. As the name suggests, this technique emphasizes skill and agility, making it very suitable for you to use against enemies at your current stage. The 3 listened attentively, and Wang Beibei was no exception. Having practiced gun techniques in the Wang family, which also focused on skills, the Swimming Dragon Spirit Strike was perfect for her. There are a total of 9 moves in the Swimming Dragon Spirit Strike. I will first demonstrate them for you. The first move, Swimming Dragon Flick. Su Qing's long spear danced in his hand, resembling a silver dragon, soaring, either retracting, extending, thrusting, or sweeping. The air was filled with the sound of slicing through the void as the spear seemed to extend from his body. The original owner had mediocre talent for martial arts, but when it came to gun techniques, he was nothing short of a prodigy. Su Qing demonstrated all 9 moves of the Swimming Dragon Spirit Strike. Ding! The host imparts the gun technique Swimming Dragon Spirit Strike to the disciples, triggering a 10,000-fold return, acquiring a manual of gun god secrets. Su Qing instantly felt a surge of information in his mind. Gun god secrets. Created by a certain divine being of gun techniques, it took 10,000 years to compile, encapsulating their lifetime of experience with guns, and including many extremely powerful gun techniques. This is a comprehensive treasure of gun techniques. If this were to get out, who knows how many gun-wielding powerhouses would go mad. Chen Yuqing Zhang won, and Wang Beibei noticed Su Qing suddenly standing still motionless. Teacher! Chen Yuqing called softly. Su Qing snapped back to reality. The Swimming Dragon Spirit Strike is considered one of the simpler gun techniques. I will practice it 2 more times, and you all practice along with me. By the way, you don't have long spears, do you? He took out 3 long spears from his blue ring and handed them to the 3. These long spears are a gift for you. They should be enough for now. Wang Beibei was taken aback. Teacher Su, are you a grandmaster? Only a grandmaster who has mastered the power of heaven and earth can use a storage ring. Su Qing nodded. Chen Yuqing and Zhang Wen were stunned. Wasn't the teacher a 5th rank martial artist? How did he become a grandmaster? There are not even a handful of grandmasters in the entire Jiangzhou Martial Academy. In their eyes, a grandmaster is already an unreachable figure. But now a living grandmaster stood before them, and he was their teacher. This was too incredible. Teacher Su, both of them have mid-level spirit weapons. Why am I only given a low-level spirit weapon? Wang Beibei looked pitiful. Did Beibei do something wrong? Boo-hoo. Spirit weapons are sentient weapons that can withstand the power of heaven and earth, typically standard for grandmasters. Martial artists below grandmaster cannot fully unleash the power of spirit weapons. Su Qing, what kind of wealthy household does your Wang family think I don't know? Don't mention mid-level spirit weapons. There are plenty of high-level ones. Moreover, he only had 2 mid-level spirit weapons in hand. Seeing Wang Beibei still pretending to cry, looking aggrieved, Su Qing helplessly handed her the only high-level spirit weapon, long spear. I knew you were the best, Teacher Su. In an instant, Wang Beibei's mood changed from gloomy to sunny, breaking. Ding! The host gifts a high-level spirit weapon, Vast Sea Silver Spear, to a student, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, acquiring Vast Sea Divine Spear. Su Qing's heart stirred. The long spears given to Chen Yuqing and Zhang when triggered a 100-fold critical hit, allowing him to acquire 2 superior spirit weapons. He didn't expect this time to trigger a 10,000-fold critical hit. A divine weapon, the Vast Sea Divine Spear. A half-month later, with Su Qing's tireless assistance and abundant resources, Chen Yuqing and Zhang Wen have finally reached the high end of the 1st rank, with their vitality surpassing 200. During this process, numerous critical returns occurred. Although the 10,000-fold critical hit was rare, Su Qing still increased his vitality by over 130,000 in half a month. Now his vitality has exceeded 170,000. To advance to the 9th rank, a vitality of 100,000 is required. Therefore, Su Qing is now a genuine top-tier 9th rank grandmaster. Moreover, his spatial origin power has also broken through to the 9th level, so now he only needs to continuously increase his vitality to slowly advance to the peak of the 9th rank. Returning to the students. Among the three, the one with the highest talent in gun techniques is Wang Beibei, who mastered the first 4 moves of the Swimming Dragon Spirit Strike in half a month. Next is Chen Yuqing, who has also grasped the first 3 moves. The one with the least talent in gun techniques is Zhang, one who hasn't even mastered the second move. Through this period, Su Qing also realized that Zhang Wen is not suited for practicing gun techniques and should practice knife techniques instead. So in a couple of days, he plans to teach Zhang Wen the only knife technique he knows, and after a critical hit, he will acquire a stronger knife technique to pass on to him. After that, how far he can go in the path of knife techniques will depend on him. Jiangzhou Martial Academy is very lively today. The first martial arts ranking competition is about to begin. The stage is already prepared and students eager to compete are rolling up their sleeves, while those who feel their strength is insufficient have come early to secure a good spot to watch the excitement. Upon arriving at the school, Su Qing was discussing the martial arts ranking competition with Han Yuanhong and others when Han Yuanhong's phone suddenly rang. After answering, his brow furrowed slightly. "Principal, what's wrong?" Wang Zhong asked. "Just now the vice principal of Biling Martial Academy Cheng Tao called and said he is bringing students to our school for an exchange and is already on the way." "No way, how can they come directly without notice? What kind of exchange is this?" Lin Yu disagreed. Moreover, he didn't continue, but everyone understood. Biling Martial Academy and Jiangzhou Martial Academy are both third-tier martial academies, but Biling is among the top of the third tier with students generally of higher quality than those at Jiangzhou. The exchanges between the two academies have happened more than once or twice, and each time Jiangzhou Martial Academy has not come out on top. If it's an exchange, then let the students from Biling join this martial arts ranking competition. Han Yuanhong said in a deep voice. "Principal, how can this be?" Wang Zhong said. "It's not that I'm pessimistic, but it's almost certain that the students from Biling are stronger than ours. If they join, want the rewards for the top spots likely be taken by them. If they take the rewards, so be it. Losing might even stimulate the students' fighting spirit. But, Su Vice Principal, what do you think? After all, the rewards came from you, and you can decide whether to let the Biling students join." Han Yuanhong looked at Su Qing. Su Qing pondered for a moment. "I think we can allow them to join the ranking competition. Besides what the principal said about stimulating the students' fighting spirit, this is actually another form of promotion. Letting others know that Jiangzhou Martial Academy has a martial arts ranking competition with generous rewards may attract more outstanding martial artists to choose our school in the future." Since Su Qing, who is responsible for distributing rewards, has agreed to let Biling join, Wang Chong and Lin, you have no objections. "Haha, Principal Han, long time no see." A bald man in a white shirt and jeans smiled as he got off the bus and shook hands with Han Yuanhong. "And Vice Principal Wang, Vice Principal Lin. Huh, where is Vice Principal Qin?" Cheng Tao asked in confusion. "Vice Principal Qin has retired, and this is the new Vice Principal Su Qing." Han Yuanhong pointed at Su Qing and smiled. Looking at Su Qing's youthful face, Cheng Tao couldn't hide his surprise. A master this young. Haha, Vice Principal Su is indeed young and promising. The future of Xia country will depend on you young people. Cheng Tao thought in his heart, but kept a straight face, smiling as he shook hands with Su Qing. The Biling martial arts students who got off behind Cheng Tao curiously examined Su Qing. The principals and vice principals they had seen before were either old men or middle-aged. They had never seen such a young vice principal. He looked to be in his 20s. The vice principal had to be a master to hold the position of a master in their 20s. They couldn't even imagine it. Many students who initially had proud expressions quickly reined in their demeanor. This was a true genius. Compared to Vice Principal Su, what were they? "Principal Han, what is this?" Cheng Tao noticed the several competition platforms and the students gathered around them. Han Yuanhong briefly explained the martial arts ranking competition. Hearing about the rewards, Cheng Tao's eyes lit up. Jiangzhou Martial University is indeed wealthy. We Biling Martial University can't dare to do this. He sighed. "Principal Han, I have a humble request." "Vice Principal Cheng, please go on. I brought 20 students this time, 5 from each grade. Oh, I wonder if they can participate in your school's martial arts ranking competition." The Biling martial arts students looked on eagerly. The rewards of this martial arts ranking competition made their hearts race. It would be great if they could participate. They were confident they could easily dominate Jiangzhou Martial University. This, Han Yuanhong feigned a troubled expression. Seeing an opportunity, Cheng Tao quickly took advantage of the moment, promising future collaborations between Biling Martial University and Jiangzhou Martial University, along with various benefits. Han Yuanhong reluctantly agreed. Su Qing silently praised him for his acting skills. At this moment, the area around the competition platform was already packed with people. This martial arts ranking competition set up a total of 16 platforms, 4 for each grade, with competitions happening simultaneously. Su Qing, Han Yuan Hong, and the 4 other principals served as judges for the 1st to 4th year groups, with each platform having a 5th or 6th grade martial artist as a referee. I announced that the Jiangzhou Martial University Martial Arts ranking competition officially begins. Han Yuan Hong shouted loudly, starting the ranking competition. On the 1st year group side, Su Qing sat on a stool reviewing the list. A total of 564 first-year students signed up for the ranking competition, among which 109 were formal martial artists. The opponents were randomly drawn with no manipulation behind the scenes. Su Qing glanced through the list and got a rough idea. Apart from Wang Beibei and 2 others, there were only 2 first-grade high-level martial artists, meaning those 3 were guaranteed to be in the top 5 of the first year. Moreover, which other teacher would invest so many resources in their students like him, providing daily guidance, teaching martial arts skills, and various techniques? He glanced at the 3, whispering together, "Whoever doesn't make it to the top 3, just wait and see how I deal with them." Smiling, Wang Beibei suddenly felt a chill down her spine and turned to see Su Qing's meaningful gaze. "Why is Teacher Su looking at us like that?" she whispered to the other 2. "I don't know." Zhang Wen shrank his neck. Only Chen Yuqing, with a curious expression, made eye contact with Su Qing. With 564 people on average, there would be about 70 matchups on each platform. According to Su Qing and the others' plan, half would be eliminated on the first day, the top 100 would be determined on the second day, and the third day would feature a free challenge round where participants could challenge those ranked above them. "Sister Yuqing, little one, what number did you draw?" Wang Beibei asked quietly. For Titwo, Chen Yuqing opened her paper slip. "I'm number 9, Zhang Wen said. "Beibei, what number are you?" "Hee, I'm number 1. Wang Beibei beamed with a large 1 written on her slip. "Students who drew number 1, please go to platform 1. Students who drew number 2, please go to platform. Students who drew number 3. Students who drew number 4. The referees at the 4 platforms for the first year group called out almost simultaneously. "I'll go first." Wang Beibei stepped out of the crowd and leaped onto platform 1. Her graceful demeanor and striking looks attracted a chorus of whistles from the male students. Her opponent was a long-haired boy, and seeing that his opponent was a cute girl, he smiled and made a gentlemanly gesture of invitation. "Don't worry, I'll go easy on you." Wang Beibei ignored him and asked the referee, "Sir, can we start?" "Start." The referee nodded. Bang. The long-haired boy hadn't reacted yet when the cute girl dashed over like lightning and kicked him in the stomach. Thud. He fell outside the platform. "Huh. Wang Feng, are you here to be a comedian?" A student who knew the long-haired boy laughed loudly. "How long did you last?" "Less than 3 seconds, right?" "Wang Feng, you're not up to it." The crowd burst into laughter. Wang Feng awkwardly got up. He couldn't win, there was nothing he could do. He didn't expect this girl who looked so cute to be so fierce. Though he didn't have a rank, he at least had 119 health points, yet he was completely dominated, feeling quite embarrassed. Looking again, his battle on this platform ended the fastest, making his face flush with shame, and he left directly. The referee ticked off Wang Beibei's name. "Students who drew number 5, please go to platform 1. Su Qing paid little attention, only glancing a few times. When Chen Yuqing and Zhang Wen took the stage, there was no doubt they would sweep through. Not far away, an old man trimming flowers and plants paused, smiling as he watched the lively scene before him. "Youth is truly wonderful." His gaze shifted to Su Qing. "Is the item with you?" "Master, has it already been consumed?" The old man frowned slightly. Su Qing sensed something. Looking over, a hunched figure just left his line of sight. Half the participants were eliminated on the first day. The second day continued, quickly determining the top 100 for each grade. The top 100 of the first year group were almost all ranked martial artists, with only a few not being formal martial artists, relying on luck to make the top 100. Next was the ranking competition for the top 100. The first round determined the last 50 among the top 100, the second round determined the top 30, and the third round determined the top 10. After 3 rounds, the top 3 in the first year group were indeed Wang Beibei, Chen Yuqing, and Zhang Wen. Upon learning that all 3 were students under Vice Principal Su Qing, the other students erupted in excitement. They did not suspect Su Qing of manipulation behind the scenes. After all, the powerful strength displayed by the 3 during their matches was evident to all, especially Wang Beibei, who had continuously defeated the other 2 high-level martial artists to claim first place. They were merely envious. Envious that the 3 had encountered such a good mentor, helping them improve so much in such a short time since enrollment. The last day of the ranking matches, the free challenge tournament. Now you can challenge those ranked before you, with each person having 2 chances. The referee announced, "I want to challenge Liu Yi, who is ranked 27. I want to challenge Zhang Wei, who is ranked 30th. Most challenges were concentrated in the middle ranks, with occasional challenges from those ranked in the teens to those in the top 10. Wang Beibei and her companions sat firmly, even though the rewards for the top 3 were the richest. No one dared to challenge them. However, when 5 first-year students from Biling Marshall University joined, the situation changed. I want to challenge this one. A confident young student with a slick-back hairstyle pointed at Wang Beibei. Su Qing was originally lost in thought, but snapped back to reality upon hearing someone challenge Wang Beibei. One must admit that Biling Marshall University offers better teaching and recruitment quality than Jiangzhou Marshall University. The free challenge matches for other grades had started before the first-year group and were severely beaten by Biling students. The first ranks in the third and fourth-year groups had already been taken down by Biling students. In the first-year group, all 5 students from Biling were at the top tier, especially the one challenging Wang Beibei, who was already very close to the second tier. In contrast, Jiangzhou Marshall University had only 2 top-tier students aside from Wang Beibei, and Su Qing's cultivated Chen Yuqing and Zhang Wen, and they were of average strength. Wang Beibei and the slick-back boy stepped onto the arena. Aren't you using a weapon? The slick-back boy frowned. I'm afraid that if I use a weapon you might lose in one move, which would be too damaging to your pride. Wang Beibei chuckled. You can certainly try it. If you can defeat me in one move, I would be more than willing. The boy sneered. Naive. Trying to play psychological games with me. You said it yourself. Wang Beibei reached out, and Zhang Wen handed her a long spear from the side of the arena. It was either a spiritual weapon sent by Su Qing or an ordinary long spear. Watch closely. Yanhen blade technique. The boy wielded a long knife and executed a movement to close in. Now's the time. He seized upon a flaw and struck down. Ding. The tip of the spear precisely struck the knife's handle, causing the slickback boy's hand to go numb and the long knife to fly out of his grip. At the same time, the spear tip slid and pressed against his throat less than a centimeter away. Cold sweat poured down the boy's back. If this were a life-or-death struggle, he would already be dead. I concede. I told you, without a weapon you have no chance of winning. Of course, without a weapon you don't stand a chance either. Wang Beibei retracted the spear. The others from Biling Marshall University were left dumbfounded. Their strongest freshman, even hailed as the strongest in the past decade, was defeated like this. In just one move. Cheng Tao also noticed this side and had thought it was foolproof, only to find such a situation. Principal Han, your Jiangzhou Marshall University has recruited a fine talent this time. He sighed. It's all thanks to Vice Principal Su. She is his student, Han Yuanhong replied with a smile. He vaguely knew that Wang Beibei was extraordinary, but such matters would not be shared with Cheng Tao. Next, Chen Yuqing and Zhang Wen also received challenges. No unexpected outcomes occurred, as the Biling students who challenged them were easily defeated, securing their positions. Cheng Tao didn't know what to say. Did the quality of this batch of Jiangzhou Marshall University's freshmen really reach such heights? Han Yuanhong was also very surprised. Su Qing truly spared no expense on his students, perhaps investing considerable resources and effort. However, considering that he was also the one funding the rewards for this martial arts ranking competition, it didn't seem surprising. Perhaps to him these things were merely a series of uninteresting numbers. At the end of the free challenge tournament, aside from Jiangzhou Marshall University's first-year group retaining the top 3, the second place in the second-year group, and the third place in the third-year group, all other top positions were taken by Biling students. This reveals the gap existing between Jiangzhou Marshall University and Biling Marshall University. With the ranking matches concluded, rewards began to be distributed. Every time a student received a reward, a system notification sound echoed in Su Qing's mind, ringing persistently, which he simply chose to mute. Once the rewards were distributed, the students left in high spirits, while Su Qing felt a pile of new items accumulating in his dark blue ring, a smile appearing on his face. Compared to the rewards given out, the value of these items was hundreds of times greater. This was a significant profit. Principal Han and the others thought I was foolish and wealthy, unaware that while I seemed to be on the first tier, in reality, I was in a realm beyond. Chen Yuqing and the others walked over. Mr. Su, how did we perform today? Wang Beibei asked cheerfully, her face full of a praise-me expression. I would say you barely met my expectations, Su Qing replied seriously. Oh, so your standards are quite high, huh? Wang Beibei made a face. Su Qing ignored her. This girl shouldn't be given the opportunity to take advantage of him. You all go over later. I need to pick up Xiaoyan. Understood. On the way to the kindergarten. Are you saying that Xiaoyan was taken away by Han Mengyue? Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Yes, young master. Our people have been following her, but we still don't know what she intends to do. Keep a close eye, and inform me immediately if anything happens. If Han Mengyue has any ill intentions towards Xiaoyan, there should be no hesitation. Su Qing understood that because he had previously flattered Han Mengyue, it left a deep impression on these subordinates, so they might hesitate in certain situations. He did not like to maliciously speculate about others, especially since Xiaoyan was Han Mengyue's biological daughter, but some things still needed to be said in advance. If Han Mingyue truly intends to do something outrageous to Xiao, Yin Su-Qing would not hold back on past sentiments. Huiyuan Building. With over 40 floors, it houses the headquarters of the Huiyuan Group, valued at over 2 billion. Brother Lin, this is my daughter. Han Mingyue held Su Yan's hand and walked up to a well-dressed middle-aged man wearing a flattering smile on her face. Oh, Xiaoyue, you're here. Lin Tong said with a smile. Manager Lin, this is the girl you mentioned. Not bad, not bad. I'm very satisfied. While conversing with Lin Tong, a lavishly dressed lattice eyes lit up. Su Yan timidly hid behind Han Mingyue. Her delicate and cute little face was very likable. Haha, manager Hu, I'm glad you were satisfied. Lin Tong laughed. Then you see the cooperation between Huiyuan and your company. No problem, I've agreed. Manager Hu said readily. In addition to the cooperation, I'll give you an extra 100 million. However, you must guarantee that there will be no issues when I take this little girl away. Oh, I don't want any trouble afterward. Of course. Lin Tong smiled slightly, taking Han Mingyue's hand. This is my girlfriend, and also the biological mother of this child. As long as she agrees, there will be no problem. Where's the child's father? That person is just a high school teacher, only a second or third tier martial artist. Manager Hu need not worry. That's good, Manager Hu nodded. Little sister, what is your name? She smiled as she looked down, becoming fond. She even reached out to pat Su Yan's head, but was dodged. Brother Lin, what does this mean? Didn't you say it was just to let me bring Xiao Yan for you to see? Han Mingyue whispered in question. Lin Tong's smile did not diminish. Yes, I asked you to bring her to let Manager Hu see. You can see Manager Hu is very satisfied. No, what do you mean by Mr. Hu being satisfied? Han Mingyue asked in confusion. Lin Tong wrapped his arm around her waist and whispered in her ear, Mr. Hu is the vice president of Tianxin Group. You know Tianxin Group, right? Han Mingyue nodded. Looking across the entire Beijiang province, Tianxin Group is one of the top conglomerates with assets exceeding hundreds of billions spanning various fields. This Mr. Hu, due to certain reasons, cannot have children, but has always wanted a daughter, yet hasn't found a suitable one. Since she is visiting Jiangzhou for an inspection, and you have a daughter, I asked you to bring her to meet Mr. Hu. It seems that Mr. Hu really likes her. Lin Tong said as they looked over. Despite Su Yan constantly dodging Mr. Hu maintained a beaming smile, eager to get close to her. Are you suggesting we give Xiaoyan to Mr. Hu? Yes. No way. Han Mingyue pushed him away. Isn't that selling my daughter? I would never do that. Xiaoya. Lin Tong embraced her again. You need to understand, if we facilitate this matter, Huiyuan can establish a series of collaborations with Tianxin, which will definitely double Huiyuan's market value. You will be the future mistress of Huiyuan. A higher market value is beneficial for both you and me. Still not an option, Xiaoyan. Mr. Hu is offering 100 million to you. Lin Tong said decisively. It's not about the money. Han Mingyue's voice was dry. The term 100 million seemed to have a magical quality echoing in her mind. How many zeros was that, 8 or 9? Moreover, she is just a child from you and your ex-husband. It's not a big deal. If necessary, we can always have another one. Lin Tong whispered closely to Han Mingyue. What do you mean it's not a big deal? That is my daughter, flesh and blood. Han Mingyue said somewhat angrily. Oomph. Lin Tong's expression darkened. This woman truly did not know what was good for her. He would kick her to the curb soon. A person of uncertain origins thought she could step into the Lin family. With his conditions, what woman couldn't he have? It was hard to find a three-legged frog, but were there not enough two-legged women? Seeing Lin Tong's displeased expression, Han Mingyue felt a bit anxious. She was already 30, her looks were starting to fade. If she didn't marry into the Lin family soon, she would truly have no chance left. Although the Lin family was not as prestigious as the already fallen Zhou family, they were still a well-known family in Jiangzhou. Xiaoya. Lin Tong's expression softened. Seeing how Mr. Hu truly liked that little girl, he needed to persuade this woman. Lin Gu, this really won't work. Han Mingyue gritted her teeth, her eyes pleading. Sigh. Lin Tong sighed. This is your daughter. Do you think I would harm her? Just think about it. If she is adopted by Mr. Hu, she will become a young lady of a wealthy family, which is better than her current life. This. Han Mingyue hesitated. It seemed to make sense. If Xiaoyan were with Mr. Hu, it would definitely be better than being with that bastard Su-Qing. At least in the future, she wouldn't lack money for anything she wanted. Moreover, seeing how Mr. Hu cherished her, he wouldn't hit or scold Xiaoyan. It seemed like a good choice. Lin Tong noticed her wavering and quickly pressed on. Look, if she is with Mr. Hu, she can live a good life, and we can also benefit greatly from this. Isn't it a win-win situation? Han Mingyue hesitated. Xiaoya, rest assured, once this little girl understands, she will be grateful to you for finding her such a good family. Mr. Hu's net worth is nearly 10 billion. It will all be hers in the future. Lin Tong continued to entice her. This? All right. I'm thinking of Xiaoyan's future. Han Mingyue thought to herself. Upon hearing her agreement, Lin Tong felt a surge of joy and quickly walked over to Mr. Hu, whispering a few words. All right. Mr. Hu nodded. Then I'll take her with me. Mr. Who please proceed, just don't forget. I am aware of it. Mr. Who waved his hand. Take her away, oh we're leaving. At Mr. Huss' command a bodyguard stepped forward and roughly grabbed Su Yin, leading her toward the van. Be gentle, if you hurt her, see how I deal with you. The bodyguard's rough actions made Mr. Who frown. Mom, I don't want to go with them. Su Yin shouted anxiously at Han Mingyue, struggling desperately. Let me go. Let me go. I won't go. Mom Wah. Su Yin was very scared, her terrified eyes filled with tears. Han Mingyue's heart tightened, and she turned her head away. Lin Tong gently patted her shoulder. Seeing Han Mingyue's indifference, even turning her head away and not daring to meet her gaze, Su Yin felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Tears streamed down her face. Mom, don't you want Xiaoyan anymore? What did Xiaoyan do wrong? Xiaoyan has always been obedient. Su Yin stared blankly at Han Mingyue, the familiar figure, now feeling so foreign. Xiaoyan, Mom is doing this for your own good. Han Mingyue kept trying to numb herself. Bang! The sound of a silenced gunshot. Ah! The bodyguard's shoulder erupted in a spray of blood, letting out a cry. Mr. Who, be careful. Other bodyguards quickly surrounded Mr. Who. Mr. Huss' heart raced. Who was it? She quickly ran through her mind. Oh, was it a competitor of Tianxing Group, or were they her enemies? She had brought 5 bodyguards this time, all of whom were intermediate-tier martial artists enough for general situations, but if it were truly her enemies, it wouldn't be secure. Fortunately, Elder Chen was also with her. Mr. Huss' gaze shifted to the slight old man not far from her, who nodded slightly at her, signaling her to be at ease. Elder Chen leaped into the air, his overwhelming aura fully revealed unmistakably a 7th-tier master. Who dares to sneak around? Elder Chen shouted. His gaze locked onto one direction. More than a dozen men in suits walked out, but Elder Chen's eyes fixed on the 2 people behind the suited men. They were 2 elders, one dressed in black and the other in white. Moreover, the 2 looked identical. Both rose into the air, locking eyes with Elder Chen. Dressed in black and white, the twin elders both were master-level experts. Elder Chen's pupils dilated as he exclaimed, the black and white elders. He felt as if his heart had stopped beating. How did Mr. Who offend these 2? Elder Chen. Seeing Elder Chen's intense reaction, Mr. Huss' heart skipped a beat. Mr. Who, you have really put me in a terrible situation. Elder Chen smiled bitterly. Elder Chen, please clarify, who are the black and white elders? Mr. Who spoke in a serious tone. Sigh. Elder Chen sighed. Mr. Who, you are not involved in the master circle, so you may not know. The black and white elders are well known. Not only are they both peak 8th-tier masters, but as twins they also share a mind link. Together they can rival a 9th-tier ultimate master. Mr. Who inhaled sharply. Peak 8th-tier masters. 9th-tier ultimate masters. Even as the vice president of Tianxing Group, hearing this was enough to make her heart race. But then she thought, wait a minute. How could she possibly offend such figures? Mr. Who considered herself careful and cautious. Although she had offended many, they were all within her manageable capacity. There's something wrong. There's definitely something wrong. Gentlemen, is there a misunderstanding? As the black and white elders approached Mr. Who forced a smile and asked, misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. Hearing this, Mr. Huss' heart sank to the depths. Elders, please tell me what Mr. Who has done to offend you. The Tianxing Group will definitely provide satisfactory compensation. Compensation? Even selling the Tianxing Group wouldn't be enough to cover it. Elder He sneered. This? Elder Chen fell silent. Mr. Who felt a sense of foreboding. The seriousness of their words indicated that there would be no easy resolution. I do not know where I have offended you, but I beg you to give me a chance to make amends. Mr. Who clenched his teeth and continued, or please give the He family some face. The He family. The He family from Kyoto. Elder Bai raised an eyebrow. That's right. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Mr. Who quickly said, it is indeed the He family from the Kyoto Town Martial Alliance. The He family, one of the ancient families within the Martial Alliance, currently has 2 superlative noble titles in place. So the He family is behind the Tianxing Group. Yes, Mr. Who nodded. Bringing the He family's backing into play was indeed useful. She secretly rejoiced. Even the formidable Elder He and Elder Bai, who possessed strength comparable to top-tier masters, would never dare to offend the He family. Do you think just bringing out the He family can intimidate me? Elder He crossed his arms. I forgot to tell you, we 2 brothers have joined the Su family a few years ago, and have become guest elders of the Su family. We are working for the Su family. Mr. Who and Elder Chen's faces turned pale. If offending Elder He and Elder Bai still left her a way out, offending the Su family meant certain death. Among the various families in the Martial Alliance, the He family was merely a 3rd-tier fringe family, while the Su family was undoubtedly the leader of the 2nd tier, second only to the 5 great families. Mr. Huss' face grew increasingly pale. Why? Why was she once again entangled with the Su family? At this moment her gaze caught sight of Su Yin, who was hiding not far away, tears streaming down her face, and a flash of inspiration struck her mind. Can you tell me if it has anything to do with her? Her voice trembled slightly. Yes, so when you plotted against the young lady, the outcome was already sealed. Elder Hay smiled at Su Yin, then turned with a cold expression. Mister, who felt her world spinning. It was indeed because of this young girl. What exactly is her identity? You don't need to know, nor do you have the right to know. Mister, who felt despair rising within her, and she cast a pleading glance at Elder Chun. Elder Chun closed his eyes, remaining silent. The moment he heard about the Su family, he had resolved not to get involved in this matter to avoid getting himself into trouble. Beside them, Lin Tong and Han Mingyue were stunned. First Mr. Hu's bodyguard got shot, then an old man soared into the air, and now two more old men appeared in the sky. Lin Tong had merely the strength of a third-tier martial artist, but he understood that those who could soar into the air were all masters. This was three masters. Lin Tong initially thought that it was Mr. Hu's enemies who had come, but upon hearing that these two masters were here because of Su Yan's troubles, cold sweat poured down his back. He buried his head like an ostrich, trying to reduce his presence. Lin Tong, why did you frame me? Mr. Who couldn't contain the anger within her and questioned Lin Tong. Mr. Who I didn't mean to frame you. I still have no idea what just happened. Lin Tong wore a smile that was even worse than crying. You didn't mean to frame me. Do you know you've dug my grave? Seeing his innocent expression, Mr. Hu's anger flared even more. She kicked Lin Tong away, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters. She pounced over, her face twisted in rage as she began to viciously beat him. As a fourth-tier martial artist, Lin Tong was beaten to a pulp in a short time, screaming in agony. Stop! Don't hit him anymore, you'll kill Lin Tong. Han Mingyue rushed over, trying to pull Mr. Hu away. Get away. Mr. Hu shoved her aside. Ding! A black car approached. Su Qing got out and walked straight towards Su Yin, ignoring everyone else. Su Qing. Han Mingyue gasped. Little Yin. Daddy woo woo woo. Su Yin, seeing her savior, burst into tears and threw herself into Su Qing's arms. Woo woo woo, daddy, mommy doesn't want me anymore. She wants to send little Yin away. Su Yin choked. Be good, daddy is here. I will never let anyone take you away. Su Qing gently reassured her. Little Yin believes in daddy. Let's go home. Mum. Su Qing took Su Yin into the car, and Elder Hay approached. Young Master Qing, what about these people? Deal with all of them. Su Qing said coldly. All of them. Including? What I mean is everyone. Understood, I got it. Elder Hay nodded. Daddy. In Su Qing's embrace, Su Yin seemed to understand something and whispered, can I still see mommy? Mommy is not a bad person, as she is just. She is just. All right. Rubbing her head, Su Qing felt somewhat helpless. Elder Hay, wait a moment. Young Master Qing. That woman doesn't need to be dealt with. You just find her a place to live peacefully for the rest of her life, and don't let her cause any more trouble. Peacefully. Su Qing emphasized the word. Understood. Han Mingyue felt something within her crumble when she saw the once feared black-clothed master show such respect towards Su Qing. Once believing she understood Su Qing completely, she realized now that she didn't know him at all. Back at home, after lying in Su Qing's arms for a while and sharing many words, Su Yin finally fell into a deep sleep. Wang Beibei and the others were waiting outside. Teacher, is little Yin asleep? Chen Yuqing asked softly. She is asleep. Su Qing took out 2 bottles of top-grade flesh refining pills from his storage ring. These were ordinary flesh refining pills issued during the martial ranking competition, but they were the result of a 100-fold critical hit. Yuqing, Xiaowen, come over. Today, it'll help you break through to the second tier. Second tier. The two felt a jolt in their hearts. How long had it been, and they were about to take another step forward on the martial path. Soon, with the effect of the top-grade flesh refining pills and Su Qing's assistance, both of them broke through to the second tier, their vitality surpassing 500 calories. After the critical hit, vitality returned. Su Qing gained an additional 6,000 calories of vitality. Beibei, come here. Wang Beibei bounced over. Teacher Su. Su Qing held her wrist, a strange expression on his face. He had thought this girl was a second or third-tier martial artist, but she turned out to be a fourth-tier martial artist, and a high-tier one at that. She appeared lazy and carefree, but unexpectedly, she was a gifted martial arts girl. This is for you. Su Qing handed her a red leaf. Teacher Su, what is this? Wang Beibei asked with some confusion. It's a fiery sun grass leaf. Indeed, it was a fiery sun grass leaf, but a top-grade one. Eat it, and I will help you refine it. It will be enough for you to break through to a fifth-tier martial artist, Su Qing said. Can fiery sun grass really help me break through to the 5th tier? Wang Beibei thought she had misheard. Fiery sun grass is generally used more by lower-tier martial artists and has limited effect on middle-tier martial artists. Besides, this was just a single leaf. However, seeing Su Qing's assured demeanor, she still placed it in her mouth and swallowed. Boom. Like a volcanic eruption, immense, searing power surged wildly within her body, even causing her to groan in pain. The silver-haired elder who was secretly protecting her frowned slightly and was about to reveal himself, but upon seeing Su Qing take action he stopped. It didn't take long before Wang Beibei broke through to the 5th tier, successfully opening 8 major meridians. The host helps the student enhance the 1878 card of vitality, triggering a 100-fold critical strike, resulting in a vitality 187,800 card. Su Qing's vitality breaks through 400,000 cards. The normal limit for a 9th grade is 300,000 cards. Only those with exceptional talent, or those who cultivate high-level techniques, can enhance their vitality beyond 300,000 cards, but the increase will not be significant. Like Su Tianyan, a peak noble warrior, a Ancina generation prodigy in his youth, now the strongest in the Su family, his vitality limit at the 9th rank barely exceeds 350,000 cards. The Undying Golden Body technique is undoubtedly an extremely powerful method. Su Qing does not know where his limit lies, but it should at least be 50 or 60,000 cards. Teacher Su, what exactly is this? Wang Beibei asked, feeling the surging abundant vitality within her body, her expression filled with confusion. It's the Liryang grass. Wang Beibei, are you kidding me? How could the Liryang grass have such a terrifying effect? Even the high-level spiritual herbs I have used before cannot compare. Moreover, this is just a single leaf. If it were whole. Teacher Su, just tell me what this is. Wang Beibei said with a sly smile, grabbing Su Qing's arm. I told you this is Liryang grass. Impossible, Liryang grass does not have this effect. Well, you can consider it a mutated Liryang grass. Mutated Liryang grass. That's right. Wang Beibei was a bit confused as she had never heard of mutated Liryang grass in the Wang family. Stop right there, just know that it is indeed Liryang grass, and its efficacy is very strong. Seeing that Wang Beibei wanted to ask more, Su Qing decisively interrupted her. Oh, after practicing their marksmanship for a while, Su Qing watched the 3 take their leave. Old Yin, do you think there is such a thing as mutated Liryang grass? On the road, Wang Beibei asked. Mutated Liryang grass. The silver-haired old man pondered. Yes. Oh, Wang Beibei's eyes brightened. What is its effect? Not much. While it is called mutated, it is actually not much different from ordinary Liryang grass, and its effects are limited. But be careful. The silver-haired old man's gaze sharpened as he punched towards the shadow that suddenly appeared beside Wang Beibei. The shadow evaded, causing old Yun's punch to miss. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected surprise. Wang Tingsheng's daughter. Who are you? Old Yun protected Wang Beibei behind him. Hearing Wang Tingsheng's name, old Yun's heart tightened. Knowing it was the daughter of the Wang family head, and still daring to act, this person must be powerful. Me. The shadow revealed its true form, an emaciated and hunched old man, Longevity Association Hidden Fox. Old Yun's eyes narrowed. Indeed, it was a monster from one of the 3 major organizations. Moreover, Hidden Fox ranked 31st on the blacklist, one of the top 3 figures among the 9th grade peak masters in the entire Longevity Association. A tremendous pressure descended upon old Yun. Although he was also a top-tier 9th grade peak master, there was still a considerable gap compared to Hidden Fox. At the very least, he was slightly inferior to those on the master list. Even among the masters on the list, those who could be compared to Hidden Fox had to be at least in the top 20 or even the top 10. Miss, I will hold him off. You hurry and leave. Old Yun turned and said in a low voice. Old Yun, listen to me. His target is you. Hurry and go. Old Yun growled low. All right. Wang Beibei knew that staying would only be a burden, so she turned to leave. Leave? You won't be able to escape. Hidden Fox grinned sinisterly. The Wang family has quite a few members that the Longevity Association has killed. If I can slay the daughter of the Wang family head, Hidden Fox, your opponent is me. Boom. Blue arcs of electricity suddenly burst from old Yun's body, and the surging power of thunder instantly spread nearly 100 meters. Blue thunderbolts shot towards Hidden Fox. Just as the thunderballs were about to reach Hidden Fox, in the next moment, he suddenly vanished without a trace. Old Yun's pupils constricted. He swept his hand, a thunder war blade appearing in his grip, instinctively turning around to slash. Hidden Fox thrust a short blade into old Yun's abdomen, twisting it. You're too weak. To be my opponent, you're not worthy. A cruel smile appeared on his face. With a sudden tear, he severed old Yun's right arm. Old Yun, in pain, veins bulging on his forehead, resolutely grabbed Hidden Fox and shouted, Miss, go. Bang. Hidden Fox struck with a palm, causing old Yun to spit blood, his chest caving in. Old Yun. Wang Beibei cried out, her eyes reddening, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Quick. Leave. Old Yun gritted his teeth. Die. Hidden Fox pulled out the short blade and lunged at his neck. At this moment, a mysterious force descended upon him. Hidden Fox's expression changed slightly as he broke free from old Yun and vanished. Su Qing flew in from a distance. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze fixed on a certain spot. Is it the power of concealment? But no matter how you hide, you will always be in this space. Su Qing reached out with one hand. Spatial cage. Swish. The space distorted. A small area seemed to tear apart from the surroundings, forming an invisible square cage. Hidden Fox raged within the cage. The spatial spirit fruit was indeed consumed by you. But how could it be? How could you be a 9th grade peak master? Hidden Fox felt he was going insane. The power of space is so formidable that even if he has never seen it, he knows it is extremely terrifying, especially for the concealment power he possesses. It is a natural nemesis. Yet he still came fearless. According to his previous thoughts, even in the worst-case scenario that the spatial spirit fruit was consumed by this kid, he could not possibly cross several ranks to confront him. No matter how strong the power of heaven and earth, it cannot compensate for the enormous gap in realm. But what is happening now? How long has it been since he obtained the spatial spirit fruit, and he has already become a 9th grade peak master? This is unscientific. Hidden Fox roared to the sky. Su Qing looked at the impotent and furious Hidden Fox indifferent. Against him, the opponent was destined to be powerless to resist. Not to mention the formidable power of the origin of space. Just in terms of vitality, Hidden Fox has less than 300,000, while he exceeds 400,000. For Su Qing, unless a super-grade warrior descends, there are very few 9th grade warriors that could force him to use all his strength. Hidden Fox was still struggling. Spatial rupture. The spatial cage suddenly appeared with intersecting smooth cracks, as if being sliced open, breaking into small pieces. The Hidden Fox inside also split apart like a sculpture. Hidden Fox fallen. Ignoring the pain in his body, Old Yun stared at all of this in shock, utterly stunned. The infamous Hidden Fox, in just a few moves, was effortlessly killed on the spot by someone. If it weren't for the fact that he had just almost been killed himself, he would doubt whether that was really Hidden Fox. Moreover, the one who killed Hidden Fox was Su Qing, the grandson of Su Tianyin, someone whom many regarded with disdain, believing him to be a waste that couldn't be helped. A person who could kill a top blacklist master before turning 31 is labeled as waste. Then what am I? What about others? Su Qing of the Su family is undoubtedly a contemporary prodigy who can rival Shen Changfeng. One battle to kill Hidden Fox. I wonder where the law enforcement department will rank Su Qing on the master list. Considering that Su Qing is on the list for the first time, it is reasonable that he should not be placed in the top 10, but the top 20 is certain. After half an hour, a helicopter arrived to take the severely injured elder Yun away. It was a noble from the Wang family. Originally, they were to take Wang Beibei back as well, but the little girl went over and spoke for quite a while, softening them up. In the end, that noble from the Wang family came over to request Su Qing to help take care of Wang Beibei for a while. The Wang family and the Su family are staunch allies, and with the noble's request, Su Qing could not refuse and had no choice but to agree. After bringing Wang Beibei home and arranging a room for her, Su Qing returned to his room and took out the Dark Origin. It had been a while since he used the spatial origin fruit, and the mysterious giant shadow should not be guarding it anymore. He could try to fish for the Dark Origin in the River of Origin. Swallowing the Dark Origin fruit, a brilliant black glow flickered. Su Qing found himself in the River of Origin once more. Without hesitation, he leaned down by the riverbank and quickly fished out a thread of Dark Origin gold. Then came the second, the third. Boom! A violent rumble exploded in Su Qing's ears. Stealing the power of the origin must be punished. The massive, chaotic giant shadow roared, punching down at Su Qing. Buzz! Su Qing transformed into a black light and vanished in an instant. The chaotic giant's fist struck empty air, its fury uncontainable. Back in his room, a flood of insights regarding the power of the Dark Origin surged into Su Qing's mind. Dark Origin power first level. Dark Origin power second level. Dark Origin power third level. Dark Origin power ninth level. By the time the breakthrough of the power of heaven and earth concluded, Su Qing's Dark Origin power had not only reached the ninth level, but had also condensed into a nascent form of true intent, just half a step away from mastering the true intent of spatial origin. Only by grasping true intent can one step into the super grade. The next day, Su Qing returned to school for classes as usual. In Kyoto, at the law enforcement department, Chongfeng, the ranking of the masters for this issue will be released later as adjustments are needed. The middle-aged man in battle armor said to Shen Changfeng, "Has someone else made it onto the list?" Shen Changfeng raised an eyebrow. "Yes," the armored man nodded. "It's their first time on the list, and they killed the Hidden Fox of the Eternal Life Society in a single battle. Quite remarkable. The Hidden Fox is dead." Shen Changfeng became interested. The law enforcement department had issued a wanted notice for the Hidden Fox long ago, but while that fellow's combat ability was average, their ability to escape and hide was top-notch, making them difficult to kill. In terms of combat power, he might not be able to compare with the top 50 on the blacklist, but his threat level was significant, having assassinated numerous important figures from major families and governments, which is why he ranked so high on the blacklist. Who killed the hidden fox? It was someone from the Su family. Let me see. Their name is Su Qing. Su Qing. Shen Changfeng was quite surprised. It shouldn't be that person. That person was merely a 5th grade warrior who any master could easily crush him. How could he possibly kill the hidden fox? It was probably just a name coincidence. The Su family is large with many people, so name coincidences are not impossible. I didn't expect that the Su family quietly has produced another remarkable talent aside from Su Ying. The armored man sighed. And he's the grandson of the Tianqing Marquis. Shen Changfeng abruptly stood up. The grandson of the Tianqing Marquis. Yes, that's what the intel says. The Su family head is the biological grandson of the Tianqing Marquis, 31 years old this year. Impossible. Shen Changfeng firmly refuted. I just saw that Su Qing not long ago. He was merely a 5th grade warrior. A 5th grade warrior. The armored man questioned. No way you know the department's intel capabilities, such things cannot be wrong. Could it be that he was hiding his strength when you saw him? Hiding strength. Shen Changfeng pondered. Once a warrior reaches the middle grade, it's hard to distinguish their level without combat. If Su Qing was indeed hiding his strength, it's not impossible. After all, he had only learned of the opponent's strength through intel and had never verified it. Changfeng, where do you think we should place him on the list? The armored man asked. 20. Without much thought, Shen Changfeng replied solemnly. Isn't that a bit low? 20 is low. How many have entered the top 20 on their first appearance over the years? Shen Changfeng shook his head. Moreover, although Su Qing killed the hidden fox, that is his only achievement. How much strength he truly has remains to be seen. We can adjust his ranking later when he has more accomplishments. You make a valid point. Let's tentatively set it at 20. A few days later, Su Qing received the new master ranking sent by the law enforcement department. The master ranking is released on the 1st of March, and in addition to being publicly announced on the law enforcement department's official website, a copy is also sent to those who made the list. In this issue of the master ranking, Su Qing indeed saw some familiar names. First, Hong Taizong, a disciple of the War King. He has a record of killing the 25th on the blacklist Night Dog in 3 moves, slaying 6 peak 9th grade masters with a single strike and injuring ultra-grade warriors of the Eternal Life Society. The introduction is very simple. Besides the name and affiliated force, it just mentions their notable achievements, justifying their position on the list. The War God Hall is one of the 2 major organizations in the Xia Kingdom alongside the Jinwu Alliance, founded by the War King of the 4 Pillars. Hong Taizong is the youngest disciple of the War King and the only person of this generation in the Xia Kingdom who has been accepted as a disciple by a king of the 4 Pillars. While Su Qing was still in Kyoto, this person's name was already widely recognized, having overshadowed his peers in the War God Hall since childhood, and even causing some of the Jinwu Alliance's outstanding talents to struggle. Fortunately, the War God Hall is not located in Kyoto, otherwise it's hard to say if the title of Kyoto's #1 genius would still belong to Shen Changfeng. Second, Shen Changfeng Law Enforcement Department. A disciple of the Tsang King, an elite member of the Law Enforcement Department, he has achieved kills of the 28th Ghost on the Blacklist, the 4th Blood Hand, and the 68th Fire Demon. Shen Changfeng hails from the Shun family of the Jinwu Alliance, but since he joined the Law Enforcement Department, he is not considered part of the Jinwu Alliance. This time he has risen from 5th to 2nd on the blacklist. Third, Huangfu, Xingyi Jinwu Alliance. The Huangfu family is one of the 5 major families of the Jinwu Alliance, and they have a subtle trend of being first. Huangfu Xingyi is the #1 genius of the Huangfu family and a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Jinwu Alliance since Shen Changfeng joined the Law Enforcement Department. Fourth is Zhang Yuanling from the Zhang family, rumored to possess a piece of innate divine bone within him, generating vitality continuously. However, Su Qing is unclear about the specifics. Fifth is Wang Yini, the only female warrior among the top 5 possessing the heavenly charm body and cultivating at a rapid pace. Only after reaching the 20th position did Su Qing see his name, with a simple achievement of once killed the 31st on the blacklist, the hidden fox. He did not mind. The closer one is to the front of the master ranking, the more attention they receive, but it also means a higher possibility of being targeted. Over the years, many talented martial artists have been eliminated by the 3 major evil organizations, the Eternal Life Society, the Demon Alliance, and the Spirit Sect. The master ranking claims to list the top 100 masters in the Xia Kingdom, but there are some restrictions for those on the list. For example, no one can be over 40 years old. They are all still within the range of young warriors. Su Qing also did not understand what the law enforcement department meant by creating such a list. Oh, wasn't this just a slaughter list? Su Tianyan put down the master list with a hearty laugh. I never expected that Qing, after so many years of silence, would suddenly drop a bombshell like this. Sumu pondered. Head of the family, isn't there a bit of a problem? Young Master Qing. I know what you want to say. Qing has secrets and has even obtained tremendous opportunities, but those are not important. What matters is that he is my Su Tianyan's own grandson. Whether it's a secret or an opportunity, the fact that it has descended upon him already indicates that my grandson is destined to be a rising dragon. Su Tianyan's gaze flickered. What we need to do is clear the obstacles for him during this time of his initial. Sumu nodded, a smile appearing on his face. The old fellows in the clan have been clamoring to confirm the position of the young master right. Just in time, next month is my birthday, so let's hold it then. And let's invite Qing'er back to participate. Good. Jiangzhou Martial University. Han Yuanhong stared at the new master list, lost in thought. Could it really be our school's Su Qing? He couldn't believe it. When did the powerful figures on the master list start coming to our third-rate martial university as vice presidents? Even among the 4 major martial academies, there are not many peak 9th grade masters, let alone masters on the master list. This had no impact on Su Qing. Every day he attended classes as usual, guiding Wang Beibei and 2 disciples and spending time with Xiaoyan. Soon more than 10 days had passed. With his help, Chen Yuqing and Zhang Wen broke through to the 3rd grade in a short time, and Wang Beibei reached the pinnacle of the 5th grade. Su Qing's vitality also exceeded 600,000 calories. He hadn't yet reached his limit. He could feel that there was still room for improvement. Teacher Su, I want to take you as my master. Wang Beibei said earnestly, her big eyes sparkling. Aren't I already your mentor? No, I mean a real master like Sister Yuqing and Brother Wen. No way. Su Qing shook his head. He was well aware that as the daughter of the Wang family head, and with outstanding talent, Wang Beibei's father had certainly arranged a master for her, and might have even agreed to accept Wang Beibei as a disciple. He was not afraid of master-level figures. He just felt that Wang Beibei was currently acting on impulse and wanting to take him as a master without having thought it through. Moreover, the Wang family would never agree to it. The Wang family had high hopes for Wang Beibei. Having Su Qing as a mentor was one thing, but truly taking him as a master was out of the question. Why not? Hearing Su Qing's refusal, Wang Beibei pouted, unhappy. She genuinely wanted Su Qing to be her master. The endless supply of miraculous pills and various incredible and powerful techniques made her immensely curious. Most importantly, under Su Qing's guidance, and help, her progress was rapid. Wang Beibei had never imagined that she would advance from the 4th grade high stage to the pinnacle of the 5th grade in such a short time. A leap of a major realm. This was an effect that even if she took a royal master, she could not achieve. Do you think your father would agree? Su Qing replied frankly. That old man. Wang Beibei was taken aback. Although he spoiled her and gave her whatever she wanted, he would definitely not agree to this. After all, no matter how strong Su Qing was, he was just a peak master. Wang Tingjing would certainly not allow his precious daughter to take a 9th grade martial artist as her master. This was about Wang Beibei's future. There was no room for negotiation. You know yourself that the clan head will find you a royal master, which is beneficial for you and the Wang family. Wang Beibei lowered her head, then raised it again, her eyes shining. Teacher Su, do you mean that once you become a royal master, you can accept me as your disciple? Su Qing, do you know how long it takes for me to become a royal master? What if I never step into the realm of royal masters in my lifetime? Teacher Su, I believe you can definitely do it. Beibei believes in you. Once you become a royal master, come and accept me as your disciple. Go for it. Wang Beibei lightly waved her small fist, cheering for Su Qing. Su Qing was speechless. All right, let's talk about it once I become a royal master. He decisively ended this topic. The next day at school, Su Qing received a letter. It was an invitation from the Tianwu Palace. The Tianwu Palace is the training ground for many prodigies within the Jinwu Alliance, gathering the resources of the alliance, and having many royal and even royal-level strongmen to guide. Those who can enter the Tianwu Palace are all prodigious figures of the younger generation within the Jinwu Alliance, the future backbone, including Huangfu, Xingyi Zhang, Yuanling, Wang Yini, and Su Ying and Su Long from the Su family, who are all currently training in the Tianwu Palace. Entry to the Tianwu Palace is by invitation only. One cannot apply for it themselves. Whenever a remarkable young person appears within the alliance, the Tianwu Palace's responsible deacon will submit a proposal to the Elder Council for approval, and it must also be reviewed by the Little Martial King. The invitation letter will only be issued with the Little Martial King's consent. Receiving an invitation from the Tianwu Palace signifies that Su Qing has already gained recognition from the higher-ups of the alliance. Looking at the seal in the lower right corner of the invitation letter representing the identity of the Little Martial King, he felt a surge of emotions. Once upon a time, he could only look up to the prodigies in the Tianwu Palace commanding the winds and waves. Now he too had the opportunity to become one of them. The world is ever-changing, and nothing is more so than this. Perfect. In a few days it will be Grandpa's birthday. I will go to the Tianwu Palace then. As for entering the Tianwu Palace for training, he had no such thoughts. No matter how good the training environment was, it couldn't compare to his own abilities. Many people valued the abundant collections in the Tianwu Palace: high-tier martial arts techniques, high-tier pills and spirit herbs, and high-tier weapons, as well as the frequent guidance from royal and royal-level strongmen. But Su Qing did not need any of these. On the contrary, with so many strong figures in the Tianwu Palace, including many royal and royal-level experts being under their watch, would actually hinder his rapid cultivation. In the capital Zhang family. Clan leader, I have something to report to you. Speak. Zhang Yinxiong, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, sat in a leather chair, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers. That little brat is still alive. I know. Not only alive, but he has also become a third-grade martial artist, and taken Su Tianyan's grandson Su Qing as his master. Just a third-grade martial artist, nothing to fear. However, just to be safe, it's better to get rid of him. Zhang Yinxiong said lightly. What about Su Tianyan's grandson? A peak 9th-grade master, ranked 20th on the master list with considerable strength. The Tianwu Palace has even sent him an invitation letter. Is that so? Zhang Yinxiong's eyes narrowed. Then let's not touch Su Qing, lest Su Tianyan goes mad. Who in the clan is available recently? No one. They are either on the alien battlefield or have urgent matters, unable to spare any time. No one. Zhang Yinxiong frowned slightly. Then let's send Zhang Huan, Zhang Jing, and Zhang Peixian to take a trip, have them kill that little brat, and leave without getting too entangled with Su Qing. Understood. Zhang Huan, Zhang Jing, and Zhang Peixian are all veteran peak masters of the Zhang family who once had their names on the master list but retired from the list due to exceeding 40 years of age. Their strength is beyond doubt, especially Zhang Huan, who was ranked 7th before retiring from the master list. Over a decade has passed, and although he hasn't advanced to the supergrade, his strength has become even more terrifying. With the three of them joining forces, no one on the master list would fare well against them. Su Qing was instructing Wang Beibei, Chen Yuqing, and Zhang Wan in their spear training. Xiaowen, what's wrong with you today? You seem distracted. Su Qing paused and frowned at Zhang Wan. Teacher, I don't know, I just feel inexplicably unsettled, Zhang Wan said with a bitter smile. Today he intermittently felt a sense of foreboding, as if something bad was about to happen which affected his training performance. Unsettled. Su Qing pondered, could it be that you're too tired? Then take a rest for a couple of days, and come back to practice later. All right, I will adjust my state as soon as possible, Zhang Wan hesitantly nodded. Make sure to rest well, Su Qing said. After leaving Su Qing's house, Zhang Wan slowly walked toward. However, not long into his walk, the feeling of unease intensified, causing him to frown and stop. Something's not right. It's not just my body. He recalled having this feeling before, though not as intense, and moments later, he encountered danger. It was such a strong warning. It seemed he thought of something. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately turned back towards Su Qing's house. His pace quickened, and soon he was running. Suddenly 3 figures appeared ahead. Zhang Wen's steps faltered, and the sense of danger in his heart reached its peak. Teacher, save me. He did not attempt to communicate with the 3, but decisively called for Su Qing's help. Your instinct for danger is quite sharp, but it's useless. The bald man Zhang Huan among the 3 struck down at Zhang Wan with a palm. Instantly, a massive hand 6 meters tall formed in the air, unleashing terrifying waves of energy that swept through the heavens and the earth. Facing a third-grade martial artist, Zhang Huan held nothing back and unleashed a full-force strike. Zhang Wan felt like a small boat navigating through a storm, trembling in the face of such great power. He was but an ant. Just as the hand was about to touch Zhang, when it halted, seemingly blocked by something. Bang! The hand Su Qing appeared in front of Zhang Wan, as if he had teleported. Who are you and why are you attacking my disciple? He asked in a deep voice. Su Qing of the Su family, I advise you not to meddle, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. Zhang Huan sneered. Knowing I am from the Su family, and still daring to strike these fellows. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. Xiaowen, do you know them? I don't know them, Zhang Wan shook his head, hesitating as he said, but I can roughly guess their origins. Kyoto Zhang family. Su Qing quickly asked. Did you guess it, teacher? I did. To mobilize these 3 top experts without fearing the Su family, combined with Zhang Wen's previous behavior and the latent hatred in his heart, along with his surname being Zhang. It wasn't hard to deduce. Knowing we are from the Zhang family and not retreating, Zhang Huan did not hide his arrogance. We 3 have come on behalf of the clan leader to clean up the house. As a Su family member, you shouldn't interfere. Su Qing looked at him. Have you forgotten? I am Zhang Wen's master. His affairs are my affairs. Are you going against the Zhang family? I just need to understand the cause and effect. Cause and effect. Zhang Huan grinned, his eyes growing fierce. Does the Zhang family need to report to you when we do things? Who do you think you are? Being ranked 20th on the master list is impressive. If it weren't for the clan leader's orders, we would have been able to kill you right now. Zhang Huan snorted coldly. Zhang Jing, you 2 block him, I will go kill that little brat. Boom. Zhang Huan disappeared. Zhang Jing and Zhang Peixian rushed towards Su Qing, their sword and knife, complementing each other, exuding an overwhelming power. Targeted by the top 9th grade masters, Zhang Wen's face turned pale. His feet felt like they were filled with lead, and he could barely move. "Little beast, die for me," Zhang Huan sneered. "Zhang Huan, save me." Hearing the plea for help, Zhang Huan paused his actions. Turning around, he saw Zhang Jing's face filled with terror, engulfed by boundless darkness, as if trapped in a dark cage. Meanwhile, Zhang Peixin's corpse lay to the side. Zhang Huan's pupils constricted sharply. In just one encounter, Zhang Peixian was dead. How could this be? He knew very well that although Zhang Jing and Zhang Peixian were previously ranked low on the master list, their combat power had absolutely not diminished after years of cultivation. They were on par with the top 20 on the current master list. Together they could rival the top 10. Yet they ended up in this state at the hands of Su Qing. On the other side, the dark cage kept shrinking until it became palm-sized and fell into Su Qing's hand. He could feel Zhang Jing struggling inside. This technique was a combination of the dark source power and the spatial cage he had created, and it seemed to be effective. Bang! He crushed the dark cage. Zhang Jing fallen. Zhang Huan, who hadn't had time to rescue him, wore a grim expression. "Do you know what you are doing? Killing a 9th grade master of the Zhang family invites disaster to the Su family. Even Su Tianyan cannot protect you." Su Qing calmly looked at him. "I don't know if the Su family will face disaster, but you are about to." Zhang Huan felt a chill run down his spine. Whoosh! His figure flickered, and in an instant he ran several hundred meters away. He couldn't even think about killing the little brat. He could only escape. Zhang Jing and Zhang Peixian were among the few strongest 9th grade warriors of the Zhang family. With Zhang Huan's strength, defeating them would be easy, but killing them was another story. Thus, when Su Qing easily dispatched the two in a single encounter, Zhang Huan realized the intelligence was wrong. If this guy was not at the level of the 20th on the master list, he definitely possessed the strength to compete for the first place on the master list. Dark invasion. As Zhang Huan fled, he heard a faint voice in his ear. Whoosh! His vision went dark, and the surrounding light suddenly vanished as if swallowed by darkness. A pitch-black void. "Stop this supernatural act!" Zhang Huan shouted loudly. Holding his battle knife, he attacked wildly in all directions. With over 300,000 points of vitality and the power of the 9th grade heaven and earth, every strike was infused with immense strength. However, these attacks disappeared into the darkness, having no effect whatsoever. From Su Qing's perspective, Zhang Huan appeared frantic in the dark space he created. Each attack caused violent fluctuations in space, but the power dissipated throughout the entire area, vanishing without a trace. He estimated that to break through this dark space, Zhang Huan would need to be roughly 10 times stronger. In other words, those below the supreme grade had almost no hope of breaking through. After that, Su Qing conducted tests on Zhang Huan's capabilities against the dark space and other techniques. In the end, Zhang Huan was covered in wounds on the brink of death. Su Qing shook his head, thinking, "Is this all he has?" He placed his hands together in front of his chest. Bang! The dark space collapsed inwards, transforming into a flat sheet in an instant. Zhang Huan was crushed into a pulp. With mastery of 2 powerful 9th grade source powers and over 600,000 points of vitality, even top masters like Zhang Huan and his companions had no means to retaliate in front of Su Qing. The gap was too vast. Su Qing even pondered whether he could contend with a supreme grade warrior now. After some thought, he figured he could engage in combat, but defeating one would be impossible. After all, supreme grade warriors not only grasped the true meaning, but also possess vitality exceeding 1 million. "What happened?" Su Qing asked. "I'm sorry, teacher, I've caused you trouble." Zhang Wen felt guilty. "I didn't expect that even after all this they still wouldn't let me go, and they brought danger to you, teacher. These few guys pose no threat to me. However, the Zhang family does have some trouble." He frowned slightly. As one of the 5 major families of the Zhenwu alliance, the Zhang family has several royal titles and an even greater number of marquis titles, making them extremely powerful. Why does the Zhang family want to eliminate you? Moreover, they dispatched 3 top masters. Even to deal with a blacklist master, this lineup is sufficient. Huff. Zhang Wen exhaled slowly and said, "More than a decade ago, I was born into a collateral branch of the Zhang family, with a happy family. My father was a 7th rank master, and my mother was also a 6th rank warrior. Life was carefree, and that was the happiest time of my life." His eyes reflected memories. "However, when I was 5, an accidental test changed everything. A miraculous bone was born within me. That divine bone continuously generated qi and blood, refining my body so much so that even before starting martial arts, my qi and blood were already comparable to that of a formal warrior." Su Qing raised an eyebrow. "Isn't this the prodigy with the divine bone from the Zhang family? Ranked 4th on the master list, Zhang Yuanling. It is said that he possesses a naturally divine bone, and his cultivation speed is astonishingly fast. My father was overjoyed and immediately reported this news to the family's higher-ups, which attracted the family's attention. But instead of nurturing me, they forcibly harvested my divine bone and planting it into the clan leader's son Zhang Yuanling simply because I was a collateral branch. The hatred in Zhang Wen's voice was unhidden. Su Qing nodded. It is not uncommon for ancient families with long traditions to deliberately suppress collateral branches to maintain the purity of their main lineage. After my divine bone was taken away, the clan leader's faction originally wanted to kill me, but they were stopped by other elders preventing their plan from succeeding. Ironically, after this incident, my foolishly loyal father Zhang Zhengxian continued to serve the Zhang family, even thinking that it was no big deal that his son's divine bone was taken away, as it was still within the Zhang family. Zhang Wen coldly laughed. My mother was very disappointed in him and remarried. Not long after, Zhang Zhengxian went on a mission with the clan leader's subordinates and died outside. An elder from the family, unable to bear it, sent me out of the Zhang family to an orphanage in Jiangzhou. After that, no one from the Zhang family ever looked for me again, probably thinking I was already useless and posed no threat. After Zhang Wen finished speaking, Su Qing fell into deep thought. It seems that the sudden appearance of the Zhang family to kill Zhang Wen was because they discovered he had broken through to become a third-rank warrior, and they deemed him a threat. They are indeed quite cautious, dispatching 3 top masters to kill a third-rank warrior. Teacher, I plan to leave Jiangzhou, Zhang Wen said in a deep voice. Where will you go after leaving Jiangzhou? I don't know, but since the Zhang family has come looking for me, they definitely won't give up easily if they fail to kill me this time. I can only find a way to hide. Hide? Su Qing shook his head. With the Zhang family's influence, it would be futile to hide anywhere. You would still be found. True, but I can't just sit and wait for death. I still intend to take back what belongs to me. Then come with me to the Su family. Su Qing said. The Su family. The Su family is my clan. Although we are not as powerful as the Zhang family, we are not something the Zhang family can easily manipulate. Staying with the Su family is safer than hiding everywhere. But, I'm just an outsider. The Su family wouldn't want to offend the Zhang family for me, would they have? No worries, the head of the Su family is my grandfather. You don't need to be concerned about that. Though he said this, Su Qing knew. With Su Tianyan's prestige, it would be no problem for the Su family to shelter Zhang Wen for a while, but it wouldn't work for too long. Other family members would not agree. The Zhang family is one of the 5 major families and holds significant power within the Jinwu alliance. It is not worth offending them for an outsider. However, giving him some time would be enough. Once Su Qing is strong enough to rival a royal powerhouse, the Zhang family would naturally not dare to act against his disciple. That day would not be far off. A few days later, Su Qing, along with Su Yan, Wang Beibei, and Zhang Wen, headed to the capital. As the capital of the Xia kingdom, since ancient times the capital is many times more prosperous than Jiangzhou, and the number and quality of warriors have increased exponentially. Su teacher, how long has it been since you last returned to the capital? Wang Beibei asked curiously. Counting it, it's been over 8 years. Su Qing pondered. This was his first return to the capital since leaving the Su family. In over 8 years, the capital has indeed changed quite a bit. Looking at the familiar yet strange scenery outside the car window, he couldn't help but sigh. The Su family is not located in the core area of the capital. In the suburbs outside the Third Ring Road, there is a vast expanse of buildings densely arranged. These are not modern skyscrapers, but rather ancient Xia kingdom architectural styles that exude historical depth. Here lies the Su family's ancestral land. Today is quite lively. The head of the Su family, Duke Tianqing Su Tianyan, is celebrating his 80th birthday. The clan had begun preparations early, decorating the manor and arranging personnel to welcome guests from all sides. When the Su family members at the entrance saw Su Qing, their expressions were somewhat strange and puzzled. Not long ago, Su Qing's rise to the 20th position on the master list had shocked many in the Su family. Many were unwilling to believe it. The wasteful Su Qing, who had left the family for more than 8 years, had actually risen up and become the highest-ranked member of the Su family on the master list. Young Master Qing. Grandpa Mu. Upon meeting Su Mu, Su Qing briefly informed him of Zhang Wen's situation, after which Su Mu's expression turned serious as he took Zhang Wen away to make arrangements. Su Qing, a burly middle-aged man, walked over with a swagger, smiling with a forced expression. You finally decided to come back. Yes, it's been a few years. Uncle Yongxi still looks vigorous. By the way, I haven't congratulated Uncle Yongxi on stepping into the super rank. Su Qing smiled. Su Yong, the son of the elder Su Tianlin and the father of Su Ying. He is also the second warrior among the previous generation in the Su family to step into the super rank. Xu Yong nodded lightly. Is this your wife? He looked at Wang Beibei with a somewhat unfavorable expression. Wang Beibei didn't expect to be brought into this. No, Uncle Su Yong, hello. I am Wang Beibei from the Wang family. Her ears turned red. Su Yong's expression softened slightly. If Su Qing dared to bring that woman back, he would truly be furious. He also noticed Su Yin, a very cute little girl, shy and endearing. Xu Yong wouldn't blame her, the child is innocent. However, he couldn't bring himself to be close, so after chatting for a couple of minutes, he turned and left. Su Qing shook his head helplessly. When he left the capital after breaking off his engagement, he felt liberated and free, but he brought a lot of trouble to the Su family. Even though they are allies, the Su family is in the wrong. To appease the Wang family's dissatisfaction, they paid a considerable price. Therefore, many in the clan likely do not think highly of him. While thinking about this, Su Qing led Wang Beibei to the venue for the birthday banquet. Many guests had already arrived, but they were mostly from small families and minor factions. The heavyweight guests had yet to arrive. Since they were not esteemed guests, the reception was handled by the younger generation of the Su family. Su Ying and Su Long, who had been cultivating at the Tianwu Palace for years, also returned to the family to direct the other youths. Brothering Su Qing is back. A young clansman whispered to Su Ying. My. Su Ying, busy with his tasks, turned to look. Qingzi, you're back. Brothering, long time no see. Su Qing approached. Su Ying had always been the most outstanding among the current generation of the Su family, with a stable personality, exceptional talent, and a diligent work ethic, earning the unanimous approval of the elders in the clan. He also held a high reputation among the younger generation, almost universally recognized as the future leader of the Su family. Su Qing had a favorable impression of Su Ying. When Su Qing was still in the Su family, he often sought Su Ying's guidance on martial arts issues. Su Ying had never shown impatience due to his lack of talent, instead providing thoughtful instruction each time. After Su Qing called off his engagement and left the Su family, Su Ying also restrained the younger generation from making reckless comments. For this, Su Qing had always felt grateful. It's good that you're back. Once you're here, let's go welcome the guests together. Su Ying patted his shoulder. All right. Su Qing nodded and followed behind. Although some of the Su family members were displeased with him, there were no dramatic exclusions or provocations. Instead, few chose to speak with him. This was also because Su Qing had been away for 8 years, and he had become somewhat estranged from many people struggling to find common topics. On the other hand, Su Yin was very well liked. Everyone wanted to hug her, especially those sisters, their eyes turning into hearts as they rushed to get close to Su. There were many young Su family members around Su Qing's age who were still teenagers. Upon seeing such a youthful and charming girl, they immediately perked up. With a surge of male hormones, the previously listless youths who had been occupied with receiving guests instantly came back to life. Some even approached Su Qing and asked, "Brother Qing, who is this?" Wang Beibei, the daughter of the Wang family patriarch. Hearing that she was the daughter of the Wang family head, the youths fell silent again. Regardless of her talent, her status as the daughter of the Wang family head meant she was out of their league. Oh, speak of the devil, the Wang family has arrived. A group turned to see the square-faced, imposing Wang Tingzheng leading several members of the Wang family into the banquet hall. The elder Su Tianlin was chatting and laughing with him. Among the Wang family members, there was only one woman, beautiful and graceful. However, her face was cold, emanating an aura that discouraged strangers. The Su family members looked towards Su Qing. "Qingzi, aren't you going to go greet them?" Su Ying teased. Maybe not. Approaching to greet them would only make it more awkward. "Su teacher, I'm going," Wang Beibei said to Su Qing, and then bounced over. "Old man." She jumped up and clung to Wang Ting. "Aren't you too old to be acting like a child?" Wang Tingzheng chided, yet his face held a smile. Following the direction Wang Beibei came from, Wang Yini caught sight of Su Qing. Su Qing was talking to Su Ying and didn't notice. Wang Yini averted her gaze, a vague image flashing through her mind before shaking her head. They had already become strangers. Upon seeing the Wang family, especially with Wang Tingzheng's arrival, the guests in the banquet hall stood up. "Greetings, Lord Wang." "Greetings, Elder Wang." As a powerful figure of the Wang family, Wang Tingzheng held the title of Lord and was also one of the elders of the Jinwu Alliance. In the entire Jinwu Alliance, he was a person of high authority. The Wang and Su families had been friends for generations, thus they arrived early, and Wang Tingzheng himself came to congratulate Su Tianyin on his birthday. Afterward, other esteemed guests slowly arrived. The other 4 families of the 5 great families also sent clan members, and although not as high profile as the Wang family, they were all senior members and powerful figures from their respective families. Besides the Jinwu Alliance, the God of War Palace and the Law Enforcement Department of the Xia Kingdom also sent envoys bearing gifts, and even the young Martial King dispatched someone to congratulate, giving the Su family face. The banquet hall was filled to capacity. Once the guests had mostly arrived, Su Qing took a rough glance and noted that there were over 30 powerful figures and 4 lords. Several members of the Xia Kingdom's council also attended. At this moment, a group surrounded today's birthday star, Su Tianyin, laughing heartily, unaware of what they were discussing. Seeing that it was almost time, Su Tianyin walked to the forefront of the banquet hall, smiling broadly as he thanked the guests for coming and began to say some formalities. The feast began. Exquisite dishes were brought into the banquet hall by the attendants. Many of the items served were something ordinary people wouldn't even dream of eating. Some dishes alone could cost hundreds of thousands of xia yuan just for the ingredients. Some ingredients even came from worlds beyond the Xia kingdom. The table was filled with extravagant dishes. From the very first dish, Su Yan's mouth never stopped, her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. Dad, this is delicious. It's the best dish I've ever had. No, this one is even better. Ah, this soup is so good. Su Yan chatted away as she ate. Su Qing kept serving her dishes. 20 minutes later, seeing that many people had almost finished eating, Su Tianyan stood up. Everyone. Hearing his voice, the guests turned to look. First, I want to thank you all for taking the time to attend my birthday. Additionally, taking this opportunity, our Su family intends to confirm the selection of the young family head. The young family head. The Su family was about to determine the family heir. Su Tianlin and the other elders of the Su family remained calm, showing no surprise. This had been discussed beforehand. Su Tianyin continued, the Su family has a tradition of passing down martial arts, so the position of the young family head will be decided through a martial arts competition. Any Su family member can participate. A group of Su family members put down their chopsticks, eager to join in. In a martial arts family like the Su family, martial prowess was the most important criterion, while other skills were deemed less significant. Even the family head didn't need to possess excellent management skills. Various companies, groups, and family enterprises had professional managers responsible for management, while the family affairs were handled by a council of elders. The family head primarily represented the family's authority and made decisions on significant matters. Additionally, being the family head didn't mean one could do as they pleased. The elder council kept watch, and if someone overstepped, they could vote to dismiss the family head. Nevertheless, the family head was always a leader of the family, and even the lords had to show respect. To ensure fairness, I have invited Lord Wang to be the judge. Su Tianyin turned to indicate Wang Tingzheng. Wang Tingzheng nodded slightly. Additionally, clan members below the 9th rank and those over 40 years of age cannot compete for the young family head position. This was also common sense, though anyone below the 9th rank would likely be easily defeated. Moreover, the selection of the young family head would surely be among the younger generation. Although martial artists have longer lifespans than ordinary people, the definition of youth shouldn't be stretched too far, at most 40 years old. Subsequently, everyone in the banquet hall surged outside. Wang Tingzheng waved his hand, and a shallow gray space covering several kilometers appeared in the sky. In this space, 9th rank martial artists could fight freely and their attacks would not spill over, ensuring that the Su family's estate remained unaffected. All family members who wished to compete for the position of the young master come forward. The elder Su Tianlin shouted with a strong voice, his hair gray. Suing Su Long and others approached. Excluding Su Qing, there were a total of 13 members under 40 from the Su family who had achieved the 9th rank and signed up. Young Master Qing, the family head, hopes you can participate. Su Mu appeared by his side at some point. Well, okay. Su Qing had not originally intended to participate, but since his grandfather had spoken, being the young master was not a problem. Though the fights had yet to begin, he was well aware that no one could match him. However, this was also good. By becoming the young master, he would have ample reason to give gifts to his clan members, thus enhancing both the family's strength and his own. With 14 participants, they were paired off and opponents were determined by drawing lots. Su Shao Jia against Su Ming. Su Ying against Su Pengqing. Su Hai against Su Ling. Su Qing against Su Long. Upon hearing this pairing, the guests turned their attention. Among this generation of the Su family, 3 were on the master rankings, and 2 were facing off right from the start. One ranked 20th, the other 89th. Su Qing appeared much stronger, but he had remained relatively unknown prior, with only one achievement of defeating a hidden fox, leaving many in doubt. Perhaps he had merely taken advantage of an injured hidden fox to achieve that victory. In contrast, Su Long had been a genius since childhood, and was now a prodigy of the Tianwu Palace with numerous solid accomplishments. It was a fierce competition. This was the thought in most people's minds. The first match featured Su Shao Jia against Su Ming. The two were evenly matched, both at the mid-9th rank, but one wielded the power of water, while the other wielded fire, creating a perfect counter. In the heat of battle, neither could gain the upper hand initially, but in the end water extinguished fire, granting Su Shao Jia victory. The second match featured Su Ying against Su Pengqing. Su Ying needed no introduction. He had long been recognized as the top of his generation in the Su family. Su Pengqing, while not as renowned as Su Ying or Su Long, was in fact quite capable. Many elders in the clan believed that with another year or two of refinement, he would surely make it onto the master rankings, becoming a pillar of the Su family in the future. He too was training in the Tianwu Palace, one of the only 3 from the Su family there. As expected, Su Pengqing was strong, but Su Ying was even stronger, surpassing him by 1 or 2 tiers and easily defeating him. The third match featured Su Hai against Su Ling. Su Ling won. The fourth match was Su Qing against Su Long. This was the focus battle, even drawing interest from the aloof nobles. The two flew into a light gray space. Su Long was tall and sturdy, looking far more mature than his 29 years. Brother Qing, be careful, I'm a bit strong, he said, scratching his head, smiling in a somewhat simple manner. Along, just go all out. He knew that Su Long had mastered a type of power known as Mighty Stone Power. With the Mighty Stone Power enhancing him, Su Long's defense and strength would receive a terrifying boost. Even missiles would struggle to breach his defenses. A single punch could unleash thousands of tons of force, making him a true human beast. Boom. Yellowish air currents wrapped around Su Long's body, forming a thick layer resembling a stone armor. Brother Qing, be careful, Su Long bellowed. Boom. It looked heavy, but his speed was not slow. A punch sent the space echoing thunderously. It seems Su Long's Mighty Stone Power has condensed into a nascent form, not far from mastering the true intent. Congratulations to Marquis Tiansheng. It seems the Su family will soon produce another superlative martial artist. A noble congratulated Su Tianyan. It's just a nascent form, we don't know when he will truly grasp the intent. Su Tianyan replied modestly. Generally speaking, condensing a nascent form of true intent indicates that mastering the true intent is not far off. It is merely a matter of time. Suddenly, as Su Long dashed forward, a flicker of black light passed through Su Qing's eyes, and the space instantly turned pitch black. Moi! Wang Tingzheng exclaimed softly, the power of darkness. In the history of martial arts in the Xia Kingdom, the power of darkness is known to be one of the top-tier powers. To comprehend such top-tier powers nearly requires the aid of heavenly spiritual fruits, which is quite difficult. Out of 10, there might not even be one who can comprehend it. Like Su Long, the family had prepared a top-tier heavenly spiritual fruit for him, but after using it, he failed to comprehend it. Since the Su family had very few top-tier heavenly spiritual fruits, giving one to him was already the limit. Thus, after failing, Su Long resorted to comprehending the Mighty Stone Power. In that space, when Su Long realized he was surrounded by darkness, he knew he was probably going to lose. This level of darkness power was beyond his imagination. I concede. Suddenly, the surroundings returned to light. Brother Qing, that darkness power is amazing, even stronger than what is recorded in books. Su Long marveled. Su Qing smiled slightly. What was recorded in books was the power of darkness, but what he wielded was the source power of darkness, far superior. However, it wasn't a life-and-death struggle, so there was no need to fully reveal the might of the source power of darkness. The guests were also discussing, astonished by the strength of the power of darkness. At the same time, they envied the Su family for producing another martial artist who had mastered a top-tier power. It should be noted that the strength of a power not only relates to combat capability, but also determines the ranking of the corresponding true intent. There are 9 ranks of true intent, with the 9th rank being the lowest and the 1st rank being the highest. If the comprehended power is too weak when it transforms into true intent, it can only be at the lower 3 ranks, limiting future potential to superlative marquises. Only by mastering the middle 3 ranks of true intent is there a possibility of advancing to a king. The upper 3 ranks of true intent represent an infinite future. The so-called top-tier powers are classified based on their corresponding upper 3 ranks of true intent. The complete dark true intent is of the 1st rank, with branches like dark devour, dark shuttling, and dark annihilation being of the 2nd and 3rd ranks, all upper ranks. This means that if Su Qing can transform the power of darkness into true intent, even if it is merely a branch of dark true intent, it will at least be a 3rd rank true intent. There is no way for these guests not to be envious. After all, martial artists who master upper-tier true intent, barring those who fall midway, have a 99% chance of becoming king-level experts. Su Qing wins, Wang Tingzheng announced. He was only slightly surprised. After all, mastering the power of darkness does not necessarily mean Su Qing can master the dark true intent. In the Xia Kingdom, nearly 20 martial artists recorded as having comprehended the power of darkness, but only 3 have transformed it into dark true intent. Moreover, none of the 3 possess the complete dark true intent, but rather branch true intents of the 2nd and 3rd ranks. Teacher Su won. Wang Bei waved her fist, her pretty face beaming with a smile. She had been cheering for Su Qing, resembling a cheerleader. Beside her, Wang Yi still wore her usual cold expression, but inside, she was quite surprised. After all these years, it turned out Su Qing had also made progress. Qingzi, I didn't expect that after leaving the family for 8 years you would return and surprise us. Su Ying entered the space, expressing his admiration. He was genuinely happy. Producing another martial artist who mastered a top-tier power was undoubtedly great news for the Su family. Su Qing mastered the power of darkness, and the Su family members were all delighted. Despite his past mistakes, he remained a member of the Su family, and the strengthening of the family was what all the clansmen wished to see. Qingzi, your power of darkness is formidable, but my extreme yang power is not weak either, Su Ying said confidently. The extreme yang power is also one of the top-tier powers of heaven and earth. The extreme yang power is a branch of the yin-yang power, but the true essence of the extreme yang after its transformation cannot match the true essence of darkness. It is a second-grade true essence. Of course, if Su Ying can comprehend the extreme yin power and merge it with the extreme yang power to form the yin-yang power, it would not be inferior to the power of darkness and could even surpass it. Before Su Ying was the only one in this generation of the Su family who had mastered a top-tier power of heaven and earth. Looking across the entire Su family, there were only a handful who comprehended top-tier powers of heaven and earth, and only one who had ascended to the supergrade and mastered a third-grade true essence. The family head Su Tianyan. Su Tianyan broke through to the supergrade with the third-grade gung metal true essence, possessing immense combat power. Although he was at the peak of the Marquis realm, his strength was not inferior to an ordinary king. The main reason the Su family is considered the strongest clan in the Junwu alliance aside from the 5 major families is the presence of Su Tianyan. Outside the 5 major families, it is the only clan with a king-level combatant. Boom, boom, boom. In the space, Su Qing and Su Ying clashed repeatedly. Being the elder brother, Su Qing did not unleash his full power. For a time, the two seemed evenly matched. After exchanging hundreds of moves, Su Qing finally exerted himself and defeated Su Ying. I lost, Su Ying said with a bitter smile. Even with his broad-mindedness, he felt a bit disheartened. However, he quickly adjusted and smiled at Su Qing. Qingzi, congratulations on becoming the young family head. Although others could still challenge Su Qing, with him losing, the others had little hope. Brother Ying, that was luck. Su Qing did not become arrogant. This is not luck. I can sense that you did not use your full strength, right? Su Ying asked. Su Qing felt a bit awkward, not expecting his mercy to be noticed. Ahem, well. No need to explain, the stronger you are the better it is for the Su family. Su Ying waved his hand, having already come to terms with it. After speaking, Su Ying left the space. I never thought Brother Ying actually lost. The young members of the Su family widened their eyes. Over the years, Su Ying had been synonymous with invincibility among the younger generation of the Su family. Even Su Long showed a clear gap compared to him. Yet he still lost to Su Qing. The elder generation's expressions were also complex. They wanted to establish the young family head for the family's development, and Su Ying's performance in recent years had satisfied them. They initially thought Su Ying becoming the young family head was a done deal, but unexpectedly Su Qing emerged halfway. What could they do? Accept it. Moreover, Su Qing was 2 or 3 years younger than Su Ying, yet his combat strength had already surpassed his older brother, and he too comprehended a top-tier power of heaven and earth, making his future look bright. It was indeed appropriate for him to be the young family head. Su Qing victory. Wang Tingjing announced. Is there anyone who wishes to challenge him? The others exchanged glances, and all shook their heads. Seeing this, Wang Tingjing looked at Su Tianyan. Since no one is challenging, I hereby announce that from today onwards Su Qing is the young family head of the Su family. Su Tianyan solemnly declared to the Su family members. Immediately the Su family members looked at Su Qing and in front of numerous guests called out, young family head. From this moment the position of family head had an air. As the guests dispersed, the news of the Su family's establishment of a young family head spread, causing a stir in the alliance. Grandpa, I prepared a gift for you this time. After chatting with Su Tianyan for a while, Su Qing suddenly said. Su Tianyan was drinking tea. Qing, just keep it for yourself, Grandpa does not lack anything. Su Qing took out a long spear from his azure ring. Grandpa, why not give it a try? This is a supergrade top-tier spirit weapon. No need a supergrade top-tier spirit weapon. Su Tianyan nearly spat his tea on Su Qing's face. He set down his teacup and took the long spear from Su Qing's hand. It really is a supergrade top-tier spirit weapon. Su Tianyan was shaken. Qing truly has significant fortunes. A supergrade top-tier spirit weapon is not something common. Even the Su family only possesses one, which is a clan treasure. Even the 5 major families probably have very few. Many king-level powerhouses use super-grade upper-tier spirit weapons. The one in Su Tianyan's hand is also a super-grade upper-tier spear which he obtained through a fortunate encounter. With this super-grade top-tier spirit weapon, his strength could be further enhanced. Then Grandpa will accept it. He did not hesitate nor ask where it came from. Su Tianyan knew that Su Qing had secrets and certainly possessed weapons better than this spear. He felt gratified. This was his grandson. By the way, just now someone from the Zhang family came looking for me, wanting me to hand over your disciple to them. Su Tianyan put away the spear. A third-grade warrior, the Zhang family, is willing to exchange it for a super-grade lower-tier spirit weapon, huh? I turned them away, but you know as well as I do that it won't hold for long. Grandpa is the head of the Su family and must be responsible for the entire clan. I understand. Su Qing nodded. If the Zhang family suppressed the Su family because of this, the losses would be considerable, which the clansmen and elders could not accept. To put it bluntly, what does Zhang Wen's life or death have to do with the Su family? If it were a member of the Su family, the Zhang family wouldn't just suppress them, they wouldn't even consider handing anyone over. When are you planning to go to Tianwu Palace? In 2 days I'll go with Brother Ying Long and Peng Cheng. However, Grandpa, I won't be cultivating in Tianwu Palace for too long. Su Qing only wanted to fulfill a childhood dream by entering Tianwu Palace. He wouldn't stay too long. You decide for yourself. It's hard to enter Tianwu Palace, but leaving is quite easy. Su Tianyin did not mind. 2 days later at Tianwu Palace, the 4 from the Su family arrived. After arriving at Tianwu Palace, Su Ying and the others had matters to attend to, and Su Qing went to the servant hall alone. Tianwu Palace often has kings coming to answer questions for the prodigies, but on ordinary days it is managed by the various servants. The servants of Tianwu Palace are all super-grade marquee warriors. You are Su Qing. Yes. The servant suddenly narrowed his eyes and scrutinized him. Su Qing felt perplexed. Oh, why did this servant seem to dislike him? But this was their first meeting, right? Your residence is in the Wu district? No. 3 courtyard. The servant tossed him an identity card. Don't forget, tomorrow at 10 a.m., the Fire King will come to inspect your studies. Although you just arrived, you must be present. The Fire King has a bit of a temper, so don't be late. Understood. After receiving his items, Su Qing left. However, he felt that the servant's gaze towards him was a bit strange. It was as if he was gloating. He did not think too much about it. The position of the No. 3 courtyard in the Wu district was somewhat remote, but the courtyard was not small and quite quiet, which suited Su Qing's taste. After a night passed, Su Qing refined many spirit herbs with critical damage return effects and increased his vitality by over 10,000. At his level, raising his vitality had become noticeably difficult. Bang, bang, bang. The door to the courtyard was knocked violently. Su Qing opened the door to find Su Pengqing with an anxious expression. Pengqing, what's wrong? Why haven't you gone to Tianwu Hall yet? Today is the day the Fire King comes to inspect your studies, and you're taking too long. He's getting angry. The two hurried towards the Tianwu Palace. Su Qing's expression was somewhat grim. He had been tricked. Su Pengqing told him that the examination started at 8 o'clock, and everyone had to arrive at Tianwu Palace by then. However, the steward had told him 10 o'clock. A difference of 2 hours. As he entered Tianwu Palace, Su Qing immediately spotted the Flame King. He was a burly figure dressed in battle armor, as red as blood, with even his hair being red. He sat there, and waves of heat emanated from the surrounding air. He was also Wang Yini's master. Greetings, Flame King. Su Qing approached and said respectfully, "Why have you arrived only now?" The Flame King opened his eyes, and a powerful sense of oppression instantly spread throughout the Great Hall. This made the other talented individuals feel a sense of dread. Although the Flame King was not the strongest among the kings of Tianwu Palace, he was undoubtedly the one they feared the most. Just like his title, his temper was extremely fiery. Yesterday a steward told me. Forget it, I don't want to hear. The Flame King interrupted him. No matter what the excuse is being late, and you are nearly 2 hours late. By rights I should punish you, but considering it's your first time in Tianwu Palace, I'll let it slide this time. Next time you'll just be kicked out of Tianwu Palace, understand? Su Qing finally grasped the fiery nature of the Flame King. He wasn't even given a chance to explain. Yes. Su Qing actually didn't care, as he would leave soon anyway. However, his inadvertent expression caught the Flame King's attention. In the eyes of the Flame King, this expression implied arrogance. Oomph. The Flame King snorted coldly. Are you looking down on Tianwu Palace with that attitude? What an arrogant genius. Your grandfather even wants me to take you as a disciple. Ooh, I think I'll pass. With that, the Flame King turned and left. Su Ying and the others hurried over to comfort Su Qing. As for the others, some sighed with regret, some were gloating, and others felt sympathy. Not being able to become the Flame King's disciple wasn't the end, but the key was that today's incident would spread, and other kings would likely not take Su Qing either. A disciple rejected by the Flame King. Who would want him? Seeing the Flame King leave, Su Qing sighed in relief, feeling somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, the Flame King did not take him, otherwise it would have been hard to refuse if a king insisted on accepting him as a disciple. Just the thought of being under such a fiery-tempered teacher felt like torture. He cast a glance at Wang Yini. How could she endure this? Wang Yini felt somewhat bewildered by his strange. Upon returning to the Wu character area, Su Ying soon sent a message to inform him that they had uncovered the information about the steward who had tricked him. He Yunhong, who was promoted 3 years ago to a superior martial artist, held the title of Hong Ho, and came from the small He family, being one of only 2 superiors in the family. Su Qing understood. So it was someone from the He family. After the incident with Xiao Yin, his grandfather had imposed a slight punishment on the He family, and it seemed this had made He Yunhong, the newly promoted noble, uncomfortable. Thus he intentionally set him up to offend the Flame King. However, He Yunhong certainly did not expect that this would lead to Su Qing losing the opportunity to become a disciple, otherwise he wouldn't have done it. If he were to tell his grandfather about this, it would definitely make the He family and this Hong Ho pay a heavy price. But Su Qing planned to resolve this matter himself. A newly promoted superior, after a while once he reached the peak of the 9th rank, he would use him to test his limits. For the next month, Su Qing refined various spirit pills and herbs, occasionally returning to the Su family to guide Zhang Wen and Wang Beibei, helping them with their cultivation. His vitality was increasing rapidly. The power of the spatial origin also condensed into a nascent form of the spatial origin's true meaning. He finally understood the limit of his vitality at the 9th rank. 99,000 cards. This was a terrifying number. The normal limit for the 9th rank was only around 30,000 cards, while he was more than 3 times that. He was even close to a newly promoted superior martial artist. A newly promoted superior martial artist typically had around 100,000 cards of vitality. I wonder how much vitality He Yunhong has. He Yunhong has been promoted for 3 years, and considering his talent is average among superiors, and he only masters the 7th rank true meaning, he probably has around 110 to 120,000 cards now. There was a certain gap in vitality. Moreover, although Su Qing possessed the ultimate dark origin power, He Yunhong only had a low-grade true meaning. But true meaning is still true meaning, and there is a qualitative difference compared to the powers of heaven and earth. He didn't know if the nascent form of dark origin's true meaning could counter a true 7th rank true meaning, but if it couldn't, he could still combine it with the nascent form of the spatial origin's true meaning. Looking at it this way, Su Qing felt that his chances of winning were not small. He arrived at the steward hall. Steward He, long time no see. Upon entering, Su Qing immediately saw He Yunhong. The other party cleared his throat, awkwardly seeming to be aware that he had caused Su Qing to lose the opportunity to become the Flame King's disciple. He Yunhong secretly felt relieved. Su Qing, what are you doing in the steward hall? He Yunhong's tone was indifferent. No matter what, he was still a superior noble warrior, and even though Su Qing was the young master of the Su family, he had to bow his head in front of him. Steward He, I'm here to issue a challenge to you, Su Qing said with a smile. A challenge? Who? He Yunhong was taken aback. This kid actually called someone out. As a newly promoted superior, who could he possibly defeat? In an instant, many names flashed through his mind. There was no one from the Su family serving as a steward in Tianwu Palace, so it would be someone friendly to the Su family, Chun Hai Wang Chu, or someone else. Me? What do you mean? He Yunhong did not react immediately. What I mean is the one challenging steward. He is me. You challenge me. He Yunhong nearly thought his ears were malfunctioning. It's me. Su Qing nodded. He Yunhong's expression darkened. Did you come here today just to make a fool of me? I am not joking. Su Qing's smile faded. Or do you mean steward He doesn't dare to accept? Dare I? How, what are you joking about? He Yunhong glared at him fiercely. You should understand, a noble cannot be insulted. So is steward He accepting? I accept. They'll teach you a lesson, you reckless brat. He Yunhong left in dissatisfaction. A superior martial artist was actually challenged by a 9th rank warrior. Losing? Impossible. But winning wouldn't bring any benefits, or would anyone praise him for defeating a 9th rank warrior? Thus he had already made up his mind. He would teach Su Qing a harsh lesson. Challenges in Tianwu Palace were not so simple. To prevent serious injuries, or even fatalities, every challenge required the presence of a king to proceed. And kings were not always available. Many times one might have to wait several days. However, they were lucky this time, as 2 kings happened to be free and were interested in the 9th rank challenging a superior coming together. At this time, the news that Su Qing was challenging steward He Yunhong spread rapidly throughout Tianwu Palace. A large crowd gathered at the martial arts arena, from various talented individuals to stewards and numerous staff members. Hundreds of people surrounded the area, discussing in hushed tones. Since the establishment of Tianwu Palace, this was the first time a 9th rank warrior had challenged a superior. How has Su Qing been performing lately? Asked King Yun. The 2 kings were King Yun of the Wang family and King Xian of the Huangfu family. Many affairs of the Tianwu Palace were handled by King Xian. Average, King Xian said, his eyes opening and closing with an inherent authority. According to the steward's reports, in the past month, Su Qing hasn't visited the secret martial pavilion or the treasure hall even once. He rarely engages in martial exchanges with anyone outside the Su family disciples, preferring to cultivate behind closed doors in his courtyard. Cultivating in isolation won't do. King Yun shook his head. He has comprehended the power of darkness. He must not waste it due to his own nature. Let's see. I wonder what gives this kid the confidence to challenge a steward, or is it just a momentary impulse? Who knows? He probably doesn't realize the vast gap between the 9th grade and the super grade. No matter how strong a 9th grade is, they can never be a match for a super grade. While the 2 kings conversed, the others were not idle. Place your bets, a chubby little fatty shouted, pushing a small cart. For the battle between Su Qing and Steward He, odds for Steward He winning are 1-1. 0-0-0-0-1. Odds for Su Qing winning are 1-1-0-0-0-0-0. Nangong Xiaohai, aren't the odds for Steward He too low? Yeah yet. Both. Nangong Xiaohai spat. You know Steward He will win for sure, yet you still want to take advantage of me. Get lost. As I said, take it or leave it. Of course, if you want to go big, you can also bet on Su Qing winning, right? The others looked at him with disdain. Only a madman would bet on Su Qing winning, right? A 9th grade defeating a super grade. Impossible. They'll bet 10,000 on Su Qing winning, someone nearby said. Damn, there really are gamblers like this. Everyone looked over. It was Su Ying. Oh, that explains it. It's not strange for the Su family to show support. Su Long and Su Pingqing also each bet 10,000 on Su Qing winning. 10,000 on Su Qing, a somewhat cold female voice said. It was Wang Yini. A group of people was somewhat surprised. They all knew that Su Qing and this Ice Queen Wang Yini had once been engaged, but hadn't it been called off long ago? Had the ice melted and old flames rekindled? Everyone's hearts burned with fiery gossip. Wang Yini, of course, offered no explanation. After placing her bet, she walked aside with an unchanged expression. King Yun waved his hand, and a protective barrier resembling a formation instantly formed around the arena. You two go in. You may begin. Su Qing and He Yunhong walked in. If you admit defeat now and apologize to me, I can forgive you and let bygones be bygones. He Yunhong said coldly. He was a man who valued his pride. Being watched by so many people made him very uncomfortable. How disgraceful would it be as a marquis to fight a 9th grade in full view of everyone? Does Steward He really think he's sure to win? I can't think of a reason to lose, He Yunhong said disdainfully. Is that so? Then let's try. Swish. Su Qing took a step forward and instantly appeared before He Yunhong. Overestimating yourself. He Yunhong thrust out a palm, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming power backed by over 1 million cards of blood energy. Heavenly Emperor Fist. As the fist shot out, Su Qing's figure seemed to grow taller, exuding an awe-inspiring might that shook heaven and earth. Boom. Upon contact, He Yunhong's initially nonchalant expression drastically changed. This power. How is this possible? He's only a 9th grade. Bang. He Yunhong staggered back dozens of meters before barely stopping, his face alternating between pale and flushed, his heart in turmoil, unable to believe it. He had been pushed back by a 9th grade martial artist. Although due to his contempt he had used less than half his strength, Su Qing's punch still filled him with immense shock. Power at the super grade level. This. King Yun and King Xian both stood up almost simultaneously. What had they just witnessed? He Yunhong, a super grade martial artist, had been at a disadvantage in his clash with Su Qing. Was He Yunhong holding back? King Xian stared intently. Perhaps. That's it. King Yun was somewhat stunned. Even as exalted kings with centuries of martial cultivation, they had never heard of a 9th grade defeating a super grade. Although Su Qing might not necessarily defeat He Yunhong, that last strike, as discerned by the keen eyes of King Yun and King Xian, was undoubtedly an attack at the super grade level. Do you remember who was the last person to unleash super grade power at the 9th grade? King Yun couldn't help but ask. Of course I do. It was His Majesty the Martial King. A look of reverence filled King Xian's eyes. As one of the 4 pillar kings of the Xia Kingdom and the founder of the Zhenwu Alliance, the Martial King was considered a godlike figure in the eyes of the Alliance's martial artists. Even kings had to show him the utmost respect. The Martial King, when at the 9th grade, had a record of briefly unleashing super grade combat power to repel a super grade, though it was only a short burst, and he couldn't secure a victory. This kid. King Yun looked at Su Qing, his eyes full of admiration. For that single punch alone, he had to report to the Council of Elders and the young Martial King that another top-tier prodigy had emerged in the alliance. Excellent. He Yunhong's face was dark. Being pushed back by a 9th grade in front of so many people felt like a complete loss of face. He was a marquee-level powerhouse. Only by utterly crushing Su Qing could he salvage some dignity. With that thought, He Yunhong retrieved his weapon from his storage ring, the super-grade spirit weapon dragon-slaying blade. This blade was passed down from my grandfather, the dragon-slaying marquis. He once used it to slay a flood dragon on an alien battlefield. You should consider yourself fortunate to be defeated by this blade. He Yunhong's gaze was icy. Radiance Dragon Slayer. The dragon-slaying blade erupted with brilliant white light, and in an instant the roars of dragons echoed with phantom flood dragons writhing within the radiance. It seems He Yunhong can't bear the shame and is going all out, King Yun said with a smile. A marquis going all out against a 9th grade. How disgraceful. King Xian shook his head. He Yunhong has always been a man obsessed with face. After suffering that slight at Su Qing's hands, he's certainly going to try to crush his opponent overwhelmingly to regain his pride. They were not worried about Su Qing's safety. With the 2 of them present, no mishap would occur. On the arena, Su Qing's expression turned serious as he took out the boundless divine spear. The power of the dark origin was channeled into the spear. Boom. Even though the boundless divine spear was a divine artifact, Su Qing could not unleash most of its might. Facing He Yunhong's strike, he was sent flying directly. Most of the force was deflected by the boundless divine spear, but a small portion still transferred to Su Qing, making him feel as if his entire body had been battered by a heavy hammer. Pain. Agonizing pain. If not for his cultivation of the indestructible golden body art, Su Qing would probably be lying on the ground, unable to get up. The gap between the 9th grade and the super grade was truly like a chasm. However, after that exchange, Su Qing had a clear measure. The true intent He Yunhong mastered was related to light, likely a branch of the light true intent. A further branch hence only at the 7th grade. Light true intent counters dark true intent. But Su Qing had mastered the higher order dark origin true intent, even if only in its nascent form. And He Yunhong's mastery wasn't even light true intent, merely a branch of light rays, so it couldn't counter it. Su Qing stood up and smiled. Sometimes light cannot overcome darkness. He Yunhong frowned. This strike did not achieve the effect he desired. Damn it, his mood worsened. What kind of freak is this kid? He had a bad premonition. Could it be that he was really going to become a laughingstock for the Tianwu Palace today? No way, absolutely not. Especially when he saw Su Qing still laughing, his anger intensified. He is mocking me. Kid, you have angered me. Light dragon slash. He Yunhong roared within. The dragon's slashing blade transformed into a dragon-shaped light blade in his hand, overwhelming Su Qing with a fierce strike. The battle arena was covered in a surging white light. The onlookers instinctively closed their eyes. It was too dazzling. Bang! Su Qing plunged the Han High Divine Spear beside him, extending his hands to wave in the air, instantly forming a black vortex before him. You are overestimating yourself. He Yunhong sneered. In the next moment, his expression froze. He was astonished to discover that his light essence was being devoured by that dark vortex. The brilliance gradually dimmed. This is impossible, He Yunhong exclaimed. No matter how strong the power of darkness was, it was merely the power of heaven and earth. How could it possibly contend with true essence, even if it was only 7th grade true essence? This defied his understanding. Su Qing was not feeling well either. The power of the dark origin was ultimately just the power of heaven and earth, and forcefully devouring true essence brought him a great burden as well. It's useless, just a meaningless struggle. He Yunhong gritted his teeth, and the dragon's slashing blade shone brightly as he fiercely swung it toward the dark vortex. Su Qing frowned. Once the dark vortex shattered, he would undoubtedly lose. Sigh. He sighed inwardly. He would still have to use the power of spatial origin. In the ongoing clash and collision of the light true essence and the dark origin power, faint purple hues emerged. The fusion of the powers of darkness and space increased their might exponentially, and in the blink of an eye the light was once again swallowed. What is happening? He Yunhong felt the pressure increase by dozens of times. Sweat beaded on his forehead. What to do? He began to panic, feeling that he was truly going to lose. Just when his heart was in chaos, a tremendous force struck his hand, sending the dragon slashing blade flying, while a sharp spear tip pierced through the white light, pressing against his neck. He Yunhong instantly woke up. He lost to a 9th grade martial artist, opening a new chapter for the Xia Kingdom. He Yunhong was in a daze, unable to accept it. After more than 10 seconds, he staggered to his feet and left the battle arena, leaving behind a lonely figure. Unexpectedly, Su Qing won. King Yun and King Xian were stunned. Both powerful kings were taken aback. They did not expect that someone could defeat a superclass martial artist with a 9th grade body, even if it was the weakest among the superclass He Yunhong. How truly talents emerge one after another. King Yun sighed, suddenly feeling somewhat old. This matter must be sealed quickly and then reported to the Elder Council and the little martial king. Indeed, King Yun's expression turned serious. A peerless genius capable of defeating a superclass with a 9th grade level. Once this news leaks, the 3 evil organizations, the Longevity Society, the Demon Alliance, and the Spirit Sect, would definitely seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Many talents of the Xia Kingdom had been taken down by these rascals. But there are too many people. King Yun looked at the hundreds of onlookers, still in shock, feeling somewhat helpless. It was impossible to confine them all in the Tianwu Palace, right? You watch them here. I will go invite the little martial king to convene a meeting of the Elder Council and use the Ju Tian Mirror. Ju Tian Mirror. King Yun was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. It is worth using the Ju Tian Mirror for him. The Ju Tian Mirror is a sacred artifact. However, due to having suffered heavy injuries and being unable to recover, each use is one less until it completely loses its sacred artifact power. It is only used when major events occur within the alliance. In the eyes of the two kings, using the Zhu Tian mirror for Su Qing to eliminate any potential traitors among the onlookers was worth it. What the hell did Qing win? When Su Pingqing saw Su Qing defeat He Yunhong, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Beside him, Su Ying and Su Long also wore expressions of incredulity. Good kid. Su Ying smiled bitterly. He noticed that Su Qing had held back during the competition for the family leader, but now it seemed it was not just holding back, it was like releasing an entire ocean. If this news were to return to the family, the clansmen would go crazy, right? Su Long exclaimed in wonder. Hearing this, Su Ying's expression turned serious and he said in a deep voice, "Until Qingzi advances to superclass, keep this news to ourselves. No one is to speak of it, understand?" Understood. Su Long and Su Pingqing finally reacted. This news indeed must not be spread carelessly. Other onlookers were also left speechless, discussing among themselves. Even the attending elders were holding their heads, feeling an overwhelming sense of fantasy and shock. Ninth grade, does such combat power truly exist? It's too exaggerated. Wang Yini's red lips parted slightly, her face still cold, but surprise was clearly visible. Oomph. Zhang Yuanling snorted coldly, feeling very displeased. Su Qing is that little bastard's master. With the power and talent he displayed today, the Alliance will certainly protect him. It will undoubtedly be very difficult to eliminate that brat. He turned and left. He needed to discuss a plan with his father. That little bastard was clearly on the rise, and he couldn't rest easy until he was dead. Bang! He crashed into an invisible wall. Everyone stay here for now. Oh, no one is allowed to leave. King Yun's authoritative voice rang out. Damn it! Zhang Yuanling cursed under his breath, but still remained in place. He did not dare to defy a king's order. Others felt the same. However, a few among the onlookers changed their expressions. Huh, what is Qing doing? Su Long noticed that after defeating He Yunhong, Su Qing remained in the battle arena with his eyes closed. Whoosh! Around him, the dark origin power suddenly surged. Su Qing did not expect this. At this moment, the dark origin was transforming towards true essence. The violent origin power washed over his physical body, causing his blood and qi to rise rapidly, as if a volcano was erupting within him. Su Qing, are you about to break through to superclass? Even those who were not superclass martial artists among the onlookers were often in contact with superclass talents and had witnessed superclass advancements. Su Qing, now enveloped by the dark power with flashes of lightning and thunder, appeared as if the god of darkness was about to be birthed. Although the commotion was significant, it was undoubtedly an advancement to superclass. Good, very good. King Yun laughed heartily. Isn't Su Qing only around 31 years old? Breaking through to superclass at this age can rank in the top 5 in the history of martial arts in the Xia Kingdom. Moreover, just by looking at this commotion, one could tell Su Qing must have mastered true essence of the upper 3 grades. There have been no superclass martial artists in the Xia Kingdom who have mastered upper 3 grade true essence for many years. I hope it is the complete dark true essence. King Yun's eyes continuously revealed expectations. The complete dark true essence is a first-grade true essence. If Su Qing could truly achieve this, he would be the second martial artist in the Xia Kingdom to master first-grade true essence. The last one to achieve this was the pinnacle of the Xia Kingdom, the King of Humanity. After about half an hour, Su Qing's breakthrough was still ongoing. King Xian had returned holding an ancient bronze mirror with several cracks. It's the Zhu Tian mirror. The onlooking martial artists were shocked. The Zhu Tian mirror has an important function for introspection. It is used to identify spies. Whoosh! When the mirror of perception appeared, 2 figures soared into the sky, attempting to escape, yet they could not break through the blockade of King Yun. A middle-aged steward suddenly charged towards the closest genius, attempting to take a hostage. However, King Xian was well prepared and instantly appeared before the steward, slamming him to the ground, rendering him immobile. The 2 kings Yun and Xian looked at the 3 unconscious individuals on the ground, their brows slightly furrowed. The Tianwu Palace, as a stronghold of the Martial Alliance, required strict scrutiny for everyone entering. Yet despite this, 3 traitors still emerged. Take them away for thorough interrogation. King Xian waved his hand, and several stewards stepped forward to escort the 3 away. At this moment, Su Qing also completed his breakthrough. His vitality doubled, surpassing 2 million calories. It should be noted that a newly promoted super rank marquis typically barely reaches 1 million calories, while a mid-tier marquis reaches 1.5 million, and only a high-tier marquis can achieve 2 million. This means that Su Qing, upon his breakthrough, already matched an ordinary high-tier marquis. So what is the true essence? Dark devouring, dark shuttling, or? A voice suddenly reached his ears. Su Qing was startled. He then realized that Kings Yun and Xian had appeared beside him at some point, their gazes fixed intently upon him. It is the essence of darkness, Su Qing replied half-truthfully. Indeed, it was the essence of darkness, but it was the true essence of darkness. He suddenly had a thought. If the essence of darkness is a first grade, then what grade is the true essence of darkness? Super first grade. Huh. Kings Yun and Xian laughed heartily, their joy unmistakable. The martial alliance know the Xia nation has birthed a warrior who has mastered first grade true essence. Ingo, what do you think Qingge talked about with Kings Yun and Xian that made them so happy? Su Long asked in a low voice. If I'm not mistaken, it should be because of Qing's true essence. It is third grade true essence. Su Ying covered his mouth and lowered his voice. Third grade true essence. Su Long and Su Pingqing were filled with envy. Neither of them had comprehended the top-tier heavenly earth power, making high grade unlikely. Yet it wasn't impossible. If they went to comprehend a type of top-tier heavenly earth power again, there would be hope. But that was exceedingly difficult. Aside from the 3 Su family members, the other geniuses of Tianwu Palace had complex feelings. During his time in Tianwu Palace, Su Qing mostly stayed in his Wujino 3 courtyard, only occasionally coming out to find Su Ying and the others. He had almost no contact with others. Many geniuses did not openly express it, but in their hearts they looked down on Su Qing, feeling that he had become arrogant and complacent. What could be achieved by practicing martial arts in isolation? But now this situation undoubtedly slapped them in the face. It was a resounding slap. A 9th grade defeating a super rank, and after the battle mastering the upper grade true essence to advance to the super rank. Are you sure this isn't a plot from a novel? Especially Huang Fuxingyi, who was unable to remain calm. For many years he had been recognized as the #1 among the young generation of the martial alliance, but in the past 2 years the rise of Zhang Yuanling and Wang Yini had threatened his position. But it was merely a threat. Suddenly this Su Qing emerged, instantly surpassing him and leaving him far behind. The psychological gap was difficult to accept. Hey, wait. Since Su Qing has broken through to the super rank, how can he still be considered part of the young generation? Huang Fuxingyi smiled. Looking at it this way, I am still #1, haha. In contrast to the self-comforting Huang Fuxingyi, Nangong Xiaohai was already petrified like a statue. Su Qing 1. Odds 1100000. Su Ying 10,000, Su Long 10,000, Su Pingqing 10,000, Wang Yini 10,000, totaling 40,000. This means he has to pay 4 billion. Nangong Xiaohai felt his vision darken. For someone who was obsessed with money, 4 billion was a death sentence. My money. Nangong Xiaohai collapsed to the ground, wearing a mask of pain, looking as if he could not bear to live. Come, we will take you to meet the young Martial King, King Yin said. Meet the young Martial King. Su Qing was astonished. As the child of the Martial King and the current leader of the Xia Nation's martial alliance, the young Martial King was always elusive. Even his grandfather found it difficult to meet him. Of course, a first-grade true essence warrior is worthy of the young Martial King. Coming in person, King Xian explained, it happens to confirm your title. Upon entering the super rank, one can obtain their own title. This is a symbol of strength and power. The 2 kings led Su Qing to a grand hall. Please wait a moment. The young Martial King is currently dealing with matters and will be here soon. A servant brought tea. The 2 kings and Su Qing sat opposite each other and chatted. Buzz. Not long after, a tall young man in battle armor suddenly appeared in the hall. Young Martial King. Kings Yun and Xian stood up to greet him. We pay our respects to the young Martial King. Su Qing immediately stood up as well. This young-looking individual was actually older than both Kings Yun and Xian, having presided over the martial alliance for nearly 100 years. No need for such formality. The young Martial King smiled warmly. Release your essence of darkness. Su Qing extended his right hand, and immediately darkness enveloped it. The young Martial King examined it closely. Indeed, it is the essence of darkness, but why does it feel stronger than any darkness essence I have encountered? Su Qing was taken aback. How could he discover this? This was still the result of him suppressing it. It might be an illusion. The young Martial King murmured to himself. He looked at Kings Yun and Xian and said, this is indeed first-grade true essence, the essence of darkness. First-grade true essence. The young Martial King seemed to reflect, then continued, in the future the resources of the alliance will be tilted towards you. You must break through to the king rank as soon as possible to maximize your potential. He patted Su Qing's shoulder, holding high expectations for him. Have you thought about your title? I've thought about it. Yes, Su Qing nodded. I will use Qing as my title. Have you thought it through? Once the title is set, it cannot be changed. I am certain. Good, then from now on your title shall be Qing. The young Martial King looked at him. The current Marquis Qing will become King Qing in the future. Kings Yun and Xian also looked at him with smiles. Just then the young Martial King's expression suddenly tightened. He vanished from the hall. What happened? Kings Yun and Xian felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. For the calm young Martial King to react this way, it could not bode well. They had their suspicions while Su Qing remained oblivious. Ding! The resounding bell echoed across the Tianwu Palace. 2 chimes rang out, indicating that a matter of great significance had occurred in the Xia Nation. The The kings and marquises still in the Tianwu Palace needed to head immediately to the council hall, and the super rank warriors from each family also needed to rush there as quickly as possible. Let's go to the council hall. King Yun led Su Qing, and the three hurried over. When they arrived at the council hall, there were only a few people present. About a minute later, all the super rank warriors from the martial alliance near the Tianwu Palace had arrived at the council hall. Kings Yun Xian and Lai Wang stood at the forefront. There were a total of 8. Behind them were the solemn marquises numbering about 50 or 60. Upon seeing Su Qing, Lai Wang's eyes flashed with confusion. He quietly asked King Xian beside him, his confusion gradually turning to shock, surprise, and then astonishment. Su Qing had no idea what Lai Wang was feeling. Did he regret not taking him as a disciple? Little Martial King appeared in front of the council hall. Everyone, please wait a moment until the others arrive, he said, then closed his eyes and sat down in his chair. After a few minutes, the extraordinary warriors from various families arrived one after another, making the spacious council hall feel somewhat crowded with hundreds of people present. Grandpa Su Tianyan arrived with the extraordinary members of the Su family and suddenly heard someone calling him. Qing Yue. He looked at Su Qing with a puzzled expression, asking, "What are you doing here? You need to leave. Only extraordinary warriors can participate in the meeting." Su Qing whispered, "Grandpa, I have broken through to extraordinary." Su Tianyan was taken aback. Good, my boy," he exclaimed with joy. He truly did not expect that his grandson would enter the extraordinary realm so quickly. To his surprise, the other extraordinary warriors of the Su family also widened their eyes. However, now was not the time for excessive chatter. Su Tianyan, beaming with a smile, walked to the front of the council hall to stand with the kings. King Xian turned and chatted cheerfully with him. The main door of the council hall closed. "Is everyone here?" Little Martial King asked in a deep voice. Report to Little Martial King, except for the extraordinary warriors who stayed behind in each family. The extraordinary warriors from the Alliance's homeland in the Xia country have all arrived, including 26 kings and 347 marquises. Good, an old king responded. All right. Little Martial King stood up, looking at the many extraordinary warriors filled with confusion, and slowly spoke. Everyone, news has come from the alien battlefield. A war has broken out. The Demon Ape clan of the 10,000 Beasts realm has just launched a surprise attack on the Black Iron realm, plundering a large amount of resources, causing heavy losses to the cultivators, and they are seeking aid from our Xia country. As a subsidiary world of the Xia country, the Black Iron realm is in trouble, and we have the obligation to provide support. This is written in the contract. The Black Iron realm is a small world very close to the Xia country, where the strongest are comparable to extraordinary kings, and only a few exist. However, the world is blessed with a unique environment, nurturing many spiritual herbs and fruits useful for warriors below extraordinary. Many spiritual items circulated in the Xia country over the years have come from there. Moreover, the Black Iron realm occasionally produces heavenly spiritual fruits, which is also a major reason for the Demon Ape clan's attention. 10,000 Beasts realm. King Yun frowned. If I remember correctly, this is a large world, right? Indeed, it is a large world. Little Martial King nodded. Many extraordinary warriors changed their expressions upon hearing large world. The Xia country barely qualifies as stepping into the threshold of a medium-sized world, but the gap between it and a large world is akin to a chasm. Do not worry, it is not as if we are contending against the entire 10,000 Beasts realm. Little Martial King saw through their thoughts. The Demon Ape clan is merely a mid-tier race in the 10,000 Beasts realm. Even if they are stronger than our Xia country, how much stronger could they possibly be? Moreover, the distance between the 10,000 Beasts realm and the Black Iron realm is not short, and the Demon Ape clan also has many enemies, so they cannot deploy too much strength here. Everyone thought about it as well. They were merely intimidated by the name of the large world. In reality, the Demon Ape clan was not as fearsome as imagined. The Alliance of Martial Defense and the Battle God Temple have already organized teams to support the Black Iron realm, so I will be dispatching 20 kings and 300 marquises to the alien battlefield. While guarding against attacks from other forces, be ready to provide support whenever an unforeseen situation arises in the Black Iron realm. The Alliance of Martial Defense and the Battle God Temple. Aside from the headquarters in the Xia country's homeland, there is also a branch located in the alien battlefield, each overseeing a large world passageway between the Xia country and the alien battlefield. This was also the purpose for establishing the two major organizations. I will oversee the headquarters, so the Qiong King will lead you to the branch of the Alliance of Martial Defense in the alien battlefield, and commands from the Alliance will also be conveyed through him. The Qiong King Huangfu Qiong, the head of the Huangfu family, is a very senior king, and was once the right-hand man of the Martial King, deeply trusted by the Little Martial King. Yes, the Qiong King slightly bowed. I have prepared the list, you can take a look yourselves. Little Martial King waved his hand, and a list floated into the air of the council hall. Anyone on the list will have 1 hour to prepare. After 1 hour, gather at the Tianwu Palace to head to the alien battlefield. Su Qing immediately saw his name. It was just the last one. The alien battlefield. He had heard about this place from his grandfather and knew it was a buffer zone formed over a long period due to the mutual influence of various worlds. Countless races, forces, and powerful beings are active within it. After the meeting, Su Tianyin found Su Qing. Qing'er, you must be extremely cautious in the alien battlefield. Discuss any issues with Elder Tianhan and the others. If you go to support the Black Iron Realm, do not let your guard down and remember to stay with the team at all times. Do you understand? He urged. Grandpa, I understand. Su Qing nodded. This time Su Tianyin was not drawn into the selection, but was left behind to assist in handling affairs within the alliance and to suppress certain individuals who might take advantage of the situation. The Su family's extraordinary warriors drawn for this mission totaled 6. Except for Su Qing, all were elders of the Su family, led by Su Tianhan, a peak marquis, along with one high-ranking marquis, and the other 3 were mid-ranking marquises. Only Su Qing is a low-ranking marquis. 1 hour later, everyone was ready. Little Marshal King led over 300 extraordinary warriors into the depths of the Tianwu Palace's forbidden area. After passing through numerous checkpoints, they arrived at a vast stone plaza with strange runes engraved on the ground. Above the plaza was a colorful vortex with a diameter of over 100 meters. The vortex slowly spun with a colorful halo appearing both illusory and real, with strands of black and purple light seeping through as if it were about to swallow people. The power of space. Su Qing's gaze sharpened. Such vast spatial power astonished him. Without guessing, this was indeed the Large World Passage guarded by the Alliance of Martial Defense. The Large World Passage is a stable route that exists between one world and the alien battlefield, allowing for two-way travel. It has its pros and cons. It facilitates trade, cultivation, and cultural exchange with other worlds and civilizations, but at the same time, it may also attract invaders. There are 2 large world passages within the Xia country. The establishment of the Alliance of Martial Defense and the Battle God Temple was to guard the passage and prevent foreign races from invading the Xia country. Everyone. Little Marshal King turned back, his voice echoing in the plaza, clearly reaching everyone's ears. I will send you off here. I hope all of you can return safely. Everyone bowed in respect. Little Marshal King and the Cheong King exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Follow me. The Cheong King shouted loudly and flew into the world passage. Following him were the kings, and then came the marquises. After traveling through the passage for about half an hour, a sudden flash of white light appeared ahead. Su Qing's eyes blurred, and the next moment, he found himself in another plaza. Cheong King, a middle-aged king, approached him. What is the situation? Huangfu Cheong asked in a deep voice. King Shui, King Ming King Hu, and King Lei have already led their respective teams to provide support at the Battle God Temple. Several kings, led by Qianjun King, are also heading to the Black Iron Realm. However, there is still no news coming back. No news yet. Huangfu Cheong frowned slightly. Perhaps they encountered some accident. Let's wait a bit longer. If there's still no news, another team will be dispatched. The middle-aged king didn't find it concerning. The 2 teams had probably only arrived at the Black Iron Realm not long ago, so it wasn't strange that no word had been sent back. However, Huangfu Cheong was not so optimistic. As one of the oldest among the kings, his experience and insight far surpassed those of these younger kings. Is the Martial King still in the alliance? He asked. The Martial King was not always present. He would occasionally leaving behind only an incarnation with limited combat power in the Jinwu Alliance. The so-called limited combat power was only relative to the Martial King himself. In reality, this incarnation was equivalent to a peak king. His Majesty is not in the alliance during this time. The middle-aged king smiled wryly. Huangfu Cheong sighed. The absence of the Martial King made him feel somewhat uneasy. 320 Supremes have come this time. Yun Kong arranged accommodations for them. After speaking, Cheong Wang left the square. Yun Kong Wang looked at the large group of supreme martial artists before him and said with a slight smile, actually, no special arrangements are needed. Except for the newcomers, everyone should have been here before. Just do as before. By the way, are there any newcomers who haven't been here? A few people raised their hands. All right, the rest of you go rest. Newcomers, come to me to register your information. Su Qing walked over. After registering, Yun Kong Wang arranged a place for him to stay. To the west of the Jinwu Alliance in the Alien Star battlefield, there was a small area where the Supremes of the Su family resided. Supreme martial artists all had independent courtyards. However, the courtyards of the kings were larger and more luxurious. In this area of the Su family, there was only one such courtyard, which was Su Tianyin's exclusive residence. Marquis Qing. As Su Qing approached his own courtyard, 2 men and 4 women, all young and wearing uniforms, walked over. They addressed him respectfully. The six wore uniforms distinctly different from those of the Jinwu Alliance members, with their hands folded in front of them and their eyes downcast in a submissive posture. At first glance, they appeared to be ordinary human youths, but a closer look revealed differences. For instance, one girl had long pointed ears, and the exposed skin showed faint scales, and another girl had a full, graceful figure, yet a fluffy tail swayed gently behind her. They were not human. Su Qing nodded slightly, not finding it strange. The formation of the alien star battlefield connected the myriad worlds through this place, greatly promoting exchanges among the major realms. However, for some worlds, this was a nightmare. They were weak, with no powerful beings to guard them. Yet treasures were born there, inevitably inviting disaster. Lucky worlds might only be plundered clean. Some worlds were completely conquered, with the natives even being sold as slaves. These 6 aliens were clearly purchased slaves. They seemed to be well trained. Su Qing neither despised nor mistreated them, but he also felt no pity or sympathy. Survival of the fittest. Becoming a slave was not their fault. Their greatest fault was weakness. If a powerful world set its sights on Xia, the fate of its people would be no better than that of these few. Strength. Only formidable strength was the guarantee. Su Qing entered the courtyard. A large amount of spirit medicine enhanced by critical strikes was swallowed into his mouth. His blood energy now exceeded 2 million cal. The enhancement from these spiritual items was far less significant than before, so he had to rely on quantity. The key issue was that his supplies were running low. 3 days later, in the Grand Hall of the Jinwu Alliance, Su Qing entered together with the other Su family members. Everyone, Xiongwang said in a deep voice, as of today the teams sent by the Alliance to support the Black Iron Realm have still not sent back any news. You should all understand what this means. The forces mobilized by the Demon Ape clan are likely far beyond our expectations. Hearing that there was still no news, many supreme martial artists furrowed their brows. Snow King, Bright King, Tiger King, and Thunder King were at least high-level kings, and their respective teams included other kings as well. Over a dozen kings had entered the Black Iron Realm and vanished without a trace, leaving them with no choice but to speculate. Xiongwang, can you confirm the situation of Snow King and the others? A king asked. I can only confirm that they are all still alive. Alive meaning they were trapped. The fact that over a dozen kings could be trapped showed how formidable the forces deployed by the Demon Ape clan were. Su Qing thought. No. The War God Hall had also dispatched a team. That meant at least 20 kings from Xia were trapped in the Black Iron Realm. And numerous marquises too. Su Qing was startled. If so many supremes were lost in the Black Iron Realm, it would be an immense blow to Xia. No wonder they had been summoned so urgently. I called you here because I want to form a team to go and investigate. Therefore I need supremes who have mastered the essence of concealment and stealth. Xiongwang said. This time I will personally lead the team. As one of the top 3 kings in combat power within the Jinwu Alliance, he was confident. Unless a being of the martial king level descended, almost no king in the world could detain him. Those willing to go to the Black Iron Realm stepped forward. Xiongwang looked at the many supremes. Su Qing thought for a moment and prepared to step forward. Young patriarch, don't be impulsive. Su Tianhan grabbed him. You just broke through to supreme, going there won't be of much help. The other Su family supremes also tried to dissuade him. Elders, don't worry. It's just a reconnaissance mission, not a battle. Besides, with Xiongwang there's no danger. Su Qing reassured them. No. Su Tianhan still shook his head. Su Qing was the young patriarch of the Su family and had mastered a rare first-grade essence, making it highly likely he would become a king. The future rise of the Su family rested on his shoulders. If something happened to him in the Black Iron Realm, how could he explain it to the clan? Su Qing was helpless. Elders, look. As he spoke, right before their eyes, Su Qing's figure slowly melted into the darkness. This? Su Tianhan was stunned. He couldn't sense Su Qing's aura at all. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Can the elder rest assured now? Su Qing reappeared slowly. All right then. Su Tianhan pondered. But I must go with you. The essence I have mastered is also not weak in concealment. And so the two of them joined the reconnaissance team. In the end, the team consisted of just over 30 people. Let's go. Led by Xiongwang, the reconnaissance team flew towards the eastern side of the Jinwu Alliance. Below was a desolate land. The alien star battlefield had formed eons ago, evolving from its initial bleak wilderness to the current era of myriad races contending. Almost all known worlds were connected to the alien star battlefield. This place was the center of the myriad realms. Therefore, the alien star battlefield was also called the Central Continent. After flying for over an hour, the reconnaissance team landed in a cluster of buildings that were completely different in style from Xia. However, there was not a single person. Where are the people guarding the world passage of the Black Iron Realm? A king frowned. They were probably recalled due to the intense fighting in the Black Iron Realm. How did the Demon Ape clan enter the Black Iron Realm? There are no signs of a battle here. Perhaps another world passage appeared in the Black Iron Realm, or the Demon Ape clan located the world coordinates of the Black Iron Realm and built a passage. Impossible. The cost of building a world passage is too high. Enough. No need to concern ourselves with how the Demon Ape clan got in. We will find out after the investigation. The Sky King spoke in a deep voice, arriving before the portal to the Black Iron Realm. The other side of the portal to the Black Iron Realm is unstable. Once we enter, we are likely to appear in different locations. Therefore, everyone should wear the positioning device. As long as we are within 10 kilometers, we will be able to detect each other's positions. Also, our purpose is to gather intelligence. There is no need to confront the Demon Ape clan hidden. Be cautious, stay hidden, and protect yourselves. 10 days, at most 10 days. Regardless of whether we gather useful intelligence, we must leave the Black Iron Realm. After saying this, the Sky King stepped into the portal and vanished in the next moment. Let's go as well. Su Qing followed Su Tianhan into the portal. This world portal still held immense spatial power, but it was highly unstable, fluctuating violently at all times. Swish! A flash of white light flickered before his eyes. His body swayed as Su Qing stumbled into a dense forest. He activated the positioning device, but not a single member of the exploration team was within 10 kilometers. The Black Iron Realm. Su Qing looked up at the sky. Even on a sunny day, the sky seemed to be shrouded in a layer of black haze that could not be dispelled. The Black Iron Realm, like the Summer Kingdom, is a world dominated by humanity. It is home to 5 great kingdoms where kings wield supreme authority and nobles govern the order of the kingdoms. This is an era of steam, coal, and knights. For ordinary people, the only way to rise from commoner to noble is to become a knight. Su Qing flipped through the intelligence reports. The knight system in the Black Iron Realm is quite similar to the warrior system. From the lower-tier Earth Knights to the upper-tier Golden Knight Kings, the hierarchy is clear and strictly enforced. Let's take a look. Su Qing gazed beyond the forest. Lizni Province, Babalia City. As one of the largest coal-producing areas in the northern part of the Dingstan United Kingdom, the sky in Babalia is filled with coal dust as if covered by a black net. This has been the case throughout the year. At this moment, Babalia is eerily silent. Even during the day, there are hardly any people in the streets. Occasionally there are people, but they hurry by with anxious expressions. The Babalia Coal Merchants Association is hosting a banquet. The banquet hall is bustling with activity, gathering nobles of all ranks from the city exchanging toasts. However, each of them wears a strained smile. The president of the association, Viscount Fred, stands beside a black-haired ape with a forced smile, his back bent. The black ape stands about 2.5 meters tall, its black fur gleaming with a metallic sheen, clad in half a suit of golden armor, exuding a fierce aura. It reclines on a large chair, casting a sidelong glance at more than a dozen scantily clad dancers in front of it. The chair creaks under the weight. 2 beautiful blonde-haired girls, visibly trembling with fear, gently place fruit into the black ape's gaping maw. Squelch! The black ape suddenly sits up, grabbing one of the girls beside it. Amid her terrified pleas for mercy, in just 2 or 3 moves, she rolls her eyes and faints. Blood flows profusely. The other girl collapses in fright on the ground. The dancers below shiver in fear, dreading that they might be next. Fred, the black ape spoke. These human females are too weak. I need knights. Do you understand, human female knights? My lord, please calm down. Viscount Fred wiped the sweat from his forehead and said cautiously, I have been searching, but there are too few female knights. Please give me a bit more time, my lord. In the Black Iron Realm, the secret arts of knight cultivation are held exclusively by the nobles, making it difficult for commoners to access them. Additionally, knight secret arts are rarely taught to women, resulting in a severe shortage of female knights. My lord, I do know where there are female knights. Fred looked over to see the Vice President Porter. His heart. Porter had long coveted his position as president, and his sudden interjection could not be well-intentioned. At that moment, Fred recalled something and caught sight of Porter's sinister smile, causing him to startle. Speak. Lady Melissa, the wife of President Fred, is a powerful Sky Knight and will surely satisfy you. Oh. The Black Ape Bow's interest was piqued. Although he viewed Sky Knights as weaklings, they were quite rare in the Black Iron Realm, especially a female knight. Fred was struck by lightning. My lord, Ball Porter. Ball glared coldly at Fred. You only need to tell me if that Melissa is a Sky Knight. Do not deceive me. You should know the consequences. Fred stuttered. My lord, I almost forgot President Fred's daughter Alice is also a knight. Although she is a bit weak, she must also be quite delightful. Porter continued. Porter, you. Fred's anger surged uncontrollably. Fine. Do not blame me for being ruthless. My lord, Ball Porter's mother, Lady Beta, is also a knight and far more experienced than any other female knight. Fred gritted his teeth. Porter was horrified. My mother is quite old. Although she looked young for her age due to being a knight and taking good care of herself, this is outrageous. The other nobles watched the two of them inflict harm on each other in silence, afraid of getting dragged into the conflict. Very well, now go and bring the female knights you mentioned. Ball nodded in satisfaction. Fred and Porter stood in place. Humph. Fred let out a cold snort and left, first casting a scornful glance at Porter. Still trying to steal my position as president. Not a chance. A wife can be replaced and a daughter can be born again. But what will you do if your mother is gone? Coincidentally, I had long wanted to part ways with Melissa. This opportunity is just right. Fred returned home. He had not even stepped through the door when he heard an odd noise. Boom. He felt as if his head had exploded. He was all too familiar with this sound. Adulterer. Fred stormed in, sword drawn, into the bedroom. In the bed, a handsome young man with blonde hair looked up in a daze, his face covered in red lipstick marks. Next to him were his wife Melissa and daughter Alice. Fred's eyes instantly turned red. He felt as if he had been crowned with a large green hat. Melissa, Alice, you. He was so furious he couldn't find the words. What is going on? The handsome young man with blonde hair forced a bitter smile. Melissa, didn't you say your husband was already dead? And Alice, you clearly said you had been living alone with your mother. Soren, we did not intend to deceive you, we just didn't want you. Melissa gazed at him affectionately. Brother Soren. Alice leaned against Soren's chest. Fred was nearly driven to madness. So I was the one interrupting your fun, huh? Oh. Fred charged forward, only to be kicked against the wall at an even faster speed. Melissa looked at him coldly. Enough, Fred, don't forget how you came to hold your current position. Now get out of this house. I. Fred glared at them with resentment. He had just barely stepped into the first tier of Sky Knight, but Melissa was a bona fide third-tier Sky Knight. Su Qing stepped into the city of Babalia. Boom. A black monkey soared into the sky above the city. Damn humans. Ball covered one eye, blood seeping from it. Soren, you all need to leave. Melissa's face turned pale as she pushed Soren, who was holding Alice, away. I recognized you. Ball coldly glared at Soren, the third prince of the Dinstan kingdom. Why are you here? Soren's expression. Is the Dinstan family planning to rebel against the Demon Ape clan? Or do you want to find an opportunity to leave the Black Iron Realm to send a message to the Summer clan? The Summer clan has sent reinforcements, but what good will that do? If they dare to come, it won't take a day for us to lock onto their positions and capture them. Ball looked at him with disdain. I heard you are the first genius of the Dinstan kingdom in 100 years. Killing a genius is truly exciting. Whoosh. Ball's figure vanished. No matter how talented Soren was, he was merely a third-level Sky Knight equivalent to a ninth-grade warrior. But Ball was a genuine transcendent. With a silver-white longsword in hand, cold sweat was already pouring from Soren's back. Die! Ball grinned cruelly. In the next moment, his smile froze. At some point, a long spear had pierced through him. You? Ball struggled to turn his head. Su Qing's figure slowly emerged from the space. Boom. Without any nonsense, the Celestial Emperor fist struck out fiercely. Ball's body exploded, falling from the sky. After firing a few more shots, Su Qing turned to the dazed Soren and asked the prince of the Dinstan kingdom. The Dinstan United Kingdom, third Prince Soren Dinstan, are you? From the Summer clan. Soren asked cautiously. Summer Kingdom's Su Qing. Senior from the Summer Kingdom, you must save the Black Iron Realm. Soren said excitedly. Tell me everything you know. Okay. Su Qing frowned as he listened. According to Soren, the Demon Ape clan built a world passage to the Black Iron Realm, and more than 30 Demon Ape clan kings and hundreds of nobles had already arrived. The Demon Ape clan also possesses special secret artifacts that cover most of the Black Iron Realm, allowing them to quickly locate any outsiders. The first group to arrive, including King Shui, was captured because of this. Moreover, the Demon Ape clan has even deployed holy weapons. A series of information made Su Qing puzzled. Is the Black Iron Realm truly worth such great efforts from the Demon Ape clan? Senior, I have something for you. Soren thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. He took out a small box from his cloak. Inside were several pure crystal stones with blood red stone marrow. This is blood marrow crystal? Su Qing asked. Blood marrow crystal is one of the highest value treasures produced in the Black Iron Realm, and they are extremely rare. Every time it appears, it is taken by several Night Kings, rarely making its way to the outside world. Su Qing had only heard of it. It is said that this item can not only significantly enhance the vitality of king-level experts, but also improve physical constitution to a certain extent, breaking the limits of the body. Originally, a ninth-grade warrior could only withstand less than 300,000 vitality, but after using the blood marrow crystal, it could reach 310 or 320,000. The more times it is used, the weaker the effect. However, for Su Qing, the undying golden body technique had already tempered his body to its true limits, making the blood marrow crystal unnecessary, and it could only be used to enhance vitality. My great-grandfather, the kingdom's guardian and Night King Burley, has been killed by the Demon Ape clan, so the blood marrow crystals are given to you, senior, but I have one request. You speak. Please accept me as your disciple. Soren suddenly knelt down. Oh. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Alright, but for now I can only accept you as a registered disciple. Hearing registered disciple, Soren felt a bit disappointed. He knew that the Summer clan had this concept which, strictly speaking, does not count as a true disciple. Being a registered disciple now doesn't mean it will be the same in the future. If you can earn my recognition, I will also accept you as a true disciple. Yes, master. Soren's spirit was lifted. Here you go. Su Qing handed back the small box containing the blood marrow crystals. Soren looked puzzled. This thing is of little use to me. Su Qing shook his head. You just gave it to me, and now I am giving it back to you, he added. Soren was stunned. Even though the blood marrow crystal is useful for Night Kings, it's a very precious treasure. Is it of little use to the master? Could it be? The master is a stronger being than a Night King. Soren gradually became excited. Ding! Gifted disciple blood marrow crystal 5 pieces triggered a 1000-fold critical hit. Received blood marrow holy crystal 5 pieces. 5 holy crystals appeared in the azure ring. Soren, brother Soren. Melissa and Alice rushed over and pounced on Soren. Soren looked at Su Qing and couldn't help but force a smile. Master, Su Qing waved his hand. If it's not forced, then it's fine. No, master, you can rest assured, even though I am the 3rd prince of Dinston, I have never forced anyone. Yes, we are willing. Melissa gave Soren a kiss on the cheek with charm. The 2 girls each held one of his hands. This new disciple seems to have a good rapport with women. Su Qing asked Soren to wait while he entered an empty room and took out the blood marrow holy crystals. The vibrant vitality spread out. If the blood marrow crystal can help kings enhance their vitality, what kind of terrifying effect could the blood marrow holy crystal have after a 1000-fold critical hit? Half an hour later, Su Qing exhaled a breath of turbid air. Just 1 blood marrow holy crystal helped him increase nearly 1 million cards of vitality. Generally, the vitality of peak nobles is around 2.5 million cards, but now Su Qing's vitality has already surpassed 3 million cards. An hour later, after refining 2 more blood marrow holy crystals, his vitality reached 5 million cards. Su Qing could sense it. This was the limit of his vitality at the noble level. 5 million cards of vitality is twice that of other peak nobles comparable to initial kings. Soren, Su Qing called for his disciple. Master. Soren ran over his clothes, disheveled and lipstick marks on his face. Do you know where the first batch of warriors from the Summer Kingdom who came to support are being held? I only know that some are imprisoned in the Dinstan Royal Palace, and there might be others in other kingdoms. The Royal Palace. Su Qing stroked his chin. It's certain that he cannot rescue them. With the Demon Ape Clan kings and holy weapons, even if a peak king, when it would likely be in vain. Then the only option is to find a way to send the message back. Su Qing roughly guessed the intentions of the Demon Ape Clan. With such a grand display, since they couldn't be targeting the Black Iron Realm, it must be aimed at the Summer Kingdom. Moreover, the Demon Ape Clan is only imprisoning the Summer Kingdom warriors instead of killing them. Besides worrying about losses, the bigger possibility is that they do not want to attract the attention of the Summer Kingdom. Or rather, the 4 pillars. If so many transcendent beings were to fall at once, the Martial King and Battle King would definitely come to the Black Iron Realm themselves. According to this speculation, the purpose of the Demon Ape Clan should be to restrain the power of the Summer Kingdom within the Black Iron Realm and then enter the Summer Kingdom. But what does the Demon Ape Clan want in the Summer Kingdom? That is the main base. Even if a being of the same level as the 4 pillars enters, it would be difficult to leave safely afterward. He couldn't figure it out. It can't possibly be to look for something right. In the city of Dingstan, within the royal palace, fierce magic apes surged forth, each one surpassing the extraordinary. Among them there were more than 10 king-level magic apes. The Sky King stood proudly in the air, with several king-level figures glaring coldly behind him. The Magic Ape Clan dares to provoke the majesty of the Xia Kingdom. They must be exterminated. He took out a massive black cauldron, its surface adorned with golden patterns and engraved with the image of a giant black dragon. Saint weapon. On the other side, Su Qing followed Soren to the Blackrock Valley. Soren informed him that several kinds of heavenly spiritual objects had been born here a few years ago, but they were still immature, so the kingdom had stationed heavy troops to guard the area. Why is there no one here? Soren looked at the silent valley. The Magic Ape Clan must have been here. Let's go take a look. The 2 of them ventured inside. The valley was in ruins, strewn with shattered flesh and armor, clearly having endured a massacre. The spiritual objects had also been harvested. Teacher, let's go. There's nothing left here, Soren said. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Someone is here to greet us, Su Qing said as he looked up at the edge of the valley. Swish, swish, swish. 3 magic apes appeared. We've caught another warrior from the Xia clan, sneered the middle yellow-hued magic ape, revealing its vicious fangs. The terrifying aura nearly suffocated Soren. This is a night-level magic ape. He turned his head with difficulty to look at Su Qing, and upon seeing that his teacher showed no fear, he barely relaxed. Soren, this is for you. Su Qing handed him 3 iron balls. Teacher, what is this? Why was he being given something at such a critical moment? Ding. 3 rending sky bombs were gifted to the disciple, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, gaining 3 ultimate rending sky bombs. The rending sky bombs were portable explosives created by the scientists of the Xia Kingdom, with a power barely comparable to the extraordinary. For extraordinary warriors, they were somewhat useless, and due to their high cost, not many were produced each year. Su Qing had brought 3 from the Su family before coming. Kill him. The yellow-hued magic ape pointed at Su Qing. 2 high-ranking magic apes immediately charged forward. Boom, boom. The Heavenly Emperor fist. The eyes of the 2 magic apes dimmed, each with a massive blood hole in their chests falling straight from the sky. 2 punches crushed them. Soren was left dumbfounded. The yellow-hued magic ape's expression darkened. 2 useless fools, do I need to take action myself? It looked coldly at Su Qing. To kill my 2 subordinates, so easily, it seems you're not an unknown figure in the Xia clan. To state your name, you are qualified for this, king, to know it. Sorry, I don't think you're qualified to know, Su Qing replied, while motioning for Soren to step back. Oomph. The yellow-hued magic ape was enraged. Unappreciative human. Boom. The yellow-hued magic ape raised a hand, and the ground shook violently for several thousand meters, giant sharp stone pillars bursting from the ground. Bang. Su Qing was caught off guard, and was struck by a stone pillar sent flying. His chi and blood surged, and it took a long time to calm down. Phew. He understood. Although his chi and blood were comparable to an initial king level, the king had condensing the laws and divine heart, mastering the embryonic form of the laws, allowing them to manipulate the laws of heaven and earth on a small scale. There was still a significant gap in combat power. You know nothing of the power of a king. Seeing Su Qing charging forward, seemingly aware of his disadvantage and intending to fight to the death, the yellow-hued magic ape laughed. Whoosh. Su Qing calculated the distance and threw the ultimate rending sky bomb while approaching the magic ape. At this distance, it couldn't completely dodge. The magic ape saw Su Qing throw something at it, but showed no intention of dodging, reaching out to crush it. It indeed shattered. Boom. An incredibly violent force spread from the magic ape's palm, instantly obliterating its entire arm and causing its body to disintegrate. In just 2 or 3 seconds, a king-level magic ape vanished. Even as it desperately invoked the laws and divine heart, it was futile. Even the residual force created a several 100-meter deep pit at the site of the explosion. Su Qing spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of the ultimate rending sky bomb exceeded his imagination. The magic ape had emitted golden light before dying, indicating it had protective treasures, yet even so it still met a tragic end. He had never witnessed a king unleashing their full power. He also didn't know if any king could withstand this ultimate rending sky bomb. Teacher, are you okay? Soren ran over from a distance, his face pale. That earlier commotion was immense, akin to the end of the world. I'm fine, I just need to rest for a bit. After resting for several hours, the 2 headed towards the royal capital. They had only walked halfway when the locator detected members of the scouting team. After talking, they learned that the Magic Ape clan had retreated. The constructed world passage had also been destroyed. The Snow King, Bright King, Tiger King, Thunder King, and the experts from the War God Hall had all been rescued. After a rough tally, only 1 king and 8 marquis had fallen this time, far fewer casualties than expected. It seemed like a joyous outcome. In the capital at the Zhenwu Alliance. Whoosh. The world passage flickered with white light, and a man in purple appeared. The Xia clan's world has finally come through. Who are you? The king guarding the passage noticed him. The purple-clad man's eyes shot out purple light, and the 2 kings hesitated, their eyes filled with chaos. It wasn't until the purple-clad man vanished that they regained clarity. Yet their minds no longer held any memory of the purple-clad man. The warriors sent to support the Black Iron Realm returned to the alien battlefield. Soren did not return with Su Qing. The king of Dingstan and other princes had all been killed by the Magic Ape clan, leaving him as the only prince shouldering the burden of the kingdom's revival. Thus, after much contemplation, Soren decided to remain in the Black Iron Realm. He planned to return to the Xia kingdom to find Su Qing once the kingdom got back on track and his descendants had grown up. To that end, Soren prepared to marry all his beautiful confidants at once, fulfilling his promises to them and strengthening the royal lineage. When Soren bashfully revealed the number of his beautiful confidants to Su Qing fell silent. 178. Soren was only 25 this year. If calculated from birth, he had 7 or 8 each year. Among these beautiful confidants were petite and lovely Lolas, mature and graceful noble women, proud and aloof older sisters, as well as mother-daughter pairs like Melissa and Alice. One had to admit this disciple truly was a great lover. No, a great romantic. When leaving, Soren brought many extraordinary spiritual objects from the royal treasury for Su Qing to take, including a dark spiritual fruit. One must say that although the Black Iron Realm is a small world, as one of the kingdoms that had ruled for hundreds of years, the Dingston treasury still held many treasures. Su Qing did not take without giving. He left behind many treasures, elixirs, and spiritual weapons for Soren, and taught him several high-level techniques. The Su family welcomed Su Qing, Su Tianhan, and 6 others back safely. To celebrate, they held a family banquet. During this opportunity, the Su family members congratulated Su Qing, praising him for comprehending the true meaning of the upper 3 grades, stepping into the extraordinary. However, the Tianwu Palace sealed the news. The external narrative was that Su Qing had comprehended the 3rd grade branch of the dark true meaning, not the complete 1st grade dark true meaning. The 3rd grade true meaning was already astonishing. It had been a long time since the Xia kingdom had produced a warrior of the extraordinary upper 3 grades. Grandfather, this dark spiritual fruit is for the family. Ding. The host gifted the family dark spiritual fruit, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, gaining dark origin fruit. Here it comes. Splash. After swallowing the source fruit of darkness, Su Qing arrived once again at the source river. He scooped up strands of dark source gold lines. To save time, he fished while swimming upstream. Boom. Just as the mysterious giant shadow guarding the source river approached, Su Qing left this place. A rush of insights flooded into his mind. Within his body, the power of dark source rapidly gathered, slowly forming a shape resembling a heart. The divine heart of laws. This was something essential for advancing to the king level. At this stage, true intent transformed into the embryonic form of laws, allowing for minor control over the laws of heaven and earth. An hour later, Su Qing completely advanced to the king level with his vitality breaking through 7 million cards. He then refined the remaining 2 pieces of blood marrow holy crystal, bringing his vitality to 8 million cards, comparable to a peak king. At the king level, the effect of the blood marrow holy crystal was directly halved, but it was still significant. A treasure that could quickly elevate a king's vitality by 500,000 cards was enough to make countless king powerhouses covetous, even mad. In addition to the dark spirit fruit, Su Qing also sent back the super-tier spiritual items he brought from the Black Iron Realm to his family, obtaining numerous critical items. Although most were 10-fold, 100-fold, or 1,000-fold critical hits, the quantity was considerable. After spending a few days refining a portion, Su Qing's vitality broke through the 10 million mark. 10 million was also the theoretical limit of vitality at the king realm. Exiting the room, a passing clan member called out, "Young master," and Su Qing smiled in acknowledgement. No one among the clan members noticed his change. In just a few days, he had advanced from peak marquis to peak king. No one would believe it if told. A realm that could take others a lifetime to cross had been completed by Su Qing in just a few days. I wonder what rank am I in the alliance now? He shook his head. There was no doubt that his combat power would be the highest among kings. Not just in the Jinwu alliance, but in the entire Xia nation. Su Qing had confidence. Now he was the foremost figure beneath the 4 pillars. Young master, Su Mu approached. Grandpa Mu, the Zhang family has pressured our clan again, demanding that we hand over Zhang Wen within 3 days, or they will start to fully suppress the Su family. Su Mu's brow furrowed tightly. All right, then I'll take Xiaowen back to Jiangzhou today. Su Qing nodded. But Su Mu hesitated. Su Qing is indeed a super-tier warrior, but how can he possibly block the Zhang family? Don't worry, I have it under control. Okay. Su Mu had no other choice. The Su family could not truly fall out with the Zhang family over Zhang Wen. Yet class 9 has won too. You think that's something to be proud of? Su Qing's face darkened. I have a rough understanding of your situations. You're not from great clans. Hep. Zhang Yanxiong sneered. The Su family ultimately does not dare to offend the Zhang family, and can only let him leave to fend for himself. That's natural. The Zhang family can't destroy the Su family, but it's easy to make the Su family suffer losses. Who should we send to eliminate the little brat? We don't need to act ourselves. Zhang Yanxiong shook his head. Notify Yi Shao, send someone to, forget it, let him go in person. Yi Shao going personally? A newly promoted super-tier, is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? Even a lion uses all its strength when hunting a rabbit. Letting Yi Shao act will ensure nothing goes wrong. By the way, let Yi Shao take care of that Su Qing as well. A first-tier true intent indeed makes one feel wary. He hadn't left the Su family yet. Wang Beibei came to the door wanting to return with Su Qing. Su Qing did not refuse. There would definitely be dangers on the way, but with his strength, he was unafraid. However, just to be safe, he did not take Su Yin with him, leaving her in the Su family. The muscular man Praetor arrived at the foot of a towering mountain. He took out a piece of bronze fragment from his storage ring. Over the years, I have collected 4 fragments. The remaining 5 should be here. He looked towards the mountaintop. After investigating for decades and consulting countless ancient texts and documents, I learned that the Xia clan world once had an extremely glorious history, with many powerful beings, even surpassing the beast realm. The Heaven-Mending sect was a super sect of that era, giving birth to more than one heavenly sovereign, and this fragment is from its supreme treasure that suppressed fate. Praetor's eyes gleamed with fervor. There was no doubt that it was a treasure surpassing holy weapons. If he could obtain this supreme treasure, perhaps he could glimpse the mysteries of the heavenly sovereign and lead the demon ape clan to the pinnacle. He reached the mountain peak. The entrance to the Heaven-Mending sect's secret realm should be nearby. Holding the fragment, he muttered to himself. After about half a minute, a white light gate slowly formed. Praetor felt joy and walked in. In less than 10 seconds, a scream echoed. The light gate slowly closed again. On the other side, a figure in a black robe blocked the path of Su Qing and the others. Who are you? Su Qing scrutinized the other party. He looked sinister, obviously not a good person. Yi Xiao. The figure in black raised his head, revealing a smile. He looked like a kind, middle-aged uncle. Young master. Su Tianhan emerged from the shadows, whispering. Yi Xiao is the president of the Longevity Society, a king warrior. We'll find a way to hold him off. You guys hurry and leave. Third on the blacklist, president of the Longevity Society, Yi Xiao. Su Tianhan's expression was grave. Nearby, a super-tier warrior from Wang Beibei also appeared, preparing to take her away. The president of the Longevity Society. Instead of being startled, Su Qing felt delighted. He had been worried about how to capture two high-ranking members of the Longevity Society to inquire about the source of the spatial spirit fruit, and now they had delivered themselves to his doorstep. Su Qing's gaze gradually became fiery. This made Yi Xiao feel uneasy. This kid wouldn't have some special fetish, would he? Two super-tier marquis can't protect you. Yi Xiao sneered. Young master, you take them and leave. Before he finished speaking, Su Qing charged toward young master. Su Tianhan was shocked. I told you to leave, not to go that way. Seeking death. Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned, then struck out with a palm. Bang! Su Tianhan closed his eyes, filled with despair upon hearing the sound. 3 seconds later, he opened his eyes again. What he saw was Wang Beibei Zhang 1 and the scene of the Wang family's super-tier warrior, dumbfounded and as if turned to stone. Was the young master killed? Su Tianhan's heart ached. The hope for the Su family's rise was just like that. Huh. Oh. What? The imagined scene did not occur. The formidable Yi Xiao, who was immensely powerful in Su Tianhan's mind, was now lying before Su Qing, like a dead dog, twisted and covered in blood. Tell me, where did you get the spatial spirit fruits? Su Qing grabbed Yi Xiao by the neck and lifted him up. Yi Xiao's face turned red. He never expected that he would be brutally beaten after personally making a move. Didn't they say that the newly promoted super tier was nothing to worry about? Damn Zhang family, they actually deceived me. Yi Xiao was filled with rage. Slap, slap, slap. Su Tianhan gently slapped his own face. Am I not dreaming? Did the young master really knock Yi Xiao down? Yi Xiao is one of the 3 leaders of the dark forces in the Xian nation, notorious for his ferocity. The young master is just a newly promoted super tier. He was somewhat confused. Teacher, he. Zhang Wen and Wang Beibei were also stunned. Could it really be their teacher who had so brutally defeated a king? Miss about last time when you discussed taking Qing. Wang as a teacher, I think we can consider it. The Wang family super tier couldn't help but say. Could this night owl be an imposter? Su Tianhan approached, speaking with suspicion. Nonsense. Are you insulting me? The night owl was furious. Such a temper, it seems to be true. Su Qing slapped the night owl and pulled him aside. Answer my question. The night owl was furious, but knowing he couldn't win, he had to concede. If I tell you, will you let me go? No. You. The night owl was exasperated. Even if you deceived me into believing you would let me go, it would at least stabilize me. Oh, why be so blunt? However, I can give you a quick way to die, otherwise I will make you wish you were dead. Su Qing's eyes flashed with cold light. Am not afraid. The night owl shook his head. His determination to achieve kingship was still unwavering. I have a request. Speak. I can tell you where the spatial spirit fruit comes from, but you cannot tell anyone. Agreed, Su Qing nodded. Also, when we arrive, do not make things difficult for other members of the Chongqing Society. No problem. They are just some small minions. Handling them later is the same. Then let's go. Su Qing thought for a moment, then turned to Su Tianhan and said, Elder Tianhan, I temporarily need your help to protect Xiao when during this time. I will go do something and return soon. But, Su Tianhan hesitated. Having you by my side is of no use. All right. This remark struck deep. Being looked down upon by Su Qing as a peak marquis was humiliating. After all, if the young master could defeat a king, what was he still doing here? After bidding farewell to a few people, Su Qing followed the night owl to a small coastal city, Linhai City. A year ago, a small world passage formed in a mountain in Linhai, discovered first by members of the Chongqing Society, who then built a base around the passage. I personally went to the other side. It is an immensely vast world that we call the Void Realm, where there are no other creatures, only a race known as the Spatial Giants. Upon mentioning the Spatial Giants, fear surfaced in the Night Owl's eyes. You can't even imagine, these giants are born with the strength of a king, and there are countless who surpass that. Therefore, despite the Void Realm being rich in spatial spirit fruits, the Chongqing Society had to devise intricate plans and suffered many losses before finally obtaining one. Small world passages. Su Qing silently pondered. Unlike large world passages that only exist between worlds and alien battlefields, small world passages can exist between worlds themselves. Small passages typically have strength limitations. Exceeding that limit will likely kick you into chaotic spatial currents. However, since the Night Owl had been to the Void Realm, it indicated that this small world passage could at least accommodate a king. Here we are. This is the passage. In the puzzled and fearful gazes of other Chongqing Society members, the two arrived at the small world passage. The passage was about 10 meters off the ground with a diameter of less than 3 meters, and a colorful halo slowly rotated. You go in first, Su Qing said to the Night Owl. Kill him. The Night Owl suddenly shouted. Buzz. 10 fierce auras surged. 2 kings and 8 marquises. Do you really think the strength of the Chongqing Society is only what is shown in the outside world? The Night Owl retreated rapidly, sneering. The Chongqing Society had more than just him as a king. After the base was established, the Chongqing Society had already relocated almost all of its top-tier experts here. With 3 kings and 8 marquises, even if Su Qing was a high-level or even peak king, he wouldn't fare well. President, what is going on? Who is he? A white-haired king looked at the Night Owl with confusion. I will explain to you later. For now, let's work together to kill this person. The Night Owl revealed a black battle knife in his hand. Kill. The elite fighters of the Chongqing Society attacked Su Qing simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming power of the heavens instantly surged like a torrent, engulfing the entire space. When the assault subsided, Su Qing had vanished without a trace. Where is he? Be careful. The white-haired king suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Someone was behind him. Boom. The Heavenly Emperor's fist struck, penetrating his heart from behind, creating a gaping hole the size of his head in the white-haired king's chest. Ugh! The white-haired king bled profusely, but his formidable vitality prevented him from dying immediately. Slap! Su Qing crushed the white-haired king's head. The Night Owl felt a chill throughout his body. Although the white-haired king was merely a low-level king, even a peak king would find it challenging to kill him. Yet he had just fallen to Su Qing. At that moment, he realized that being brutally beaten by Su Qing was not due to carelessness or underestimating him. The Night Owl's face twitched, preparing to have a serious talk with Su Qing. Swish! Su Qing ignored him. With a spear in hand, he began the slaughter. In less than 10 breaths, all the martial artists of the Chongqing Society present were killed. Even the elite kings couldn't withstand a single strike from him. It's just the 2 of us left. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. The smell of blood lingered in the air. The Night Owl's body felt cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Go in. Su Qing pointed at him with the Hanhai Divine Spear. The Night Owl dared not say a word and hurriedly stepped into the world passage. Su Qing followed closely behind. Void Realm. Swish. Su Qing opened his eyes. The world passage was above him, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, with towering trees and dense underbrush exuding an ancient and wild aura. Where is this? Su Qing asked. The Night Owl forced a smile. This. I don't know either. Moi. Su Qing frowned. It's not that I don't want to say, but those spatial giants are not only powerful, but also cannot communicate. They survive and fight purely by instinct. The Night Owl hurriedly explained. Even the name Void Realm is something we came up with ourselves. He was also quite helpless. The Void Realm was filled with spatial giants. Every time they entered, they were extremely cautious and couldn't explore too many places. You must know where the spatial spirit fruits are, right? I do know. The previous spatial spirit fruit was also obtained. Take me there. The 2 walked through the ancient forest. Boom. A deafening explosion. The sky above ripped apart, and 2 colossal purple giants fell from the rift, entangled and roaring. The purple spatial power nearly covered the entire sky. The terrifying might made both men shudder, even from miles away. Any strike from the 2 giants was enough to casually annihilate a large group of king-level warriors. Is this a spatial giant? Su Qing stared intently. Yes. But this is the first time I've seen such a large one. The Night Owl's voice quivered slightly. Boom, 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 boom. The purple giants clashed fiercely, and the earth within a radius of thousands of miles seemed to be plowed. Su Qing quietly led the Night Owl away. An hour later. It's right there. There are several spiritual roots of heaven and earth, all of which bear spatial spirit fruits. The Night Owl pointed to a spot not far away. Purple mist enveloped the area. Su Qing could sense the rich spatial energy there. Then it's hard work for you. He smiled at the night owl. Wah. What do you mean? I mean it's hard work for you to help me bring back the spatial spirit fruits. No way, no way. The night owl waved his hands repeatedly. There's a powerful spatial giant guarding there. I'm no match for it. Get this clear, I'm not negotiating with you. Su Qing's expression darkened as he aimed his spear at the night owl's neck. The night owl surrendered. He slowly walked forward, his heartbeat gradually quickening. Just as he was about to reach the destination, he glanced back at Su Qing and, gritting his teeth, ran in another direction. Bah, you want me to go die for you? The night owl was well aware of the immense power of the spatial giant. Confronting it would surely lead to his demise. Where are you going? The night owl felt a surge of panic upon hearing the voice. Looking again, Su Qing had somehow appeared beside him. How did he get here so fast? Su Qing grabbed him and forcefully threw him away. No, the night owl exclaimed in shock. Splash. A spatial giant nearly 100 feet tall appeared behind him. In a hurry, the night owl drew his sword to face the enemy. Roar. The spatial giant let out a tremendous roar and struck fiercely. The violent force of space astonished Su Qing. Bang. The night owl spewed blood, severely injured by a single blow. The spatial giant did not relent, delivering punch after punch, turning the night owl into a puddle of flesh. Limit of King's Ceiling. Su Qing roughly assessed the giant's strength. This relieved him somewhat. Fortunately, it had not surpassed the King's Ceiling limit, otherwise he would have had to retreat. The spatial giant also noticed him. After a roar, it charged forward. Chaos God 7 kills. Su Qing met it with his spear. The Chaos God 7 kills was a powerful spear technique recorded in the Divine Spear secret canon. When cultivated to a profound level, even deities could be slain. The King's Ceiling limit giant, possessing formidable spatial power, was nearly invincible to other kings. However, Su Qing wielded an even stronger source of spatial power and also reached the King's Ceiling limit along with various powerful techniques. He had also made an observation. As he had mentioned to the night owl, the spatial giant was fighting purely on instinct, executing very crude moves with a shallow understanding of spatial power. Thus, after expending some effort, the spatial giant ultimately fell under Su Qing's spear. What is this? Something surprising happened to Su Qing. The fallen spatial giant's body began to dissipate, transforming into pure spatial energy. He attempted to absorb it. Perhaps due to the awe inspired by the source power, the dissipating spatial energy was indeed absorbed by him. Although ordinary spatial energy was far inferior to the source of spatial power. Yet quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Absorbing a large amount of spatial energy allowed the already elevated source truth of space to begin its transformation. After the absorption ended, Su Qing sensed the situation. If he absorbed the spatial energy of 5 or 6 more King's Ceiling limit spatial giants, he could condense the heart of the source law of spatial truth. He took a deep breath and began collecting the spatial spiritual fruits in the area. There were 3 in total. Half a month later, Su Qing successfully condensed the heart of the source law of spatial truth. He became increasingly curious about the spatial realm. It was capable of producing such extraordinary beings that inherently wielded spatial power, and there was only the spatial spiritual fruit as a natural treasure in the world. Strange and peculiar. He stepped onto the world passage. After returning to Jiangzhou, he resumed his mundane. Every day, he taught his disciples, helping them enhance their strength and vitality, while simultaneously elevating his own vitality to the limit of the King's Ceiling realm. 15 million cards. This was 5 million cards higher than the normal King's Ceiling limit. It was a terrifying number and could no longer be called the King's Ceiling limit, but should be King Invincible. In the Jinwu Alliance, Su Tianyan entered the Tianwu Palace. The Tianwu Palace operated on a rotation system, with king-level experts taking turns to handle ordinary affairs within the alliance. Although Su Tianyan was merely a duke, his strength and status were comparable to a king, and he was also part of the rotation. Duke Tianqing, an old duke, approached. His expression was serious as he whispered a few words to Su Tianyan. The Sky Mending Sect. Su Tianyan's previously cheerful demeanor turned solemn. Are these dogs going to come out again? Let's go meet this envoy from the Sky Mending Sect. Dingling. Hello, Grandpa Mu. Young master, the family head is in trouble. Su Mu's voice was somewhat grim. What happened? Su Qing's expression darkened. Upon returning to Kyoto, he saw Su Tianyan lying on a sickbed. The old man was wrapped in white bandages, blood seeping through, and he was still unconscious. Young master, the family head is currently in no danger to life, but he cannot fight for a year and a half, otherwise there may be after effects, the director beside him said respectfully. This hospital was a property of the Su family, and the director was also a member of the Su clan. Thank you for your hard work, Su Qing nodded. The director left with the doctors, leaving only Su Qing and Su Mu in the ward. Who did this? Su Qing asked solemnly, his face grim. The Sky Mending Sect. The Sky Mending Sect. Su Qing furrowed his brows, a flicker of memory surfacing in his mind. Is it that sky-mending sect from the era of the ancient king court? That's right, Sumu nodded. The sky-mending sect should be preparing to re-emerge, so they sent an envoy to assess the situation. That envoy was incredibly arrogant, demanding the Zhenwu alliance merge with the sky-mending sect, and the family head naturally wouldn't take that well. However, Su Mu's face reflected anger. The family head's injury was caused by that guy suddenly attacking when he realized your grandfather was the head of the Su family. Why, oi? Su Qing asked, his voice low. Does the sky-mending sect have a grudge against the Su family? Young master, do you know the Su family's background in the era of the ancient king court? I do. As a member of the Su family, understanding the family history was essential. In the era of the ancient king court, the Su family was already a prominent clan, far stronger than now following the illustrious King Yuelong. The kings of the king court era were not comparable to the current king-level experts. They were true rulers. And the head of the Su family was a general under King Yuelong. Apart from the Su family, most families in the Zhenwu alliance shared such a heritage, otherwise they would not be called ancient families. Su Mu's mention of this made Su Qing somewhat enlightened. In the era of the king court, King Yuelong was responsible for sect affairs. Countless sects and factions were destroyed under his command. Back then, the sky-mending sect violated the laws of the king court, and the king ordered the execution of 5 elders of the sky-mending sect, with the then head of the Su family responsible for carrying it out. Thus, the Su family and the sky-mending sect became enemies. The sky-mending sect, as a top sect in the era of the king court, had every elder as a saint-level powerhouse. Losing 5 in one go was a colossal loss. They cannot afford to offend the king, so they can only direct their wrath at the Su family. The Su family of the past was naturally not afraid, but now. Su Mu expressed concern. In this nearly post-magical era, the strength of the Su family had dwindled to nearly nothing compared to the era of the king court. Meanwhile, the sky-mending sect had been struggling to survive in the secret realm of sects for so many years, and their strength likely far surpassed that of the Su family. Where is the envoy of the sky-mending sect now? Still in the Tianwu Palace, Su Mu replied. Fearing Su Qing would act impulsively, he added, the alliance will definitely seek justice for the family head, young master. I understand. Su Qing waved his hand, a cold light flickering in his eyes. I'll go take a look. He glanced back at his grandfather before turning to leave. Su Mu hesitated to speak. Although Elder Tianhan sent back news that Su Qing had defeated the president of the Eternal Life Association, Night Owl, he remained skeptical. Moreover, that envoy from the sky-mending sect was not someone Night Owl could compare to. Even the higher-level King Ming had been defeated. The Tianwu Palace. The young King Wu sat at the head with nearly 30 kings gathered around. The young King Wu spoke solemnly. In any case, I absolutely disagree with collaborating with the Butian sect. The head of the Nangong family, Nangong Meng, slammed his hand on the table. I also disagree. I originally harbored doubts about whether the Butian sect was betraying the royal court, but now it seems the evidence is indisputable. Indeed, the environment of heaven and earth has changed and the end of the law is approaching, yet the Butian sect has managed to maintain its power, sending out messengers with the strength of peak kings. Back then, when the royal court was besieged and destroyed by foreign tribes, there were many peculiarities involved, and many suspected that the Butian sect and several other top sects were involved, but there was no evidence. But now it seems highly probable that the Butian sect colluded with foreign tribes. Everyone, Zhang Yinxiong spoke up. Discussing whether the Butian sect has betrayed us is pointless. Nonsense. Nangong Meng was furious. Zhang is a descendant of the royal court. How can you say such things? If Li Tianwang finds out, he will probably crawl out from the ground to hit you. Nangong Meng, be quiet. Zhang Yangxiang's expression darkened. You. Everyone stop arguing. The young King Wu interrupted them. Nangong family head, let's discuss matters don't drag in the ancestors of our families. Zhang family head, please continue. Zhang Yinxiong nodded, giving Nangong Meng a cold snort. What I want to say is, if the Butian sect's strength is truly as the messenger described, can we contend with it with our current power? If a fight breaks out, how many of us can survive? It would be better to negotiate properly and strive for the benefits that belong to us. Moreover, now that the Butian sect has emerged, perhaps in a few days other sects will also appear. Wake up, even if we know they are traitors, we are powerless because they are stronger. The kings fell silent. Nangong Meng's lips moved slightly, finally letting out a sigh. Just then the great hall's door suddenly burst open. Su Qing walked in. I pay my respects to the young King Wu and all esteemed kings. Su Qing. The young King Wu frowned slightly. We are currently in a discussion. Please wait until later. As a young master of the Su family, haven't you been taught these rules? Zhang Yinxiong said lightly. I just came to ask, where is that messenger from the Butian sect? Su Qing looked around, but did not see him. The messenger from the Butian sect has already left, the young King Wu said solemnly. So with so many kings here, you just let the one who harmed my grandfather leave. Su Qing suddenly raised his voice. Preposterous. Zhang Yinxiong shouted, slamming the table. Are you questioning the young King Wu and all the kings present? The kings focused their gazes on Su Qing, their discomfort palpable. The young King Wu gestured for Zhang Yinxiong to remain calm. It is not that we cannot act, but that we must not act. His voice remained calm. We have not yet grasped the strength of the Butian sect, and acting rashly could lead to unforeseen consequences. So the messenger from the Butian sect can harm at will, while we can only endure like a turtle. The head of the Shin family, Shun Du, shook his head. This is not the time for childishness. We must consider the bigger picture. Lai Wang, throw him out. Zhang Yinxiong said to Lai Wang, who was closest to Su Qing. Out. Lai Wang quickly stood up and shouted. He had a fiery temper, and was someone who greatly valued rules. Su Qing's earlier behavior had already displeased him. He walked over to Su Qing's side and grabbed his collar. Slap. A hand pressed down on Su Qing's wrist. In the next moment, Lai Wang's burly body was thrown out by Su Qing. If you can't solve it, then I will solve it myself. Su Qing left the hall. The kings in the great hall were still in shock. Lai Wang was thrown out by Su Qing. Could it be that Lai Wang intentionally did this to help Su Qing escape? Some kings suspected. However, considering Lai Wang's character, he wouldn't do such a thing even for his own son, let alone for Su Qing. Some kings suspected. However, considering Lai Wang's character, he wouldn't do such a thing even for his own son. Such a young king, Bei Bai's vision is quite good. It's a pity it's just apprenticeship, if only. No wonder the night owl has been silent of Zhang when is still alive, and Su Qing has already stepped into the ranks of kings. His heart was subtly filled with fear. If this continues to develop, the Zhang family might really be ruined at his hands. In the capital's conference building, an ancient-looking old man in a gray robe looked up. The so-called Wen Wang, one of the four pillars, is said to be here. I wonder if this Wen Wang is the same one. Most likely not. His strange attire caught the attention of passers-by. Honey, look at that person. He looks so shabby dressed in such old clothes. He must be a country bumpkin. A young girl clad in designer brands clung to the arm of a balding man, whispering in mockery. Hee, that's why serving me well allows you to enjoy a luxurious life. The man glanced at the old man, his disdain unhidden. The two of them got into a luxury car. Boom. Less than 20 meters into the drive, the car suddenly exploded, turning into a fireball that engulfed the people inside. It even killed several passers-by. Regardless of the era, foolish people will always be in the majority. The old man muttered to himself. Buzz. A mysterious pressure descended. The old man was startled, feeling his scalp tingle. Such a vast aura akin to the starry sky, he had only felt it from the leader before. Slap. Like a reflex, the old man instantly knelt on the ground. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, Wen Wang. He knocked heavily on the ground. He begged for mercy while knocking his head. Wen Wang, he is not dead. The old man felt an immense. The passers-by who were watching the car explosion were startled. What the hell? Not only did the car explode, but now there's a madman. Tell Jia Yu that I won't interfere with the emergence of the Butian sect. Restrain his disciples if they dare to act recklessly. A faint voice reached the old man's ears. Yes, I will definitely convey Your Majesty's words to the leader. The old man didn't even dare to lift his head. Jia Yu is the real name of the Butian sect's leader. The pressure receded like a tide. The old man let out a sigh of relief, his back already soaked. He stood up, feeling as if the conference building before him was a ferocious beast, making him dare not look directly at it. I must quickly report this news to the leader. Wen Wang is actually not dead. This news is too shocking. Even during the royal court era, Wen Wang was among the top figures, hailed as the right-hand man of the king of people. Clang. This is what I wanted to say to you as well. After hurting my grandfather, are you prepared to be killed by me? The Hanhai divine spear appeared in Su Qing's hand. Foolish Su family brat. The messenger of the Butian sect scoffed. Even the head of the Su family was merely a peak duke. This kid is at best a super-grade martial artist. As for him, not only was he a peak king, but he also wielded a sacred weapon. How many of the current kings outside could compete with him? You provoked me first. Killing you won't bring any blame from Lord Wen. As he said this, the messenger of the Butian sect glanced at the council building, and seeing no reaction, he felt relieved. As long as that one doesn't intervene, killing this kid would be a piece of cake. Whoosh. The messenger of the Butian sect pointed, and a light blue force of heaven and earth shot fiercely towards Su Qing. Killing you one finger is enough. Su Qing retracted his spear. In the next moment, darkness descended. The area where the two were plunged into utter darkness. Hey, why has it turned dark in broad daylight? People walking on the street looked bewildered. Darkness. This is the power of darkness. The messenger of the Butian sect felt a shiver in his heart and stopped underestimating. That kid turned out to be a king. Moreover, a king who mastered the power of darkness. Such a high-level law of power could yield combat strength comparable to a high-level or peak king even if the opponent was only a beginner or intermediate king. Fortunately, I brought the falling sacred tower. The messenger of the Buteon sect took out a fist-sized black iron tower. With the enhancement of this sacred weapon, at least. In the darkness, the messenger of the Buteon sect felt a strong warning. Killing you one punch is enough. Boom. Su Qing appeared behind him, launching a fierce attack with the Tiandi fist. The messenger of the Buteon sect was greatly alarmed. His perception was immensely strong, yet he had no idea when the opponent had moved behind him. He did not know that Su Qing also mastered the power of spatial origin. Falling sacred tower. In a hurry, the messenger of the Buteon sect raised the iron tower sacred weapon in front of him. Boom. Before the hazy glow of the falling sacred tower dissipated, Su Qing had already struck it with a punch. Bang. The sacred tower shook violently, emitting a deep sound. Before the messenger of the Buteon sect could rejoice, Su Qing struck again, sending the sacred tower crashing into his chest. 15 million calories of vitality was astonishing, instantly converting into power that smashed the tower into the messenger's body. A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spewed out. The messenger's face showed horror. Why? They were both peak kings. How could this kid be so much stronger than him? It was an all-around strength. Regardless of speed, power, or other aspects, he far surpassed him. As a disciple of the Buteon sect, the messenger believed that his strength was quite prominent among those of the same level, otherwise he wouldn't be representing the Buteon sect on this mission. Yet he was completely crushed. Seeing Su Qing charging at him again, the messenger was filled with fear. If this continued, even with a sacred weapon, he might die here. Kid, you are ruthless. You wait, someone will deal with you. After threatening, the messenger of the Buteon sect produced a blue talisman, his eyes flashing with pain. Puff! Before Su Qing's fist could reach him, the messenger had already vanished like a bubble. He escaped. Su Qing frowned. That blue talisman was something he didn't know. Clearly he had sealed the space here, yet it was unexpectedly broken. The darkness receded. Little King Wu and the other kings had arrived at some point. Su Qing, where is the messenger of the Buteon sect? He ran away. Su Qing replied indifferently. Ran away? This? The kings felt somewhat surreal. They had come to protect Su Qing. It was not easy to produce a true-level martial artist. They could not watch him go to his death. Yet the messenger of the Buteon sect was instead driven back. Do you know what you have done? Zhang Yanxiong suddenly yelled. Injuring the messenger of the Buteon sect is tantamount to slapping them in the face. When the strong ones from the Buteon sect come to demand an explanation, who will handle it? Su Qing's displayed strength frightened him, causing him to say something inappropriate. Wang Tingzheng and others frowned and looked at him. If the Zhang family is willing to be the dogs of the Buteon sect, they can capture me and send me to the Buteon sect right now. Su Qing said coldly. Rascal. Zhang Yanxiang's face turned ashen. However, he also knew that what he just said was inappropriate, so he changed his tone. What I mean is, if the strong ones from the Buteon sect come to demand an explanation, how do we account for it? Account for it? Su Qing's face darkened. Why should I account for it? Did the messenger of the Buteon sect give an explanation for injuring my grandfather? Zhang Yanxiong was left speechless. This time he was lucky to escape. If I encounter him again, I will definitely kill him. Furthermore, if the Buteon sect seeks vengeance, I don't need the alliance to stand up for me. Oh, let them come find me. Su Qing will take it. After saying this, Su Qing bowed to Little King Wu and the others, then turned and left. Sigh. Little King Wu shook his head and left as well. No matter how strong the Buteon sect is, we are not pushovers. Wang Tingzheng glanced at Zhang Yanxiong and said lightly, moreover, although the War King and the Martial King are not here, that one is still around. He looked up at the top of the council building. As if sensing something, Wang Tingzheng's expression changed, and he suddenly bowed deeply. Lord of the town, what did the Lord say? Nangong Meng asked. The Lord told us to roll far away. All right, that really is that one style? Su Qing returned to the hospital, and the old man had not yet awakened. Not staying in the hospital for long, he rushed to Linghai again, entering the empty realm. The Buteon sect hung over him like the sword of Damocles, filling his heart with a sense of urgency. He must improve his strength quickly to deal with the threat of the Buteon sect. Buteon sect's secret realm. The rolling palaces fell among the ancient mountains, and disciples of Buteon went about their business traversing the mountains and pavilions. Sect Master. The messenger knelt before the main hall, respectfully calling out. You have returned. What is the situation outside? A grand voice like heavenly might resonated from within the hall. As we predicted, the outside world is nearing the end of the magical era. Martial arts strength has declined to less than 1% of the royal court era. Since that is the case, our sect will rule the world in this era. However, during my journey, I discovered Lord Wen seems to still be alive. The messenger said hesitantly. Impossible. The Butian sect master raised his voice. I witnessed Lord Wen's death with my own eyes. How could he still be alive? But after my brief contact, the vast and powerful aura of the other party is no less than your own master. It does not seem fake. The hall fell into silence. If it really is Lord Wen, it would be troublesome. The Butian sect master knew how strong Lord Wen was. Even after all these years, he had not reached the strength of Lord Wen during the royal court era. Despite having great doubts about this matter, the ever-cautious Butian sect master still made a decision. The plan for the Butian sect's full emergence is postponed. Wu Yu. Less than a minute later, a middle-aged man in a white Butian sect elder's robe arrived in front of the main hall. Master, Wu Yu greeted respectfully. I called you here to send you to the outside world to investigate. Boom. The colossal body of the spatial colossus crashed down. Threads of spatial power were absorbed by Su Qing. This was the third day since he re-entered the Void Realm, and during these 3 days, he had already slain over 20 king-level colossi. The heart of the source law of space grew increasingly complete. It was no longer far for him to initially grasp the source law of space and step into the Holy Master Realm. With the ongoing slaughter, Su Qing ventured further away from the world passage, delving deeper into the Void Realm. What is that? He saw a dilapidated palace. Listening closely, faint chants could be heard. Void. Supreme. Universe. Great Emperor. The voice was very vague and intermittent. This unknown element did not pique Su Qing's curiosity, rather it instilled a sense of caution within him. The palace was certainly not built by a mindless spatial colossus. Was it an outsider or someone who created the Void Realm? The former would be manageable, but if it was the latter, the palace's master would undoubtedly be an unimaginable powerhouse. Su Qing stealthily withdrew, distancing himself from the palace. He resumed his slaughter until 5 days later. Buzz. As Su Qing sat cross-legged on the ground, the power of space surged forth akin to a spatial storm. He had initially grasped the source law of space. Su Qing's body began to undergo transformation, the heart of the source law radiating a brilliant purple-gold light, while a golden leaf slowly formed beside it. This was the law golden leaf. In the Holy Master Realm, one cultivates the law. Each time one's comprehension of the law deepens, a law golden leaf can coalesce beside the heart of the law. The highest is 9 leaves, also known as the 9-leaf Holy Master. After absorbing a vast amount of spatial power, Su Qing finally stepped into the Holy Master Realm. Once his body finished transforming, his vitality doubled, breaking through 30 million calories. I can attempt to slay a Holy Master level colossus now. Without hurrying to leave, he began searching for Holy Master colossi. Xia Country, Liangwu City, a small town. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted in the sky, and several dozen meters above the streets of the small town, space began to warp, causing cracks to appear. Intense spatial fluctuations surged uncontrollably. Colorful streams of light radiated and eventually formed a world passage with a diameter of over 100 meters. What is that thing? The residents of the small town gazed at the vortex, their faces filled with horror. Most people did not qualify to approach the world passage. Only a few high-ranking officials from this small city vaguely realized something and quickly reported it. A creature about 1.5 meters tall, deep blue, all over, walking upright, but covered in scales on its hands and feet, with fish gills on the sides of its head, emerged. Many people were watching the passage, yet they seemed unable to see this blue creature, ignoring it completely. Soon the blue creature transformed into a stream of water and vanished. Xia Country's parliament. After receiving the news, within a mere 10 minutes, the top-ranking members of Xia Country gathered in the conference hall. Not a single person was absent. The Zhenwu Alliance and the Battle God Temple also sent emissaries to attend. Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman Ouyang Lin stood up, his expression grave. I have bad news to inform you all. Just now the third large world passage formed in Liangwu City. What a... The previously silent conference room erupted in chaos. Even the counselors accustomed to great winds and waves could not remain calm. Guarding 2 large world passages was already difficult enough, and now there was another one. Chairman, could there be a mistake in the news? Did the people below misinterpret a small passage for a large one? A slight difference in wording could mean a world of difference. Ouyang Lin shook his head. There is no mistake. I sent Song Wang and others to check on site, and Song Wang even went to the alien battlefield through the passage. There can be no mistake. I called everyone here to discuss how to guard this passage. The conference hall fell silent at first. The representative from the Zhenwu Alliance, Qion Wang, spoke first. The old method, establish an organization specifically to guard this passage. Given the new organization will lack manpower, the Zhenwu Alliance will assign 15 kings and 100 marquis to assist, while also gathering various resources to help establish the new organization. After Qion Wang finished speaking, the representative from the Battle God Temple also expressed agreement. The Battle God Temple would assist in forming the new organization according to the specifications of the Zhenwu Alliance. In matters of such significance, both organizations showed no hesitation. Ouyang Lin nodded. 30 kings and 200 marquis should be sufficient for now in this relatively. However, the current issue is that the new organization still lacks a central figure to anchor everything. Ouyang Lin frowned. The Zhenwu Alliance has the Martial King and the Battle God Temple has the Battle King. No matter whether they are present or not, they are undoubtedly the leaders of their respective organizations. They are leaders in spirit and in strength. What the new organization lacks is such a leadership figure. But the key issue is that there is currently no one in Xia country who can take this position. There are only 4 who have surpassed the kings. The 4 pillars. Not to mention the Martial King and Battle King. The human king has been missing since leaving Xia country 100 years ago, while the literary king needs to remain in charge internally to suppress all sorts of malevolent beings. Especially now with various sects emerging, the literary king cannot afford to act lightly. This is troublesome. The counselors frowned in contemplation. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from the conference hall. Chairman, esteemed counselors, the people from the Butian sect have arrived. Butian sect, what are they here for at this time? Ouyang Lin was puzzled. Chairman Ouyang, let them in and hear what they have to say. Xiong Wang spoke indifferently. Very well, let's see what these fellows are up to this time. Ouyang Lin nodded and called out to the outside. Bring the people from the Butian sect in. Yes, Chairman. Within a minute, the conference hall doors opened and staff led a middle-aged man in a white robe inside. Seeing the man's attire, the counselors displayed varying expressions. Please sit. Staff brought over a chair, and Ouyang Lin gestured for the visitor to take a seat. I have met with all of you. The man smiled. Are you an elder of the Butian sect? The man wore the white robe of a Butian sect elder. I am Elder Wu Yu from the Butian sect, the man replied softly. Elder Wu, what brings you here today? Ouyang Lin inquired. I came to inform you that a large world passage has been born, thus I represent the Butian sect to contribute some strength. Oh, what plans does your sect have? Guarding the world passage requires high-level combat power, and the Butian sect is willing to send a holy master to oversee it. Wu Yu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, many counselors displayed displeased expressions. Allowing a holy master from the Butian sect to oversee. It wouldn't be long before the new organization would be filled with Butian sect disciples. Elder Wu, we appreciate the good intentions of the Butian sect, but this matter does not require your sect's concern. Ouyang Lin waved his hand. Chairman Ouyang, you must not treat this matter lightly. Without a holy master overseeing, how can we guard the world passage? This is related to the safety of billions of lives in Xia country. Wu Yu feigned a sympathetic expression. Haha, Elder Wu really knows how to speak. Everyone is aware of what the Butian sect is made of. We mustn't allow you to turn around and sell us out later. Mocking and disdainful voices echoed at the entrance of the conference hall. Who is so bold? The counselors looked over. Although everyone knew about the Butian sect's past betrayal, was it really appropriate to say it so bluntly? Who are you to tarnish the reputation of the Butian sect? Wu Yu's expression darkened. What reputation does the Butian sect even have? Su Qing stepped forward. Just like the dust on the ground, the Butian sect deserves to be trampled. Who? Wu Yu's gaze was icy. He took a deep breath and declared loudly, Your Majesty, Wen Wang has also heard it. This child has insulted our sect, and as a disciple of the Butian sect, I cannot tolerate this. This must serve as a warning to others. He glanced at Su Qing. For the sake of Your Majesty, Wen Wang, I won't kill you. I'll just teach you a lesson. From now on, remember to keep your mouth in check. Follow me outside, but don't disturb His Majesty's rest. Wu Yu said coldly. If this brat is scared, he will forcibly take him out. He must give him a lesson he won't forget. Elder Wu, please. Su Qing remained unafraid. Wu Yu snorted coldly, still pretending to be calm. Sigh. The Sky King shook his head. This little fellow is too impulsive. It's fine. With His Majesty here, Wu Yu won't dare to go too far. At most, he'll just teach him a lesson. Ouyang Lin also remarked, Is this the genius of the Zhenwu Alliance with the first-grade true intent? Yes. It's good to remember this lesson. No matter how high your talent is, if you can't control your emotions and act impulsively, you won't get far. Let's go take a look. Outside the council building, Wu Yu waved his hand, blocking the view of ordinary people. Insulting the Butian sect this time, it will just be a small punishment to teach you a lesson. Breaking 10 of your bones will suffice. By the way, how many leaves does the Saint Master Wu have? Su Qing suddenly asked. Why do you ask this? Wu Yu frowned. What do you want to see? Just based on your courage, if you hadn't insulted my sect, I might have taken you in, but unfortunately you wasted your However, it wouldn't hurt to let you see the law of the golden leaf. Buzz. Mysterious waves spread out. Behind Wu Yu, 6 golden leaves, each the length of an arm, slowly unfurled in the void. On the golden leaves, fiery patterns were etched. The power of fire spread continuously. 6-leaved Saint Master. Fire attribute law. Su Qing made a judgment in his heart. Wu Yu is actually a six-leaved Saint Master. The council members were shaken. The Sky King also stared at the 6 golden leaves. He knew very well that the last time the Martial King made a move he was only a 5-leaved Saint Master. Saint Master. The Sky King's eyes were filled with envy but quickly reined it in. In today's world, achieving the rank of Saint Master is incredibly difficult. With his talent, he should have broken through during the era of kings, yet in this age he remained stuck at the limit of the king's stage. Regretful, yet unwilling. Are you seeing clearly? Wu Yu retracted the golden leaves. I see clearly. Su Qing nodded. Since what? Wu Yu exclaimed. Behind Su Qing the law of the golden leaves also appeared. There were a total of 5 leaves, but with purple patterns. 5-leaved Saint Master. Not only Wu Yu was stunned, but others were also frozen in place. He is the Saint Master. Ouyang Lin felt his brain malfunctioning, incredulously asking the Sky King. And the Sky King? His lips parted slightly, his old face filled with shock. There's a problem. Will you calm down? Though the Butian sect secluded itself in the secret realm, it was not completely unaware of the outside world. Various intelligence indicated the difficulty of martial arts in this era. Unlike the era of kings where supreme warriors were plentiful, Saint Masters were considered the backbone, and the Tianzun were the top combat power. You are not a Saint Master. Wu Yu was certain only 4 Saint Masters were born in this era, and this brat was not among them. I don't know what illusion you used, but it was so convincing that it almost fooled me. However, fake is still fake, and it cannot be real. Boom. Wu Yu punched out, and a fiery serpent surged forth. Fearing he might accidentally kill Su Qing, he retracted most of his power. However, this punch was still enough to severely injure the opponent. Wu Yu was very displeased. Insulting the Butian sect was one thing, but daring to deceive him with an illusion. Puff! The fiery serpent arrived before Su Qing, and with a casual gesture he dispelled it. Elder Wu, why don't you try this move of mine? Su Qing waved one hand toward the void, slowly uttering void shatter kill. Sizzle. In an instant the space where Wu Yu was located began to collapse. Like blades, the shards of space flew chaotically, impossible to evade, leaving dozens of wounds on Wu Yu's body. Blood spilled. In just a few breaths, Wu Yu became a bloody figure. Oh! Wu Yu cried out in pain. The wounds cut by the shards of space still retained a large amount of spatial power, continuously preventing the wounds from healing, causing him immense suffering. Damn it! Wu Yu's eyes turned red. This person is actually a true Saint Master. Holy Flame Technique, Heavenly Fire, Descending Dragon. Wu Yu erupted violently, a terrifying power of flames surged, engulfing the entire sky, even charging toward the earth below. An invisible force blocked him. His Majesty has made a move. Ouyang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. If Wu Yu's power of law rampaged without restraint, half of the capital would surely be destroyed. Boom. The surging flames wrapped around a fire dragon, charging straight at Su Qing. The terrifying heat even raised the temperature in the capital by several degrees. Space Devour. Su Qing drew a circle with both hands in front of him. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, a circular spatial vortex formed in the path of the fire dragon. The fire dragon charged in. The surrounding void trembled violently, with rumbling sounds echoing. Return. The void in front of Wu Yu suddenly cracked open, and the raging fire dragon burst forth. Boom! Wu Yu was engulfed by the fire dragon. Until the fire dragon dissipated, his aura was weak by over half. Good, very good, I concede. Wu Yu gasped, not making another move. He knew that making another move would be futile. Spatial Law, one of the legendary super laws. Even if the opponent was only a 5-leaved Saint Master, and he was a 6-leaved Saint Master, the outcome was already decided. The law, derived from the first grade true intent, was incredibly powerful, and it wasn't surprising to fight across levels. Moreover, the opponent probably hadn't even used their full strength. The 5-leaved Saint Master who mastered the power of space was no longer something he could deal with. He needed stronger individuals from the sect to intervene. Wu Yu looked deeply at Su Qing. This person would be a great enemy for the Butian sect in the future. He must report to the master and eliminate him as soon as possible. The battle ended. Su Qing watched Wu Yu leave. Although he could have completely left the opponent behind with all his strength until he clarified the Butian sect's strength, it was better to avoid completely tearing up the facade. The council members below were still in shock. The Xia Kingdom had unexpectedly given birth to another Saint Master, who even defeated the 6-leaved Saint Master of the Butian sect. And the most shocked was the Sky King. Others might not know, but he was very clear that Su Qing had clearly comprehended the power of darkness, yet the battle just now involved the manipulation of spatial power. The power of darkness is undoubtedly powerful. The power of space would only be stronger. And Su Qing mastering these two types of power. The Sky King dared not imagine what heights he would reach in the future. Sky King Qing. The king is from the Zhenwu Alliance. Do you think it's appropriate for him to take on the leadership of the new organization? Ouyang Lin asked softly. Su Qing has the strength, but Ouyang Lin was not sure about his character. If someone without virtue rises to power, that would be troublesome. The Sky King thought for a moment and affirmed, sure, I believe in his character. Good. Ouyang Lin nodded. But the Qing King's reputation is still not prominent. Will it cause dissatisfaction among other kings if he is suddenly placed in this position? Some council members expressed concern. Dissatisfaction. Ouyang Lin shook his head. Let them become Saint Masters first, then they can go find the Qing King to express their dissatisfaction. Qing King. A new organization. Su Qing was taken aback, but upon further thought it didn't seem strange. He was aware of the emergence of the third major world passage, and naturally a new organization would need to be established to guard it. And this new organization required a Saint Sovereign-level combatant to oversee it. Looking across the current Xia kingdom, aside from the likes of the Butian sect, the most suitable person was him. Without much hesitation, Su Qing quickly agreed to become the guardian of the third major world passage and the leader of the new organization. After discussions with high-ranking Xia officials like Ouyang Lin, the name of the new organization was finalized. Qingtian Academy. From the name alone, it was clear that the future development path of this new organization would differ markedly from the War God Hall and the Jinwu Alliance. The War God Hall scoured the country for martial arts prodigies, sending them in for training at a very young age. The Jinwu Alliance, on the other hand, was composed of ancient aristocratic families relying on their formidable family foundations for support. Qingtian Academy, however, set its sights on schools. For students, unless they had displayed extraordinary talent from a young age, it was nearly impossible to join the two top-tier organizations, the Jinwu Alliance and the War God Hall. But from now on, the top 100 in the National Martial Arts College entrance exam could choose to enter Qingtian Academy and receive high-standard training. Of course, upon achieving martial success, they would have to serve the academy. Additionally, an annual martial arts genius competition would be held, selecting the 50 strongest students from all martial arts universities across Xia to join Qingtian Academy. Thus, each year 150 newcomers would enter the academy. The academy had an outer court and an inner court. Newcomers were ordinary members of the outer court. Only by advancing to transcendent grade could they enter the inner court and become elite members. The inner court comprised 3 core halls: the Martial Hall, the Alchemy Hall, and the Artifact Hall. The Martial Hall was responsible for imparting cultivation techniques and martial skills, as well as guiding the daily practice of academy members. The Alchemy Hall and Artifact Hall, as their names suggested, handled alchemy and artifact forging respectively, while also bearing the duty of training alchemists and artifact forgers. However, these 2 halls were currently just placeholders, lacking sufficient alchemists and artifact forgers. These professions were highly sought after, and skilled practitioners were treasured assets. The Xia Kingdom did not have many alchemists or artifact forgers. Such scarce talents were mostly concentrated in the 2 major organizations. And clearly those organizations would not cede many to Qingtian Academy. Thus the academy had to cultivate its own. Su Qing had already planned for this. He would first learn basic alchemy and artifact forging to teach the students, then impart the advanced techniques he obtained through critical strikes. With a foundation of high-level techniques, over time the alchemy and artifact forging standards of Qingtian Academy would surely see immense improvement. After all matters were settled, the academy entered a tense preparatory phase. The military moved into the small city where the World Passage was located, relocating nearby residents in less than a day. Various buildings rose swiftly according to Su Qing's specifications. The same was done on the alien battlefield on the other side of the passage. In secret, King Realm experts patrolled to prevent any beings from entering Xia territory through the passage. At the hospital, Su Tianyan had awakened. Su Mu was reporting recent events to him. Upon hearing that Su Qing had gone to the Butian sect's envoy to avenge him, he frowned, his heart filled with worry. But learning that the Butian sect envoy had been driven off by Su Qing, he relaxed and felt a sense of pride. Su Mu then told him about the new passage. You mean Qing has already become a Saint Sovereign and is leading the new organization guarding a region? Yes, Patriarch. Su Tianyan was stunned. A feeling of unreality surged within him. Had he been lying down for decades? Otherwise, how could so many dreamlike events have occurred? Grandfather. Su Qing walked into the ward. How do you feel? Any discomfort? Su Tianyan waved his hand. No worries, I'm mostly fine now. But Qing. His eyes were full of affection and pride. I never expected you to surpass me so quickly. No matter how strong I become, whether as a king or a Saint Sovereign, I am still your grandson. Su Qing said earnestly. Good, good. Su Tianyan laughed heartily, but the movement pulled at his wounds, causing him to hiss in pain. Grandfather, I plan to have the Su family withdraw from the Jinwu Alliance and join Qingtian Academy. Su Qing said. Qingtian Academy is the name of the new organization. Yes. Without hesitation, Su Tianyan nodded. You are the young patriarch. Since you have become the leader of the new organization, the Su family will naturally follow behind you. Then I will convene a family council to announce this. Handle it as you see fit. A day later at the Su family council, when Su Qing proposed this, no one objected. In fact, most were eager. In the Jinwu alliance, the Su family was suppressed by the 5 great families. But at Qingtian Academy, as long as Su Qing was there, the Su family would be the undisputed top family. Though for now Qingtian Academy could not compare to the War God Hall or the Jinwu alliance in any aspect, as it was still in its infancy. At the Jinwu alliance, the situation should be clear to everyone, said the little War King, scanning the dense crowd of transcendent grade martial artists. They'll go. An aged voice rang out. The first to speak surprised everyone. It was Qiong Wang. The little War King looked over in surprise, but said nothing. Family will be assigned. They'll go. An aged voice rang out. The first to speak surprised everyone. It was Qiong Wang. The little War King looked over in surprise, but said nothing. Patriarch. The Huangfu family members hesitated. They couldn't understand why their patriarch would want to go to Qingtian Academy. Wasn't it good here in the Jinwu alliance? As the head of the 5 great families, the Huangfu family wielded immense prestige, and Qiong Wang, as its patriarch, stood at the pinnacle of status and power. Such a decision left them bewildered. Qiong Wang ignored the strange glances around him. I hope you want to. He was already advanced in age, nearing the end of his lifespan. Originally, he had no intention of stirring further, but Su Qing's appearance gave him hope. Thus, Qiong Wang wanted to make one last push in his remaining time. He yearned to see the scenery at greater heights. I'm going to. Another voice rang out. It was Zhen Wang. The crowd of transcendent grade martial artists was stunned. What magic did Qingtian Academy hold? Qiong Wang wanted to go, and now Zhen Wang too. These were 2 powerhouses ranking among the top 10, or even top 5 kings of the Jinwu alliance and patriarchs of 2 of the 5 great families. Counting Tiansheng Ho, we need 12 more kings, said the little War King. Gradually 15 kings were gathered. For the 100 marquises, excluding the 13 from the Su family, 87 more are needed. Me, Wang Yini, was the first to speak. She had only recently stepped into transcendent grade, becoming the first among the current prodigies of the Jinwu alliance to advance. That was of course excluding Su Qing. Thinking of his current strength, even the proud Wang Yini could not muster any desire to compare. Yet the more so, the less she wanted to admit defeat, and the more she yearned to surpass him, even if it was as hard as reaching the heavens. In less than a month, the construction of Qingtian Academy's grounds was completed, resources were transported in, and experts from all sides had taken their positions. Seeing the sovereign king and the town king, Su Qing was somewhat surprised. Did these 2 also come? Immediately at the first Qingtian Academy conference, he appointed Su Tianyan sovereign king and town king as deputy heads of the academy, while also serving as the masters of the 3 halls. Other kings and nobles were also assigned to the 3 halls. The kings served as elders, while the nobles under 50 years old became elite disciples of the inner court, and those over 50 automatically turned into inner court stewards. After the conference concluded, teacher, Chen Yuqing, Zhang Wen, and Wang Beibei walked into the hall. The 3 of them appeared cautious, which made Su Qing want to laugh. Even the outgoing Wang Beibei was somewhat restrained. According to her grandfather, teacher Su was someone who could be compared to the martial king. The martial king. Although she had never seen him, he had always been a mysterious and powerful figure in Wang Beibei's heart. And now a martial king stood right in front of her, and he was her teacher. In some time, the first Summer Kingdom Martial University Genius Competition will be held. Only the top 50 can enter the academy, and you 3 must participate. Su Qing said with a stern face. If you can't make it to the top 50, hum. The faces of the 3. Teacher, but we just started our first year. How can we compete with the 4th-year geniuses from the 4 major martial institutes? Wang Beibei complained, looking at Su Qing with a pitiful expression. It wasn't that she was worried about herself. She had now fully connected her meridians and had reached the peak of the 5th rank, soon to break through to the 6th rank. Making it to the top 50 was not a problem. The key was Chen Yuqing and Zhang Wen. One was at the initial stage of the 4th rank, and the other was at the mid-stage of the 4th rank. Even with Su Qing teaching them powerful martial arts and techniques, making it to the top 50 was absolutely impossible. Not to mention other martial universities, the 4 major martial institutes had plenty of students at the 5th rank level, and there were even those at the 6th rank. During this time, I will help you improve your strength as much as possible. 3 days later, Su Qing looked at the person in front of him, who looked exactly like him, and couldn't help but stroke his chin. Once he reached the Saint Lord realm, he could split off an avatar. The strength of the avatar is related to the main body. Su Qing's avatar, for instance, possessed the power of a peak king. He planned to leave this avatar behind, while his main body traveled to the alien battlefield for a while. The time wouldn't be too long, and the distance wouldn't be too far. If there were any changes in the Summer Kingdom during that time, he could channel some power to the avatar, which should barely allow it to exert the might of a Saint Lord. Su Qing also discovered something else. The system was equally effective on the avatar, and could still trigger returns. He even attempted to send the avatar into the void realm, where it was able to absorb spatial energy after defeating a space giant. However, these insights into space would be fed back to the main body. It was as if the avatar was sharing its understanding of the laws of space with the main body. Alien battlefield. Su Qing left Qing Tian Academy and stepped onto the somewhat desolate land. According to the information, the alien battlefield is roughly divided into 5 regions: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and central. The Summer Kingdom connects to the eastern region. Connected to the eastern region are 2 super large worlds: the ancient god realm and the immortal realm, along with dozens of large worlds, and over 1,000 medium-sized worlds like the Summer Kingdom. Small and mini worlds are numerous. It is precisely because there are so many worlds and powerful beings that one must be particularly cautious while traversing the alien battlefield. Furthermore, Su Qing's eyes flickered. It was the ancient god clan and the immortal clan that destroyed the ancient king court back in the day. During that era, the Summer clan was extremely powerful, capable of competing with any super large world. The king court suppressed all evils, and the human king patrolled the world. It was a brilliant and resplendent era. Su Qing did not understand why the ancient god clan and the immortal clan would suddenly act against the Summer clan. He only knew that the final outcome was the destruction of the ancient king court and the end of the king court era. However, the ancient god clan and the immortal clan also suffered heavy losses, sustaining significant injuries and a sharp decline in their strength. The resilience of the king court exceeded their expectations. The human king single-handedly broke into the immortal clan's lair and killed more than 10 immortal kings who remained behind. Even the old immortal emperor, who had already abdicated, was slain by him. Moreover, at that time, other super large worlds also set their sights on the heavily damaged ancient god clan and immortal clan. Forced by circumstances, the 2 clans signed a treaty to cease hostilities and to refrain from infringing on each other, with a time limit of 10,000 years. The allied forces of the 2 clans withdrew, and the king court at that time was already in name only, with its powerhouses mostly dead or injured. The lord of the king court also sat down shortly after breaking out of the immortal clan's lair due to severe injuries. Many of the surviving powerhouses from the king court were also secretly ambushed by sects like the Heaven-Mending sect and the Everlasting Mountain, thus marking the end of the king court era. Calculating from the signing of the treaty until now, it is approaching the 10th Ascendier deadline. Su Qing's eyes flickered slightly. Did the emergence of the Heaven-Mending sect and other heretical sects have any connection with this matter? Half an hour later, Su Qing saw the outline of an ancient city in the distance. Tianshi City, one of the members of the 100 City Alliance. The 100 City Alliance is composed of more than 100 cities that help each other as allies, banding together for warmth in the alien battlefield. In the eastern region, the 100 City Alliance is also quite well known. Tianshi City was established by the Tianshi clan from the Beastmaster realm and ranks among the larger cities in the alliance. Unlike the Demon Ape clan, the Tianshi clan is a truly top-tier group in the Beastmaster realm, with a heavenly sovereign overseeing them. Arriving at the city gate, various bizarre creatures were entering and exiting. Dozens of black-armored guards stood at the entrance indifferently, observing the beings coming and going. From their auras, it was evident that these guards were kings and nobles, with several strong, Saint Lord-level fluctuations hidden within. At that moment, a young man in white appeared in front of Su Qing with a smiling expression and cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. What advice do you have, fellow Taoist?" Su Qing returned the greeting. This young man in white was one of the hidden Saint Lords he sensed. "I see that you are unfamiliar. May I ask which force you come from?" "Just came out from my hometown world, not belonging to any force." Su Qing shook his head, guessing the other party's intentions. Sure enough, upon hearing that Su Qing had no force, the young man's smile grew even broader and his attitude became increasingly warm. "Would you be willing to join the City Lord's mansion of Tianshi City as a guest elder?" Seeing Su Qing begin to ponder, the young man seized the opportunity. "Do you know that behind Tianshi City is the Tianshi clan of the Beastmaster realm, which is a major force? In the eastern region, most people will respect you 3 points when you mention the name of the Tianshi clan." "How many spirit crystals per year?" Su Qing inquired. Spirit crystals are the universal currency in the alien battlefield. Since the Summer Kingdom does not have much reserve, Su Qing did not bring many with him. He only had a few tens of thousands of spirit crystals on him. The young man was momentarily speechless. Too mundane, far too mundane. He cursed inwardly. "The remuneration for guest elders is determined based on strength. May I ask what your strength is?" He maintained a calm expression. Buzz. 5 golden leaves of law flashed by. 5-leaf, Saint Lord. Then the annual payment is 500,000 spirit crystals. The young man beamed. Bringing a 5-leaf Saint Lord into the City Lord's mansion as a guest elder would net him quite a bit of spirit crystals. 500,000 spirit crystals, is that all? Su Qing frowned. That's not a small amount. The young man quickly replied. You might not be aware of the market since you just came out. 500,000 spirit crystals is already a considerable fortune. Su Qing ultimately agreed to join the City Lord's mansion of Heavenly Lion City. It was not only for the 500,000 spirit crystals, but also because with the status of a guest elder of the mansion, he would encounter far fewer troubles within the bounds of Heavenly Lion City and the 100 Cities Alliance. Under the guidance of the white-robed young Saint Lord Pu Yin, the two made their way to the City Lord's mansion, where they soon met the City Lord of Heavenly Lion City, Kaluto. Kaluto was a tall, robust, and handsome middle-aged man with a full head of golden hair. Clad in resplendent golden battle armor, he exuded an extraordinary aura. According to Saint Lord Pu Yin, this city lord hailed from the royal lineage of the Heavenly Lion clan, possessed the strength of a nine-leaf Saint Lord, and held a position of high esteem within the tribe. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Kaluto and briefly outlining his own circumstances, Su Qing made a request to receive a year's salary in advance. Kaluto did not grant the request. However, he generously lent Su Qing 200,000 spirit crystals under his own name. As the city lord, Kaluto was overwhelmed with affairs and soon departed, leaving a steward to arrange accommodation and other matters for Su Qing. The steward led Su Qing to a cluster of buildings on the western side of the mansion. The structures here were uniform, each a separate courtyard. The environment was pleasant, sparsely populated, and quite tranquil. The steward informed Su Qing that this area was specifically constructed by the mansion for its guest elders, and over 30 of them resided here. Arriving in the city proper. As a major city, and with the alien battlefield currently in an era of peace, Heavenly Lion City appeared exceptionally prosperous and bustling. A constant stream of cultivators from various races passed by. Exotic attire was a common sight, and civilizations from different worlds converged here. Soon he stood before a towering edifice. A signboard above bore the gleaming golden characters, 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The pavilion was the largest venue for item trading in the Eastern Domain, said to have formidable origins, and to have stood unshaken upon this land for over 10,000 years. Honored guest, do you wish to purchase treasures, sell treasures, appraise treasures, or have some other need? As soon as Su Qing stepped through the grand entrance, a young attendant approached and inquired. Though merely an attendant, he possessed strength at the supreme grade. He'll just look around first. Very well, honored guest. Please feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Having said this, the attendant stepped aside to wait. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion had 5 floors. The first floor was used for reception, treasure appraisal, and pawning items. The second floor housed pills, spiritual medicines, and herbs. The third floor weapons. The fourth floor cultivation techniques and martial skills. And the fifth floor contained other less common treasures. Ascending to the second floor. By Chow Dan, a saint-grade pill refined from over 100 kinds of precious heavenly and earthly herbs. It can be used to restore the crippled body of a Saint Lord, heal injuries, and has remarkable effects. Price 200,000 spirit crystals, 1 pill. Tisk TSK. Su Qing clicked his tongue. Truly expensive. His entire fortune was only enough to buy this single pill. He continued looking. A vast array of strange and wondrous pills opened his eyes to new possibilities. The effects of some pills made his heart burn with desire, but their prices. Even a dog would shake its head at them. Now what's this? Wan Fa Dan, a venerable grade pill co-developed by several great alchemy grandmasters. After consumption, depending on the individual, it can accelerate the comprehension of laws and principles by 3 to 10 times, lasting for 3 days. Price 300,000 spirit crystals, 1 pill. This venerable grade pill. Why is it so cheap? Other venerable grade pills cost upwards of 1 million or several million spirit crystals, and most are marked as out of stock. The price of this Wan Fa Dan is even lower than many saint grade pills. After another look at the description, Su Qing understood. Even at the maximum tenfold rate, it would only allow one to comprehend in 3 days what would normally take 30 days. Is it useful? Yes, but it's far too mediocre. Whether it's 3 days or 30 days makes no difference to a Saint Lord. Of both are but a blink of an eye. Spending 300,000 spirit crystals on a Wan Fa Dan is something only a fool would do. However, Su Qing's gaze gradually grew fervent. Others might find it useless, but he had a system. The Wan Fa Dan obtained after the critical hit in return would surely have greatly enhanced effects. It might even bring him a pleasant surprise. The problem now was that he couldn't afford it. Even emptying his entire savings wouldn't be enough for 300,000 spirit crystals. But there was no rush to buy it now. He could purchase it when he was ready to return to the Xia Kingdom. Does the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion have dark spirit fruits? Su Qing asked the attendant. With the space realm, he had no shortage of spatial spirit fruits for the time being, but he lacked a stable source for dark spirit fruits. His progress in the power of darkness was still far from reaching the law stage. Dark spirit fruits. The attendant pondered for a moment before replying. Yes, we do. Does the honored guest require them? What is the price? Su Qing asked cautiously. He didn't want to be embarrassed by ordering something he couldn't afford. A dark spirit fruit costs 150,000 spirit crystals. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. He could afford it. It also showed the immense importance of heavenly and earthly spirit fruits. Although used during the advancement to the 7th grade, they profoundly influenced the future path of cultivation, its direction, and prospects. They could be considered of utmost importance. Especially top-tier fruits like the dark spirit fruit, whose price rivaled that of many saint-grade pills. Despite the low probability of mastering the power of darkness after consumption, their popularity remained undiminished. By the way, what is the purchase price for spatial spirit fruits at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? Su Qing suddenly remembered that he still had a few spatial spirit fruits stored in his azure ring, which should fetch a good number of spirit crystals. Honored guest, you have spatial spirit fruits. The attendant exclaimed. Other customers looked over with curiosity. The attendant quickly lowered his voice. Honored guest, please follow me. This matter is beyond my authority. Su Qing followed him bewildered. It seemed he had underestimated the value of spatial spirit fruits. The attendant led him to a room on the first floor, served tea, and then hurriedly left. Honored guest, please wait a moment. In less than a minute, the attendant returned, followed by a gorgeous woman in a... Honored guest, this is Pavilion Master Ren, the head of our 10,000 Treasures Pavilion's Heavenly Lion City branch, the attendant introduced. Pavilion Master, this is the guest I mentioned. You may leave now. Pavilion Master Ren's crimson lips parted. Her voice was light and melodious, more like a young girl's than a matron's. Yes. The attendant left the room. The two appraised each other and immediately recognized that both were Saint Lords. May I ask for the esteemed Saint Lord's surname? Wu Yu. Su Qing replied indifferently. Saint Lord Wu, my subordinate reported that you have spatial spirit fruits. Dare I ask if this is true? Pavilion Master Ren asked seriously. It is true. Su Qing nodded. Hiss. Pavilion Master Ren inhaled sharply as if suppressing her astonishment. As she breathed in and out, her chest heaved dramatically twice. Only then did Su Qing notice that Pavilion Master Ren's form-fitting red dress left little to the imagination, accentuating her impressive figure, especially her heaving bosom. Clearing his throat softly, Su Qing averted his gaze. Unfazed, Pavilion Master Ren straightened up and asked, Saint Lord Su, may I have a look at the spatial spirit fruit? No offense intended, just for verification. Of course. Su Qing produced a spatial spirit fruit and handed it to her. After examining it for a long while, Pavilion Master Ren returned it to him. It is indeed a spatial spirit fruit. Does the guest intend to sell it directly to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, or would you prefer an auction? Direct sale? The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion can offer a price of 1,500,000 spirit crystals. How much? Su Qing thought he had misheard. 1,500,000. 10 times the price of a dark spirit fruit. However, I would still recommend an auction. A large-scale auction is coming up soon, and this spatial spirit fruit would be perfect as the first highlight item. Pavilion Master Ren suggested. Stepping out of the Wanbao Pavilion, Su Qing held the certificate and auction invitation given by the Pavilion Master, feeling somewhat unreal. Due to the existence of the empty realm, he did not have a clear understanding of the value of spatial spiritual fruits. Until today, according to the Pavilion Master, spatial spiritual fruits are extremely rare throughout the eastern region, often taking hundreds of years for any news to emerge. The Wanbao Pavilion in Tianshi City has never auctioned spatial spiritual fruits, but based on past experiences, the final auction price will definitely not be less than 2 million spirit crystals. This is also the reason why the Pavilion Master dared to offer a purchase price of 1,500,000 spirit crystals. The price of spatial spiritual fruits is much higher than that of top-tier earthly spiritual fruits, like dark spiritual fruits. Aside from their rarity, the biggest reason is that the power of space is stronger. The Xia Kingdom only vaguely categorizes the power of space as part of the top-tier earthly powers, thus considering the spatial true meaning derived from it as a first-class, true meaning, albeit a relatively strong one. However, in the alien battlefield, it is widely believed that the spatial true meaning and the dark true meaning are not of the same level of top-tier earthly powers, but rather a higher tier. Many even refer to the spatial true meaning as one of the most powerful true meanings, and naturally the laws of space derived from it are also supreme laws. However, the stronger the power, the harder it is to comprehend. The Pavilion Master told Su Qing that there have been no reports of any expert comprehending space in the alien battlefield. But as long as there is news of the spatial spiritual fruit, it will inevitably attract many powerful experts. These experts will spend a fortune to bring it back for their own geniuses to use, although the chances of comprehending space may be slim. But what if? If they succeed, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Moreover, even if they fail, it's not a big deal, or at least they won't let the opposing forces acquire the spatial spiritual fruit. Not long after Su Qing left the Wanbao Pavilion, under the Pavilion Master's arrangement, news regarding the spatial spiritual fruit spread rapidly. first in Tianshi City, then spreading to the surrounding areas, ensuring that many fated individuals would. A black carriage pulled by 3 unicorns passed by Su Qing. He looked over and saw a black flag hanging from the carriage adorned with a roaring golden-haired monkey. He recognized this flag. It belonged to the Mo Yuan clan. Oh no, the monkeys. Su Qing squinted and followed it to an open space outside the city gates. Over a dozen Mo Yuan clan carriages were parked there with hundreds of guards resting. After the black carriage emerged, the convoy set off again. This was a merchant convoy from Mo Yuan City. Mo Yuan City, of course, is a settlement established by the Mo Yuan clan in the alien battlefield, but due to the limitations of their clan's strength, it is merely a small city incomparable to Tianshi City. This was a merchant convoy from Mo Yuan City. Mo Yuan City, of course, is a settlement established by the Mo Yuan clan in the alien battlefield, but due to the limitations of their clan's strength, it is merely a small. Stop! The leader of the convoy's guards called for the convoy to halt. Despite wearing armor, one could still tell from the dense fur that he was a yellow-haired gorilla. Ahead, a figure wearing a blue shirt and a bronze ghost mask blocked their path. It was clear that the newcomer was not friendly. We are from the Mo Yuan City Merchant Association. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Here are some spirit crystals for you to enjoy a drink. The guard leader tossed over a storage ring. Su Qing sensed it briefly. It contained about 50,000 spirit crystals, roughly equivalent to his 1-month salary as a guest elder in the city lord's mansion. He probably noticed that Su Qing was at the Saint Master level and did not wish to stir up trouble, so he chose to part with some wealth to avoid disaster. After accepting the storage ring, Su Qing coldly snorted. You think this amount of spirit crystals can just send beggars away? The guard leader took a deep breath. There are another 50,000 spirit crystals here. Consider it making a friend with you. After saying that, he tossed another storage ring over. Su Qing turned to leave. The merchant convoy continued to proceed, but soon stopped again. Robbery! A loud shout rang out. Are you mocking us? The guard leader's face turned grim. Did he think I wouldn't recognize him just because he changed his mask? For crying out loud, he could at least change his clothes. Forget it. Since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me for being rude. With a wave of his hand, 3 powerful auras surged into the sky, all of which were Saint Master level. 2 were 2-leaf Saint Masters, and 1 was a 4-leaf Saint Master. The guard leader was a 6-leaf Saint Master. With 4 Saint Masters attacking simultaneously, the momentum was terrifying. Su Qing stood frozen in place, as if stunned. Wait, be careful, the guard leader shouted loudly. The 2 Saint Masters at the forefront had yet to react when the figure before them slowly twisted and vanished, revealing a phantom. Boom! The space behind them suddenly tore apart, and 2 fists enveloped in terrifying might surged forth. The Heaven Emperor Fist. With Su Qing's currently horrifying vitality, a single punch obliterated the 2 Saint Masters into fragments. Blood rained down and flesh scattered in the air. After killing the 2 Saint Masters, Su Qing flickered to the side of the 4-leaf Saint Master. Holding the vast sea divine spear, he pierced through him with a single thrust. The guard leader was horrified. Are 5-leaf Saint Masters this powerful now? He did not dare to confront Su Qing and turned to flee. Su Qing tore the space apart, reaching his hand into it, while holding the divine spear. Buzz! The space behind the guard leader ripped open, and the spear swiftly thrust out, penetrating his body from behind and pinning him to the ground. In just a few breaths, all 4 Saint Masters were slain. The other members of the Mo Yuan City convoy were dumbfounded. When Su Qing landed in the middle of the convoy, the guards tactfully turned their heads away. What kind of life can you buy with such a little spirit crystal for a month? Moreover, the boss has already been taken down. It would be a waste for us to go up. It's better to save our own lives. Who is in charge here? Su Qing scanned the area. Those he looked at immediately lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. No one in charge. Then I will count to 3 before I start a massacre. 1, 2, 3. What the hell? Why isn't this person following the usual script? Bang! With a muffled sound, a thin old man was kicked out. Who the hell kicked me? The old man roared angrily. Are you the one in charge? Hearing Su Qing's question, the old man's face showed a fawning smile as he hunched over and replied, My lord, I am the one in charge of the merchant convoy. Why didn't you come out earlier? Well, my old ears aren't as sharp anymore, and I didn't hear clearly. The old man explained cautiously. Su Qing nodded. For now I will trust you. Now give me the remaining spirit crystals of the convoy. Yes. Yes, my lord, please wait a moment. The old man ran to the carriage, took out a box, and upon opening it, there were over a dozen various storage rings. My lord, they are all here. Su Qing picked them up one by one to check. The larger ones contained over 100,000 spirit crystals, while the smaller ones contained 20 to 30,000 spirit crystals. Altogether, there were about 400,000 spirit crystals. With such a windfall, Su Qing was quite satisfied. However, his expression did not show any joy. Instead, it darkened as he placed the spear against the old man's neck. Why is there only this little? Do you dare to hide wealth? Are you looking for death? The old man nearly wet himself and quickly knelt down. My lord, I truly didn't hide anything. This is all there is. The only reason it's this much is that I sold a lot of goods, and the other spirit crystals were used to procure more goods. Su Qing's expression softened slightly as he added, everyone come over in line and hand over the storage rings one by one. Don't try to play tricks otherwise, humph. You scoundrel, how dare you pull tricks? The first guard of the merchant convoy who handed over the storage ring was stunned by Su Qing's reprimand. Pull tricks? What tricks have I pulled? Just because I handed over the storage ring with my left hand. Bang! Without giving him a chance to explain, Su Qing struck him dead with a palm. The others fell silent, fearing they would meet the same fate as the first man, obediently handing their storage rings to Su Qing. As he collected the items, Su Qing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Robbing is indeed a quick way to make money. Looking at the trembling members of the Demon Ape Tribe merchant group, Su Qing lost interest in striking again. Remember, the one who robbed you this time is none other than Wu Yu. Having said that, Su Qing floated away. Upon returning to Tianshi City, the first thing he did was to deal with the items in these storage rings. Aside from a few holy masters, the other members of the merchant convoy had very few spirit crystals in their storage rings, but when everything was counted, including the 4 million spirit crystals, it added up. In total, over 8 million spirit crystals. Describing Su Qing's overnight wealth would be an understatement. Wu Keqing, the city lord, requests your presence. A steward came to report. Arriving at the city lord's mansion, there were already more than 10 people present. The aura surrounding them all belonged to holy masters, indicating they were all guests of the city lord's mansion. Upon seeing Su Qing and sensing his aura, everyone nodded in acknowledgement. I wonder why the city lord has invited so many guests. Is Tianshi City planning to attack other forces? Impossible. The Tianshi City army shows no signs of movement. It shouldn't be a summons for war. Then what could it be for? We'll know when the city lord arrives. Just then Kailudo walked in, followed by a tall and sturdy man. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. The giant's aura was vast, like an abyss, at least at the level of a 7-leaf holy master. What is the city lord planning? Gentlemen, Kailudo gestured for everyone to calm down. The reason for gathering you all is due to a matter that requires your assistance. Naturally, receiving spirit crystals from the city lord's mansion meant they were needed for a task. This matter carries certain dangers, which is why I invited you all here. But rest assured, the danger is not great. Your strengths are more than sufficient to handle it. Kailudo paused. Moreover, this time it will be led by my cousin Jialuan. He is a 7-leaf holy master, strong and... City lord, just tell us the mission details. One guest couldn't help but say. All right. Kailudo nodded. Everyone knows my daughter Wei-On. She will soon be heading to Nirvana City to marry the son of the second city lord Pei, so I need you all to escort her to Nirvana City. Nirvana City is the largest and most powerful city in the 100 Cities Alliance. This is because Nirvana City hosts 2 great celestials. Like Tianshi City, the Tianshi clan also has a celestial behind it, but that is the clan's foundation and will not easily leave the Beast Continent, thus not counting as part of Tianshi City. Nirvana City has 2 city lords representing 2 celestials. The second city lord Pei is a descendant of one of the celestials, a true power player within the 100 Cities Alliance. Upon hearing it was just an escort, the guests all breathed a sigh of relief. Although there would surely be enemies from Tianshi City trying to intercept or sabotage, so what? So many holy masters are not easy to provoke. Furthermore, the guest contracts they signed with the city lord's mansion are quite lenient. If things get too dangerous, they can just run away. The time is set for 10 days later. You can go back and prepare. Once we arrive in Nirvana City, you can also take a good look around. The prosperity there is not something Tianshi City can compare to. Kailudo said with a smile. 3 days later at the Tianshi City auction house. This auction house belongs to the Wanbao Pavilion and holds a small auction once a month with a large auction once a year. This time is the annual large auction. Entering the second floor's private room with an invitation, one can overlook the entire circular auction house with excellent visibility. With some time left before the start, the venue was nearly full and the noise was deafening. Su Qing spotted several guests from the city lord's mansion and other holy masters, including city lord Kailudo. The master of the pavilion stepped onto the auction stage. Today she wore a red dress, her figure tall and voluptuous with a radiant smile that exuded mature charm. Before she could speak, many men were already captivated, their gazes glued to the beauty on stage as if they wished to devour her whole. The pavilion master maintained her usual demeanor, ignoring the greedy and covetous gazes, and opened her Welcome everyone to the annual auction of Tianshi City's Wanbao Pavilion. Oh, I shall host this auction. Without further ado, here comes the first auction item. A servant walked up with a tray covered in red cloth. Upon lifting the cloth, a gray dagger was revealed. Shadow Dagger, a superlative-grade weapon suitable for superlative cultivators practicing shadow and night. True intention. Starting bid, is 10,000 spirit crystals. 10,100 spirit crystals. 12,000 spirit crystals. The first item, being relatively niche, was finally auctioned off to an assassin for 19,000 spirit crystals. The auction continued. Su Qing listened with boredom. So far none of the items had piqued his interest, not even the top-grade holy weapon. Only 3 final auction items remained. The first was the spatial spirit fruit that Su Qing had. This item was not something any of the strong present could use. It was all for the disciples or juniors. After some competition, it was snapped up by City Lord Kailudo for 3,100,000 spirit crystals. Su Qing's assets thus surpassed 10 million spirit crystals. The second final auction item is a set of formations, the Pavilion Master said slowly. This holy tier formation is called the Black Dragon Calamity Formation. Once this formation is set up, only one Holy Master is needed to control it, and it can hold off 10 Holy Masters of the same level for over a day. Hearing the effectiveness of this formation, many people's eyes lit up. Good formations are quite rare, especially the Black Dragon Calamity Formation, which can serve as a protective formation. Setting it up outside one's own stronghold significantly enhances safety. Su Qing found it quite appealing. He originally had the idea of finding a formation to arrange at the Qingtian Academy on the alien battlefield, and this Black Dragon Calamity Formation was just right. Black Dragon Calamity Formation starting bid is 100,000 spirit crystals. 200,000 spirit crystals. As soon as the Pavilion Master finished speaking, the price doubled. 250,000 spirit crystals. 300,000 spirit crystals. Soon the price for the Black Dragon Calamity Formation surpassed 500,000 spirit crystals. At this moment, however, the number of bidders had decreased by more than half, and the rate of increase slowed considerably. 600,000 spirit crystals. Seeing the timing was right, Su Qing finally placed his first bid. A few days later, under the leadership of Jialuan, more than 10 guest elders from the city lord's mansion, along with over 100 royal guards, escorted Miss Weian out of Tianshi City. Kailu stood on the city wall watching the team depart. At this point, Weian and Tori should have already arrived at Nirvana City, right? Has Miss Weian and young Master Tori set off secretly 3 days earlier? Given the time, they should be close to arriving, someone beside him replied. I wonder if they encountered any dangers on the way. Kailu expressed his concerns. With 2 of our clan's 8-leaf saints escorting them, there shouldn't be any danger. Besides, those troublemakers probably think Miss Weian only set off today, someone added. On the road, Su Qing hung back at the rear of the team, a surge of spatial perception flooding his mind, and his aura instantly surged. 6-leaf saint. During this time, the Avatar frequently traveled to the Void Realm to slay spatial titans. However, being limited to the strength of a royal peak, he could only hunt royal-level titans, which is why he only managed to break through to this level today. Yet he obtained several spatial spirit fruits. He planned to find an opportunity to gift them to his family. If he could obtain spatial origin fruits from critical hits, he could once again enter the River of Origin to harvest origin power for a greater breakthrough. At that moment, a patch of red clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Flames of crimson silently formed, numbering over 1,000. Enemy attack. Jialuan shouted, unleashing the full power of his 7-leaf saint strength as golden rule power spread wildly. At the same time, masked cultivators emerged around them. Have they revealed themselves? Su Qing glanced over. With his mastery of spatial laws, he had already detected the hidden cultivators nearby. Among these cultivators, there were nearly 20 saints. Many guest elders from the city lord's mansion inwardly lamented, wondering why so many strong individuals had shown up at once. Kill. There was no time for further thought as the enemies swiftly charged forward. Su Qing quickly found his opponent, a 5-leaf saint. They pretended to battle, fiercely exchanging blows while occasionally shouting, creating an impression of intensity. One must admit, Jialuan's strength was indeed formidable, as he severely injured the opposing 7-leaf saint in a short time, forcing them to retreat. On the Tianshi City side, 1 guest elder was gravely wounded, 5 or 6 sustained light injuries, and over 10 royal guards were lost. The team continued to move forward, having traveled for more than a day. What puzzled Su Qing was that Miss Weian had not come out of the unicorn carriage at all. Wasn't she bored? He had secretly sensed, but the carriage was likely specially made, blocking his perception. Here they come again. Su Qing looked ahead. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy sounds approached. A large group of beings 4 to 5 meters tall, clad in armor and resembling humanoid elephants wielding massive hammers, drew near. It's the Giant Elephant Clan, one of the guest elders recognized. The Giant Elephant Clan was also one of the major clans of the Beast Realm, equally powerful as the Tianshi clan and a formidable enemy. Everyone be careful. Jialuan's expression turned grave. Boom. The foremost Giant Elephant Clan member stomped down hard. Instantly, the ground trembled and cracks spread from beneath his feet, rapidly extending to the feet of the Tianshi City team. Many guards were caught off guard and fell through. Miss Wyon's carriage also got trapped in the cracks. Watching the 8 golden leaves appear behind the giant elephant clan members, the guest elders from Tianshi City changed their expressions. 8-leaf saint. Moreover, besides this 8-leaf saint, the giant elephant clan camp had 2 7-leaf saints and over 20 other saints. In contrast, on the Tianshi City side, aside from Jialuan, a 7-leaf saint, there was only Su Qing, a 6-leaf saint, while the other guest elders were mostly 5-leaf saints at best. 2 guest elders exchanged glances, decisively retreating and fleeing. Seeing this, the other guest elders also felt a desire to withdraw. You guys? Jialuan was furious. A bunch of useless fools taking the spirit crystals issued by the city lord's mansion, yet each one fled faster than the last. As he saw the 8-leaf saint of the giant elephant clan drawing near, Jialuan's rule power surged, soaring into the sky, running away. Su Qing did not expect that Jialuan would so easily abandon Miss Weian. No, wait. He suddenly realized Miss Weian was not in the carriage. Or rather, their escort convoy was merely a decoy. The real Miss Weian had likely left long ago. No wonder Keilu clearly knew these guest elders were unreliable, yet only sent Jialuan, a single strong member of the Tianshi clan, to escort her. This was clearly to prevent substantial losses from an ambush. And with only Jialuan, regardless of the dangers encountered, at least the escape issue was not too difficult. Guest elders. Let them die if they must. Boom. The giant elephant clan's saint stomped down on the carriage, shattering it. Sure enough, there was no one inside. We were played. The giant elephant clan's powerful members also realized that this convoy was fake. Dare to fool us, let's slaughter them. The 8-leaf saint of the giant elephant clan shouted angrily, rallying his clan to pursue. 3 or 4 slower flying guest elders from Tianshi City were caught up and killed on the spot, leaving behind nothing but bones. At this moment, Su Qing had already slipped away into the void. Nirvana City. As the acknowledged first grand city within the 100 Cities Alliance, it appeared from a distance like an ancient ferocious beast lying across the earth, exuding an aura of ancient desolation. A faint gray mist enveloped the area. It is said that this mist is part of the city protection formation set up by the 2 celestial lords of Nirvana City, possessing formidable power. There were once celestial lords who attacked, but were trapped by this grand formation, having no choice but to retreat. Su Qing walked into the city. Tianshi City was already quite prosperous, but compared to Nirvana City, it was still somewhat lacking. Walking through the streets, he found himself jostled by crowds with beings from various clans everywhere. Which guest elder? As he was walking, a sudden voice called out from beside him. Su Qing looked over to see Tori, Keilu's son. Just as expected. Since Tori was here, it seemed that Keilu had indeed secretly sent Weian to Nirvana City ahead of time. Are you alone? Tori asked, riding on a unicorn and flanked by 2 saints and over a dozen royal guards. Yes, young Master Tori, I am all by myself. Tori's eyes flashed with barely concealed disdain. He was aware of his father's plans, realizing that this Weiyu appearing alone in Nirvana City must have run away halfway. Good, then follow me in Nirvana City for now. Su Qing had no objections. Following Tori, the group arrived at a tavern. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they went up to the 2nd floor of the tavern to rest. Su Qing sat cross-legged in the room, when suddenly a surge of immense spatial perception flooded into his mind, elevating his understanding of the spatial origin laws. In just a few seconds, 7-leaf saint. The avatar sent the 2 spatial spirit fruits obtained from the void realm back to his family, receiving 2 spatial origin fruits. After just consuming them, he harvested spatial origin from the river of origin, which allowed him to break through. A few more minutes passed. Once again, the spatial laws surrounding Su Qing vibrated violently, crashing like waves in successive surges. Buzz. 8-leaf saint. In another room, Tori dressed and looked at the young girl lying unconscious on the bed, revealing a satisfied expression. Young master, not good. The door was knocked on, and a hurried voice came. Tori's expression darkened as he walked to the door, only to see his subordinate with a face full of panic. What happened? Young Master, Nirvana City is under martial law, and the city guards have been mobilized. What does that have to do with me? It seems they are looking for her. The subordinate pointed at the girl on the bed. Vian soon arrived at the tavern. She was tall and clad in a pure white dress, her light purple hair cascading down her back, her face now filled with fierce rage. Smack. Upon meeting, she slapped Toli hard. I've told you many times that while you can misbehave in Tianshi City, this is not the place. This is Nirvana City. Do you even know what you've done? She exclaimed. Do you know who that girl is? She's the daughter of the city lord, and although she is an illegitimate child, she is greatly favored. You really can't help but stir up trouble all day long. If Toli were not her own brother, Vian would have loved to slap him to death. Toli covered his face and lowered his head, and after a while he said, I saw that girl was alone, and when I took her away, no one came out to stop me. No one stopped him. Vian frowned. She began to understand. Her brother had become embroiled in the power struggle of the city lord's lineage. She had heard that some people in the city lord's faction were extremely dissatisfied with this illegitimate daughter receiving such favoritism, especially with rumors that the city lord intended to grant her some inheritance rights. The events of today were likely because the city lord was a man who valued his face greatly. If the illegitimate daughter were to be sullied, it would certainly bring shame upon him, and his affection for her would diminish significantly. Vian set aside other thoughts. No matter what, she could not allow Toli to be the one who sullied her. If it was proven that Toli was the defiler, he would be doomed, and his identity as a member of the Tianshi clan would be of no use. There was no other way. Their lineage was not like that of the current direct descendants of the Tianshi clan's venerable ancestor. They did not wield such influence. Vian was sent here to marry the heir of the second city lord precisely because Kalu had sensed that someone in the clan sought to replace him as the city lord of Tianshi City, which prompted the decision to ally with Nirvana City. Sister, what should I do? Toli panicked. It was only then that he realized the gravity of the situation. He did not want to die. Where's the boss? Get him here to see me right now. A commotion erupted on the first floor, accompanied by the clattering of armor. Vian looked down to see the city guards entering the tavern to interrogate. There's no time to waste. If you don't want to die, find someone to take the blame right away, Vian said in a low voice. Toli quickly looked around at the subordinates. Terrified, they quickly turned their heads away. You guys, I give you so much spirit crystals every year, and this is how you repay me. Toli fumed. The subordinates remained silent. Repaying with loyalty. You wish. Young Master Toli, isn't there still one left? A subordinate whispered, pointing to a room. That's right. Toli's eyes lit up as he turned to Vian and said, Sister, I found a scapegoat. Inside, despite Su Qing's efforts to suppress it, the power of space filled the entire room, forming whirlpools of varying sizes. And the aura emanating from him was now many times stronger than before. The Nine-Leaf Saint. To be precise, it was the Nine-Leaf Second Transformation Saint. Upon reaching the Nine-Leaf Saint level, mastering the rules to attain the status of a venerable requires a deeper understanding of one's own laws, and a clear path, thus providing the opportunity for transformation from laws to rules. Hence there is the distinction of the 9 transformations after the 9 leaves. Bang, bang, bang. The door was knocked upon. When it opened, it was a saint beside Toli. Su Qing remembered. He seemed to be called Ball. Saint Ball, is there something you need? Which saint? Young Master Toli requests your presence. What does Toli want with me? Following Ball, he arrived outside Toli's room. Which saint? Please go in. Young Master Toli is waiting for you inside. Ball smiled. Su Qing looked to the first floor, where several city guards were conversing with the tavern owner, who gestured towards the second floor while speaking. The city guards were heading upstairs. Which saint? Hurry and go in, and don't keep young Master Toli waiting too long, Ball urged. All right. Su Qing nodded. But can Saint Ball tell me what happened to the dead girl in the room? Ball's smile faltered. What happened? Didn't Miss Vian say she could block the perception of those below the 7-leaf saint level? Damn, so unreliable. Because that girl had seen Tali's true face, Vian had instructed them to take no chances and directly kill the Ball knew very well that if this matter were exposed, they would all die. So it's better for you to die. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he suddenly struck Su Qing in the chest. Bang! Hearing the commotion, Vian quickly rushed out with Toli and the others from the nearby room. The city guards also rushed over. You dare to? Ball. Toli was dumbfounded. There on the bed lay the girl's corpse, and Ball was struggling to get up from the bed. It's Miss Kasha. The city guards pushed past Vian, Toli, and the others into the room. Commander, Miss Kasha is dead. Dead? The commander's expression darkened. Arrest him and take him away. Ball's face changed dramatically. No, it wasn't me. The city guards ignored him and rushed to subdue him. It really wasn't me. I didn't kill her. Ball knew that if he was taken away, he would undoubtedly die. It was him. You have to believe me. He is the real murderer. At this moment, Ball couldn't care less, choosing to point out Toli in order to save his own life. Ball, what nonsense are you spouting? Toli exclaimed in shock. Take him away too. The commander ordered, and 2 city guards moved towards him. Vian hurriedly stepped forward. Don't listen to this desperate man. I am the wife of the second city lord's heir, Osha, and this is my brother. He is innocent. Hearing the mention of the second city lord, the 2 city guards paused and looked towards their commander. The city lord has issued a strict order. I don't think that just because he is the brother of young Master Osha that he is safe. Anyone connected to this matter must come with us, the commander said coldly to Vian. Vian's heart sank. She had still underestimated the seriousness of the situation. The city guards proceeded to take Toli and the others away. Toli was like a pile of mush, scared and slumped on the ground, being dragged away. At this rate, it seemed he would soon be unable to bear the pressure and confess to his actions. Su Qing then walked out of the room, nodding and smiling at Vian, his face full of mockery. Vian, seething with anger, conjured a red whip and lashed out fiercely. Su Qing caught the whip, and with a forceful pull Vian was sent crashing to the ground face first. You are not the five-leaf saint. Vian struggled to get up. Her white dress stained her chest, heaving violently. What do you think? Good, very good. Vian turned and left. She had to hurry back. At this point her only option was to seek help from her nominal husband. However, just then the city guards who had just left turned back. That kid has confessed, the commander said coldly. The city lord himself has sent word, no accomplices are to be spared, all must be killed without mercy. Including you. The commander looked at Vian. Vian's face changed dramatically. I am Osha. Osha, young master, and the second city lord have already agreed. No. It's impossible. Vian couldn't believe it. The commander sneered. Osha's notoriety was well known. He had more than a dozen wives on the surface. Everyone come with me. You wouldn't want to be slain on the spot by me, would you? The commander said in a deep voice. His aura surged as 8 golden leaves manifested behind him. Aside from him, the other city guards were mostly Saint Masters as well, including 3 with 7 leaves. Su Qing sighed inwardly. No wonder this was the foremost city of the 100 Cities Alliance. Its strength and foundation were far beyond what other cities could match. In some weaker cities, a 7-leaf or 8-leaf Saint Master could serve as city lord, yet here in Nirvana City, such a rank only qualified one to be a mere city guard commander. Upon hearing the commander's words, Torres' subordinates turned ashen. They had never expected such a catastrophic doom to befall them today. Vivian's red lips also paled. Despite her exceptional talent, she was merely a 6-leaf Saint Master, utterly unable to resist. She dared not resist, for it would implicate her father. Vivian sensed something amiss. Wait, where did... She then realized that Wu Yu, who had been right there moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Who is Wu Yu? The commander asked with a frown. He was one of us involved in this affair. And he was the one who killed the Grand City Lord's daughter. Vivian said with hatred. If he won't escape. The commander snorted coldly. He hadn't expected an accomplice. Within the city, Su Qing emerged from spatial concealment, gazing at the faint gray mist beyond the city walls with some helplessness. This grand formation even had the ability to block space. With his current cultivation level, the strength of his spatial origin power was sufficient for him to tear through space and flee, but it would likely trigger the formation. If that provoked the Nirvana City Celestial Venerable into taking action, all would be lost. Hence Nirvana City was now sealed, and he could not leave for the time being. However, catching him would not be easy either. Meanwhile, Xia Country's Saint Master Avatar once again entered the Void Realm, slaying space giants and collecting spatial spirit fruits to strengthen the main body as much as possible within a short time. 5 days later, Su Qing stood on the second floor of a tavern, watching the city guards pass by in the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. For the first 3 days, the citywide search had been extremely strict. But now, after such a long failure to find him, the city guards had clearly grown lax, often just going through them. Moreover, Nirvana City could not remain sealed indefinitely, as it would bring adverse effects. Thus, Su Qing estimated he would be able to leave in a few more days. At the Grand City Lord's mansion, Grand City Lord Rondo arrived before a vast palace, knelt down, and said respectfully, I beseech the ancestor to avenge my daughter. There was no response. Alas. After a while, a faint sigh came from within the palace. Do you realize that by disturbing me over such a matter and sealing the city for this, you forfeit any chance of remaining Grand City Lord? Rondo is aware, the Grand City Lord replied, head bowed. Very well. Release the collected aura of that person. As you command. Rondo took out a bottle and opened it. A few seconds later, found him. A beam of light shot out from the palace and entered Rondo's mind. It was the scene of Su Qing on the second floor of the tavern. It's him in the city. Thank you, ancestor. Rondo kowtowed in gratitude, then swiftly departed. At the same time, Su Qing sensed something and looked up at the sky in confusion. Why did he suddenly feel as if someone was spying on him? Boom. A sudden explosion roared across the sky. Nirvana City shook violently as if struck by a massive impact. The gray mist surged and converged frantically as the city's protective grand formation activated. Su Qing looked towards the source of the explosion, a colossal shadow. An enormous black spike-adorned warship. Painted on its hull was a towering black mountain surrounded by rippling rings of water, forming a landscape scene. Figures could be faintly seen moving about on the warship, and from time to time cultivators leaped down from it. Demon Mountain Lake. A heaven-shaking roar echoed as 2 figures radiating terrifying auras like gods or demons teleported before the warship in the sky. It's the Demon Mountain Lake bandits, a cultivator exclaimed, his face turning pale. It's over. Nirvana City is finished. Su Qing's heart stirred as he recalled the intelligence regarding the Demon Mountain Lake bandits. The Demon Mountain Lake bandits were the most infamous force in the Eastern Domain, rumored to be a den of over 1 million bandits named after their base at Demon Mountain Lake. Periodically, they would emerge to plunder, not only seizing resources, but also capturing countless living beings. Many forces had been ravaged by them, and some had even formed alliances to attack Demon Mountain Lake, fielding as many as 5 celestial venerables. Yet the final outcome was that 3 celestial venerables died, and 2 were wounded. The might of Demon Mountain Lake shook the entire eastern domain. Moreover, since Demon Mountain Lake did not provoke the Ancient Divine Clan and the Immortal Clan, represented by the Ancient Divine Sect and the Immortal Hall, those 2 powers left them alone. Other forces were thus forced to back down, too afraid to attack Demon Mountain Lake again. They could only swallow their pride and tolerate its existence and raids. To this day, Demon Mountain Lake's power had only grown. And now, with Demon Mountain Lake descending, it seemed their target was Nirvana City. In the sky, the 2 celestial venerables of Nirvana City wore grim expressions. Demon Mountain Lake. Nirvana City is willing to offer 50 million spirit crystals in exchange for you abandoning this raid. The 9 Tribulations celestial venerable of the Grand City Lord's lineage said in a deep voice. 50 million spirit crystals. 9 Tribulations, are you trying to fob us off like beggars? A taunting voice came from the warship. For figures, each exuding an aura no less formidable than Nirvana City's celestial venerables appeared. Kuei Meng, you've joined Demon Mountain Lake. Seeing the burly old man on the far left, 9 Tribulations celestial venerable's brow furrowed deeply. Kuei Meng celestial venerable had once been hunted for 3 years by him, and Great Nirvana celestial venerable over a celestial venerable grade mystic treasure, creating a deep enmity. Unexpectedly, the man had now joined Demon Mountain Lake. What's it to you? Great Nirvana celestial venerable asked. Upon hearing this, Kuei Meng celestial venerable smiled faintly. Of course, it was my suggestion to set the location for this raid as Nirvana City as a way to repay the 2 of you for your past kindness. Sigh. 9 Tribulations celestial venerable exhaled. 100 million spirit crystals. Uffed. Another celestial venerable from Demon Mountain Lake laughed. I've always heard that 9 Tribulations celestial venerable of Nirvana City is notoriously stingy. It seems the rumors are true, still being so tight-fisted at a time like this. Final offer, 2 billion spirit crystals. Hand them over, and I'll lead my men away immediately. 2 billion. Fury surged across the faces of 9 Tribulations and Great Nirvana celestial venerables. Were they trying to drain them dry? Nirvana City had many sources of income, but its expenses were equally enormous. The treasury's accumulated wealth over the years was only a little over 2 billion spirit crystals. 2 billion spirit crystals. 9 Tribulations celestial venerable closed his eyes, then slowly opened them, his gaze now filled with ferocity. Since Demon Mountain Lake is unwilling to negotiate, let's see if you have the skill to plunder Nirvana City. Great Nirvana control the Grand Formation? Boom. The gray mist churned and surged into turmoil. The black warship shuddered violently within the mist. Terrifying ripples spread across the sky above Nirvana City, and cultivators within the city frantically surged towards the 4 city gates. Open the damned gates. Why are the gates still closed when Demon Mountain Lake is already attacking? The city guards remained unmoved. These were orders from above, and they were merely following them. Anyone who dares approach the gates will be killed without mercy. A general in golden armor bellowed from atop the gate, 9 golden leaves of law manifesting behind him. Su Qing mingled with the crowd, his brow slightly furrowed. Boom, 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 boom. Ear-splitting explosions thundered as black beams of light blasted out from the warship, sending rings of black radiance scattering through the gray mist. This Nirvana City Grand Formation is truly troublesome. Kuei Meng Heavenly Venerable retreated to the warship, speaking in a deep voice. Despite the combined efforts of the 4 Heavenly Venerables aided by this supreme-grade treasure warship, they still could not overcome the formation. Let us request the Great Venerable's intervention, one Heavenly Venerable said. Good. Kuei Meng and the other 2 nodded. The 4 Heavenly Venerables arrived on the warship and called out in unison, we beseech Great Venerable Chijio to act. A moment later. Must I still intervene? A drowsy, drunken voice came from deep. A withered, barefoot old man appeared silently before the 4 Heavenly Venerables. He wore a simple gray robe, a gourd of wine hung at his waist, and only a few strands of hair remained on his head. Great Venerable. The 4 greeted him respectfully. Chijio Great Venerable nodded slightly. His gaze pierced through the gray mist outside the warship, seeing through countless obstacles to the core of the Grand Formation, where 9 Nya and Dapan were stationed. 9 Nya Heavenly Venerable was startled, then his expression shifted dramatically. A Great Heavenly Venerable. Here, huh? Chijio Great Venerable muttered lazily, then raised a hand. A resonant hum filled the air. The surrounding gray mist instantly dissipated. Not good. Dapan strike with full force. Don't let him break the formation. 9 Nya Heavenly Venerable roared. Relying on the formation, the two of them could contend with several heavenly venerables simultaneously. Once it was broken, defeat was certain. A rushing sound echoed as the gray mist gathered again, forming deep gray ferocious beasts that howled as they charged toward the black warship. These gray mist beasts numbered in the tens of thousands. The weakest were at the Saint Lord realm, and the foremost few were comparable to heavenly venerables. Still struggling, Chi-Jio, Great Venerable, was unperturbed. He took down the wine gourd from his waist, uncorked it, and a mass of eerie black flame shot out of the warship, incinerating the gray mist beasts in its path. Even the heavenly venerable level beasts were no exception. As the black fire emerged, the temperature dropped noticeably. With two sharp sounds, Nanya and Japan both spat blood. What kind of flame is this? In spirit ghost fire. Chi-Jio, Great Venerable, replied lazily. Stop struggling. I have no desire to slaughter wantonly. Nanya, Heavenly Venerable's expression turned extremely grim. After exchanging a glance with Japan, Heavenly Venerable, he said, since a senior from Demon Mountain Lake is present, we too admit defeat. But we ask for mercy. With that, the two venerables turned and departed, their faces as dark as water. Handle the rest as you see fit. Before the words faded, Chi-Jio, Great Venerable, had already vanished. Thank you, Great Venerable. The four heavenly venerables of Demon Mountain Lake bowed. They looked toward Nirvana City, their eyes gleaming with cold light. As per the old rule, 90% to be handed over, 10% for yourselves. You have half an hour, my lads. Loot to your heart's content. At the heavenly venerables' command, a flood of Demon Mountain Lake cultivators descended with wild shouts like a horde of demons and monsters. Nirvana City was plunged into chaos. At the city gate, Su Qing was trying to find a way to leave when suddenly a burly old man clad in animal skins appeared above the gate. Su Qing was startled. Before he could react, Kuei Meng, Heavenly Venerable, stretched out his hand, and a terrifying suction force pulled Su Qing toward him. Nor was he alone. Tens of thousands of living beings were sucked away, and all of these beings were at the Saint Lord realm, Demon Mountain Lake. The vast, boundless Demon Mountain Lake spanned 1,000,000 li, perpetually shrouded in thick fog. Countless islands dotted its surface like stars in the sky. The pitch-black lake water was eerily sinister, hiding countless dangers beneath. Kuei Meng, Heavenly Venerable, placed them on a desolate islet. Not far away, the Demon Mountain loomed through the fog. From this vantage, the mountain seemed to connect the earth below to the sky above like a pillar supporting the heavens. Its dark, rocky body mirrored the lake's surface. Is this that Demon Mountain? Legend says this mountain fell from beyond the heavens 1,000,000 years ago and is extremely dangerous. I wonder if it's true. Forget the mountain for now. Let's first figure out why these people from Demon Mountain Lake captured us. No one knows the purpose, but those taken by Demon Mountain Lake have never been seen leaving alive, a cultivator said, his face ashen. But you are not without a chance to survive. Kuei Meng, Heavenly Venerable, who had been out of sight, reappeared. Your chance to live lies within this Demon Mountain. A resonant hum filled the air. Su Qing sat cross-legged at the edge of the islet, listening to Kuei Meng, Heavenly Venerable's words, when suddenly his aura fluctuated. Saint Lord Realm 9, Leave's third turn. He had just broken through. Kuei Meng, Heavenly Venerable, waved his hand, sweeping up the tens of thousands of Saint Lords and bringing them before the Demon Mountain. His voice was indifferent. All of you will enter the mountain. At the very least, you must pass the second trial and bring back the treasure to hand over if you wish to live. Otherwise, death. Now enter. Under Kuei Meng, Heavenly Venerable's watchful gaze, one by one the Saint Lords reluctantly touched the Demon Mountain and entered it. With a rushing sound, the moment Su Qing touched the mountain, his vision blurred. The next instant, he found himself on a black highland. The sky was also black, lit only by faint light. Around him were other bewildered cultivators. Total cultivators entering the Demon Mountain, 11,458. The first trial, Bloody Arena, has begun. In half an hour, only half of you may survive. If the target is not met, all cultivators will be annihilated. A cold mechanical voice echoed across the highland. Simultaneously, the words "countdown 30 minutes" and remaining 11458 appeared in the sky above the highland, their crimson hue glaring and unsettling. The cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment. What did this mean? Force them to slaughter one another. At first, no one moved. But after just a few breaths, a scream rang out, and a chaotic melee erupted across the highland. Su Qing retreated to the side, revealing his 9-leaf Saint Lord cultivation. No one bothered him. With a thunderous crash, his eyes turned sharp, and he suddenly spun around, unleashing a punch. A crack rang out. GHK. The one who had ambushed him spat blood, his arm twisted at a grotesque angle. How is this possible? The attacker couldn't believe it. Su Qing paid no heed to his shock. With another strike of the Heavenly Emperor fist, he blasted the man into oblivion. Though both were 9-leaf Saint Lords, Su Qing's strength was utterly overwhelming. Unbeknownst to Su Qing, the man he had killed was none other than Long Duo, the Grand City Lord of Nirvana City. The number of living beings dwindled rapidly. In just over 10 minutes the count had already been halved. The ground was littered with the remains of cultivators' blood spilling across the black highlands, staining it a dark red. Outside the demon mountain, several black-robed figures, their bodies flickering between solid and ethereal, appeared silently. Their faces were hidden behind pale ghost masks, and they clutched blood-colored hook chains that exuded a chilling aura. Standing outside the mountain, they watched quietly, strange black light flickering in their eyes. Before long, faint glimmers of light seeped out from the demon mountain. These motes of light coalesced into the shapes of living beings, exactly the ones who had just been slain in the bloody arena trial. Their eyes were filled with chaos and confusion, devoid of clarity. With a rattling sound, the black-robed figures extended their hooked chains, trapping the souls of these beings one by one and sealing them into black bottles. Soul reapers from the Hall of Impermanence. Kuei Meng, heavenly venerable, frowned from a distance, watching the black-robed figures, but he did not approach. The bloody arena is over. The second trial begins. Defeat 3 celestial cultivators of the same realm to receive a reward. The cold mechanical voice rang out again. With a resonant hum, the scene shifted. It was still the same highland, but the blood and corpses had vanished, and the other cultivators were nowhere to be seen. With a rushing sound, 3 beings appeared before Su Qing. They were handsome, humanoid in form, with a pair of white, feathered wings sprouting from their backs. 9-leaf, Saint Lord level celestials. Kill. The icy killing intent was released instantly, as the 3 celestial cultivators attacked Su Qing simultaneously. He remained unruffled, clasped his hands together, and a purple light flashed in his eyes as he channeled the power of spatial origin. With a tremendous explosion, the space where the celestial cultivators stood was violently compressed, then shattered into nothingness, annihilating the 3 of them in an instant. They didn't even have time to scream. Just as Su Qing activated the power of space in a dim, vast hall, a dusty, decayed human skin resting on a dark red throne trembled slightly. The power of space. Has it finally come? After slaying 3 9-leaf sacred masters of the celestial clan, Su Qing felt dizzy. He had expected to enter the third trial, yet instead found himself in a grand hall. Is this the third trial? Su Qing wondered, somewhat surprised. Damn it, they still hadn't given him the reward for the second trial. He surveyed the hall. It was silent and dim. Besides the massive dark red throne, dozens of stone statues flanked its sides. These statues varied in expression and posture. Some were hundreds of zhang tall, others the size of a normal person, and a few even shorter than a man. There were both humans and alien races. These were once my subordinates. After they fell in battle, I turned them to stone and left them here as statues. A faint voice echoed through the hall. Su Qing shuddered in alarm. Who? He scanned the hall, but saw no one. Stop looking. Following the direction of the voice, Su Qing noticed a human skin floating on the throne. Who are you? Me. You may call me the Demon Lord, the human skin said slowly. Of course, now I'm merely a space bath cultivator who has lost his power, hiding here to eke out a living. The Demon Lord. A space bath cultivator. No need to be so tense. If you had come a few years earlier, I might have had the strength to possess you. Now I'm about to fade away completely. The human skin's voice was flat, yet its words made Su Qing's heart tighten. I once roamed the celestial realm, feared as a taboo overlord, yet in the end I met my demise. Body and Tao extinguished. How pitiful, how lamentable. The human skin seemed to lament. So, Senior, why have you brought me here? Su Qing asked cautiously. Naturally, I hope you will inherit my legacy. The human skin stated frankly. You are the first space bath cultivator to enter the Demon Mountain, and my inheritance can only be claimed by one who cultivates the way of space. Inherit everything I have, including this Demon Mountain and its boundless treasures. All will be yours. A deeply alluring voice resonated through the hall. Just by seeing how many Demon Mountain Lake experts were forged by the mountain's treasures, one could grasp its astonishing value. Of course, nothing comes for free. The human skin's tone shifted. To obtain my inheritance, you must swear an oath to be the sworn enemy of the Celestial Clan. Kill celestial cultivators, annihilate their doctrines. The voice was cold and sharp, unguarded in its hatred. However, all this is based on you having sufficient strength. I won't send you to your death. Su Qing understood. It seemed the Demon Lord's downfall was closely tied to the Celestial Clan. He remained wary, but under the human skin's gaze he swore the oath. Though the Demon Lord claimed to have lost his power, who knew how much of it was true? If he didn't comply, the demon might. Good. The human skin nodded slightly. Buzz. 3 radiant golden orbs appeared. The first 2 vaguely revealed scriptures, while the last contained a single pearl. These are the 3 most crucial treasures of my inheritance, the very foundation of my fame as the Demon Lord: the Devouring Heaven Sutra, the 3 Bodies Art, and the Space Divine Pearl. The Devouring Heaven Sutra allows one to devour all beings under heaven to nourish oneself. In merely 10,000 years I rose to become a celestial overlord by using the Devouring Heaven Sutra to consume countless beings, especially spacebath cultivators, plundering their spatial insights to rapidly advance. Su Qing now understood why the demon lord had been slain. With such a gluttonous nature, who wouldn't want to kill him? The three bodies art uses the present body as an anchor in time and space, summoning the power of the past body and future body to aid in battle. The stronger your cultivation, the more powerful the past and future bodies you can summon. What if my past and future bodies are weaker than my present self? Su Qing couldn't help asking. The past body might indeed be as you described, the human skin said softly. The past is singular and fixed. It's possible that your previous lives were unremarkable and the past body would be negligible. Only as your understanding of the three bodies art deepens might you locate a more powerful past self from a distant era. However, this won't happen with the future body. The human skin continued. The future is not singular. As long as events haven't occurred, they can change. Thus, it's easy to locate a powerful future body and summon its power. But beware, the power of past and future bodies cannot manifest for long, and afterward you'll fall into a period of weakness. So don't summon them lightly. It was after using the three bodies art and falling into weakness that the old celestial ancestor in league with others ambushed me, leading to my downfall. Otherwise, even if I couldn't win, I'd have dragged at least one or two down with me, the human skin said bitterly. The celestial emperor? Su Qing asked. No, the celestial ancestor in the celestial realm. The human skin denied it. The celestial clan in the mortal realm is merely a branch of the celestial realm's clan. Their so-called emperor. How laughable. Su Qing had more questions, but remained silent. The human skin moved toward the orbs. This pearl is the space divine pearl, a true treasure for us space bath cultivators. It contains the supreme spatial origin, greatly accelerating the comprehension of the way of space. It can even allow you to enter the river of origins to observe origins up close. The human skin spoke with pride. The river of origins. Indeed, a legendary river that gathers all the origin power of the three realms, said to be the source of the vast heavens operation and the birth of all races. Entering the river of origins through the space divine pearl not only temporarily evades the origin guardians without detection, but also locks the flowing spatial origin before you for careful observation and comprehension. Su Qing nodded. It sounded similar to the space origin fruit. However, consuming an origin fruit allowed one to scoop up origin power, while the space divine pearl only permitted observation. Now they are all yours. The human skin said slowly. The three orbs flew before Su Qing. He instinctively reached out to take them. Buzz. The human skin suddenly attached itself to Su Qing's arm, coiling around it. Like viscous ink, black liquid flowed from the skin, rapidly spreading over Su Qing's body. What are you doing? Su Qing bellowed. Ha, hand over your body to me. I will use this flesh to ascend the peak once more, and why is your physical body so strong? The human skin's voice carried surprise. At that moment, the indestructible golden body art activated automatically, and Su Qing's flesh blazed with golden divine light. The black liquid sizzled and rapidly receded. The human skin curled up, emitting white smoke, turning charcoal black and crumbling into pieces. A sacred body. How is this possible? Clearly. The human skin's terrified voice cut off abruptly. Su Qing watched coldly as the skin vanished completely. He had been cautious all along, but in the end he let his guard down. Fortunately, he had cultivated the indestructible golden body art, otherwise he might have truly fallen here. The undying golden body technique is undoubtedly an incredibly powerful body refining method, yet its effects are not apparent in the early stages. Only upon reaching the celestial sovereign realm can its prowess begin to manifest. In this realm, under the influence of the undying golden body technique, one's physical body will transform into a true sacred body, a sacred body of the human race. Su Qing had never heard of the sacred body and could only speculate that it is a formidable constitution, perhaps akin to a spiritual body or a divine body. The sacred body is impervious to all evils, and although he is not currently a sacred body, he already possesses some characteristics of one. Coupled with the fact that the human skin is indeed in a state of extreme weakness, it is no wonder he failed to take over and completely vanish. Su Qing waved his hand, stowing away the soul-swallowing heavenly scripture, the three bodies technique, and the spatial divine pearl before him. With the fall of the demon lord, doesn't that mean this demon mountain is now a leaderless entity? He pondered. He felt somewhat perplexed after circling the grand hall. How should he take control of the demon mountain? Buzz. A pair of black fragmented golden pupils appeared. I am the spirit of the demon mountain. The voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. This voice was exactly the same as the icy voice he had encountered in the first and second trials upon entering the Demon Mountain. Spirit of the Demon Mountain, do you have a method to control the Demon Mountain? Su Qing squinted his eyes. To control the Demon Mountain, one must refine the core of the Demon Mountain. A small black mountain the size of a palm materialized, resembling a miniature version of the Demon Mountain. The core of the Demon Mountain landed in Su Qing's hand. What do you mean by this? The Demon Lord has fallen, and the Demon Mountain needs to find a new master to complete its deficiencies. You are a practitioner of spatial Tao and possess a powerful physique. Although still quite weak, your potential is immense. In my assessment, given the current situation in the human realm, you qualify to become the master of the Demon Mountain. The spirit of the Demon Mountain was surprisingly rational. Su Qing attempted to refine the Demon Mountain, and finding no danger began to refine it with all his might. Half an hour later, the cultivators, desperately battling their way through the trials, all trembled as they were forcefully expelled from the Demon Mountain, landing in the lake. What the hell, how did I get out? A cultivator who crawled up from the lake cursed. I was halfway through the third trial. Can someone tell me what is happening? God knows. The face of Lord Kuei Meng was grim. What is going on? He had been in the Demon Mountain Lake for a while, but had never heard of such a situation. Thousands of cultivators being simultaneously removed could only mean one thing. There was a change within the Demon Mountain. Boom. The Demon Mountain suddenly shook. Then, before the astonished and incredulous gazes of all, the Demon Mountain rapidly shrank. The Demon Mountain withdrew from the lake, and the previously calm Demon Mountain Lake instantly became turbulent, with the water wildly surging. The Demon Mountain has flown away. The cultivators were dumbfounded. Damn it. Lord Kuei Meng had already soared into the air as the Demon Mountain shrank, and he instantly moved to intercept it. Boom. The Demon Mountain roared as it charged toward Lord Kuei Meng. He shouted, lowly conjuring a massive azure barrier in front of him, attempting to block the Demon Mountain. Around the Demon Mountain Lake, terrifying auras rose, disturbed by the commotion of the Demon Mountain, and quickly rushed over. Bang! The Demon Mountain crashed into the barrier, shattering it in an instant before colliding with Lord Kuei Meng's chest. This collision caused half of Lord Kuei Meng's body to explode, and crystalline blood of the celestial sovereign rained down from the sky. Lord Kuei Meng cried out in pain. He had no idea how many years it had been since he had suffered such a heavy blow. Whoosh! The Demon Mountain burrowed into a spatial vortex and vanished in an instant. At that moment, the powerful beings of the Demon Mountain Lake finally rushed over. Kuei Meng, what happened? Where is the Demon Mountain? Lord Qi Jiu, no longer carefree, asked sternly. The Demon Mountain was the foundation of the bandits of the Demon Mountain Lake. Without it, the hearts of the people would scatter in no time. However, Lord Qi Jiu and the others did not care about this. What mattered to them was that with the Demon Mountain gone, the treasures within it were also lost. Those who joined the Demon Mountain Lake were all loose cultivators without the backing of powerful forces or clans. The ability to attract so many celestial sovereigns stemmed from the treasures within the Demon Mountain. With the Demon Mountain gone, it severed their hopes of advancement. Investigate, we must find out where the Demon Mountain has flown to. An icy old man stomped hard with his cane. This was another great celestial sovereign. Whoosh! A beam of light descended from the heavens, and as the light dissipated, it revealed a glamorous beauty in a black long dress. The hem of her dress was split very high, exposing her fair thighs, and her chest was prominently curved with deep valleys that seemed to draw one's gaze. Yet before such a stunning woman, no one dared to show any disrespect, not even Lord Qi Jiu and the other celestial sovereigns, all bowing their heads respectfully and saying, "We pay our respects to the Supreme." The beautiful woman did not respond. She gazed in the direction where the Demon Mountain had vanished, her expression fluctuating. "Mobilize all personnel, we must retrieve the Demon Mountain." After a long while, she slowly spoke. "Yes, in the alien battlefield at the Azure Sky Academy." Buzz. Space tore apart, and a small black mountain flew out. "Who goes there?" Detecting the disturbance, dozens of figures flew out from the academy. "It's me." Su Qing emerged, stowing the Demon Mountain into the Azure Ring. "So the Academy Master has returned." The leading several kings breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Su Qing. Naturally, the first thing upon returning was to deliver gifts. Ding! The host has gifted the Academy a set of Black Dragon Calamity Extermination Array, triggering a 1000-fold critical hit, and obtaining a set of Ancestral Dragon Divine Extermination Array. Su Qing planned to arrange the Ancestral Dragon Divine Extermination Array in the Academy on this side of the alien battlefield, while the Black Dragon Calamity Extermination Array would be set up in the Academy on the side of the Xia Nation, making the best use of resources. Su family. Grandfather. Su Qing found Su Tianyan. The old man was spirited and appeared to be in much better health, handling family affairs. "Qing'er has arrived." "Sit." Su Tianyan said with a smile. After chatting with the old man for a while, Su Qing took out a pill with a golden sheen from the Demon Mountain. Grandfather, take this pill. What kind of pill is this? The old man took the pill, asking as he placed it in his mouth. Divine body pill. Divine body pill. The old man looked puzzled. However, just a few breaths later, he felt something unusual in his body, as if an old tree had encountered spring. His aging body began to rejuvenate. His flesh transformed into a faint golden hue, and a sharp aura surged through the room. The gung metal divine body. It was likely because the old man had practiced the true meaning of gung metal for many years, which under the transformation of the divine body pill made him an incredibly compatible gung metal divine body. The transformation lasted over an hour. Buzz. Su Tianyan's aura soared dramatically. King Sealing Realm. Qing'er this. He was very excited. The King Sealing Realm he had longed for so many years had actually broken through just like that. Moreover, he could feel that cultivating the gung metal divine heart was now exceptionally smooth and compatible, progressing at a speed he could not even compare to before. Su Tianyan understood. It was all because of that pill. He never imagined that such a miraculous pill existed in the world. Surely the legendary divine pills were no match for it. Grandfather, it's not over yet. Su Qing smiled mysteriously. He then took out another pill, the divine body pill obtained from the critical hit. Another hour passed. Suddenly a beam of light soared from the Su family, but it quickly dissipated. Only the passing Su family members heard Su Tianyan's joyful laughter filled with delight. The Golden Emperor divine body. This was Su Tianyan's current constitution. As the name suggested, it was undoubtedly an immensely powerful physique. According to Su Tianyan's estimation, he was now at the initial and fifth king realm, yet possessed combat prowess no less than that of a high-level or even peak in fifth king. Moreover, insights into the Tao of metal were emerging every moment. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could evolve his gung metal law divine heart into a complete metal law divine heart. This was a qualitative leap. Subsequently, Su Qing also imparted the devouring spirit heavenly scripture and the three bodies art to his grandfather. Ding. The host has imparted the devouring spirit heavenly scripture to a family member, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, obtaining the devouring myriad path scripture. Ding. The host has imparted the three bodies art to a family member, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, obtaining the transformation self-dependent great method. Qing'er, your gains from this trip are quite substantial. Su Tianyan remarked with emotion. Beyond these two shocking cultivation methods, Su Qing also produced a vast amount of resources for the clan. Many treasures were things Su Tianyan had never even heard of in all his years. Perhaps it would be better to put these things into the academy's treasury. After a moment's hesitation, Su Tianyan still spoke. The academy was now in its initial and rapidly developing stage, urgently requiring resources. In comparison, the Su family didn't need so many things for the time being. Grandfather, rest assured. I have also prepared resources for the academy, and they are far more plentiful than what I gave the clan, Su Qing said with a smile. Even in its fledgling stage, the scale of the Qingtian Academy was far beyond what the Su family could compare to. By the way, Grandfather, where is Xiaoyan? School should be out by now, as she'll likely be back shortly. A dozen. Su Yin bounced her way into Su Tianyan's study. Daddy. Seeing Su Qing, she leaped up. Su Qing caught her steadily. After they played for a while, he took out the divine body pill and had Su Yin consume it. Daddy, why isn't this candy sweet? Su Yin asked, looking adorably confused. Candy that's too sweet is bad for your teeth. Oh. Over an hour later. With a sharp bird cry, red birds with trailing flames appeared around Su Yin. The vermilion bird divine body. Su Qing was surprised. This kind of divine body was quite rare. He then took out another divine body pill, the one obtained from the critical hit, and had Su Yin consume it. Not long after, Su Yin suddenly yawned. How strange. Xiaoyan feels a bit sleepy. Strands of purple gold light overflowed from her body, slowly enveloping her into a purple gold egg. Birds began to gather above the Su residence. They emitted chirps, some urgent, some slow. The sky blazed with crimson clouds. An extraordinary phenomenon was taking shape. Su Qing did his best to conceal it. Fortunately, it didn't last long. When Su Yin emerged from the egg, a faint purple gold flame imprint had appeared on her forehead. She now exuded an aura of nobility and majesty. The chaos celestial phoenix body. Su Qing had never encountered this physique in the numerous special constitution texts of the Demon Mountain. It was Su Yin who told him that the name had instinctively appeared in her mind. And when Su Yin extended her hand, and a wisp of flame flickered in her palm, Su Qing was utterly stunned. He had seen this thing in the River of Origins. The Fire Origin. This was the third power of origin he had witnessed outside the river, besides space and darkness. And its controller was his daughter. Xiaoyan, you must never release this flame lightly, understand? Su Qing stroked her head and cautioned. It wasn't that he feared she would be targeted, but rather that she might accidentally burn someone else to death. At the Qingtian Academy Pill Hall, I can't stand this damned place for another day. Without this or that, how am I supposed to refine pills? Roared the white-bearded old man in his alchemist robes, his face red with anger. And them. The old man pointed at the several timid apprentices nearby. They're as stupid as pigs, and they expect me to teach them. Even the god of alchemy couldn't do anything with them. With their abilities, they'll never become alchemists in this lifetime. The old man's words grew increasingly harsh, causing the surrounding martial artists in the hall to frown. However, given that he was the only alchemy grandmaster in the pill hall, they dared not show their displeasure. Emoji, are you determined to leave? Wang Tingjing approached. Hallmaster. The other martial artists quickly greeted him. Emoji did not bow. Instead, he stiffened his neck and said, Prince Jun, I will no longer stay in this academy or this pill hall. If I wish to become an alchemy grandmaster, I see no hope here. Wang Tingjing nodded. But I heard that you have been in contact with people from the heaven-mending sect. He shot the man a penetrating glance. Emoji's expression froze for a moment before returning to normal. People strive for higher ground, water flows to lower places. The heaven-mending sect has offered me better treatment, so my departure is only natural. Therefore, regardless of anything, I will leave the Qingtian Academy today. I absolutely will not stay. His words were filled with finality. Emoji, have you forgotten that you are an alchemy grandmaster nurtured by the Town Martial Alliance? Do you think it's appropriate to turn to the heaven-mending sect? Another alchemy grandmaster, Zhou Yun, voiced his displeasure. He had thought Emoji was leaving to return to the Town Martial Alliance, never expecting him to plan on joining the heaven-mending sect. If I have refined pills for the Town Martial Alliance for decades long, repaying the debt of nurturing. Now I only wish to pursue my own path of alchemy. Emoji said disdainfully. Easier said than done. Zhou Yun shook his head. Prince Jin, you won't let me leave either. Emoji stared at Wang Tingjing. It's not for me to decide. Let the Academy Master be the judge. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qing arrived through the air. Academy Master. Everyone in the hall respectfully chorused. This time Emoji dared not be arrogant. Facing the master of the Qingtian Academy, a Saint Lord-level powerhouse, he could only bow respectfully. Su Qing got straight to the point. You may go. Emoji felt a surge of joy. However, Su Qing's tone shifted. Before you leave, you must fully return all the resources of the Academy and the pill hall that you have embezzled. This old fellow neither focused on alchemy nor properly mentored the apprentices, spending his days only causing trouble and embezzling. Many of the higher-ups were aware of this, but since he was one of the Academy's only 2 alchemy grandmasters, they turned a blind eye. Emoji's lips twitched slightly before he gritted out a fine. His heart was bleeding. Those were resources he had painstakingly embezzled, and now he had to give them all back. No, he'll make the heaven-mending sect cover those losses. Countless thoughts raced through Emoji's mind. Deliver them to the Academy within 3 days, and then you may leave. Letting me go so easily. Not even trying to persuade me to stay. This time it was Emoji's turn to be surprised. But it was a good thing for him. Thank you, Your Highness the Azure King. The items will be sent as soon as possible. Emoji said quickly. He turned and left, afraid Su Qing might change his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Qing waved his hand, and a large pile of spiritual herbs and fruits formed a small mountain on the ground. These? Zhou Yun was stunned at first, then rushed to the small mountain. Saint Grade 100 Blossom Herb. Saint Grade Sunflower. Holy crap, is this a venerable grade heavenly spirit fruit? Zhou Yun cried out wildly. The alchemists and apprentices behind him had never seen Zhou Yun so unhinged. Academy Master, these. Grandmaster Zhou, they are all for you, Su Qing said with a smile. Oh, for me. Zhou Yun pointed at himself. Indeed. If it's insufficient, I have more here. Enough, enough. Zhou Yun quickly replied. He stood up straight, thumped his chest, and declared, my theoretical knowledge is certainly no less than that of an alchemy grandmaster. I was only limited by a lack of materials for practical experience. With so many high-grade spiritual medicines, I will surely become a grandmaster. Hearing the commotion behind him and the hearty laughter of Zhou Yun, Emoji couldn't help but turn his head for a glance. Once he looked, he found himself unable to look away. The spiritual herbs piled on the ground like a mountain emitted a dazzling luster, appearing vibrant and luscious. To an alchemist, these herbs were like enchanting beauties calling out to him. So many saint-level spiritual herbs, and even some at the venerable level. Emoji's throat felt dry. He edged closer. Zhou Yun blocked his way, his expression unfriendly. You are no longer an alchemist of the Academy, these things are not for you. Please leave the alchemy hall. Zhou Yun held immense disdain for someone like Emoji. All right. Su Qing exclaimed, pretending to be surprised, as he took out a black gold cauldron from his storage bag. This is a heavenly sovereign grade Xianjin Danding, also left in the alchemy hall. Master Zhou can use it at any time. Heavenly sovereign grade. The crowd in the hall revealed looks of shock. Especially the alchemists. Oh, when had they ever seen a cauldron of this level? They hadn't even seen a saint grade cauldron. Emoji felt like a fishbone was stuck in his throat, his mind buzzing. At this moment, he had only one thought. Why hadn't these things been revealed earlier? If he had known, he wouldn't have gone to that foolish Tian sect. Ultimately, Emoja left in a daze. The alchemists in the alchemy hall were immensely excited with the academy's significant investment and resource support. They felt their path in alchemy was bright. Many alchemists were glad they came to the Qingtian Academy as it allowed them to receive such substantial. After leaving the alchemy hall, Su Qing went to the weapon hall. When he brought out a large batch of rare resources for forging, it unsurprisingly sent the entire weapon hall into a frenzy. Several forging masters were both shocked and delighted. Zhen Wang Qiong Wang, come with me. Su Qing summoned Wang Tingzheng and Huang Fuqiao. What orders do you have, Lord? I called for the two seniors to help you break through. The two exchanged glances, subtly revealing joy. Half an hour later, two powerful auras soared into the sky within the academy. Zhangzhou. Teacher. As soon as class ended, Chen Yuqing Zhang 1 and Wang Beibei rushed over. During this time, with the help of the transformation, their realms had all improved significantly. Wang Beibei reached the peak of the 6th rank, while Chen Yuqing and Zhang Wen both attained the peak of the 5th rank. He took out divine body pills for the three of them. Several hours later, all three underwent a transformation, gaining powerful physiques. Among them, Wang Beibei had the innate Taiyin divine body, Chen Yuqing had the primordial divine body, and Zhang Wen had the Tsangtian demon body. If the powers of the heavenly realm were to learn that these three super physiques had appeared in a corner of the human world, they would surely go mad. The ancient sacred grounds and the undying sect would also be stirred. However, the three were rather oblivious, only feeling their bodies had become stronger without realizing too much. Beibei has already reached the peak of the 6th rank and can begin to challenge the master. Su Qing said to Wang Beibei, the old man prepared an ice spirit fruit for me, but I have to retrieve it myself from the family. Wang Beibei's eyes shimmered with cunning and anticipation. The ice spirit fruit was also a top-tier spiritual fruit, but she believed her teacher could provide her with something even better. You are in luck. I happen to have a Taiyin spirit fruit here, which perfectly complements your innate Taiyin body. Su Qing flipped his hand, revealing a white fruit that was cool to the touch with a faint chaotic aura swirling around it. This was a treasure from the Magic Mountain's vault. Thank you, teacher. Wang Beibei took it, her eyes narrowing into slits with joy. While Wang Beibei was absorbing the Taiyin spirit fruit and comprehending the power of Taiyin, Su Qing was also helping Chen Yuqing and Zhang Wen improve. In less than a day, both broke through to the peak of the 6th rank. By the time Chen Yuqing mastered the power of space and Zhang Wen mastered the power of darkness, all three of his disciples stepped into the master realm. Yuqing, this is for you. Su Qing gifted Chen Yuqing the Space Divine Pearl. Ding. Host grants disciple Space Divine Pearl, triggers 10,000-fold critical hit, obtaining Space Ultimate Tao Pearl. The Space Ultimate Tao Pearl no longer contains a trace of space origin like the Space Divine Pearl, but directly connects to the River of Origin. This was equivalent to opening a small tributary in the River of Origin. He did not need to borrow it to enter the river, he just needed to hold the Ultimate Tao Pearl during cultivation to significantly enhance his comprehension of the space origin. Afterward, he also gave the three a total of 10,000 laws pills purchased from the Wanbao Pavilion, triggering a critical hit to obtain Divine 10,000 laws pills. Divine 10,000 laws pills increased the user's comprehension speed of laws and rules by 10,000 times, lasting for 3 days. That is, using one Divine 10,000 laws pill was equivalent to him cultivating for several decades to nearly 100 years. Coupled with the Space Ultimate Tao Pearl, Su Qing couldn't help but take a deep breath. When the three disciples left, he sat cross-legged. Holding the Ultimate Tao Pearl, he swallowed a Divine 10,000 laws pill. Boom. In an instant, his understanding of the space origin became incredibly clear, with countless insights about space leaping into his mind. 9 leaves 4 turns. 9 leaves 5 turns. In less than half an hour, Su Qing had pushed the space origin law to its peak, and his cultivation also reached the pinnacle of 9 leaves 9 turns. He encountered minimal obstacles. The space origin law smoothly broke through the rules realm. He ascended to Heavenly Sovereign. At the moment of breaking through to Heavenly Sovereign, a hum resounded in Su Qing's sea of consciousness, and a purple divine light shone, creating a seemingly endless path. This was the path of rules. The further one walked on this path, the deeper the comprehension of the rules became. Among them, from the starting point to 100 meters, is the first level known as Little Heavenly Sovereign, which is a transitional level and will soon be surpassed. 100 meters will welcome the first transformation of the Heavenly Sovereign realm. Then from 100 meters to 1,000 meters is the second level known as True Sovereign, which is typically understood as Heavenly Sovereign. The Kuei Meng Heavenly Sovereign and the Nirvana City Dual Sovereigns are at this level. At 1,000 meters, the second transformation will occur. From 1,000 meters to 10,000 meters is the third level known as Great Heavenly Sovereign, from 10,000 meters to 100,000 meters, is the fourth level supreme. The path of rules spans a total of 100,000 meters. Upon reaching the end of 100,000 meters, stepping onto the bridge to the heavens stands at the peak beneath the deities. This level is known as demigod, also called sacred sovereign. Now, there are very few demigods in the entire human realm, all of whom are ancient monsters suppressing the destiny of various super races and forces. Su Qing's breakthrough continued. In the secret realm of the Heaven Supplementing Sect, the previously quiet and dormant headquarters of the Heaven Supplementing Sect was now bustling with activity. The antiques within the sect began to awaken, restoring some of the former atmosphere of this ancient land. The master of Taiping Palace has arrived. The unaging Heavenly Sovereign has arrived. The great martial Heavenly Sovereign has arrived. The Lord of the Lingshu Cave has arrived. Apart from the Heaven Supplementing Sect, remnants of other sects from the Wangting era also emerged, gathering in the secret realm of the Heaven Supplementing Sect. The secret realm was filled with radiant light, with dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing, and cranes heralding good fortune, welcoming each super powerhouse and sect leader. Everyone, it's been a long time. In the main hall, the leader of the Heaven Supplementing Sect, Jia Yu, with long white hair, raised a cup to everyone with a smile. The reason we chose to emerge at this moment is clear to all, so I won't keep you in suspense. The Wangting area is said to have a secret realm leading to the heavenly realm, and the Heaven Supplementing Sect has already determined its exact location. Not only that, the remnants of the Wangting are also there. The 10,000-year period is approaching when the two great families descend. We hope to have cleared the obstacles for them. 3 days later, the overwhelming force of spatial power surged like waves. By the time the effects of the first divine grade Wanfa pill had ended, Su Qing had already traversed over 3,400 meters on the path of the source rules of space. He directly broke into the great celestial sovereign level. He consumed another divine grade Wanfa pill. Kyoto Martial University. Buses drove into the campus. The first National Martial Arts Genius Competition officially entered the final stage. The National Martial Universities were divided into 8 competition zones based on regions: East, West, South, North, Northeast, Southeast, Southwest, and Northwest. The top 30 from each competition zone entered the finals. The finals were held at Kyoto Martial University, where 240 geniuses would compete for 50 spots to enter the Qing Tian Academy. With intentional promotion, although these geniuses had only a vague understanding of the Qing Tian Academy, the vast resources and unknown guidance from super-grade martial artists were enough to entice them. Everyone would spare no effort to secure a spot. The martial arts experts from various schools were also providing additional training for their students who made it to the finals. Various incentive measures were also established. Rewards for entering the top 50 and additional rewards for those who made it into the top 100, and so on. This is because, according to the issued documents, starting next year, the educational funding for each martial university would be comprehensively assessed based on the results of the genius competition. For the 4 major martial academies, the more people that entered the top 50, the higher their ranking, and the more their educational funding would increase the following year. With increased funding, it would also drive the martial universities to intensify their training efforts for students. Being the first edition, this genius competition attracted a lot of attention. In addition to many university presidents coming to watch, several high-ranking government officials and Congress members were also present. Many renowned martial artists from the Xia country were also on site. Many dukes and kings were also present. However, many of these individuals did not come for the genius competition. In the eyes of these strong figures, the battles among martial artists of at most grade 5 or 6 were no different from child's play. They came because they heard that the master of the Qing Tian Academy, His Highness the Qing King, would be attending, so they specially came to familiarize themselves. The Qing King arrived ahead of time with strong figures from the academy. Huangfu, not far away, Nangong Meng called out. Brother Nangong. The Qing King smiled in return. I didn't expect you to come personally to watch this genius competition. It's quite a surprise to me. Nangong Meng was about to speak when he suddenly frowned. Huangfu, why do you seem a bit different, as if you've become younger? The two had a good personal relationship, so he spoke candidly. One could say that the aura of age has disappeared. Yes, that's exactly it. Huh. The Qing King laughed heartily. Even after feeling joyful, he still found himself exceedingly pleased, secretly thinking that he made the right choice. What are you laughing at, Huangfu? Nangong Meng was somewhat puzzled. I've broken through and my lifespan has greatly increased, so naturally the aura of age would vanish. You've broken through? Nangong Meng was taken aback, then widened his eyes. Broke through to the Holy Master level. Indeed. The Qing King slightly released his aura. The fleeting pressure convinced Nangong Meng. Congratulations. Congratulations. Not just me, the Zhen King has also broken through. Nangong Meng was astonished again. How could they both break through together? He felt a bit sour inside. It's all thanks to the Academy Master that allowed us to step into a new world. The Qing King expressed his gratitude with emotion. Is it related to His Highness the Qing King, eh? Nangong Ming didn't know what to say. Su Qing arrived late. It wasn't the real person, but rather an avatar. Your Highness the Qing King. Greetings, Your Highness the Qing King. Academy Master. Wherever the avatar passed, there were respectful greetings. The students did not recognize Su Qing. However, seeing the high officials and renowned figures who were once high and mighty showing respect, and even flattery, they knew this must be a super big shot. The news spread quickly, and before long the students learned that this was indeed the Academy Master of the Qing Tian Academy. This only intensified their longing to join the Qing Tian Academy, and who wouldn't want to become such a revered and flattering big figure. Your Highness the Qing King, does the competition begin now, eh? The president of Kyoto Martial University, an old duke, respectfully approached and asked. Just proceed as per the process, no need to mind me. The avatar waved his hand. Yes. I announce that the finals of the first Xia Country Martial University Genius Competition are officially starting. As the competition commenced, the guests took their seats. In the oval martial arts arena of Kyoto Martial University, the podium was temporarily transformed into a VIP viewing platform. Su Qing naturally took the main seat with the Qing King, Nangong Ming, and a dozen or so dukes and Congress members beside him. Extending to the sides and back were dukes, government officials, and others. Shen Chongfeng sat behind, looking at Su Qing's back with a complex expression. He represented the law enforcement department and had just recently broken through to the supergrade. However, he did not feel much joy in his heart. Upon learning that Su Qing had ascended to supergrade before him, he was still confident that he could overtake him later. The other party was the master of the Qing Tian Academy, standing at the same level as His Highness the Wen King, who presides over the law enforcement department at the other party was the master of the Qing Tian Academy, standing at the same level as His Highness the Wen King, who presides over the law enforcement department at the pinnacle of the Xia Country martial arts hierarchy. And he, just an ordinary duke of the law enforcement department, even if he was labeled as a genius martial artist or star of tomorrow, what good would it do? The term star of tomorrow only meant that he was weak now. Thinking about the condescending tone he had spoken to Su Qing in Jiangzhou, Shen Chongfeng found it both laughable and ironic. In the martial arts arena, it was divided into 5 areas with 5 groups of matches taking place simultaneously. 240 people were drawn into 48 groups, 5 individuals in each group. In a single round-robin format, winning a match earns 1 point, and ultimately the top 2 with the highest points in each group advance. 96 qualifiers along with the top 4 from the losers bracket, totaling 100 individuals, would then compete for 50 spots. Your Highness the Qing King. A strange duke walked over quickly. Who are you? Replying to Your Highness, I am Zhou Yin, the Deputy Minister of the Law Enforcement Department, title Yuan Zhai. Oh, it's Yuan Zhai, Duke. Su Qing nodded. What brings you here? I am here on the orders of His Highness the Wen King to invite you to come with me. Wen King. In the conference building, Su Qing entered the meeting room, where besides the Wen King, there were 3. A short-haired, square-faced man with an imposing demeanor was the embodiment of the War King, who dressed in a blue long gown, wearing black-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly air, was the embodiment of the Martial King. Speaking of which, when he first saw the Martial King on the day of the Qing Tian Academy's official establishment, he had thought this was the Wen King. After all, this individual was extraordinarily refined in speech and actions, even more so than the Wen King, and he couldn't discern how his title was related to martial. The third person was an elderly man with graying hair. His face was gaunt and his exposed skin was wrinkled like the bark of an old tree, his aura fluctuating, hinting at a fading vitality. Despite this, Su Qing was still startled. This was a celestial sovereign, no, a great celestial sovereign, or even higher. Does the Xia country have such a powerful being? King Qing, this is His Majesty the Human King. King Wen said solemnly. In the eyes of many martial artists, the 4 pillars of Xia Kingdom were nearly equal in status. In truth, only a few powerful experts knew that the martial arts leader of Xia Kingdom had always been one and the same. That was the Human King. Since the era of the royal court, the leader of the Xia clan had been a succession of human kings. They wielded supreme power and martial might, while also bearing immense pressure and responsibility. However, after the royal court fell, the succeeding Human King, the white-haired elder before them, chose to retreat behind the scenes. Instead of rebuilding the court, he united numerous experts to establish the parliamentary Xia Kingdom. Su Qing watched. The Human King had been away for a long time. Upon his return, he seemed to be in poor condition. Your Majesty the Human King. Su Qing bowed. The Human King offered a kind smile and said softly, King Wen told me that a peerless genius emerged in Xia Kingdom during my absence. Seeing you now, you truly live up to your reputation. You flatter me, Your Majesty. This is no flattery. From this incarnation of yours I can tell that your true self must have stepped into the heavenly sovereign realm, and not as an ordinary one. War King and Martial King showed surprise. Yes, Su Qing replied without any intention of concealment. Ha ha ha, excellent. The human king laughed heartily, then suddenly turned pale and coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. King Wen gently patted his back. Your Majesty, it's nothing. The human king waved his hand. The covenant is about to expire. The ancient God clan and the immortal clan have recuperated for 10,000 years. Supported by their formidable racial heritage, their strength has nearly recovered, and they will surely strike back. But our Xia clan now. The human king shook his head. I had hoped to stir up trouble for both clans, causing chaos to keep them occupied, but I overestimated my own strength. Not only did I fail to throw them into disarray, but I was also battered to the brink of death, barely managing to escape. The human king's voice was calm, yet tinged with melancholy. Among all the generations of human kings, he was nearly the weakest. He too wished he could charge into the immortal clan's lair 7 times like his predecessor, but he lacked the strength and resolve. I am severely wounded, and have been struck by the immortal clan's blood soul immortal king with the dark blood curse seal. My days are numbered. The future of the Xia clan must be entrusted to you. The human king looked at War King Martial King, and Su Qing before him, his eyes full of hope. As for King Wen, he knew his true realm well. Relying on the literary Dao brush left by the previous king, one to wield the power of a great heavenly sovereign. Moreover, he was no longer young with limited room for future growth. Ningzhan, what realm is your true self? The human king asked. 9-leaf, 8-turned sacred lord. And you Wu Ji? Just 9-leaf Tudern, replied Martial King. The reason both had long been tempering their true selves on the alien star battlefield was to rapidly enhance their strength to face the impending crisis. Yet they were still far from enough. Without reaching the heavenly sovereign realm, it's difficult. Thinking of the strength of those 2 clans, the human king sighed. Finally, he turned to Su Qing with expectation in his eyes. Great heavenly sovereign, Su Qing answered truthfully. Excellent, the human king praised. War King Martial King and King Wen were all profoundly shaken. Hadn't he been a sacred lord when they last met? To become a heavenly sovereign so quickly was astonishing enough, but a great heavenly sovereign. Could he be a reincarnated deity? But it's still not enough. The human king's smile faded. A single great heavenly sovereign cannot withstand those 2 clans. If all else fails, we could attempt to contact the upper realm and have them forcibly send down experts. King Wen pointed upward. The upper realm. The human king's gaze grew deep. I fear things are not easy up there either. For nearly 10,000 years we have never ceased our attempts to make contact, yet we remain without any response. To find the reason for the severed connection with the upper realm, King Wen even risked entering that unstable passage to the celestial realm. To this day there has been no word, and we don't know if he arrived safely. So don't place too much hope on the upper realm like the royal court did. We can only rely on ourselves. King Wen fell silent. The King Wen the human king referred to was the previous generation. But aside from that, did they have any other options? The human king suddenly furrowed his brow. Not good. The heaven-mending sect Grand Pure Palace, Immortal Mountain, and other sects have joined forces to attack the royal court's secret realm. King Wen, War King, and Martial King all changed expression. Only Su Qing was bewildered. The royal court secret realm, what was that? Within the royal court secret realm lies a passage to the celestial realm. Most importantly, many remnants and orphans of the ancient royal court are inside. King Wen explained. We must set out immediately to provide support, the human king said gravely. With King Tian, King Xintian, and King Shang there, it won't be easy for the heaven-mending sect leader and others to breach the secret realm. In Jiangzhou, Su Qing's true self opened his eyes. The effect of the second divine-grade myriad methods pill was nearly fading. At this moment, he had traversed nearly 8,000 meters on the path of rules. Let's go. Tearing through space, he vanished in an instant. Outside the royal court secret realm, Su Qing waited for a while as King Wen, War King, and Martial King arrived one after another. The injured human king did not come, instead opting to launch a surprise attack on the heaven-mending sect's stronghold, intending to relieve the siege by striking their home base. Let's enter. The 4 entered the secret realm and immediately saw the powerful experts from various sects suspended in the sky. They were relentlessly attacking a magnificent city ahead. The city's defensive array was on the verge of collapse, its light screen growing increasingly translucent and riddled with cracks. 3 figures struggled to hold on. Someone's coming. Sensing the disturbance, the heaven-mending sect leader stopped and looked over. Seeing Su Qing and the others, especially King Wen holding the literary Dao brush, he narrowed his eyes. Everyone, let's deal with these first. The literary Dao brush, exclaimed the immortal mountain heavenly sovereign in shock. But upon seeing that the wielder was not the man he feared, he relaxed. It's not that, King Wen. What a relief. The nearby Taiwu heavenly sovereign also breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been that King Wen of the royal court, they would have had to flee today. 4 people, including 2 sacred lords. Are they here to die? Sneered the sovereign of Spirit Void Cave. Leader Jia, continue your work. Leave these to me, Taiwu heavenly sovereign and the grand pure palace master. Among the 3, the sovereign of Spirit Void Cave was a great heavenly sovereign, while Taiwu heavenly sovereign and the grand pure palace master were true sovereigns. From the start, the sovereign of Spirit Void Cave set his sights on King Wen, a heavenly sovereign wielding the divine artifact literary Dao brush. King Wen was the greatest threat in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 clashed in battle. War King and Martial King exchanged glances and took the initiative to engage Taiwu heavenly sovereign. Taiwu heavenly sovereign's gaze turned icy. Ignorant sacred lords daring to challenge the might of a heavenly sovereign. You are like frogs at the bottom of a well. Boom. A massive palm of primordial force descended from the sky, attempting to crush them. War King, clad in crimson gold armor and wielding a golden spear, let out a mighty roar as his aura instantly soared to the threshold of the heavenly sovereign realm. Behind him materialized a towering, majestic phantom. Martial King lowered his head as strands of wild, malevolent black energy erupted from his body. Rip! His robe burst apart, revealing a body covered in ferocious tattoos. Roar! He let out a beastly howl, his frame swelling to nearly 3 meters tall, his eyes bloodshot and crimson. Together they withstood Taiwu heavenly sovereign's assault. Burning your lifespan with forbidden arts to fight. Let's see how much life you have to waste against me. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of violent explosions echoed incessantly. It's our turn, said the master of Taijing Palace, stopping not far from Su Qing. Su Qing, the head of the Qingtian Academy, according to our intelligence, you should merely be a holy master, he said, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Heavenly sovereign, it seems you have hidden your true strength. You possess good talent. If you forsake the dark and join Taijing Palace, I can grant you the position of Supreme Elder, second only to me. The master of Taijing Palace extended an invitation. You must understand, we are the trend of the times, the will of heaven. He opened his arms confidently. The will of heaven. I fight against the will of heaven. Su Qing did not want to engage in banter and threw a punch. The master of Taijing Palace's expression darkened. A newly ascended heavenly sovereign dares to act so arrogantly. Though he was not a grand heavenly sovereign, he was only a step away, his power far exceeding that of ordinary heavenly sovereigns. Then let this newly ascended heavenly sovereign teach you what true martial arts are, you old dog. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with violet divine light. Boom. The master of Taijing Palace was struck as if hit by lightning. His arm collided with Su Qing's and shattered into fragments. Bang. Su Qing kicked him in the chin. A dozen teeth mixed with blood flew out. You are a grand heavenly sovereign. The master of Taijing Palace was horrified. You realize this too late. Su Qing grinned and crushed his head. One must admit the resilience of a heavenly sovereign. Even without a head, the master of Taijing Palace's body continued to struggle. After slaying the master of Taijing Palace, the opposing power of the rules quickly dissipated. Su Qing rapidly activated the Wan Dao Sutra. The rules he mastered were Sun Feng rules, and after being devoured by the Wan Dao Sutra, Su Qing completely grasped this rule. In a short time, he gained a new form of heavenly power that reached the realm of rules. One must say the effects of the Wan Dao Sutra are extraordinarily abnormal. Taijing. Upon discovering the fall of the master of Taijing Palace, the lord of Lingshu Cave was stunned. Even if he wanted to kill the opponent, it would not be easy. Was it only a few breaths of time before someone was taken down? Not good. Seeing Su Qing fix his gaze on the grand heavenly sovereign of Taiwu, the lord of Lingshu Cave shouted urgently, Taiwu, be careful. Bang. One Wang pierced through his chest with a single stroke. You still want to fight me while being distracted? Hearing the lord of Lingshu Cave's warning, the grand heavenly sovereign of Taiwu suddenly felt alarmed and immediately attempted to withdraw. Whoosh! The Hanhai divine spear soared through the air and struck true. The grand heavenly sovereign of Taiwu let out a terrible scream as his body exploded in midair. In less than 10 breaths of time, it was all over. 2 grand heavenly sovereigns had fallen. Master Jia, come help me. The lord of Lingshu Cave cried out. He could not handle 2 grand heavenly sovereigns. Moi. Jia was taken aback. Why was there only one person left? Where were the grand heavenly sovereign of Taiwu and the master of Taijing Palace? They'll go take a look, said Jia, just as Su Qing was preparing to eliminate the lord of Lingshu Cave as well. Boom. A terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the area. The master of the Butian sect, Jia, donned a starry Dao robe, his entire being enveloped in swirling gale, a silver river of stars cascading from above his head. Within the river of stars sat a divine figure faintly chanting scriptures. Star River, divine body. Su Qing quickly realized. This was a relatively common special physique, Yet even the most ordinary was still a divine body, providing significant enhancements in various aspects. Moreover, the master of Butian was at the supreme level. Having swiftly slain the master of Taijing and the grand heavenly sovereign of Taiwu, you are indeed strong. We underestimated you. Jia Ye's gaze narrowed. To show my respect for you, I will personally step in to send you on your way. Boom. He pressed down with one palm, and countless massive meteorites fell from the void, the terrifying might shaking the heavens and the earth. Su Qing closed his eyes. He felt incredibly clear-headed, carefully sensing his surroundings. Since this was the royal court's secret realm, it was highly probable that there were remnants left by former royal court powerhouses. As long as he found the remnants, his transformation into freedom technique would have a place to exert its power. Soon Su Qing opened his eyes. He found it. Transformation into freedom technique. Buzz. Feeling the strange fluctuations emanating from Su Qing, Jia Yu furrowed his brow. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of meteorites crashed down to the ground. Transformation, ancient king. Su Qing shouted. Rustle. An imposing elder appeared wearing a purple gold crown adorned in the battle armor of the human king, holding the seal of the human king. He appeared ethereal and hazy, yet his powerful aura soared to the heavens. This was the last human king of the royal court era, a peerless powerhouse who single-handedly invaded the lair of the celestial clan. Human king. Seeing the ancient king, Wen Wang was filled with excitement. This figure had not perished, he was still alive. However, upon seeing his ethereal body, he calmed down. The lord of Lingshu Cave stared wide-eyed, and then fled in a frenzy. That familiar aura, powerful and dignified, made him tremble in fear, reminding him of the unparalleled might of the human king under the rule of the royal court. A thunderous cheer erupted in the ancient city. Human king, human king, human king. The voices calling for the human king grew louder, their spirits soaring high, launching a counterattack under the leadership of the three ancient kings. The undying heavenly sovereign and others quickly retreated to Jia Ye's side. What is going on? Looking at the ancient king, he felt a chill, showing signs of fear. Jia Ye's chest rose and fell, his heart could not find peace. The shadow left by the human king was too great. Even after thousands of years, it could not be erased. This is merely an illusion, not the true human king. What is there to fear? He shouted angrily. After saying that, he looked at the ethereal body of the human king, and his heart felt somewhat reassured. The human king was indeed invincible, but he still died, turning into a handful of yellow earth. Ultimately, it is we who survived. The survivors are the true victors. Jia Ye's gaze turned icy. Feigning divinity, do you think that an illusion of the human king can frighten us? Watch me break through it with sheer force. Boom. The starry river swept across the sky, countless stars sparkling. The combination of the star river divine body and the star rule was simply terrifying, as if a starry sky was falling with massive stars, shaking the earth, the power nearly rivaling that of demigods. At this moment, the illusion of the ancient king lifted its head and glanced at Jia Yu. That glance made Jia Ye's heart quiver. Today I shall break this nightmare. He gritted his teeth and roared, his hair flying, transforming into a massive star and charging forward. Alas! It seemed there was a soft sigh in the void. Bang! The illusion of the human king shattered the star with a punch. Jia Yu, drenched in blood, fell from the sky, instantly transforming into a beam of light, fleeing. He fled. The human king. It was indeed the true human king. The fleeing Jia Yu yelled in his heart, gripped by extreme fear. After being crushed by a single punch, he recalled how he once groveled before the human king, like an ant begging for mercy. That person was simply not someone Jia Yu could touch. Jia Yu escaped from the royal court's secret realm. The undying heavenly sovereign and others were left dumbfounded. They were merely heavenly sovereigns and grand heavenly sovereigns. How could they contend with this reborn ancient king? Flee! The undying heavenly sovereign turned to escape. Almost simultaneously, other sects and cave powerhouses also quickly retreated, not daring to linger any longer. Boom! The human king flashed beside the undying heavenly sovereign, scaring the latter to the point of nearly losing his mind, repeatedly begging for mercy. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Before the undying heavenly sovereign could finish his words, he was instantly turned into a blood mist. In just a few flashes, one grand heavenly sovereign after another was killed by the human king before they even had a chance to leave the secret realm. Until no sect powerhouses remained in the secret realm, Su Qing had already devoured over 20. Su Qing felt a wave of weakness wash over his body. This was the after effect of his transformation into the Great Law. The greater the strength of the powerful beings he transformed into, the more severe the weakness he experienced, and the longer it lasted. However, as he was a great celestial sovereign himself, the weakness from transforming into the king of humans was not too severe, and he would recover quickly. What a pity. The king of humans, he sensed, was probably not the peak king of humans. Otherwise, with a single punch, he could have defeated the Lord of the Sky repairing cult, and there would have been no chance for the latter to escape. Qing Wang, what just happened? Why was there an apparition of the king of humans? Wen Wang quickly approached and asked. The War King and the Martial King looked at him curiously. That was a secret technique I deployed which can temporarily manifest powerful beings that have existed in this secret realm. Su Qing briefly explained. Where is the king of humans? At that moment, the royal lineage from the ancient city also rushed over. Wen Wang provided them with an explanation. The scarred elder dressed in tattered black battle armor shouted in disappointment. I knew it, the prince passed away right before my eyes. Once a person dies, they cannot be resurrected. How could this possibly be the real him? The other cultivators from the ancient city remained silent. Qing Wang, let me introduce you. Seeing the atmosphere was somber, Wen Wang changed the subject. This is King Tian. He pointed to the scarred elder. This is King Qin and also King Shang. They are the last 3 surviving kings from the era of the royal court stationed in this secret realm to guard the passage to the celestial realm. After the royal court was destroyed, some chose to follow the king of humans to establish the Xia kingdom, while the others came here to establish the ancient city. After finishing his introduction, Wen Wang then introduced Su Qing. Everyone knows the War King and the Martial King, so I won't introduce them. This is Su Qing, the Qing Wang, who has achieved great celestial sovereign at a young age, the most outstanding talent in the history of the Xia kingdom. The apparition of the king of humans just now was also summoned by him, and easily crushed the supreme realms. Jia, you giving us more hope in our fight against the ancient god clan and the immortal clan. Wen Wang praised Su Qing generously. He is indeed a peerless genius. Even during the most prosperous times of the royal court, there were hardly 2 like him capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the young king of humans. King Tian and the others nodded in agreement. The War King, the Martial King, and the cultivators from the ancient city showed astonishment. This evaluation was too high. Which young king of humans was not a stunning prodigy that overshadowed their peers? Even in the era of the royal court where prodigies emerged in droves, the young king of humans could still stand invincible among his contemporaries, pushing through all obstacles. If it weren't for the unknown reason that the celestial realm and the human realm had been severed, causing the Tao power sensed in the human realm to weaken increasingly, these kings of humans could have all reached divinity. With the 10th Ascendier period approaching, those 2 clans are about to return. What should we plan? King Tian asked solemnly. To fight to the death. King Qin gritted his teeth. The heritage left by the royal court is still somewhat intact. We must crush the teeth of those 2 clans, even if we die. Yes, to fight to the death. The descendants of the royal court are not cowards. We are not afraid of death. We will kill the scoundrels of the ancient god clan and the immortal clan. Killing 1 is enough. Killing 2 is not a loss. I will bite those dogs to death, if I have to. The cultivators from the ancient city shouted in unison. Let's wait for the king of humans to arrive before discussing this. Wen Wang shook his head. He did not agree with such a reckless approach. Moreover, with their strength, how much damage could they truly inflict? Not long after the king of humans entered the royal court's secret realm, his face grew increasingly pale with a strange blood-red mark faintly visible on his neck. Is that the dark blood curse mark of the blood soul immortal king? King Tian's expression changed slightly, visibly turning gloomy. What exactly happened? King Qin and King Shang also looked grim. It's my fault too. I was too weak, yet I wanted to create trouble for those 2 clans, and instead, I was severely injured. The king of humans forced a smile. The dark blood curse mark is acting up. My life force is rapidly fading. I can feel it. I will soon pass away. 7 days. A jolt ran through the hearts of the powerful. Su Qing's mind sank into the demon mountain, asking the spirit of the mountain if there was a way to resolve this. This type of cursed mark can be completely eliminated if he breaks through to become a god, or if a divine being intervenes. Becoming a god. In the current state of the human realm, where could there be any divine beings? He shook his head. Did this not mean that the dark blood curse mark was unsolvable? King of humans, someone among the ancient city's cultivators cried out in sorrow. A sad atmosphere began to spread. There's no need for such sorrow, the king of humans said calmly. I just feel regret not dying in battle against the immortal and divine clans. The blood soul immortal king, a weak immortal king who was inconspicuous on the battlefield 1,000 years ago, could bring me to my end, yet can only be said that it was fate, destiny. Sigh. King Tian sighed softly. Has the king of humans thought of a successor? All eyes immediately turned toward. After a moment of silence, the king of humans spoke. Only the descendants of the royal court are qualified to sit on the throne of the king of humans, and they must possess the strength to overshadow their peers. Speaking of which, I was able to become the king of humans because of my identity, which was an advantage. The king of humans mocked himself. In principle, ascending to the throne of the King of Humans requires passing a series of tests, but with the impending 10th Ascendier period those can be exempted as long as he possesses unparalleled martial prowess and can lead the Xia Kingdom out of its plight. Wenwang, King Tian, and the others understood. The War King and the Martial King were once candidates for the successor, but after Su Qing appeared they fell behind. The War King glanced at Su Qing feeling somewhat unwilling, but he knew that the current situation made Su Qing the best choice. As for the Martial King, he was engrossed in a book beside them. Qing Wang, the Xia Kingdom will be entrusted to you from now on. You are the future guardian of the billions of people in the Xia Kingdom. The King of Humans' complexion grew increasingly ashen. Seeing Su Qing silent, he slowly asked, "Do you wish to take up the position of the King of Humans?" No one else spoke to interrupt Su Qing's thoughts. They quietly watched beside him waiting for his answer. The King of Humans represented not just supreme status and glory, but also immense pressure and responsibility. "I am willing." After a long pause, Su Qing answered firmly. He would shoulder the responsibility of reviving the Xia clan. Good. The King of Humans smiled with relief. "Bring me a divine talisman." King Tian quickly retrieved a golden divine talisman. The King of Humans took Wenwang's literary brush and wrote hundreds of words of the succession prayer on the divine talisman. Buzz. After finishing, the divine talisman transformed into golden light and shot into the sky. The succession of the King of Humans in the human realm requires the recognition of the royal court of the upper realm, but we have long severed contact with the upper realm. This is merely a formality. The King of Humans explained. He took out the King of Humans seal and handed it to Su Qing. "Keep this safe. It serves as proof of your position as the King of Humans and is itself a powerful divine artifact with boundless power." Then the King of Humans took Su Qing on a tour around the ancient city. The ancient city was built in imitation of the former royal court's royal city, retaining many architectural features from the royal court era. The King of Humans spoke, gently introducing the customs and culture of the city to him as an elder. By the time they arrived at the palace of the King of Humans in the ancient city, the coronation ceremony was already prepared. The setup was simple yet solemn. Under the watchful eyes of Wenwang, the War King, the Martial King, King Tian, King Qin, King Shang, and many cultivators from the ancient city, the King of Humans slowly placed the purple gold crown of the King of Humans on Su Qing's head. From this moment on, he was crowned as the king. Kyoto Martial University. The first National Martial University Genius Competition is nearing its conclusion. The top 50 have already been announced. These 50 individuals will gain the opportunity to enter the Qingtian Academy. With the strength of Chun Yuqing Zhang 1 and Wang Beibei, even though they were suppressed to the 6th rank, they still swept through the competition with no suspense in their advancement. The avatar was about to rise and leave when it suddenly paused. "Master," the Sky King inquired, puzzled. "A guest has arrived," the avatar smiled. "A guest?" Before the Sky King could ask further, a group of people walked straight over. Leading the way were two imposing old men in white robes, followed by several young men and women. The Butian sect. The Sky King's brow furrowed. The two elders from the Butian sect made him feel immense pressure. At least they were both 5 or 6-leaf holy lords. "Haha, you must be the Qingtian king. Please forgive us for the intrusion." An elder from the Butian sect laughed as he approached Su Qing. "Who are you?" Su Qing smiled back. "We come from the Butian sect. I am Lin Haiying, and this is Elder Luo." Lin Haiying replied. "These few are our less capable disciples from the Butian sect. They heard about today's grand event and insisted on coming to witness the talents of the young heroes of the Xia Kingdom." The Sky King Nangong Meng and others' expressions turned cold. "The disruptors have arrived. Elder Lin, if your disciples wish to challenge the world's heroes, they can go to the Jinwu Alliance or the War God Temple. The top talents are in those two places." "What does it mean to come here?" Nangong Meng questioned. "They will definitely go. However, it is also appropriate to come here first to get a sense of the situation, lest the ignorant disciples in our sect become arrogant." Lin Haiying smiled broadly. He was not foolish. The Butian sect needed to integrate into the new era and expand its influence. Today was a great opportunity. He casually scanned the surroundings. This first Martial University Genius Competition was highly anticipated, as evidenced by the powerful figures present and the reporters covering the event. According to the information just received, there are hundreds of millions of people watching the live broadcast of this genius competition online. By showcasing the strength of the Butian sect's disciples through the camera, they would surely attract a large number of geniuses to join. The more geniuses, the more secure the position of the leader of the Butian sect. If the disciples of the Butian sect want a challenge, they can wait a moment, or I will send a message for the disciples of the Jinwu Alliance to come over. The Sky King said solemnly. The War God Temple is not in Kyoto, so they could only rely on the Jinwu Alliance. No need to be so troublesome. Everyone present is an outstanding martial arts talent of the Xia Kingdom. A simple exchange of blows will suffice. Lin Haiying chuckled. He would not underestimate the talents from outside. As one of the 3 top organizations, the Jinwu Alliance certainly gathered many geniuses. Although the individuals he brought were also outstanding figures, he could not confidently say they would secure a win. They might even face defeat. That would greatly undermine the effect he desired. No, we will wait for the disciples from the Alliance to arrive. Nangong Ming spoke out in opposition again. They could see through Lin Haiying's intentions. For you all afraid? Elder Luo snorted coldly, disdainfully, saying, if you are scared, just say so. We won't make things difficult for you. You, Nangong Ming, furious, was about to step forward, but suddenly remembered that this Elder Luo was a holy lord, and forcibly stopped. Elders, since they are afraid, we can wait for the so-called geniuses from the Jinwu Alliance. A young man in black from the Butian sect declared loudly. His voice echoed throughout the martial arts arena. There are no geniuses outside the Butian sect. They are all worthless and not to be feared. A boy with red hair and eyebrows raised his hands behind him, speaking arrogantly. As soon as he said this, all the young martial artists glared at him angrily. Especially the top 50, who were in high spirits and filled with ambition, could hardly contain their urge to rush over and battle him the moment they heard the red-browed boy's derogatory comments. They wanted him to pay the price for his words and actions. Su Qing felt a smile coming on. The people from the Butian sect probably still did not know that their own leader had already been beaten back into the secret realm, otherwise they wouldn't be so bold at this moment. However, it was fine. All right, let's do it. Su Qing nodded. The Sky King was astonished, and Nangong Ming frowned. Qingtian King, this won't do. My 3 disciples are here, and they can just as well spar with your disciple. Su Qing said with a smile. Qingtian King's disciples. The Sky King and Nangong Ming breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder the Qingtian King dared to agree. It turned out he was already prepared. The pressure shifted to the Butian sect. Lin Haiying frowned slightly, but then relaxed. What was he afraid of? Su Qing was merely a holy lord. His realm likely wasn't higher than his own. How strong could the disciples he taught be? The disciples he brought this time were all candidates for the Holy Son taught by the Grand Elder of the Celestial Venerable Realm. All right, Chen Yi, you will represent the Butian sect in battle and test the skills of the Qingtian King's disciples. The young man in black walked into the martial arts arena. Yuqing, you go. Su Qing's voice floated lightly into Chen Yuqing's ears. Without hesitation, Chen Yuqing stepped to face Chen Yi. I am Chen Yi, a candidate holy son of the Butian sect and 9th rank martial artist, Chen Yi said blandly. I am Chen Yuqing, disciple of the Qingtian King, a 7th rank martial artist, Chen Yuqing responded. A 7th rank martial artist. Chen Yi frowned. What are you joking about? Are you here to die? This? The Sky King and Nangong Ming were speechless. Sending a 7th rank martial artist to fight a 9th rank martial artist. The other strong figures and high-ranking members of the Xia Kingdom also looked towards Su Qing, wondering what he was thinking. Qingtian King, what do you mean by this? Lin Haiying questioned. Elder Lin, do not worry. Just let your disciple fight with all their strength. If anything happens, we will take responsibility ourselves, Su Qing chuckled. Good. A fierce light flashed in Lin Haiying's eyes. Since Su Qing insisted on sending this female disciple to her doom, then, so be it. He signaled to Chen Yi. Chen Yi slightly nodded. You are quite attractive. It would be a pity for you to perish like this. If you switch sides now, I can spare your life and take you as my maid. Maid, oi. Chen Yuqing's expression froze. No thanks. What era was it that still had the concept of a maid? She felt quite speechless. I am a self-reliant and strong modern woman, not a man's subordinate, and never will be. Well, if it were my teacher, it wouldn't be too bad. I still have to fight. In that case, I can only say I'm sorry. Chen Yi was unaware of the changes in her thoughts. He shook his head, his tone full of regret. Boom. Chen Yi vanished and reappeared within 10 meters, closing in on Chen Yuqing. On the surface of his body, palm-sized purplured runes intertwined, appearing faintly with divine light bursting forth. Among the same realm martial artists in the sect, no one dares to claim the first place after me. Dying at my strongest aspect, you won't feel wronged. Chen Yuqing's expression became serious. This was her first encounter with a 9th rank martial artist, and this person was a candidate holy son of the Butian sect, undoubtedly incredibly strong. She did not dare to be negligent and fully activated her primordial divine body, unleashing spatial power as if it were free. Spatial prison, spatial cutting, grand spatial fist. 3 powerful techniques were unleashed in succession. Boom. Moments later, Chen Yi fell to the ground. However, he was in pieces. The entire arena fell silent. Chen Yuqing's red lips parted slightly, somewhat unexpected. How could it be so much weaker than she had imagined? Or was it that she was too strong? But she was merely a 7th grade warrior. And yet she had just killed a 9th grade warrior. She instinctively looked at Su Qing. Su Qing's expression was calm as he nodded slightly at her. It seems the teacher anticipated this. Of course the teacher must have known she could handle it, otherwise it would be impossible to send a 7th grade warrior to fight a 9th grade one. The teacher would never harm her. Elder Lin, Elder Luo, my apologies, Su Qing said with a guilty face. My disciple rarely fights and she accidentally overdid it. I will teach her a lesson later. It's fine, Lin Haiying said, his mouth twitching. His heart was bleeding. Chen Yi had been killed instantly, leaving him no chance to rescue. The Tianji sect had lost a prodigy for nothing. Most importantly, when he returned, Chen Yi's esteemed master would definitely reprimand him severely. No, this cannot be left unaccounted for. Lin Haiying exchanged glances with Elder Luo. Once you're on the arena, life and death are determined by fate. Unexpected events are quite normal, and we cannot blame your disciple too harshly, Qing Wang. Lin Haiying forced a smile. I have a disciple named Wu Yin who still wishes to challenge. Oh, what do you think, Qing Wang? Oh, right, that female disciple just fought a fierce battle. Let her rest first, and bring someone else. He added. Chen Yuqing's instant kill of Chen Yi made him quite wary. Wu Yin probably wouldn't be able to win either. It's better to switch to someone else. Lin Haiying couldn't believe that all of Su Qing's disciples were so formidable. Nangongming couldn't help but laugh. She took him out in just a few moves, and you call that a fierce battle. He tried to lower his voice, but it was almost as if he hadn't. Laughter erupted around them. Lin Haiying took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Well then, Yuqing, you can take a break for now. Su Qing nodded. How about this? I have 2 more disciples, and Elder Lin, you can choose an opponent for your disciples. Oh, is the Qing Wang's word true? Lin Haiying turned his anger into happiness. Of course, Bei Xiaowen. Su Qing called out the 2. These are my remaining disciples. Elder Lin can choose who to face off against. Lin Haiying looked over. One was a cute girl, and the other was a thin young man. He sensed slightly. The girl was barely at the 8th grade while the young man was at the 7th grade. This girl was quite quirky. Seeing me scrutinizing her, she still smiled, likely just as fierce as the previous female disciple. He quickly analyzed in his mind. In contrast, the young man looked so thin and weak, appearing uncomfortable under so many gazes. Let's go with him. Lin Haiying casually pointed at Zhang Wan. Actually, it doesn't matter which, it's just an exchange. If it doesn't matter, why did you look for so long? Nangongming retorted. Lin Haiying ignored him and said, then let's begin. He shot a glance at Wu Yin, signaling him to go all out. Wu Yin, the candidate holy son of the Tianji sect 9th grade warrior. Compared to his previous arrogance, Wu Yin was clearly more restrained now. He was likely frightened by Chen Yi's instant kill. Zhang Wen, disciple of Qing Wang's 7th grade warrior. Bang! The 2 were not far apart, and Wu Yin unexpectedly struck with a palm, knocking Zhang Wen back over 10 meters. Wu Yin felt relieved. He knew there couldn't be so many extraordinary monsters. There had to be normal martial talent. Haha, look at my burning flame power. Wu Yin yelled arrogantly as scorching flames surged around him. The raging flames swept across the martial arts arena, shocking many experts and students. Wu Yin is indeed the candidate holy son of the Tianji sect. With his strength, he can rival the top 5 on the master ranking. A title holder whispered. Wu Yin, like a flame war god, unleashed a powerful punch. Die! Pat! A large hand radiating dark energy pierced through the flames and grasped Wu Yan's arm. Wu Yin was taken aback. He finally noticed that the thin monkey seemed to have transformed completely. His body had inflated to nearly 3 meters with a purple-black rune at his brow surrounded by chaotic energy. His eyes were cold and merciless, exuding an overwhelming dominance and aggression. The dark power formed a demonic armor radiating a chilling aura of darkness, making him seem filled with demonic essence. Celestial demon body. You. Wu Yan's head buzzed. A mere chicken and dog. Zhang Wen looked at him coldly. I am a mere chicken and dog. The pressure from the demonic body caused Wu Yin to break out in cold sweat. Clearly this person's realm was lower than his, yet Wu Yin felt as if he were facing an ancient fierce beast ready to devour him at any moment. Lin Haiying suddenly stood up. What kind of physique is this? He was still pondering what the previous female disciple's physique was, and now another unknown physique emerged. The terrifying demonic energy and pressure could be felt even by him, let alone Wu Yin, a mere 9th grade warrior. Seeing Wu Yin trembling in fear, Elder Luo shouted, "Stop!" He dashed into the martial arts arena, his eyes filled with malice as he looked at Zhang Wan. "Kill this brat." Boom. "What are you trying to do?" Nangongming stood up and shouted angrily. "Elder Lin, does the Tianji sect intend to go to war with us?" The Sky King questioned Lin Haiying with a grim expression. "Go to war with you?" Lin Haiying sneered. Buzz. 8 golden leaves slowly unfurled behind him. "A bunch of ants, I alone could wipe you all out. This is Kyoto." Nangongming's face turned as cold as frost. "The Qing Wang is right here, and the One Wang is not far away either." Lin Haiying looked dismissively. He turned to Su Qing. "If I'm not mistaken, the Qing Wang's main body should be unable to attend right now, right?" Not just the Qing Wang but the One Wang and several others are probably in the same situation. What does that mean? The Sky King and Nangong Meng were puzzled. My sect leader is currently leading many sect experts to attack the royal court's secret realm. The reinforcements you speak of are preoccupied with themselves and cannot spare the energy to manage this place. Lin Haiying smirked. Moreover, even if your main body descends, what of it? As fellow holy masters, what do I have to fear? Lin Haiying stood with his hands behind his back, nose in the air, exuding an air of superiority. Hearing that sect experts were attacking the royal court's secret realm, many experts and high-ranking members in the arena changed expression. Su Qing shook his head. It seems Elder Lin's status in the Tianji sect isn't that great, but it has been so long without any news. News? What news? Lin Haiying frowned. Go ask Jia Yu yourself. You dare to directly address the sect leader. Before he finished speaking, a muffled groan came. Lin Haiying looked over at Elder Luo, who had gone to kill Zhang, one was now immobilized in place, then fell straight to the ground. Silent. At this moment, Lin Haiying's expression changed as he took out a glowing jade talisman from his storage bag. Upon seeing the contents, his face turned from blue to white. Damn it, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why say this now? Tianji sect. Jia Yu's face turned pale as he asked in a deep voice, how is the contact with the Immortal Clan and the Ancient God Clan? Below him sat 7 elders in purple robes, all of whom were supreme elders of the heavenly sovereign realm. The 10th Ascendier period has not yet arrived. The Immortal Clan and the Ancient God Clan are unwilling to send experts here. The great elder of the Tianji sect shook his head. Huff. Jia Yu leaned back in his chair. He knew well that when the 10th Ascendier contract was established, the rulers of those 2 clans had been forced to swear by their own lives. With time nearing, there was no need to breach the contract. In that case, contact the Spirit Sect and the Demon Alliance, inform them about the Celestial Realm passage, and let them notify the people behind them. After all, since the Tianji sect cannot dominate the world, it must always guard against those royal court remnants attacking. It would be better to let this place turn into a complete quagmire. The 3 major evil organizations of the Xia Kingdom. Aside from the Chongqing Society, a once-active local organization, now on the brink of collapse, the Ling sect and the Demon Alliance remain shrouded in mystery. Jia Yu learned about this by chance. These 2 organizations are connected to 2 super clans, the Ling clan and the Demon clan. These 2 clans are no weaker than the Immortal Clan or the Ancient God Clan, and may even be stronger. Especially the Demon clan. Composed of powerful lineages such as the True Dragon clan and the Heavenly Phoenix clan, their strength is extraordinary, ruling over the most expansive central region of the alien battlefield. Once the Ling and Demon clans intervene, the situation in the Xia clan world will become even more chaotic. The coronation has been completed. Su Qing did not hurry to leave the royal court's secret realm. Inside the palace of the Human King, he held the Space Dao Pearl in one hand and took out a divine-grade Wanfa pill to swallow. The space perception surged wildly. The Space Dao Pearl flickered with purple light, filling the quiet chamber. 3 days later, he had already traversed 20,000 meters on the path of spatial rules. After 3 transformations, he had stepped into the supreme level. He took out another divine-grade Wanfa pill. Meanwhile, the Town Martial Alliance and the War God Temple in the alien battlefield were also busily preparing 2 divine-level formations. These 2 formations were taken by Su Qing from the Demon Mountain. If a celestial-level expert were to control them, even a mere true master could unleash power equivalent to that of a supreme. Half a month's time flashed by. Outside the Qingtian Academy, this aura, such a terrifying formation. A middle-aged man in a purple gold robe with 2 horns on his head showed a flicker of light in his eyes. To make him feel apprehensive, it must be a divine-level formation. Moreover, from this formation, he vaguely sensed a terrifying dragon might, instilling a sense of dread deep within his bloodline. One must know he is a true dragon, and a demigod-level true dragon at that. With his bloodline density, such a thing is nearly impossible to happen in the human realm. While pondering, a man in green appeared above the academy. Who are you? The avatar frowned, looking at the middle-aged man, lost in thought. The purple-robed middle-aged man awakened and smiled at the avatar, saying, I apologize for the intrusion. I am Ao a supreme elder from the Tianyao Realm Dragon Clan. Tianyao Realm Dragon Clan. This is one of the dominant powers among the Demon Clan. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. Why did a supreme elder of the Dragon Clan come all the way from the central region to the eastern region? Is it for the celestial passage? It seems to be the only possibility. So it's Elder Ao. May I ask what brings you here? The avatar inquired calmly. Not far away, my true body can deliver power at any time. Although my true body hasn't broken through to demigod, yet with the support of the ancestral dragon divine destruction array, even if Ao is a demigod, he must be prepared to perish here. Seeing the other party's air of confidence, Aoci also realized that the strength of this world is definitely not as simple as reported by the Demon Alliance. Hehe. Aoci chuckled lightly. I came here because I heard that your land has a passageway to the celestial realm, and I would like to request its use. Of course the Dragon Clan will pay a fee considering it a rental. How about 100 million spirit crystals per use? The Dragon Clan is truly generous. Su Qing first praised, then said, however, the Xia Kingdom does not require it. Aoci's expression, perhaps you are not aware, but the celestial realm is isolated from the human realm, which has not given birth to a deity in over 1 million years. If news of a celestial passage here were to spread, you should understand what that means. What else could it mean? It means the Xia Kingdom will become the center of attention for the entire human realm. Countless races and forces will flock here. Especially those ancient monsters stuck at the demigod level eager to become gods will go mad at the appearance of a celestial passage. These demigods will definitely enter the passage at any cost to reach the celestial realm. At that time the situation will become utterly chaotic. With the strength of the Xia Kingdom, it is highly likely to be destroyed amidst the chaos. Elder Ao, you have misunderstood. What I mean is the Dragon Clan can use the passage without needing to pay a single spirit crystal. Oh, Aoci raised an eyebrow. What does the Dragon Clan need to do? He did not believe there would be any free lunch. The Dragon Clan only needs to block the Immortal Clan and the Ancient God Clan. Not long after a demigod from the Ling Clan arrived. The Ling Clan, also known as the Holy Spirit Clan, consists of beings born of heaven and earth possessing terrifying talents and a natural affinity for rules. Therefore, although their numbers are few, each is extremely powerful. If not for the upheaval in the world, these holy spirits would almost certainly become deities. What arrived was a demigod holy spirit that had achieved enlightenment through divine gold of light. It naturally mastered the rules of light, its stone body sparkling, and holy aura enveloping it, cold yet proud. Perhaps sensing the terrifying nature of the ancestral dragon divine destruction array, this demigod holy spirit also agreed to assist in repelling the Immortal Clan and the Ancient God Clan in exchange for a chance to enter the Celestial Passage. How did the Demon Clan and the Ling Clan learn of the existence of the Celestial Passage? The Avatar frowned. It cannot be that the Immortal Clan or the Ancient God Clan spread the news, otherwise these two clans wouldn't just be arriving now. Then it must be the Butian sect or some other sect. In the quiet chamber, a booming sound echoed in Su Qing's sea of consciousness. At the end of the path of the source rules of space, a magnificent divine bridge slowly emerged, bathed in the power of space. The divine bridge shone brilliantly, extending into the misty chaos. A Su Qing-like nascent soul figure stood on the bridge. Stepping onto the divine bridge signifies that he has officially stepped into the demigod realm. In the Butian secret realm, Jia Yu felt somewhat unsettled. He did not understand why the demigods of the Ling Clan and the Demon Clan came and spoke with Su Qing before leaving. The Celestial Passage was right before them. Shouldn't they eagerly launch an attack to seize the Celestial Passage and head to the Celestial Realm? The script was not as he had imagined. In fact, if it weren't for a few terrifying formations, the demigods of the two clans would have had no qualms about easily eliminating Su Qing and occupying the Celestial Passage. It was truly the formations that made them feel an immense threat, causing them to abandon the idea of a direct confrontation. Boom! The Butian secret realm shook violently with palaces collapsing. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Who goes there? Angered, the experts of the Butian sect soared into the air. Jia sect master, we meet again. Su Qing looked at Jia Yu and smiled gently. Jia Yu's expression shifted slightly. Elders, listen up. Activate the protective formation. With his command, the white-robed elders of the Butian sect quickly took their positions at various points of the formation. 7 supreme elders at the heavenly sovereign level presided over the formation nodes. Jia Yu stood at the core of the formation, his gaze icy. Dare to come to the Butian sect's domain? Are you prepared to face death? Su Qing knew he could summon the phantom of the ancient king. However, such a powerful technique akin to a forbidden art must have its limitations. He did not believe it could be used freely. Unable to summon the ancient king and barely reaching demigod combat power under the formation's enhancement, Jia Yu felt he had a chance to kill Su Qing. Jia Yu. Su Qing called out, do you see who this is? He silently thought Transfiguration, the Butian sect master. A somewhat illusory old man in a black robe appeared quietly holding a dragon head staff. Master, Jia Yu exclaimed. What the hell is this technique? He gritted his teeth. This old man in black robe was indeed the previous sect master of the Butian sect, and also Jia Yu's master. Swish, swish, swish. Figures appeared one after another. In addition to the previous sect master, the previous Grand Elder, Supreme Elders, and a host of ancestral figures from the Butian sect were all manifested by Su Qing. Master. Father, how are you alive? My son, since you're dead, don't come back. It's unsettling to look at you. Rest assured he'll take good care of your wife. Master, I swear it wasn't me who harmed you. It was the mistress who seduced me first. I couldn't resist. In an instant the place turned into a scene of tearful reunions. What nonsense is this? All of you shut up. A supreme elder roared. These are illusions, falsehoods. Only Jia's face grew darker. Boom, boom, boom. The former sect leader of the heaven-mending sect along with the former great elder and a host of other powerhouses charged toward the protective sect array. Kill. Jiayu bellowed, bathed in the divine light of the Star River. A great sword materialized in his hand, Star River power surging forth. With a single strike the body of the former heaven-mending sect leader was severed, sovereign blood scattering across the sky. Sword after sword. Jia's face was cold and unmoved. The former heaven-mending sect leader was formidable, a powerhouse at the sovereign level, yet before Jiayu, who was bolstered by the array to rival a demigod, he was no match. Soon, the heaven-mending sect powerhouses manifested by Su Qing were all slain. However, killing so many experts had drained Jiayu and the others greatly. Seated within the formation, their faces were pale. Now it's your turn. Jiayu glared at Su Qing. Patience, Su Qing smiled. There's more. I wonder what status this one held in the heaven-mending sect. As his words fell, a red-robed boy riding a spotted Sika deer appeared in the void. Wherever he passed, green leaves carpeted the ground and fragrant flowers bloomed. The red-robed patriarch. Several supreme elders exclaimed in shock. The red-robed demigod was a figure from hundreds of thousands of years ago in the heaven-mending sect, the most brilliant and talented existence in the sect's history. With strength at the peak of the demigod realm, he was hailed as the second strongest of that era, second only to the human king. Jia's chest heaved. He looked at Su Qing's composed expression and was filled with rage. No side effects. How could there be such a shameless technique? One after another, who could withstand this? Su Qing smiled faintly. There were side effects, but to him, they were negligible. The powerhouses he manifested, even the red-robed demigod, were only at the same cultivation level as him, so the backlash was minimal. Boom. The red-robed demigod moved. He threw a punch, and 100 flowers bloomed, a rich fragrance permeating the air. This single punch sent dozens of elders reeling, spitting blood as they collapsed ejected from the formation. It's the Patriarch's 100 flowers divine fist. Damn it, is this real or fake? The Patriarch passed away hundreds of thousands of years ago. How can he be resurrected? A supreme elder roared. Kill. A massive star chart unfurled above Jia's head. Heavenly star chart, chaotic star meteor strike. The sky of the heaven-mending secret realm instantly darkened. One by one stars hung high, then plummeted from the heavens. Boom. The red-robed demigod raised a hand. A colossal tree burst forth from the earth, its enormous leaves stretching out to block the falling stars. Jia's pupils contracted. Bang. With another punch, the red-robed demigod sent Jiayu flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Dozens of elders within the formation screamed in agony before falling unconscious. A slightly weaker supreme elder also fell into a coma. Boom, 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 boom. Punch after punch, the red-robed demigod struck ruthlessly. The protective sect array teetered on the brink of collapse. Patriarch-wise, the disciples of the heaven-mending sect cried out in grief and anger. Why are you attacking us? The red-robed demigod paused. Patriarch. The Patriarch heard us. Before they could rejoice, the red-robed demigod pressed his palms together. Moments later, a 7-colored lotus bloomed in his hand. Dodge. It's the Patriarch's annihilating fire lotus. The 7-colored lotus drifted toward the array. Jiayu retreated madly. Boom. A colorful mushroom cloud rose. The violent shockwave instantly destroyed the array along with the heaven-mending sect palaces beneath it. Countless disciples who couldn't evade were turned to ash by the lotus' terrifying power, leaving no remains. Among those in the formation, several supreme elders were dead or wounded. When the dust settled, Su Qing saw no one left standing. Whoosh! A black shadow shot out from the ruins. It was Jiayu, but now only half his body remained. Charred wounds dripped with blood, his left eyeball had burst, and bulging veins made him look horrifying. Destroy my sect. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Jiayu roared in madness. Heavenly star chart explode. Boom. The star chart, a supreme sovereign treasure above his head, detonated. Drag me down with you. Su Qing looked at him, extending a hand. He clenched it gently. The star chart's explosion ceased abruptly. You're a demigod. Jiayu was horrified. A giant hand descended from the sky, crushing him with a single slap. You found out too late. Gazing at the ruined heaven-mending sect, Su Qing drifted away. Not long after, a black-robed figure entered the secret realm. One sovereign, one great heavenly sovereign, 6 heavenly sovereigns, and so many Saint Masters' souls. A great achievement, He eagerly used a hook to collect the souls. Not far away, Su Qing slowly materialized. He watched the black-robed figure continually extend his hook to snatch something occasionally, taking out a black bottle. What is he doing? Su Qing was puzzled. Just then the black-robed figure seemed to sense something and looked back. Who are you? Su Qing asked in a deep voice. He Ju, a second-level Soul Reaper of the Impermanence Hall, paying respects to the demigod. The black-robed figure bowed slightly. A Soul Reaper of the Impermanence Hall. Su Qing mused. You were just collecting souls. Yes, my lord. What is the purpose of collecting souls? That I do not know either. Is it that you don't know, or you want safe? Su Qing narrowed his eyes. The invisible pressure of a demigod made He Ju's scalp tingle. My lord, as a second-level Reaper, I am but a minor figure in the Impermanence Hall, unworthy of knowing such secrets. Tell me about the Impermanence Hall behind you. Su Qing remained composed, but inwardly he was shocked. This He Ju was at least a true sovereign, yet someone of such strength was merely a minor figure in that so-called Impermanence Hall. The Impermanence Hall. He Ju was startled. My lord, spare me. If I reveal important secrets of the Impermanence Hall, I will die. Terror filled his face. Then tell me what you think is unimportant. Su Qing waved his hand. Forced to comply, He Ju said, my position in the Impermanence Hall is low, and I know little. I only know that aside from the Hall Master and Vice Hall Master, all other cultivators are uniformly called Soul Reapers. Soul Reapers have 5 levels. The first level corresponds to Saint Masters, the second to true sovereigns, up to the 5th level corresponding to demigods. The daily task of Soul Reapers is to collect souls far and wide. Every so often we must hand over a certain number of souls, otherwise we face extremely severe punishment. Is that all? My lord, I truly cannot say more. He Ju shook his head. He had personally witnessed a companion being consumed by flames and reduced to ashes for inadvertently mentioning a secret of the hall. Very well. Su Qing nodded. Bang. He Ju's body exploded. Su Qing absorbed the power of his loss. In a dark grand hall, a second-level Soul Reaper has died. Maya, go and investigate. The Reapers of the Impermanence Hall are not to be trifled with. A deep voice echoed, shaking the hall. Yes, Hall Master. A dark shadow flashed through the hall. The Hall of the King of Humans. Su Qing sat on the throne. Prince Tian, do you mean you hope I will take the young people from the secret realm out and have them join my Qing Tian Academy? Yes, Your Highness, Prince Tian replied. In the secret realm, they cannot gain much training and growth, so both I and Kings Qin and Shang have unanimously agreed to send them out. In this way, they will have the qualifications to follow you in the future. In fact, upon learning that Su Qing had achieved demigod status, the 3 of them quickly made a decision. There was no other reason. From the era of the royal court to today, Su Qing was the youngest demigod they had ever seen, not yet even 35 years old. Other demigods, who among them had not cultivated for at least hundreds or even thousands of years. Even the human kings of past generations were all extraordinary figures, yet they had all surpassed 100 years before becoming demigods. Before Su Qing, the youngest demigod in the Xia clan world was the 3rd-generation human king, who also broke through at the age of 70, more than double Su Qing's age. Such a terrifying talent left even the experienced Prince Tian and the other 2 in shock. Where are they? I want to see them. They are all waiting in the square outside the Hall of the King of Humans. In the square, a group of over 500 young boys and girls stood in neat rows, their gazes resolute and silent. Seeing Su Qing and the 3 ancient kings come out, their expressions began to change, revealing a hint of excitement. Su Qing nodded discreetly. Setting talent aside, these youths had been taught by the 3 kings and many powerful members of the royal court. Their character was commendable, with very few going astray, making them worthy of cultivation. Are you willing to follow me to the outside world? His calm voice echoed across the square. We vow to follow His Highness the King of Humans to the death. The unified and resounding response rang out through the skies. Good. Su Qing slowly surveyed the youthful faces before him, feeling their vigorous energy. In the future, I hope you all can become powerful warriors of the human race, fighting alongside me to conquer all directions, making the immortal race and ancient gods dare not invade. Kill. 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 At Qing Tian Academy, the more than 500 young people sent by Su Qing added significant vitality to the once sparse academy. Teacher, Chen Yuqing, Wang Beibei, and Zhang Wen came to see him. Now the 3 had awakened powerful physiques, and even without Su Qing's special care, they had still broken through to the 9th rank in a short time. Especially Wang Beibei, who had even condensed the embryonic form of true intent. After staying at the academy to guide the 3 for a few days, Su Qing returned to the Su family. With Su Qing and Qing Tian Academy backing them, the strength of the Su family had also increased significantly. In addition to a 1/3 increase in the number of masters, several extraordinary warriors had also emerged, with Su Ying, Su Long, and Su Pingqing all breaking through. However, the greatest improvement was still Su Tianyan, who reached a high-level kingly stage in a short time, his combat power surpassing that of the kingly realm. Daddy! Su Yan happily ran over, leaping into Su Qing's arms and nudging him repeatedly. Because his avatar had left the Xia kingdom, while his true self remained in the royal court's secret realm, the father and daughter had not seen each other for many days. Little Yan, show me your fire, Su Qing said, stroking her little head. Oh, Su Yan obediently extended her puff. A plume of purple golden flame emerged from her palm. Su Qing was somewhat surprised. The source power of this fire had already reached the equivalent of a 9th rank peak master level. It should be noted that he had not yet taught Su Yan any cultivation methods. This meant that the source of fire within Su Yan had naturally evolved to this level during this time. By subsequently raising her vitality and blood, she would soon possess 9th rank combat power. A 9th rank peak master under 10 years old. TSK. Su Qing sighed. If this were to spread, who knows how many jaws would drop. My. Su Qing frowned, and his expression suddenly darkened. The avatar had been destroyed. Because the Wanfa Dan was depleted, he had sent the avatar to Wanbao Pavilion to purchase another batch. Unexpectedly, on the way back, the avatar was ambushed. After he broke through to demigod, the avatar had also gained strength rivaling that of a true deity, yet it was still instantly killed by the assailant. Before the avatar perished, he heard a voice. The one who destroys your avatar is from the Hall of Impermanence, MOE. Su Qing knew this was directed at his true self. He maintained a composed face. The Hall of Impermanence, quite interesting. Then his figure vanished from the in a desolate gobi on the red-yellow rocky ground. Space tore apart, and Su Qing stepped out. This is where the avatar perished. He surveyed his surroundings with a wide field of vision. How long do you intend to hide? Su Qing looked in a certain direction and said lightly. With his mastery of spatial rules, it was essentially impossible for any being below divine status to hide nearby without being detected. Thus he had already sensed someone there upon arrival. Such keen perception. Buzz. The space rippled like the surface of water. A burly man with blood-red eyes, clad in red and black armor with 2 horns on his head and wielding a giant axe, appeared. A demigod. A level 5 soul-reaping messenger from the Hall of Impermanence, MOE. The burly man rested the axe on his shoulder, exuding a fierce aura. Su Qing pondered for a moment. Aren't you a soul-reaping messenger? Why aren't you holding a hook? MOE was taken aback. It's no harm to tell you. We use the soul-locking hook when reaping souls, and we fight with our own weapons during regular battles. Understood, Su Qing nodded. You came because of that black absolute, right? How did you determine I killed him? There was no one around when I did. You underestimate the means of the Hall of Impermanence too much, MOE sneered. Do you think you can rest easy just because no one saw you? Little do you know that as long as you kill a member of the Hall of Impermanence, others within a certain range will sense it. Daring to kill a soul-reaping messenger means you must be prepared to face the endless pursuit of the Hall of Impermanence. Even a demigod is not exempt from being killed by the Hall of Impermanence. Indeed, if I were to call out the 3 companions you have secretly, even a demigod could fall here. Su Qing agreed. You noticed? MOE frowned. To be detected from such a distance was a bit too powerful. Nevertheless, let it be discovered. Deputy Hall Master, Yanhe, you all come out. MOE called out into the distance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 powerful auras suddenly surged from different directions. 2 of them were comparable to MOE, while 1 was clearly stronger than him. 4 demigods coming to deal with me, and 1 is a top-tier demigod. The Hall of Impermanence is quite grand. Su Qing chuckled. Against a demigod powerhouse like you, any arrangement would not be excessive. Deputy Hall Master, Yanhe smiled amiably. After MOE killed your avatar, he specifically sent the 3 of us to assist. To still be able to smile in the face of 4 demigods, your composure is admirable. The Hall of Impermanence is willing to mobilize so many powerful ones for a 2nd level soul-reaping messenger also impresses me. Su Qing smiled slightly. But I wonder if 4 demigods were to perish at once, would that cause the Hall of Impermanence to suffer significant losses? Yanhe and MOE all laughed in unison. Was this person perhaps out of his mind? Even a peak demigod would not dare to claim they could kill them, let alone this evidently newly promoted demigod. Did he think that just having the word divine attached to him made him a deity? A demigod soul? Let me think. How long has the Yinshang Hall gone without collecting a soul of this caliber? Vice Headmaster, Yanhe assumed a contemplative expression. Must be several centuries at least. If we could gather just a few more demigod souls, Vice Headmaster, Yanhe would amass enough merit to ascend and become a true deity. Moya paused mid-sentence, his tone laced with obsequious admiration and an unmistakable envy. The other 2 demigods gazed on with equal longing. Yet there was nothing they could do. Yanhe, as Vice Headmaster, was born of that very clan, naturally granted such an opportunity. They, however, bore no surname, Ultimately they remained mere outsiders within the Yinchang Hall. They could only tread the arduous path toward divinity alongside other demigods of the mortal realm, only to fall at last, their lifespans exhausted. Heh, divinity. A flash of sharp light flickered in Yanhee's eyes. Enough talk. Let us first deal with this man before us. The four scattered, sealing off every possible escape route from Su Qing, their demigod auras locking onto him with unyielding precision. Malice saturated the air. Boom. The heavens and earth trembled violently. Kill. All four demigods struck as one, aiming straight for Su Qing. Yanhee brandished a black, demonic blade. An uncanny power coursed along its edge, accompanied by faint, mournful wails. What is this? Su Qing murmured, genuinely startled. Rare indeed. Momentarily, he could not even identify the nature of this rule-based force. Daring to lose focus at such a moment. Shall I call you arrogant? Or simply foolish? Moya's cold, cutting voice pierced his ears. His massive axe whirred through the air, radiating blinding, ochre divine light as it rent space itself and surged forward. Simultaneously, the surrounding temperature plummeted. The white-browed demigod among the four let out a thunderous roar. Within mere breath, snow began to fall across the sky, and 10,000 Li froze solid. The final demigod emitted a piercing shriek. His robes exploded outward, revealing his true form, a colossal black-furred rat hundreds of meters long, its pelt gleaming like obsidian gold, and from its maw erupted a thick beam of black deathlight wide as several men. Faced with the full might of four demigods, Su Qing stood utterly unmoved. Off in numbers. Violet light shimmered softly within his gaze. Cannot bridge the vast chasm between you and me. With effortless grace, he launched a single punch. Boom. A colossal fistprint coalesced instantly in midair. The imprint stretched forth from the void, as if a terrifying sovereign had thrust his fist directly at the four demigods. What martial art is this? The four were stunned. Huffed. The black-furred rat, the largest and foremost, failed to evade in time. The fistprint pierced straight through its skull and burst out again from its abdomen. Pop, 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 pop. Violent, rapid detonations erupted across its body, each explosion wrenching forth agonized screams. Its ravaged frame hung like a tattered doll on the verge of shattering. Soon the black-furred rat's life force vanished entirely. And, from the moment Su Qing struck to the demigod's demise, less than 3 breaths had passed. A peak-tier demigod, not merely any ordinary peak demigod. Yanhee's face darkened. The Yinchang Hall's influence spans the entire mortal realm. How could our intelligence network have missed such a formidable unknown demigod? Moya's mood had also plunged into utter despair. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed, and then the white-browed demigod fell slain by Su Qing. In mere moments, 4 demigods had been reduced to 2. Su Qing turned his gaze upon Moya. Not good. Moya's heart lurched as he met that look. Vice Headmaster Yanhee, we must combine our strength. But before he could finish, Yanhee had already vanished. Yanhee, you bastard. Moya roared in fury, betrayed outright. Whoosh. Su Qing spared no thought for his rage. The Hanghai Divine spear flashed forth and pinned Moya down dead. Then, Su Qing tore open space and gave chase after Yanhee. Fleeing desperately, Yanhee suddenly paled, whirled around, and saw a figure in azure robes step calmly forth from the rift. Boom. Yanhee swung his black, demonic blade. Waves of inscrutable rule-woven power surged forth instantly. This force clashed heat with Su Qing's spatial energy, briefly holding its ground, evenly matched. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Qing's eyes. Though he had yet to unleash his spatial primordial essence, spatial energy ranked among the supreme rules, yet never before had he encountered anyone capable of matching him at the level of fundamental law. This was the first, soul-based power. As the two forces collided repeatedly, Su Qing gradually discerned the true nature of his opponent's rule. The soul rule, a force rivaling even spatial law in magnitude. Boom. A thread of spatial primordial essence infused the clash, shattering the fragile equilibrium between the two powers. Terrifying spatial law surged forth in an instant. Yanhee's face contorted in horror. I am Vice Headmaster of the Eastern Domains Yinchang Hall. I am of the Yin clan of the Netherworld. You cannot, Moments later, Yanhee vanished from Su Qing's sight, leaving behind only a faint wisp of ashen energy, slowly dissipating into nothingness. Activating the scripture of 10,000 Dao absorption, Su Qing consumed it. Another novel rule now bloomed within his sea of consciousness. Now he commanded over 30 distinct rules, each manifesting as a clearly delineated path arranged in precise hierarchical order. Foremost among them stood the spatial primordial rule, its path widest and most luminous position highest. Slightly lower and narrower lay the newly absorbed soul rule. Beneath these stretched the rest, forming 3 distinct tiers. And after absorbing the soul rule, Su Qing noticed hovering faintly, where Yan, he had fallen, a pale gray shadow lingered motionless. Is this Yan He's soul, eh? Su Qing approached. The shadow indeed mirrored Yan He's form, but its eyes were clouded, vacant, staring blankly ahead. Yan He, eh? Su Qing called out. No response. He studied the specter, and cautiously activated the scripture of 10,000 Tao absorption once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yan He's soul flowed into him like shifting sand. Simultaneously, his already peerless soul rule surged anew, ascending to the pinnacle of demigod mastery. One final step remained before the soul rule could transcend into the soul Tao. This. Su Qing was utterly unprepared. Could it truly be so? Did slaying more beings continually elevate his cultivation along the soul path? He swiftly severed the thought. Su Qing never claimed to be virtuous, but neither was he a wanton slaughterer nor one who reveled in carnage. Rending space anew, he returned to where Moya and the other two had fallen. Their souls still lingered, but growing increasingly translucent. Had he arrived, but a moment later they would have faded entirely. Su Qing swiftly absorbed them. His soul rule strengthened markedly, yet still fell short of transcending into the soul Tao. Perhaps one more demigod soul would suffice. The immortal realm. Towering mountains rose 10,000 zhang high. Ethereal white clouds drifted lazily among pavilions, terraces, immortal palaces, and celestial halls, where dragons slumbered in abyssal depths and cranes soared in perfect formation. Within the immortal clan's grand hall, figures resembling humanity, but bearing radiant white wings and emanating overwhelming auras, gathered. These were the immortal kings. Among the immortal clan, only those who attained the sovereign tier were deemed worthy of the title immortal king. Dong, dong, dong. 3 resonant chimes echoed. Then several elder immortals entered the hall. At their forefront strode an august elder, his countenance stern-crowned in pure white, clad in a golden-threaded white robe that exuded sacred majesty and regal dignity. Gu Yi, the reigning immortal emperor. Hail the immortal emperor. Hail the immortal lords. The assembled immortal kings intoned in unison. Gu Yi ascended the imperial throne and swept his gaze across them all. The 10th ascendier cycle draws near. This time the celestial gateway must fall under the immortal clan's dominion. After purchasing a batch of Wanfa pills from the Wanbao Pavilion, Su Qing returned to the Xia Kingdom. Once again condensing a clone, he immersed himself in cultivation. Relying on the critical strike from the Wanfa pills and the Space Tao Pearls, Su Qing advanced the rules of the space origin to the peak of demigod level within half a month, and similarly with the soul rules only a step away from the Tao. Did Aoci arrive? Su Qing opened his eyes. On the other side in the alien battlefield at the Qingtian Academy, Elder Sihai, I hope you are well. The clone smiled. Aoci stood outside the formation, bowing from a distance. Human King, I have important intelligence to share with you. Oh, please speak, Elder Sihai. The Immortal Palace and the Ancient God Sect are mobilizing a large number of powerhouses toward this location. Although the Dragon Clan and the Spirit Clan have managed to hold them off together, both our clans are far in the outer realms and cannot summon too many strong fighters in a short time, thus we are lacking in strength. Aoci said helplessly. I hope the Human King can lend a hand. The addition of a demigod would be enough to change the current situation. Moreover, the Immortal Clan's demigod Ling Yu Xianjun has been severely injured by us. If you were to appear unexpectedly, you might be able to slay him directly. I see. Su Qing's gaze flickered slightly. Elder Sihai, please wait. My true self will arrive shortly, and I will accompany you on this journey. Good. A strange light flashed in Aoci's eyes, seemingly surprised that it was so easy to persuade Su Qing. The two quickly set off. Elder Sihai, do you find it strange? On the way, Su Qing suddenly asked. Strange about what? Strange that I am a demigod, yet so lacking in vigilance, following you away after just a few words. Aoci was startled, but his expression remained unchanged as he replied, what do you mean by that, Human King? Su Qing stopped. Do you really think I am a fool not paying attention to the movements of the Immortal Clan and the Ancient God Clan? If I am not mistaken, the Immortal Clan, the Ancient God Clan, and the Spirit Clan and Dragon Clan's powerhouses have already set an ambush somewhere waiting for me, right? Su Qing knew that the Tiantian sect must have a way to contact the Immortal and Divine clans, so it is highly likely that both clans were already aware of his strength. Moreover, Aoci's words were full of holes. He had never believed him from the start. Aoci's face turned cold. The Human King is truly cautious, but it is a pity that you have left the Great Formation. I do not know whether to call you ignorant or fearless. With me entangling you, it is too late for you to think of returning when others arrive. That's enough. Su Qing suddenly smiled slightly. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying force of rules surged. Aoci's body shook violently. He let out a deafening dragon roar, transforming in an instant into a colossal crimson true dragon over 1,000 feet long. The overwhelming dragon might spread across the heavens and earth. However, facing the massive hand of rules condensed by Su-Ching Ao, Sihai merely at the ordinary demigod level was utterly powerless to resist. With a tearing sound, he was ripped in half. Scalding true dragon blood spewed out, giving off white smoke. Looking at Ao Sihai's soul, Su-Ching decisively activated the soul, devouring 10,000 ways sutra to devour it. Buzz! In an instant, the path of soul rules wildly extended and trembled. Brilliant gray soul divine light flickered. Soon, the transformation of the soul rules was complete. A massive divine path hundreds of times larger than the path of rules radiating a chaotic aura spanned across the sea of consciousness. Even the rules of the space origin were suppressed. The soul path. The nascent soul figure walked to the end of the soul path, gently touching the darkness ahead. Puff! Flames erupted. Igniting the soul divine fire marked Su-Ching's entry into the divine realm through the soul path, achieving true divinity. In this era where the connection between the celestial and human realms was severed, preventing any breakthroughs into the divine realm, he was the only god. At this moment, he looked not far away where figures had just arrived. There were powerhouses from the immortal clan Divine Clan, as well as the Spirit Clan and Dragon Clan. There were also several black-robed demigods seemingly from the Hall of Impermanence. Just the demigods alone added up to over 10. Such a lineup was enough to sweep across the human realm. It was likely that the Hall of Impermanence informed them of Su-Ching's record of killing 4 demigods, prompting the cooperation of several clans to set up this deadly trap. Sihai has fallen. A Dragon Clan demigod sighed. They had rushed over upon hearing Ao Sihai's dragon roar, but they did not expect to be late. The Dragon Clan had lost a major general. The strength of this human seems to be as formidable as the Hall of Impermanence claimed able to kill Elder Sihai. In such a short time, we must not be careless. Indeed. Su-Ching looked at the group of demigods with great interest, secretly satisfied. It was worth it for him to specially follow Ao Sihai, who once again they had delivered over 10 demigod souls and more than 10 demigod rules. Are we all gathered? Su-Ching's voice echoed. Human clan, you are strong, but today is destined to be your death day. By killing you, we can eradicate all living beings in the Xia clan world to erase the shame of our clan from 10,000 years ago. An elder with white hair from the Immortal Clan spoke coldly. This was an ancient figure from the Immortal Clan, also the master of the Immortal Palace. He had experienced the battle with the Xia clan royal court 10,000 years ago, and had always regarded it as a great humiliation for the Immortal Clan, constantly thinking about redeeming it. The ancient God Clan feels the same way. We will not rest until the Xia clan is destroyed. A demigod from the ancient God Clan stood up. His body was like an iron tower larger than a giant, with ancient and heavy divine patterns faintly visible on his body. You harmed our clan's supreme elder Ao Sihai. We must settle this account. The Dragon Clan demigod spoke coldly. And what about the Spirit Clan? Su-Ching asked. We only wanted to use that passage to reach the heavenly realm, answered a blue stone holy spirit. However, the noble Spirit Clan would never collaborate with the lowly human clan. Humans do not deserve to possess that passage, which should only be held by our several clans. Have you finished speaking? Su-Ching looked at them. Do you still wish to resist? The master of the Immortal Palace sneered. No. Su-Ching shook his head. I merely wanted to inform you, once you're done we can set off. Taking advantage of this time, the soul path had already stabilized. Boom. Su-Ching raised his hand, and a roar echoed across the heavens and earth. A terrifying soul pressure enveloped them. Before the group of demigods could react, a fear originating from the depths of their souls instantaneously made them feel cold all over, as if they had fallen into an ice pit. What is happening? The master of the Immortal Palace lost his previous dominance, his eyes filled with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. This kind of might. He could hardly believe. How could a god be born in the human realm? It was unreasonable, very unreasonable. Suddenly a sharp pain pierced through to the bone. His soul was being drawn away. Not just him, but all the demigod souls were forcibly extracted from their bodies at the same time. Soul devouring 10,000 ways sutra. The terrifying devouring power absorbed their souls and rules. Su-Ching waved his hand again. The bodies of the demigods instantly crumbled and fell to the ground. At this moment, among the Immortal Clan, Ancient God Clan, Spirit Clan, and Dragon Clan, not just one demigod soul lamp extinguished simultaneously, triggering a storm-like upheaval. As information continued to be relayed back, the news of a new god being born in the human realm swept across the Eastern Territory and quickly spread to other territories. The newly discussed deity has returned to the Summer Kingdom. Su-Ching meticulously comprehended the path of the soul. Compared to the rules of the soul, no, they cannot even be compared, for the difference is like that between heaven and earth. Now he could easily crush his past self, who hadn't yet broken through. Upon reaching the divine realm, the cultivation was vastly different from before. After perusing the ancient text left by the royal court, he realized that cultivation in the divine realm is based on the Tao, and it is not limited to a single path. Mastering one path and igniting divine fire allows one to step into the true divine realm. To advance to celestial deity, one must master 9 paths and construct a divine domain centered around one core path. Many true gods spend their entire lives unable to become celestial deities. After all, mastering one path is already quite difficult, let alone 9 paths. Su Qing began to ponder. The fundamental rules of space are already at the pinnacle of a half-god which must exist, and the core path for future advancement to celestial deity will also be it. Aside from the soul and space, he currently possessed over 10 rules at the half-god level, but only 3 at the pinnacle of half-god. One was the Crimson Flame rule, one was the Thunder rule, and the last was the Heavy Water rule. For an ordinary true god, the way to comprehend other paths is through perceiving the great Tao of heaven and earth, and after achieving true godhood, sensing the existence of the great Tao is relatively easy. But that was in the past. In the current human realm, even if Su Qing breaks through to true godhood, he cannot sense the great Tao at all, let alone comprehend it. Therefore, if he wishes to continue breaking through in the human realm, he can only rely on the swallowing of all Tao Sutra. Forget it, I'll head to the void realm first, and hasten the transformation of the fundamental rules of space into the Tao of space. Su Qing pondered. With the void realm as support, breaking through the space rules shouldn't be difficult. With that thought, he rose and headed to Linhai City, entering the void realm. In the Hall of Impermanence, the Hall Master, Yan Xian, knelt on the ground before a half-human tall grotesque bronze statue. The statue had a green face and sharp teeth, its upper body exposed revealing a muscular physique, while its lower body was a long snake tail connected to the base. After a while, the bronze statue emitted a faint glow. Seeing this, Yan Xian bowed his head even lower and respectfully called out, "Greetings, Lord of the Thousand Demons. What is it? Speak quickly, I will be attacked by the source of the human realm if this takes too long." A deep voice emanated from the statue. Recognizing the indifference and impatience in the other's tone, Yan Xian hurriedly replied, "Reporting to the Lord, a true god has been born in the human realm, and there is a grudge with the Hall of Impermanence. What do you think? I will send a true god spirit puppet across the realms." "Thank you, my lord," Yan Xian exclaimed joyfully. The bronze statue dimmed, and the Lord of the Thousand Demons had already departed quietly. Then the void shook violently, and a massive black vortex appeared above the Hall of Impermanence. Through the vortex, one could faintly see another world. A dark blue hand emerged from within, holding a true god-level spirit puppet and slowly delivering it forward. Boom, 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 boom. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as purple-black lightning thick as barrels struck the dark blue hand, causing flesh to burst and muffled groans to emerge. Swish, swish, swish. Massive golden chains extended from the void, wrapping around the hand and crisscrossing to block the front of the vortex. The hand was lacerated and moved forward very slowly. Plop. The spirit puppet fell to the ground, and the hand quickly retracted. The vortex vanished. Yan Xian stood up, surveying the spirit puppet before him. It was of average human size, clad in a set of silver-white armor, exuding a terrifying aura and oppressive presence. The creation of a spirit puppet was quite troublesome and difficult. It required a cultivator with immense spiritual power to control every step of the crafting process, and even a slight misstep could lead to failure. "How many paths have you mastered?" Yan Xian inquired. 3 paths, the spirit puppet replied in a somewhat mechanical voice. Yan Xian nodded. He knew it was incredibly challenging for the Lord of the Thousand Demons to send over a true god with 3 paths due to the source of the human realm. Any stronger would likely face frenzied attacks from the realm's source. Even the Lord of the Thousand Demons might struggle or be severely injured. However, 3 paths were sufficient to deal with a newly promoted true god. Aside from the Hall of Impermanence, the Celestial Clan, Ancient God Clan, and other super clans also hurriedly contacted the upper realms to inquire about countermeasures. Although the 2 realms were isolated, preventing human realm cultivators from reaching the heavenly realm, these super clans could still connect with the upper realms, albeit at a significant cost each time. Soon the upper branches of these clans unanimously expressed that they would send true gods to assist in eliminating the new deity. Similar to the earthly realm, it was extremely difficult for the heavenly realm to send true gods down. The backlash from the source of the human realm is not something just anyone can bear. Even a powerful force like the Celestial Clan would have to pay a tremendous price to send one down. Moreover, once they come down, returning becomes challenging. If it weren't for a passage to the heavenly realm, it would be uncertain whether any willing true god could be found. In the void realm, a true god-level spatial giant crashed down. The pale purple path of space was absorbed by Su Qing, causing his sea of consciousness to rumble and the fundamental rules of space within him rapidly transformed. Until the transformation was completely finished, two divine paths spiraled like dragons above his sea of consciousness. In the capital, everything remained normal. Even though the alien battlefield was abuzz with discussions regarding the birth of the new deity, the remote Summer Kingdom was not significantly affected. Almost no one knew that the king had become a deity. Upon arriving at the academy, Su Qing encountered over 500 young boys from the royal court who were receiving guidance from several kings. Upon seeing him, a few kings hurried over to pay their respects. Su Qing recognized these individuals who were the first batch of exceptional warriors sent by the Jinwu Alliance and the War God Hall to support the academy. However, when they first arrived, they were merely at the marquis level, but now they had broken through to the king level. This was just a corner of the academy. With the support of a vast array of resources after Su Qing's numerous devastating hits, the strength of the Qingtian Academy had developed explosively. Aside from Su Qing, the strongest in the academy was Su Tianyan, who possessed the strength of a 5-leaf saint. The Sky King and the Town King also had the cultivation of 2 or 3-leaf saints. 3 new saints had also emerged. Over 100 kings and nearly 1,000 marquis. The only alchemy master and artifact master in the Summer Kingdom were also at the academy. The Qingtian Academy had almost completely surpassed the Jinwu Alliance and the War God Hall. Many exceptional warriors from both families regretted privately. They initially thought joining the new organization had no future, but now they realized they had been short-sighted, missing the opportunity for advancement. Boom. The avatar suddenly appeared above the academy. In the sky of the alien battlefield, colorful streams of light continuously dispersed, intermingled with profound powers. The sound of astounding thunderbolts echoed continuously. The power of the divine path. He faintly sensed. These profound powers had reached the level of the Tao. This is a heavenly deity attempting to descend. It seems they cannot sit still, sending reinforcements from the upper realm. This works perfectly for me. A smile appeared on Su Qing's face. Boom, boom, boom. The purple-black lightning struck down, its dazzling light illuminating the gloomy sky as if it were daylight. 6 black whirlpools spun continuously in the heavens. Around the whirlpools, fine cracks spread like a spider web. Beings emerged from the whirlpools, constantly attempting to break into the human realm. Who are they? A nearby cultivator stared in horror at the terrifying change in the heavens. God. They are gods, an old cultivator shouted, eyes wide open. They are divine beings from the celestial realm seeking to descend to the human realm. Divine beings. The 2 words stirred within everyone's hearts. All unrelated individuals, leave this place at once. A powerful voice echoed from the sky. A silver-white winged warship broke through the air. Run its people from the immortal clan. Upon seeing the powerful beings from the ship, a group of scattered cultivators instantly fled in all directions. The ancient immortal emperor stood at the bow of the ship, quietly observing, flanked by several immortal lords and dozens of immortal kings. Your Majesty, 2 of the divine beings descending to the lower realm originate from our immortal clan. An immortal lord spoke to the ancient emperor. The ancient emperor nodded slightly. The celestial immortal clan has always been extraordinarily strong, ranking among the top powerful clans under the leadership of the ancestors. It is not surprising for 2 true gods to descend together. However, he frowned slightly. The true god Lian Yi is manageable, but the true god Gu Meng is a 7 paths true god. Breaking through the barriers to descend into the human realm is no easy feat. Other powerful beings from the immortal clan also furrowed their brows. It is not merely difficult, it is akin to climbing to the heavens. A 7 paths true god attempting to descend will face a backlash from the origin of the realm, at least 10 times stronger than that faced by 3 or 4 true gods. Such a degree of backlash poses a danger not only to the true god Gu Meng, but even to the strong beings sent to protect him as he descends. Unless a top-tier powerhouse from the celestial immortal clan intervenes. However, such existences spend long periods in seclusion, often for thousands or tens of thousands of years. How could they possibly be stirred by such trifles from the human realm? It is difficult, but if the true god Gu Meng succeeds in descending, perhaps our immortal clan can truly achieve the grand unification of the human realm. A plump immortal lord chuckled. The eyes of other powerful beings from the immortal clan flickered at his words. Soon powerful beings from the ancient god clan, dragon clan, and spirit clan also arrived, anxiously watching the several true gods descending. Ah! A scream echoed. One of the beings in the whirlpool vanished, and the divine aura dissipated. It was evident that they had failed to descend. The expression of the ancient god clan's powerful beings turned grim. The fallen one was indeed a true god from the ancient god clan. The ancient god clan also intended to send down 2 true gods, but alas, only one remains. The immortal emperor glanced over and said indifferently, The ancient god clan of the celestial realm is also a top-tier clan, but compared to our immortal clan, they still lack some foundation. Break. A loud roar erupted and the sky stirred with wind and clouds accompanied by claps of thunder. Not good, true god Gumang. The immortal clan's powerful beings gasped in alarm. The void shook violently. Crack. A bloody little leg stretched out from the whirlpool. Is true god Gumang going to succeed? The immortal clan's powerful beings turned their shock into joy. Splash. Accompanied by a mournful cry, divine blood splattered. The leg of true god Gumang fell, and there was no more movement from the whirlpool. Failure to cross the realms. The ancient, immortal emperor's expression darkened. Just moments ago, they had been discussing the failure of the ancient god clan's true god to descend, and now it was their turn. At least true god, Lien Yi succeeded. The immortal clan's powerful beings sighed in relief. In the heavens, true god, Lien Yi stepped out from the whirlpool. He was covered in blood, his aura weak, his platinum armor battered, yet his gaze remained sharp as lightning, and a terrifying divine aura enveloped him. Your Majesty. He approached the ancient, immortal emperor, slightly bowing. True god, Lien Yi, you have worked hard. Let us return to the clan for you to recuperate. The ancient emperor wore a smile. Yes. True god, Lien Yi nodded. Even though he could crush the ancient emperor with a mere finger, he did not dare to show any disrespect. To hold the position of immortal emperor in the human realm signifies that the ancient emperor is a direct descendant of a sovereign from the celestial realm, holding an extremely high status. If he truly ascended to the celestial realm, true god, Lien Yi would have no time to curry favor. After all, relying on his royal bloodline and talent, the ancient emperor would soon surpass him and reach a high level of cultivation. After the immortal clan departed, the true gods of the ancient god clan, dragon clan, and spirit clan also successfully crossed the realms. However, all were severely injured and needed time to recuperate. At the Qing Tian Academy. Do you understand now? Su Qing looked at Zhang Wen. I understand, teacher. Zhang Wen's eyes brightened, free from the confusion he had before. He felt an unparalleled clarity at this moment, his comprehension and insights into the power of darkness having reached new heights. Buzz. The room was instantly engulfed in darkness. Su Qing stepped outside, waving his hand to seal the room, isolating it from external disturbances. The true essence of darkness. Ding. The host imparts to the disciple 13 points of darkness comprehension, triggering a 10,000-fold crit, gaining darkness comprehension of 1300 points. 13,000 points of darkness comprehension allowed his rules of darkness to directly step into the demigod realm. Su Qing shook his head. After the system quantified it, his help in consolidating Zhang Wen's true essence of darkness was merely counted as imparting 13 points regarding the power of darkness. However, triggering a 10,000-fold crit was still impressive. Zhang Wen was the last of the three disciples to solidify his true essence. Before him, Wang Beibei and Shen Yuqing had already stepped into the extraordinary level. Especially Wang Beibei, who had already reached the intermediate level of Marquis. The avatar walked over and handed him a gray storage bag. Inside was a batch of Wanfa pills. After obtaining the high-grade Wanfa pills from the crit, Su Qing entered seclusion again. The descent of divine beings from the celestial realm instilled a great sense of urgency in him. Though he knew that the divine beings descending to the lower realm wouldn't be very strong, he was still uncertain about their true strength. Because even if his battle power was immense, fundamentally, he was merely a true god who had mastered 2 paths. He could contend with 3, 4, or 5-path true gods, but what about 6, 7, or 8? Without having fought against divine beings, he was unsure. Thus he needed to enhance his strength as much as possible. His true self entered seclusion, while his avatar kept watch at the academy. Fortunately, nearly a month passed without the arrival of divine beings from the lower realm, and he had already mastered the path of darkness. 3-path, true god, and 3 extremely powerful paths. At this moment, Su Qing received information causing his expression to change. King of humans, hurry. The war god hall has been breached. This was a distress signal sent by the war king. Whoosh. He vanished in an instant. At that moment, the war god hall on the alien battlefield lay in ruins. Everywhere were corpses, rivers of blood flowed, and the ground was soaked in crimson. The war king knelt on one knee, his armor shattered, with only one arm propping himself up against a weapon to prevent his body from collapsing, glaring at the sky. There was no longer any life force present. In the sky, the spirit puppet coldly observed below, confirming that no living beings remained before turning to leave. This was Yan Xian's order. Su Qing had killed several demigods from the impermanence hall, causing them significant losses. Thus, he instructed the spirit puppet to come and collect some interest first. Once the true gods of the immortal divine and other clans had healed, they would all strike together to eliminate him. Stop. Buzz. Su Qing stepped out from the world passage. Upon seeing the scene before him, he could hardly contain his rage, his fury soaring to the heavens. He approached the war king's body and gently laid it flat. Su Qing sighed softly. He had been careless. He had only thought to have his avatar keep an eye on the academy, but had not considered that the War God Hall and the Jinwu Alliance would be unable to react to a surprise attack from a true god. This had led to the tragedy. The spirit puppet ignored Su Qing and continued to leave. "You dog, who told you to go?" Boom. Su Qing struck in fury, his might shaking the heavens and the earth. Sensing the threat, the spirit puppet turned to counterattack. However, being of the same realm of three true gods, Su Qing's strength was enough to crush him. This was also his first time fully unleashing the holy body. Mysterious patterns emerged on his body, and a golden-purple light surged from his pupils, causing the divine blood throughout his body to boil, as if turning him into a blazing furnace. At this moment, he resembled a walking sun. The surrounding space distorted, the void trembling, and his magnificent divine might made it hard for others to look directly at him. Facing this punch, the spirit puppet was utterly defenseless and was shattered into pieces. Three different colored Tao slowly dissipated, returning to the heavens and the earth. Su Qing operated the swallowing spirit 10,000 Tao Sutra to devour. Soon the Tao within him doubled. 6 Tao true gods. Despite the increase in power, there was no joy on his face. With the fall of the War King, the strong of the entire War God Palace were also mostly dead or injured, leaving Su Qing genuinely unable to feel happy. "Your Highness the King of Man, what is this?" Other strong members of the Xia Kingdom rushed over at this time. Upon seeing the scattered remains, everyone displayed expressions of shock and anger. "Who did this?" King Wen frowned. "A true god has already been killed by me," Su Qing said. Upon hearing that the culprit had been slain, the faces of the crowd slightly eased. "Wait, true god. Your Highness the King of Man, have you become a god?" King Wen couldn't believe it. "Yes, I just broke through not long ago." Hearing Su Qing's affirmative answer, the strong remained silent for a long time. How long had it been since the words true god were heard? Even in the prosperous era of the royal court, where generations of kings were extraordinary, desperately pursuing the path to becoming a god after the severance with the celestial beings, not a single one succeeded. They all fell at the threshold between semi-god and true god. Now Su Qing, who had just taken office as the King of Man, succeeded. "Congratulations, Your Highness." Cheers of congratulations rang out. For a moment, the sorrow of the War God Palace's destruction was somewhat diluted. "Does this mean you can go to the celestial realm?" King Wen suppressed the joy in his heart and asked. "I will go in a few days," Su Qing nodded. He had become a god, but what about Grandpa Xiao Yan and a few disciples? In the mortal realm, where the great Tao does not manifest, and without external assistance, it is exceptionally difficult to become a god. Therefore, he could only go to the celestial realm first, while improving his strength and finding a way to bring them up. Even to find the reason for the severance between the celestial realm and the mortal realm, completely resolving the issue of the mortal realm's inability to give birth to true gods. However, King Wen's thoughts were clearly different from his. According to the instructions left by the ancestors of the royal court, the true gods travel to the celestial realm through that passage with a success rate of over 90%. King Wen said solemnly. As for those below true gods, there is only less than 1%. The previous King Wen entered the passage during the royal court's peril, intending to seek help from the human royal court in the celestial realm, but he was merely a semi-god, and since there had been no news for so long, it was highly likely he had perished. But as long as there is a glimmer of hope, we will not give up on him. King Wen's tone was firm. "So I ask of you, Your Highness." He bowed deeply to Su Qing. "When you reach the celestial realm, please do your best to inquire about old King Wen's news." "I will," Su Qing promised. If old King Wen was fortunate enough to reach the celestial realm, he would definitely go to find the human royal court. At that time, he just needed to locate the human royal court. "You all handle the matters of the War God Palace first. I need to leave for a while." "Your Highness is leaving the Xia Kingdom." "Yes, I am going. To kill." In the Hall of Impermanence, Yan Xian rose and waved away several soul-reaping messengers beside him. He felt a bit restless. The spirit puppet had been gone for several days without returning, making him have a faintly bad premonition. But he was unwilling to believe it. How many people in the current mortal realm could withstand a spirit puppet of the level of 3 true gods? It was almost an invincible existence. It couldn't be that he was actually killed by that human, could it? 3 true gods being taken down by a single true god, what a joke. He hid quite well. A faint voice echoed in the empty grand hall. Yan Xian's body stiffened. He slowly turned around and saw a figure in blue at the entrance of the grand hall. His throat moved. "Now here only the 2 of us are alive." Su Qing continued, "Your Excellency, is there some misunderstanding?" Faced with a true god, Yan Xian felt intimidated. "Misunderstanding? I knew there was no misunderstanding the moment I saw you." Su Qing's face was filled with indifference. He sensed the residual aura of the 3 true gods on this master of the Hall of Impermanence. "Killing my Xia clan's people, are you prepared to pay for your life?" Boom. He struck out with his palm, shattering the space where Yan Xian stood. Yan Xian's expression changed, and he turned around to lift the bronze statue above his head, shouting, "Lord, save me." With this shout, subtle changes began to occur in the hall. The collapse of space stopped. A black light flashed on the statue. Su Qing frowned. This statue gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. He quickly retreated, preparing to leave. Whoosh. Above the statue, a blurred black shadow formed. 6 Tao true gods, no wonder the spirit puppet I bestowed upon Yan Xian couldn't do anything to you. The shadow's voice sounded somewhat ethereal. Given the current situation of the mortal realm, logically speaking, true gods should not be able to be born, let alone 6 Tao true gods. How strange. The Lord of Thousand Demons was puzzled. Yan Xian was utterly shocked upon hearing this. 6 Tao true gods. This. He couldn't believe it, but with the strength and vision of the Lord of Thousand Demons, it was impossible to make a mistake. What was he thinking? If he had known the other party was a 6 Tao true god, Yan Xian would never have casually sent the spirit puppet to cause destruction. No, he wouldn't even seek help from the Lord of Thousand Demons. He should have just stayed put. After all, the source of the mortal realm wouldn't allow a 6 Tao true god to remain too long. Once the other party left, he could come out and still be the awe-inspiring master of the Hall of Impermanence. Now it was too late. He could only hope that the Lord of Thousand Demons would be able to drive the other party away. Being able to achieve 6 Tao true gods in such an environment, your talent is truly rare. Once you enter the celestial or earth realms, you will rapidly progress. The Lord of Thousand Demons was very interested in Su Qing. Are you interested in joining the Yin clan? He asked. Yin clan. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. After coming into contact with the Hall of Impermanence, he had heard of this clan a few times, but had no real understanding. The strength of the Yin clan exceeds your imagination. By joining our clan, you have a very high chance of becoming a true, unparalleled powerhouse. The Lord of Thousand Demons spoke slowly. My lord, this. Upon hearing the Lord of Thousand Demons trying to recruit Su Qing, Yan Xian became anxious. If the other party truly joined the clan, wouldn't he be able to deal with him however he wanted? My. The Lord of Thousand Demons glanced at him. Yan Xian awkwardly fell silent, not daring to speak further. Thank you for your kindness, but I am of the human race and have no intention of joining the Yin clan. Su Qing rejected. Young man, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Later, when you learn about the Yin clan's strength, there will be opportunities to change your mind. The Lord of Thousand Demons' voice gradually faded until it disappeared. At the same time, a pair of enormous, indifferent golden eyes appeared in the hall, dissipating only after the Lord of Thousand Demons left. Yan Xian was dumbfounded. You left, but what about me? Moments later. Boom. The Hall of Impermanence was engulfed in flames, turning into ruins. Su Qing tore through space, heading to his next destination. Celestial Clan. In the Celestial Palace, after the previous master was executed by Su Qing, the Doshin Celestial Lord became the new master responsible for managing all affairs of the Celestial Palace, the facade of the Celestial Clan. The large world passage leading to the Celestial Realm is located within the Celestial Palace. Master, something is wrong. A Celestial Clan Supreme being rushed into the Grand Hall and shouted. What kind of disarray is this? Doshin Celestial Lord reprimanded. This is the Celestial Palace. Can it truly be thrown into chaos? That person, the human divine being, has arrived and has killed the Yuan Jun Celestial King. The Celestial Supreme being spoke urgently. Such audacity. Doshin Celestial Lord suddenly stood up, filled with shock and anger. Activate the Great Formation, summoned the true God, Lian Yi. Buzz. Columns of light ascended from various parts of the Celestial Palace, quickly connecting to form a gigantic silver-white magical formation. Above there was a semicircular transparent light shield. Celestial Clan powerhouses soared into the air, glaring angrily at the figure of the human in green outside the formation. Looking at the Great Formation, Su Qing couldn't help but marvel, truly the legacy of a super clan. This formation is undoubtedly a high-grade divine formation, giving him a strong sense of threat. Speaking of which, how did the Elder Wang break through this formation and enter the Celestial Realm to wreak havoc? A sudden doubt arose in Su Qing's heart. Human, do you really believe that after becoming a divine being you can roam invincibly in the human realm untouchable? Doshin Celestial Lord's gaze was icy. Su Qing remained silent. You harm the strong of my clan and dare to provoke us. Even a true god today cannot spare you. With a loud shout, a powerful divine aura surged from the Celestial Palace. True God, Lian Yi appeared beside Doshin Celestial Lord, his overwhelming presence threatening to engulf everything. Human, I want trouble you, yet you come knocking at my door. Good saves me the effort of searching for you. True God, Lian, yes, voice rumbled. Clang. The dark red war spear transformed into a streak of flowing light, piercing through space in an instant and striking towards Su Qing with lightning speed. This is my life treasure, the top-tier second-grade artifact, the Red Knight Divine Spear. True God, Lin Yi said nonchalantly. Countless true gods have fallen under this spear. Even among the third and fourth true gods, a mere true god. Before he could finish, he saw the Red Knight Divine Spear being slapped down to the ground by the human divine being. The celestial powerhouses looked at him in confusion. It was as if they were asking, is this all? True God, Lin Yi felt a bit embarrassed. Whoosh. He dashed out of the formation, spreading his hands, and the Red Knight Divine Spear flew back into his grasp. Human, today, I will use your blood to sacrifice this divine spear. True God, Lin Yi raised the spear, and the terrifying divine fluctuations caused the space to tremble, changing the colors of the heavens and earth. The divine spear struck down, fiercely enveloped in 4 types of Tao powers. In the eyes of the celestial beings, this blow possessed a terrifying power that could shock the heavens and weep for the ghosts. This is the divine realm. Doshian celestial lord's gaze was fervent. Though the distinction between demigods and true gods seems slight, a true god can easily annihilate many demigods, illustrating the vast difference. Other celestial beings also revealed looks of yearning. Doshian celestial lord gazed at Su Qing. As long as he killed this human divine being and seized the celestial passage of the Xia clan, he too could become a divine being. Buzz. A large number of celestial powerhouses arrived from the celestial realm. The Ancient One Celestial Emperor walked at the forefront. Your Majesty, Doshian celestial lord bowed. The Ancient One slightly nodded, looking towards the 2 true gods outside the formation. At this moment, true god Lin Yi was just about to reach Su Qing. The war spear carried an unmatched might. Clap. Su Qing caught the war spear with one hand. The entire process seemed effortless, his body not even shaking. What a true god, Lin Yi's expression changed dramatically. Immediately after, he decisively released the spear and retreated quickly. Inside, he cursed the clansmen of the lower realm. To be able to catch his spear with one hand and appear unfazed, is this what you call a recently ascended true god? Damn it, false news truly harms people. True god, Lin Yi regretted immensely. He had thought he could experience the feeling of being invincible after coming to the lower realm, yet he found he was still outmatched. This person likely possesses the strength of 7 or even 8 true gods, and he would have to rely on the Celestial Palace's formation to barely contend. Just as he was about to return to the formation, poof! A deep blue long spear crossed space and pierced through true god Lin Yi from behind, the immense impact pinning him to the ground. True god Lin Yi struggled with all his might. Bang! Su Qing stomped down, shattering his divine body. The shattered divine body attempted to gather and reform, but was cut apart by Su Qing's spatial slash, completely dissipating. Only 4 paths remained. Su Qing devoured them one by one, reaching a total of 10 paths within his body. He had now met the requirements to construct the divine realm. With the construction of the divine realm successful, he could ascend to become a celestial god. However, there was no rush. He looked towards the celestial palace. The celestial beings within the formation had already fallen into panic. Who would have thought that the seemingly powerful and radiant true god Lin Yi would be killed so quickly by that human? They were so quick that they didn't even have time to react. Calm down, do not panic. The celestial emperor shouted. What is there to fear? The celestial spirit great formation is here, even if a true god wants to. Suddenly, the Ancient One Celestial Emperor's pupils constricted. He saw the human divine being outside the formation take out a palm-sized black mountain artifact. In the blink of an eye, the small mountain transformed into a large mountain and fiercely smashed down towards the celestial spirit formation. Crack! Cracks appeared in the magical formation. The Ancient One was stunned. How could this be? This formation is one of the strongest inherited by the celestial clan from the human realm. It shouldn't be so easily breached. Your Majesty, run! Doshian Celestial Lord shouted to the Celestial Emperor, his face showing fear. Even though he had cultivated for thousands of years and had long trained himself to be as calm as still water, today's events still shook him to the core. The Celestial Clan was about to face an unprecedented calamity. Boom! The formation shattered completely, silver fragments scattering. The aftermath of the formation's destruction caused countless casualties in the Celestial Palace. The Celestial Emperor awakened. Flee! He led the celestial beings towards the passage. Su Qing watched them, his hand clenched. Bang, 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 bang. The space shattered inch by inch. One by one, celestial powerhouses fell into the chaotic space and were shredded. He pointed at the Celestial Emperor. As soon as the Celestial Emperor stepped into the world passage, his back caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Splash! The Celestial Realm. Doshian Celestial Lord supported the Celestial Emperor as they emerged from the passage. External enemies are attacking. Activate the Great Formation immediately. He shouted urgently. However, Doshian's celestial lord also understood that this formation couldn't hold. Quickly summoned the ancestral artifact to awaken, otherwise our clan will be destroyed today. The celestial beings within the celestial realm were startled upon hearing the words, ancestral artifact. What kind of formidable enemy has arrived that requires the awakening of the ancestral artifact to confront? It must be noted that the ancestral artifact is the weapon used by the founder of the celestial clan in the celestial realm, an absolute supreme treasure, an indestructible weapon. Even if this is just a replica in the human realm, it possesses terrifying power far exceeding ordinary artifacts. The ancestral artifact cannot be moved lightly. However, seeing Doshian's celestial lord's anxious and urgent demeanor, the people from the ancestral artifact hall did not dare to slack off, and began the ritual to summon the awakening of the ancestral artifact. Doshian's celestial lord calmed his emotions. At this moment he suddenly realized, why has the celestial emperor not spoken this whole time? Your Majesty. Doshian's celestial lord's eyes widened. The ancient one celestial emperor whom he was supporting had blood at the corner of his mouth, his head drooping, his body limp like mud, and he had lost all signs of life. Your Majesty. The other celestial beings finally noticed something was wrong. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Doshian's celestial lord shouted loudly. After a while, Your Majesty has fallen. The fall of the immortal emperor. A sorrowful atmosphere permeated the immortal realm. Boom. The grand formation shattered, and Su Qing's figure slowly emerged. Before him stood several demigod-level immortal lords, followed by dozens of immortal kings, and beyond them were the great celestial venerables and celestial venerables. Below in the immortal clan palaces there were many weak and low-level immortal beings. Regardless of age, strength, or weakness, all members of the immortal clan fixed their hate-filled gazes upon Su Qing, the murderer who had slain the immortal emperor and numerous powerful immortals. Su Qing remained unfazed. A millennium ago, the immortal clan waged war against the Xia clan, leading to the destruction of the Xia royal court and the deaths of countless humans. He said slowly, since the immortal clan dared to recklessly instigate wars leveraging their own strength to invade other realms, they must be prepared to face the consequences one day. The mere immortal emperor is nothing. Just another kill. Hearing this, the immortal clansmen displayed expressions of fury. The immortal emperor is the symbol of a clan's royalty. In the eyes of the human race, he was nothing more than a pig or dog to be killed at will. Buzz. An unusual fluctuation emanated from a grand hall. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. The fluctuations intensified as if something were awakening. Indeed, the immortal clan's hidden trump cards are always emerging. He shook his head. The members of the immortal clan appeared elated. The ancestral artifact had awakened. At that moment, bang bang bang, including immortal Lord Do Xian's several demigods, and all immortal kings exploded into a mist of blood. In a short time, all the top powerhouses of the immortal clan perished. Whoosh! A white wave of light burst forth from the ancestral artifact hall. Su Qing felt a sharp pang of danger in his heart. This attack was extremely perilous. He swiftly retreated into the world passage, leaving the immortal realm. With the top powerhouses of the immortal clan obliterated and entering a long recovery phase, he had nearly achieved his goal. Subsequently, he headed to the ancient god clan, dragon clan, and spirit clan, slaying the three true gods who had descended upon the celestial realm, also eliminating all the top powerhouses of those clans. 3 true gods. One possessed 4 paths while 2 had 3 paths. This directly allowed Su Qing to master over 20 paths. Above the celestial gods there are the god kings. The requirement to break through to God King is to master at least 18 paths and transform the divine domain, ascending to the initial stage of a divine nation. Su Qing was unaware. He was not in a hurry to break through, pondering whether he was the first cultivator to master 20 paths, while still remaining in the realm of true gods. Now, even at the true god level, he faintly sensed the rejection from the human realm. If he were to ascend to celestial god, it would disrupt the balance, and perhaps the source of the realm would just send him away. Upon returning to the Xia kingdom, with Su Qing the only true god of the current era, the Xia kingdom experienced rapid development, gaining increasing fame in the alien battlefield. Especially after the Eastern Domain's dominant immortal clan and the ancient god clan sealed their borders, the resources originally belonging to both clans naturally fell into the hands of the Xia kingdom with Su Qing's help. In just 3 years, the strength of the Xia kingdom soared in all aspects. There were dozens of celestial venerables who mastered the rules, and the elder had already crossed into the realm of great celestial venerable, approaching supremacy. His 3 disciples, Chen Yuqing Zhang 1 and Wang Beibei, all achieved the rank of celestial venerable, their combat prowess being extraordinarily impressive. And there was also Xiao Yan. She had only been cultivating for less than a year, but had already broken through to the Holy Master realm, her rate of advancement deemed terrifying. After all, She mastered the essence of fire, which is generally difficult to enhance, yet she exhibited no signs of struggle. It was as natural as eating or drinking, effortlessly breaking through. 3 years have passed, and the rejection has become increasingly severe. Su Qing stood up, looking out the window, a mysterious aura swirling around him. Nevertheless, with such a significant boost in strength in the martial world of the Xia Kingdom and the trump cards he had left behind, they had no fear even if demigods attacked. It was almost time for him to leave. In the royal court's secret realm, Su Qing held Su Yan's hand, standing before a chaotic celestial passage. The elder, his 3 disciples, and Wang Wen, Wang Wu, Wang Tian, Wang Qin, and Wang Shang all came to see him off. Behind them were over 500 royal court disciples. "Everyone please return," Su Qing said solemnly. "Upon reaching the celestial realm, where powerhouses abound, your highness must be cautious and prioritize your safety," Wang Wen advised. Su Qing nodded. "Qing, you go up first. If you encounter a strong enemy, avoid confrontation for now. Once I also ascend, we can combine our forces to face them and create a grand world." Ha! Su Tianyin laughed. He wanted to reduce the pressure on Su Qing, but his worries were evident in his eyes. In the celestial realm, powerhouses are plentiful, and it is a nearly entirely unfamiliar place. Su Qing going up alone left him uneasy. In his eyes, there was no one who could dominate the human realm, sweep through the immortal divine dragon and spirit clans, forcing them into a sealed state, like the unparalleled king. There was only a foolish boy who always called out, "Grandpa, Grandpa." It had always been this way since childhood. No matter how strong Su Qing became, he was still just his grandson. Su Tianyin did not want him to bear all the pressure alone. He also wanted to help Su Qing share the burden. "Daddy, are you leaving?" Su Yin tightly grasped Su Qing's hand and looked up to ask. "Yes, Daddy is going to a faraway place, but I will come back to see you when I have the time." Su Qing stroked her head, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Unconsciously, his daughter, who once barely reached his waist, was now almost at his chest. She had grown up. "Actually, Xiao Yin can come to find Daddy too," Su Yin suddenly said. She was no longer a child, she understood many things. "All right, Daddy will wait for you there." Su Qing smiled. Pinky swear." The 2 little pinky fingers intertwined. After the promise, Su Qing handed Su Yin over to Su Tianyin. He turned around, stepping into the passage with 1 foot, glancing back for the last time, and laughed heartily. "Everyone see you in the celestial realm." Buzz. The figure in green robes vanished. "Farewell, Prince of the Human King. Travel safely, teacher." "Daddy." Su Yan's eyes turned red, unable to hold back her tears. This was the first true separation from her father since her birth. "Teacher, I will work hard to cultivate and soon catch up with you," Chun Yuqing silently vowed in her heart. Zhang Wen and Wang Beibei also encouraged themselves in their hearts. Especially Zhang Wen. The Zhang family had perished due to collusion with the heavenly teach and foreign races. He had personally ended Zhang Yanxiong and Zhang Yuanling's lives, reclaiming his divine bone. Although it was discarded by him for being dirty, he had finally fulfilled his wish. From then on, his only goal was to follow the most important person in his heart, his teacher, to walk in his footsteps and ascend to the heights of cultivation. Within the celestial passage rumble. Unlike the stable large world passages, this celestial passage was extremely chaotic, constantly undergoing violent turbulence, with terrifying turbulent flows and violent winds passing through from time to time. If Su Qing were not a true god, reaching the celestial realm from this passage would be quite difficult. A slight misstep could lead to death. About an hour passed. A glimmer of light appeared ahead in the passage. Was the celestial realm about to be reached? Boom. A tremendous crashing sound erupted, and the passage shook violently, continuously being compressed and distorted. The twisted passage squeezed Su Qing. Even the holy body could not withstand this terrifying pressure, and he spat out a mouthful of divine blood. He lost consciousness. Miss, there is someone here." A crimson carriage halted by the roadside. Pulling the carriage were 3 red horses, each towering at the height of 2 men, their bodies enveloped in a faint red flame that was not merely their fur. With a snort, flames erupted from their nostrils. Moreover, these 3 horses possessed the strength of the celestial sovereign realm. A group of people surrounded Su Qing, who lay on the ground, battered and bruised. "Miss, do we really have to use the divine ginseng on him?" asked the little maid in a green dress, pouting. "Saving a life is paramount," replied a gentle and soft voice. "But this is a gift for our ancestor's birthday, obtained with great difficulty by the family head. If we use it now." The little maid's voice grew smaller and smaller. Chi Mu Wan furrowed her brow slightly. Thinking of the price her father paid for this divine ginseng, she hesitated. Her father was determined to send him to the sect for the best training. However, it was not easy for collateral relatives to enter the sect, and even if they did, they could easily be marginalized by the direct line of descendants. This ancestor's birthday was a very good opportunity. This divine ginseng was extremely rare and could have a significant effect even on a celestial being like the ancestor. If presented as a gift, if the ancestor was pleased, a single word could secure her place within the sect. The direct line descendants would not dare to bully her. Indeed, Wainer, the divine ginseng concerns your future and should not be used lightly, advised a young man clad in silver armor, tall and handsome. He looked at Chi Mu Wan with unabashed admiration. The young man had the qualifications to do so. Having cultivated for several decades, he had reached the supreme realm. Though not of the Chi Mu family, he was undoubtedly the best among his peers in this branch of the Chi Mu family. Otherwise, Chi Mu Wan's father would not have arranged for him to be the leader of her guards. There was also an intention to bring the two closer. Moreover, we can't be sure if this person is good or evil. He might just be a ruthless demon. Saving him might endanger others. The young man, Xiao Hai, continued. He looked at Su Qing on the ground. Despite being covered in blood and dirt, one could still see a face even more handsome than his, making him feel increasingly displeased. If it weren't for Chi Mu Wan's presence, he would have simply ended this guy with a single strike. Safe. What a joke. Chi Mu Wan pondered for a moment. Give me the knife. A guard handed over a dagger. With a swift motion, she cut off a small piece of the fiery divine ginseng and crouched down to place it by Su Qing's lips. The ginseng flesh flowed into his mouth as if it were melting. Xiao Hai shook his head. Such a precious heavenly treasure wasted like this. The little maid's mouth was practically pointing to the sky. She was very anxious. The miss was perfect in every way, but she was just too kind-hearted. Without the divine ginseng to pave the way, what would they do upon reaching the sect? Chi Mu Wan continued to cut piece after piece, making the others watch with hearts bleeding. Soon, all the divine ginseng was consumed by Su Qing. Under the dual enhancement of the ginseng's powerful medicinal properties and his terrifying recovery ability as a sacred body, he finally began to awaken slowly. He immediately saw the girl squatting before him. Is this the celestial realm? His voice was hoarse. Chi Mu Wan was taken aback. She thought he would ask who she was, but instead he asked if this was the celestial realm. Yes. Wainer stepped back. Xiao Hai pulled Chi Mu Wan behind him, glaring at Su Qing. This person is probably insane, who asks such foolish questions. We should leave quickly. Let's go. Chi Mu Wan nodded. They had already wasted quite some time here and needed to hurry on their journey. Su Qing rose, gently shaking himself, and the blood and dirt on his body instantly fell away. Celestial realm. He surveyed his surroundings. Whoosh. He arrived at the peak of a giant mountain. Su Qing focused his thoughts. Using the essence of spatial origins as the core path with soul path and dark origin path as support, he began to construct a divine domain. Boom. Gradually extending from a single point, it soon formed a vast plane with divine paths merging into it. The divine domain was opened a celestial being. Without stopping, the divine domain continued to undergo transformation. Supported by 20 divine paths, a somewhat illusory vast divine kingdom slowly took shape. The divine kingdom spanned a vast area and a majestic divine aura pervaded. A small figure of the primordial spirit hovered high above the center of the divine kingdom, emitting endless radiance that illuminated the entire divine kingdom. Divine King Realm. After the ascension, Su Qing casually chose a direction to leave. 3 days later, he encountered an old Taoist on the road. Friend. The old Taoist gasped for breath. Su Qing looked at him vaguely, seeing 3 paths within his divine body continuously collapsing. Scattered paths. This old Taoist had little time left. I am Tao Chong, the master of Shinsho Mountain of the Lingtai sect. The old Taoist spoke weakly. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Over the past few days, he had gathered quite a bit of information and learned that he was currently in the territory of the Celestial Realm's Wind Domain. As for the Lingtai sect, it was one of the 2 dominant forces within a billion-mile radius. The sect was filled with powerful beings, and the 9 mountain masters were renowned, all formidable divine kings. Was this old Taoist one of the 9 mountain masters? Su Qing felt some doubt. The old Taoist smiled bitterly and took out a platinum token from his storage ring and handed it to him. Upon receiving it, he realized that this token was also a significant artifact. It read, Master of Shinsho Mountain Tao Chong. Friend, how could you, a master of the Lingtai sect, end up in such a state? Su Qing inquired. Because of a traitor. Tao Chong's voice rose. There is a traitor in the sect who conspired against me while I was away and even arranged for powerful assassins to kill me. I killed all the assassins who attacked me, but it cost me the shattering of my divine path, and I can't survive for much longer. The old Taoist's voice was filled with desolation. He looked at the old man, who was still considered young among divine kings, yet now had to face death, feeling a deep sense of unwillingness. Then why did you stop me? I hope you can help deliver a message to the sect master, and this is your reward. The old Taoist tossed the token to him. From now on, you will be the master of Shinsho Mountain of the Lingtai sect. Good. Su Qing pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. All right. Having this identity would also benefit him in understanding the celestial realm. Good. The old Taoist handed him a jade slip. You will give this jade slip to the sect master Zhou Yuyin, and he will arrange for your ascension to mountain master. After saying this, the old Taoist quickly sat down to meditate. After burying Tao Chong in a beautiful valley, Su Qing set off towards the Lingtai sect with the token and the jade slip. The Lingtai sect is located in the Lingtai mountain range with the 9 main peaks referred to as the 9 mountains. As the dominant force within a billion-mile radius, countless cultivators aspired to join the Lingtai sect. A town had even formed at the foot of Lingtai mountain because of this. Upon arriving at Lingtai city, Su Qing met some members of the Lingtai sect. "It's not yet time for recruitment," said a middle-aged demigod to Su Qing. "You arrived too early, I'll come back in a while." Su Qing smiled slightly, releasing his divine aura. "I am not here to apprentice." The middle-aged demigod's expression changed. "I have seen this esteemed one. Who is in charge here? I wish to meet him." "The elder in charge here is Elder Han Jian of Lingjin Mountain from our sect." The middle-aged man led Su Qing to a pavilion in the city. "Elder," he called respectfully. "What is it?" A faint voice floated over. "Elder, a guest has come to visit." "Guest?" Elder Han Jian was puzzled and swept his divine sense over. "Huh." The next moment, an old man with a white beard appeared outside the pavilion and bowed to Su Qing. "Are you a divine king?" Lingtai Peak. Lingtai Peak is the highest peak in the Lingtai mountain range, piercing the clouds and shrouded in layers of mist. Successive sect leaders would move here upon taking office. In addition to the sect leader, retired mountain lords would also enter Lingtai Peak to become the sect's elder until they passed away. Su Qing and his companion arrived at the grand hall atop the mountain. "Sect leader." Elder Han Jian called out. There was no response. It wasn't until a few breaths later that he said, "Elder Han Jian, what do you seek me for?" "Sect leader, this Su God King claims to have urgent matters for you, which is why I brought him here," Elder Han Jian replied. "Looking for me? Please come in." Elder Han Jian led Su Qing into the hall. Inside the hall stood an elderly man in a snow-white robe with his back turned, hands clasped behind him. "Elder Han Jian, you may leave now." "Yes." The old man turned around, his hair white, yet his face youthful with a faint smile. His eyebrows were long, nearly brushing his cheeks. "I am Zhou Yuyin, the sect leader of Lingtai. I wonder what matters you have, Dao friend Su." The old man spoke softly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He was quite certain he did not know the Su God King before him, and was unaware of what the other party sought him for. "On the behalf of Dao friend Tao Zhong, I am here to deliver this item to sect leader Zhou." Su Qing presented the token and jade slip. "Dao brother Tao." Zhou Yuyin's expression changed slightly. What had happened? The Mountain Lord token was not something that could be casually given to others unless Dao brother Tao had encountered a significant calamity and had no choice but to do so. He quickly checked the contents of the jade slip. Meanwhile, Su Qing was also observing this sect leader Zhou. Beneath what appeared to be a frail body lay an incredibly powerful force, instilling a strong sense of threat in him. A top-tier god king, or perhaps a god king giant. It could only be said that he was indeed worthy of being a formidable force in the region. Sigh. After a long pause, Zhou Yuyin let out a deep sigh. "Dao brother Tao. I will find the traitor and ensure that those who harmed you do not go unpunished." His gaze gradually turned sharp. "Su God King, what is your full name?" "Su Qing," he replied. Zhou Yuyin nodded, erasing the name Tao Zhong from the Mountain Lord token and writing Su Qing instead. "I will honor Dao brother Tao's promise and allow Su God King to replace him as the Mountain Lord of However, Su God King should be aware that you are not originally from our sect, so you cannot enjoy the same treatment as other Mountain Lords, and the others will not agree." Su Qing nodded, just as he had anticipated. "Bodo," Zhou Yuyin called out to someone outside the hall. A few breaths later, a chubby little Taoist entered. "Sect leader." The little Taoist performed a somewhat comical bow. "This is the new Mountain Lord of Shinshio, Su God King Su," Zhou Yuyin introduced. "I have met the Mountain Lord of Shinshio." Bodo hurriedly bowed. Su Qing responded with a smile. Bodo's eyes were filled with surprise. Wasn't the Mountain Lord of Shinshio, Tao Shirshu? "This, Su Mountain Lord, this is my little disciple, and he will take you to Shinshio Mountain to manage its affairs," Zhou Yuyin said. "Thank you, sect leader. By the way, please inform me of the location where Dao brother Tao's remains are buried, as we must bring him back to the sect," Su Qing added. "All right." Su Qing and Botu exited the grand hall. "Su Mountain Lord, please follow me," Botu respectfully said, leading Su Qing towards Shinshio Mountain. Half an hour later, in the Lingtai sect's council hall. "What? No way, absolutely not." Mountain Lord Shinlai Zhou, who slammed the table, vehemently opposing. "Since the founding of Lingtai sect, there has never been a Mountain Lord not from our sect. This is against the rules." "Indeed." Mountain Lord Yu Hung also expressed opposition, saying, "This person has brought news of Dao brother Tao. We should be grateful and perhaps grant him a guest elder position, but how can we directly make him the Mountain Lord? Have the two masters forgotten? The only female Mountain Lord Yushuang gently spoke. Each Mountain Lord has the right to choose their own successor, and the decision of a Mountain Lord counts as 2 votes. So let's vote according to the old rules, we will know the result after voting. Alright, let's vote then. Zhou Yuyan, who had been silent, finally spoke. Opposed. Zhou, who was the first to shout. Opposed. Mountain Lord Yu Hung followed suit. Agree. Upon hearing Mountain Lord Yushuang's agreement, Zhou, who snorted coldly. Opposed. Mountain Lord Ling Jian, eyes closed, spoke succinctly. Agree. Brother Bai Li, how can you? Zhou, who was furious. Junior brother Zhou, this is Dao brother Tao's last wish, we should honor it. Moreover, with us here, Su God King wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Bai Li Chengfeng said with a smile. In the end, among the 8 Mountain Lords present, 5 opposed and 3 agreed. After Zhou Yuyan voted in favor, adding Dao brother Tao's 2 votes, the decision for Su Qing to become the Mountain Lord of Xinxiu was passed with a count of 5 to 6. Absurd. Zhou Hu's face flushed with anger as he waved his sleeve and left. Sect leader Su Qing can become the Mountain Lord, but the resources distributed by Xinxiu Mountain every month must be no reduced to 1/3. Mountain Lord Yu Hung spoke solemnly. Zhou Yuyan frowned. Brother Han, this has gone too far. Mountain Lord Yushuang expressed her dissatisfaction. The matter of the Mountain Lord has nothing to do with the elders, stewards, and disciples of Xinxiu Mountain. Why drag them into it? The resources originally allocated to Xinxiu Mountain were already among the lesser amounts in the 9 mountains. Reducing them to 1/3 would make it difficult for the cultivators of that mountain to maintain their daily practices. We can give the other disciples of Xinxiu Mountain a few days to choose to join one of the other 8 mountains for cultivation. Mountain Lord Yu Hung squinted. Other Mountain Lords looked at him. This was clearly an attempt to make that Su Mountain Lord a mere figurehead. The meeting concluded, and the Mountain Lords dispersed. Outside the hall, Zhou Yuyan silently watched the backs of a few individuals. Zhou Hu, Mountain Lord Yu Hong, Mountain Lord Ling Jian, or others. He did not mention the traitor in front of everyone, only stating that Dao brother Tao had encountered great enemies outside and passed away. Because Dao brother Tao was also uncertain about who the traitor was, Zhou Yuyan dared not raise alarm, only able to investigate in secret. You want something from Xinxiu Mountain, don't you? I don't believe you won't expose yourself. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. This was also the reason why Dao brother Tao, and he pushed Su Qing to become the Mountain Lord of Xinxiu. With such a God King presiding, it would not be so easy for the traitor to covet that item. Furthermore, even if that traitor possessed extraordinary means and eliminated Su Qing, Ling Tai sect would not suffer a loss. A God King not from our sect, what does it matter if he dies? It was of no consequence. In fact, it might even help confirm the identity of the traitor. Inside the Grand Hall of Xinxiu Mountain, Su Qing had just learned of the significant reduction in resources. He himself did not mind, but the other cultivators of Xinxiu Mountain were all in a state of chaos, as if the sky had fallen. The elders and stewards who were originally congratulating Su Qing on becoming the Mountain Lord quickly left, all preoccupied with their own thoughts. Before long, news arrived that the other 8 mountains were open and willing to accept the cultivators from Xinxiu Mountain, causing a stir in Xinxiu Mountain. When the first person left and switched to Yu Hung Mountain, a large number of cultivators from Xinxiu Mountain chose to leave. In just 2 to 3 days, the number of cultivators had decreased by 70 to 80%. Originally, there were 17 Heavenly God elders in Xinxiu Mountain, now only 5 remained. These 5 were either old, crippled, or completely hopeless in their ascension, their cultivation paths nearly severed. They stayed only because they were too lazy to change places. The ordinary disciples were in the same situation. Those who remained were all of average talent with no background or connections and couldn't leave because the other mountains didn't want them. Almost all the famous geniuses had transferred to other sects. Junior brother Luo, are you not leaving? No, staying in Xinxiu Mountain is fine too. Well then, I've joined Yu Hung Mountain. I will visit you when I have time. Another young man shook his head and walked away feeling quite disdainful. Junior brother Luo had decent talent, but would waste his time in Xinxiu Mountain without sufficient resources and guidance from strong experts. What use was good talent? In the future, they would likely become people from 2 different worlds. At the Akaji Manor. Today marks the grand birthday celebration of the old ancestor of the Akaji family, the Akaji, Heavenly God from the Lingtai sect. As a major power supported by the Lingtai sect, the Akaji Manor has quite a reputation, and many guests arrived early in the morning bustling around. The Akaji Heavenly God sat on the grand chair conversing with a few heavenly friends who had personally come to attend. Ancestor, most of the guests have arrived, said Akaji Yuan, the head of the Akaji family, as he approached quietly. Let's begin. The Akaji Heavenly God nodded. The process of the longevity banquet was personally set by him, starting with the various branches of the clan offering their birthday gifts in turn. He was a person who valued face. He had long made it known that if the gifts prepared this time satisfied him, there would be generous rewards. Each branch had started searching everywhere for rare and precious treasures in advance, just to show their faces in front of the ancestor. The longevity banquet has begun. The Akaji clan members present their gifts. Akaji Yuan shouted loudly. As soon as his words fell, the people from the main branch of the Akaji family presented a jade box. From the main branch of the clan, a clear heart divine herb. Upon hearing about the clear heart divine herb, several heavenly beings showed expressions of surprise. The clear heart divine herb is an incredibly rare treasure, highly beneficial for our cultivation. Akaji brother is fortunate. Perhaps he can gain insight into another Tao through this. One of the heavenly beings laughed. Once one reaches the level of a heavenly being, realizing new Tao becomes exceedingly difficult. A single clear heart divine herb is far from sufficient. The Akaji heavenly god felt pleased internally while maintaining a calm demeanor. Yet what he said was indeed true. The more Tao one comprehends, the harder it becomes to grasp other Tao. The existence of various divine paths complicates a cultivator's understanding. Even after cultivating for 10,000 years, the Akaji heavenly god had only comprehended 14 Tao with no clue about the 15th. This illustrates the difficulty involved. Seeing the ancestor engaged in joyful conversation with the other heavenly beings, Akaji Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. He was the head of the Akaji family and also the master of the main branch. His efforts and resources spent to acquire the clear heart divine herb seemed worthwhile, and it appeared that his position as the head was more secure. Next, the second branch of the direct line, 3 drops of flame, ice divine essence. The third branch of the clan. All 7 branches of the Akaji clan presented extremely precious treasures. Listening to the praises from a few friends, the Akaji heavenly god couldn't help but laugh heartily. It was now the turn of the side branches. Miss, what should we do? The little maid was visibly nervous, her face flushed. What to do? The more she spoke, the more anxious she became. Xiaozi, after the ancestor's birthday, we will return. Akaji once said softly, it's not necessary to stay at the clan. Yunyu City is also quite nice. After using the divine ginseng, we have been searching for treasures during this time, yet they are hard to come by, and in the end we found nothing. They could only find a few ordinary items to present as birthday gifts. Sigh. Akaji once sighed lightly. Father Wainer is going to disappoint you again. She was well aware that presenting these items would surely embarrass the ancestor, and it would be impossible for them to remain in the clan afterward. Wainer. Xiao Hai approached. What are you doing here? The little maid glared at him angrily. She had originally thought he was handsome and talented, a good match for the miss. How what a fool she was. In less than half a month at the clan, he abandoned the miss to fawn over other young ladies of the clan, truly a scoundrel. Xiao Hai ignored the little maid. Wainer, I advised you back then not to use the divine ginseng, but you didn't listen. Now you rely on these few items. How can you stay in the clan? Xiao Hai looked at her with disappointment. I have a divine fire lotus seed here. Although it may not catch the Akaji heavenly god's eye, at least it's decent enough not to incur his reproach. Xiao Hai took out a thumb-sized lotus seed burning with fierce flames. The little maid's eyes brightened. Could it be that they misunderstood? Xiao Hai was actually trying to help the miss solve her problem by sacrificing his own interests. She reached out to take it. Xiao Hai withdrew the divine fire lotus seed again. Wainer, this divine fire lotus seed was given to me by Miss Menghua. If you apologize to her, she will give it to you. He pointed to a woman not far away. The woman was dressed luxuriously, stunningly beautiful, resembling a proud swan, with many young men and women flattering her. Clearly, it was Akaji Menghua who bullied the miss. Oh, why should the miss apologize to her? The little maid was furious. What do you know? Miss Menghua is the daughter of the head of the Akaji clan, holding a high position in the clan. Oh, a single word from her could send Wainer back home. Xiao Hai scolded the little maid. Do you want your miss to be stuck in that remote Yunyu city forever with no hope of becoming a divine being? The little maid was speechless. She knew that the clan head had always hoped that the miss could enter the divine path. The miss had average talent. Without the support of the clan, it was nearly impossible to become a divine being. Xiao Hai, just leave. I don't want the divine fire lotus seed, nor will I apologize to Akaji Menghua. Akaji Wan's voice remained gentle, yet resolute. Sai Wainer, you are still so stubborn. Xiao Hai shook his head. It's something that could be resolved with just an apology. Xiao Hai. Akaji Menghua approached. Miss Menghua. Xiao Hai hurried to welcome her. As a side branch, without outstanding talent, what gives you the courage to come to the clan thinking you can stay? Akaji Menghua looked at Akaji Wan with disdain. The little maid glared angrily, wanting to speak, but was covered by Akaji Wan's hand. The little girl was not from the Akaji family. If she spoke out of turn, it was possible for Akaji Menghua to kill her. I came to the clan to celebrate the ancestor's birthday. No need for Miss Menghua to worry. Akaji Wan pulled the little maid away. Some women think that just because they have a bit of beauty, they can challenge and be tough with Miss Menghua. A young man sneered. Indeed, Miss Menghua has been accepted as a disciple by the main master of the Lingtai sect, and will soon be admitted. How can she be compared to her? In the end, she is just a person from a small place with a narrow vision. One after another mocking remarks were hurled at the two. The little maid's eyes turned red, especially when she heard Xiao Hai continuously slandering the miss in front of Akaji Menghua, even uttering vile words like slut and available for all, causing everyone to laugh heartily. Tears streamed down her face. Miss, why do they bully us like this? We clearly did nothing wrong, sob. Akaji Wan sighed, lightly holding the little maid in her arms. Why? Because we are weak. They know we lack the ability to resist, which is why they dare to humiliate and bully us so brazenly. But she didn't voice this, wiping the little maid's tears. Let's go, it's our turn to present the gifts. Besides the 7 main branches, the Akaji Manor had 34 side branches spread across its domain. Yunyu City Branch. Akaji Yuan called out. Akaji Yuan held the birthday gift and walked up. The little maid was very nervous and scared, clutching her clothes into several twisted, wrinkled bunches. Xiaozi, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. You must accompany the miss and bear it together. The little maid encouraged herself in her heart. Akaji Yuan looked at the birthday gift in Akaji Yuan's hands, taken aback for a moment. Ahem, Yunyu City Branch, 1 spirit fruit, 1 bottle of origin grass true pill, and 1 rune divine sword. A brief silence enveloped the entire venue. The branch of Yunyu City was the first to present 3 gifts as congratulatory offerings, indeed ranking first in quantity. However, these 3 items were too ordinary, easily obtainable. Their value was not particularly high. To present such gifts at the grand banquet for the Redwood Divine was bound to make the future of Yunyu City's branch rather difficult. Many members of the Redwood clan thought to themselves. Huffed. Redwood Menghua chuckled. It seems that there's no need for me to speak. They won't be able to remain in the sect any longer. She glanced over, noting that her ancestor's expression had already darkened. Haha, having grown accustomed to rare treasures, I'm somewhat surprised by something so common. A divine being laughed. He meant no harm, merely jesting. However, to the ears of the Redwood Divine, it felt like a loss of face in front of his friends. Humph. Just as the Redwood Divine was about to lose his temper, a member of the Redwood clan reported, Elder Cookie, the Autumn Divine has arrived. Autumn Divine. The Redwood Divine was taken aback. He was an elder of the 10,000 Spirits Mountain, with significant interactions across various mountains. He knew the Autumn Divine, but their relationship could only be described as average. Why would he personally attend his birthday banquet? Quickly invite him in. Although unsure of the reason, the Redwood Divine would not treat guests with disrespect. Haha, Elder Redwood, I hope you'll forgive my uninvited presence. Elder Cookie strode over. No need for formalities, Elder Cookie. Please take a seat. The Redwood Divine replied with a smile. Other divine beings also stood up to greet Elder Cookie. Seizing the opportunity for these prominent figures to chat, Redwood One took the chance to leave with her maid. Elder Redwood, the Mountain Master, has entrusted me to bring a gift. Elder Cookie suddenly said. Mountain Master. Is it Mountain Master Su of the Divine Show Mountain? Indeed. The Redwood Divine was taken aback. He was aware of the events following the change of Mountain Master at the Divine Show Mountain, but still, that was one of the 9 Mountain Masters, a genuine Divine King. To have such a figure send him a gift for his birthday genuinely took him by surprise. After all, as an elder of the 10,000 Spirits Mountain, even the Mountain Master of the 10,000 Spirits had merely congratulated him verbally, let alone the other Mountain Masters. Elder Cookie opened the red box. This is a Divine Grade Enlightenment Pill. The Redwood Divine's eyes widened as he hurriedly took the box. It truly is a Divine Grade Enlightenment Pill. Looking at the quality, it is not an ordinary Divine Grade Enlightenment Pill. Other divine beings exclaimed in astonishment. This item was extremely rare. Every time it appeared, it was quickly bought, and even they as divine beings had seldom seen it. With this Divine Grade Enlightenment Pill, the chance for the Redwood Divine to comprehend a new path had significantly increased. He couldn't believe it. He racked his brain, unable to think of any connection he had with the Mountain Master of the Divine Show, wondering why he would send him such a precious treasure. Elder Cookie, this. He cast a questioning glance. The Mountain Master said this is to thank the Redwood House for raising a good daughter. Elder Cookie smiled slightly. He didn't quite understand what that meant, but that's how the Mountain Master had said it. Raised a good daughter. This reason was unexpected for the Redwood Divine. He looked at the many female members of the Redwood House. Could it be that someone had helped Mountain Master Su, and that person had sent this Divine Grade Enlightenment Pill as a return gift? But how significant a favor would it take to warrant such a precious gift? Nevertheless, hearing the envious voices of his friends, he felt a swell of pride and didn't think further. In any case, the Divine Grade Enlightenment Pill was real, and it was indeed in his possession. Does anyone know that Mountain Master Su? Redwood Yuan quietly asked the surrounding clan members. The Redwood House was closely connected to the Spirit Platform sect, so they naturally knew that the recent significant event in the sect was the fall of the former Mountain Master of the Divine Show Tao Chong and the change of leadership. The crowd exchanged glances. The new mountain master had just taken office, and since he was not of their sect, how could they possibly know him? Father, I was out recently, and happened to encounter an old cultivator, even helped him with a task. Could he be the mountain master of the divine show? Redwood Menghua suddenly spoke. Oh, Redwood Yuan's eyes lit up. Since none of the clan members recognized Mountain Master Su, it might very well be that his daughter had helped him leading to today's events. Thinking of this, he hurried over to the Redwood Divine and whispered a few words. The Redwood Divine looked over after listening, his gaze landing on Redwood Menghua, nodding in appreciation. Other clan members could hardly hide their envy and jealousy. First, she was accepted as a named disciple by Mountain Master Yueheng, and now she had gained the favor of the Mountain Master of the Divine Show. Once Redwood Menghua joined the Spirit Platform sect, she was bound to soar to great heights. They could only suppress their dissatisfaction and jealousy, crowding around Redwood Menghua, hoping to latch onto her future success. 3 days later, just after the Redwood Divine's birthday banquet concluded, Redwood Wan set out with her maid Bai Ji and a group of guards on the road back to Yunyu City. She turned back for one last glance at the magnificent Redwood house, sighing slightly within. This place ultimately did not belong to her. Redwood Wan had little yearning for the sect, she merely did not want to disappoint her father. Wainer, Xiao Hai ran out. Here are 100,000 spirit crystals, take them with you. I won't be going back. Miss Menghua said that in a few days the Spirit Platform sect will open for new disciples, and she will take me in with her. Xiao Hai's face held a hint of self-satisfaction. That was the Spirit Platform sect, a sacred place for cultivation in the hearts of many, a super large sect. To be able to enter for cultivation was something he had never even dared to dream of. Even if he entered as Redwood Menghua's attendant, it was still a rare opportunity. After delivering the spirit crystals, Xiao Hai turned and left. Many were coveting his position as an attendant. He had to serve Redwood Menghua well to avoid being taken away. Xiao Zi threw the spirit crystals to the ground. The master should not have let this guy come. He was supposed to escort the young lady, yet he ran off himself. Redwood One shook her head. People always strive for higher ground, just as water flows downward. Xiao Hai has good cultivation talent. Returning to Yunyu City with me would only be a waste. Of course, he shouldn't miss the chance to enter the Spirit Platform sect. But he knows very well that Redwood Menghua bullies you, yet he still stands by that woman's side. You two grew up together. The little maid was very angry. Stop talking, it's already happened. Oh, let's go back. No, miss. Xiao Zi rarely voiced her disagreement. Didn't that guy say that the Spirit Platform sect would open for new disciples in a few days? You should give it a try too. Me? Redwood One asked in surprise. You know my talent. I'm only of average aptitude. The Spirit Platform sect won't accept me. But how would you know without trying? That wicked girl was accepted as a named disciple by a mountain master. You surely can too. Perhaps a mountain master might take a liking to you. That's impossible. Oh, how could? I'll miss. Fine, I can't argue with you. Let's wait another 2 days. Soon it was the day of the Ling Tai sect's mountain opening and disciple recruitment. Early in the morning, a large number of young cultivators gathered outside Ling Tai City, waiting for the entrance trial to begin. There are just too many people. Looking at the dense crowd, Xiao Zi exclaimed. Since everyone is here, they might as well give it a try. Good luck, miss. Before long, a booming voice echoed from above. Cultivators here for the Ling Tai sect's entrance trial may now enter the mountain. Immediately, the crowd surged into the mountain. The interior was filled with white mist, and once inside, one could only see a few meters ahead, severely obstructing visibility. I hope the mist can pass. Watching Chi Mu Wan's figure slowly disappear, the little maid silently prayed in her heart. Shunxiu Mountain. With a reduction of 7 to 8% of the cultivators, the previously bustling Shunxiu Mountain became quite desolate, with only a few cultivators passing by. Su Qing sat at the Mountain Lord's position, while Elder Ku Chiu was below. Mountain Lord, today is the day of the 10-year mountain opening and disciple recruitment in the sect. Will you go check it out later? Elder Ku Chiu asked. Mountain opening and recruitment. Su Qing pondered. I will go if I have the time. Elder Ku Chiu nodded. Then Mountain Lord, you had better go take a look. After a while there will be the Nine Mountains Conference, but you know the current situation in the mountain. Many outstanding disciples have left, and this mountain opening is a good opportunity to replenish some excellent fresh blood. Understood. Su Qing was not particularly concerned about the Nine Mountains Conference. However, since Elder Ku Chiu mentioned it, he thought to ask, who among the remaining disciples is the most outstanding? There are 7 core disciples remaining, with Luo Zhen being the strongest in talent and strength. His realm of the 4 true gods is undoubtedly the highest among the current disciples of Shunxiu Mountain. Luo Zhen. Call him here. Yes. A few minutes later, a tall young man dressed in black, looking ordinary, approached and respectfully bowed to Su Qing. Greetings, Mountain Lord. Su Qing put down the ancient book Chronicles of the Celestial Realm, looked at him, and smiled slightly, a purple light flickering in his eyes. He uttered softly. What was originally just a subconscious probe unexpectedly led him to discover something interesting. Luo Zhen's heart tightened, unsure of what this man had perceived. It shouldn't be. He had met with Mountain Master Tao several times without being seen through. Perhaps it was just an illusion. He, the path of death and the death body, exist. You are a member of the Luo clan, Su Qing said with a smile. Boom. Luo Zhen felt as if a thunderbolt struck his heart, ringing loudly. He had not expected that despite hiding for so long and never revealing the path of death or the death body in the sect, he would be seen through by this new Mountain Lord. Mountain Lord, Luo Zhen's face turned pale. He knew very well that as the celestial enemies of the celestial realm, if the Earth realm cultivator was discovered in the celestial realm, they would be hunted down by everyone. Moreover, he was a member of the Luo clan. The Luo clan is a super clan that stands shoulder to shoulder with the Yin clan in the Earth realm. The clan possesses many powerful beings, having shed the blood of countless strong ones from the celestial realm. In a normal state, members of the Luo clan are no different from the human race, and can only be identified through their innate death body and the power of death. Su Qing only learned these things by reading the chronicles of the celestial realm. After reading, he understood that the current Earth realm is divided between the Yin clan and the Luo clan, with both clans being immensely powerful, far surpassing the single top clans of the celestial realm. Seeing Luo Zhen's pale face, Su Qing smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I won't do anything to you." Does Mountain Lord mean? Regardless of whether you are a member of the Luo clan or not, here you only have one identity, and that is a disciple of Shunxiu Mountain. Do you understand? Disciple. Understood. Luo Zhen breathed a sigh of relief. The reason I called you here is related to the Nine Mountains Conference, Su Qing continued. Other talents from Shunxiu Mountain have left, and I hope you can take on this heavy responsibility. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhen hesitated for a moment. Without relying on the path of death and the death body, I can't be sure I can defeat others. Perhaps I won't even make it into the top 30. The path of death is his core path, and the death body greatly enhances his combat power. But the key is he doesn't dare to use it. Using it would likely lead to being taken down by the strong ones in the sect on the spot. Relying on other paths, his combat power could only be considered above average among the core disciples of the true God realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be seen as an ordinary genius in the eyes of others. I will help you. Help me. Luo Zhen wondered. With little time left before the Nine Mountains Conference began, how much could the Mountain Lord help him increase his combat power in such a short time? At the plaza, Qimu Wan passed the entrance trial. However, this did not mean she could become a disciple of Ling Tai. She looked around. At least 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators had passed the trial. Yet Ling Tai sect only recruits 800 people each time, and only about 1/5 of these can remain. The ones who decide whether they can stay are the celestial elders sent by each mountain. With the powerful divine sense of the celestial elders, they are fully aware of all cultivators' performances during the entrance trial and have long made their choices. Not a single Mountain Lord was present. Generally, only when a stunning genius appears among the cultivators participating in the entrance trial will these elders report to their Mountain Lord to compete for talents. Clearly, none of the cultivators in this batch caught their attention. The first to select was Wanling Mountain. The elder from Wanling Mountain was none other than the celestial elder Qi Mu. He took out a pre-prepared list and said loudly, "Those whose names I call, come to me. Chen Xing, Ma Dongsheng, Lei Yun." One by one names were called out by Qi Mu, and the cultivators whose names were called showed joy and eagerly ran to stand beside him. After finishing the names, Wanling Mountain's new disciple group had about 70 to 80 people. The cultivators who were not selected looked at them with envy. Wanling Mountain. This is the first mountain among the 9 mountains, the place where most of them wish to go. Next, the disciples were selected in order from Yuheng Mountain, Lingjin Mountain, and Yushuang Mountain. Among them, Lingjin Mountain only recruits sword cultivators, and Yushuang Mountain only recruits female disciples. Qi Mu Wan understood that if she could enter the Ling Tai sect, Yushuang Mountain would be the most likely. Unfortunately, until the elder from Yushuang Mountain put away the list, she still did not hear her name. She realized that her hope of entering the Ling Tai sect was slim. Time passed quickly. 8 of the 9 mountains had finished selecting disciples and left, leaving only Elder Ku Qiu representing Shunxiu Mountain still there. The cultivators who had not been selected looked at him nervously. This was the last chance to enter the Ling Tai sect. Han Long. How I got selected. A youth in the crowd jumped up excitedly. Lu Yinfeng. Gu Yuan. The names being called grew increasingly numerous. Qi Mu Wan clenched her fists, feeling a rare sense of tension. In the end, she still wasn't among them. Huff. I can go back now. Though she had not held much hope from the start, she still felt a bit disappointed. Buzz. A figure in green appeared silently beside Elder Ku Qiu. Su Qing suddenly remembered that today was the mountain opening and recruitment, so he specially came to take a look. It seemed like it was about to end. At this moment he raised his brow and spotted Chi Mu Wan in the crowd. What a coincidence, he said with a smile. Little girl, do you wish to take me as your master? A gentle voice echoed above the plaza. The eliminated cultivators preparing to leave turned around in unison. Who is speaking? Who wants to take on a disciple? At this moment the revered Ku Chiu Tian Shun, who stood high in her eyes comparable to her own ancestor, was respectfully following behind that young man. Chi Mu Wan recognized him at a glance. This was the person they had saved on their way to the sect. Who is he? Are you willing to be my disciple? Su Qing asked her again. Chi Mu Wan then realized he was asking her. Little girl, this is our Shinshou Mountains master, Su Ku Chiu Tian Shun said with a smile. He was also somewhat puzzled. He didn't understand why the master had taken an interest in this ordinary girl. But he wouldn't speak out. Wasn't the eye of the divine king sharper than his? Perhaps this girl possessed some qualities he had not discovered. Master, Shinshou Mountain Master. The other cultivators erupted in excitement. To have a master descend and take on a disciple, they looked at Chi Mu Wan with rising envy and jealousy, wishing they could take her place. To become a disciple of a master, that would be a fortune earned over several lifetimes. Chi Mu Wan stood in place stunned. He wants to take me as a disciple. She had always been calm and composed, but at this moment her mind felt muddled, buzzing. You are unwilling. I am willing. She regained her senses. Disciple Chi Mu Wan pays respects to master. Chi Mu Wan bowed deeply and prostrated before Su Qing. Let's go. With a wave of Su Qing's large sleeves, the two disappeared in an instant, leaving only a faint voice behind. Thank you, Elder Ku Chiu, for bringing the new disciple back to Shinshou Mountain. Shinshou Palace is the place where the Shinshou Mountain Master practices daily, located at the peak of Shinshou Mountain, and even the heavenly elders cannot enter easily without a summons from the master. Master, Chi Mu once said softly, there are still people waiting for me in Lingtai City. Su Qing nodded. I will have someone bring them here. Here, take this. He took out a divine body pill. Even in the collections of the demon lord such items are scarce. Using one means one less. The spirit of the demon mountain had also fallen into slumber. Otherwise he would not have to rely on joining the Lingtai sect and reading ancient texts to understand the heavenly realm. He could simply ask the demon spirit directly. As a weapon of the demon lord, the spirit of the demon mountain surely knew many secrets of the heavenly realm. Looking at the divine body pill, Chi Mu Wan hesitated for a moment, but swallowed it. Ding! A notification sounded. Gifted the disciple divine body pill, triggering a 1000-fold critical hit. Obtained super divine body pill. After Chi Mu Wan awakened an ordinary divine body, Su Qing took out the super divine body pill for her. Moments later the Shinshou Palace was filled with brilliant light, a pure white beam shooting into the sky, startling many powerful figures of the Lingtai sect. Su Qing hadn't expected such a commotion. Master, what is this? Chi Mu Wan gasped in astonishment. What kind of pill was this that could allow her to transform from an ordinary body into such a powerful physique? The Taichu's sacred light, divine body. This was a type she had never heard of yet. She could perceive its profundity and strength. Sounds of tearing through the air came continuously. It was the sect leader Zhou Yuyan and the other 8 mountain masters, all arriving at the peak of Shinshou Mountain. Master Su, what happened? Zhou Yuyan asked. However, the white light and sacred aura surrounding Chi Mu Wan had not entirely receded. The divine kings could tell at a glance. What kind of powerful physique must she have awakened to create such a shocking celestial phenomenon? Several mountain masters looked at Chi Mu Wan with fiery gazes. A special physique is not necessarily something one is born with. Cases of awakening later are not uncommon. Clearly this girl before them belonged to the latter category. Moreover, the awakened physique was exceedingly strong, very strong. At least for their cultivation levels and statuses, it was the first time they had seen such a thing. Several mountain masters felt regret. Had they known they should have personally come to recruit disciples this time, perhaps they could have taken this girl under their wing. Now, she had been cheaply taken by the Shinshou Mountain Master. Given the current situation of Shinshou Mountain, isn't it a waste to keep such a genius here? I think she should go to another mountain to cultivate. Master Shun Lai Zhou, who snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, the others also thought it made sense. How could such a genius be left to Su Qing, this outsider? Sect leader Zhou Yuyan couldn't help but waver. However, thinking of the traitor among the mountain masters, he dismissed the idea. What if this girl fell into the hands of the traitor? Wouldn't that be like sheep entering the tiger's den? What is your name? The master of Yushuang Mountain asked with a friendly smile. Yushuang Mountain only recruited female disciples, which made the overall quality of disciples not as high as those of other mountains. It was rare for a super genius girl to appear, and she decided to act first. In response to the master, my disciple's name is Chi Mu Wan. Chi Mu. Master Bailey Chengfeng's eyes lit up. Are you a descendant of Elder Chi Mu? Yes, she replied. Good. Your ancestor is an elder of Wanling Mountain. You should come to Wanling Mountain where you can cultivate and reunite with family. Two birds with one stone. Bailey Senior Brother. Yushuang Mountain Master frowned. Wanling Mountain has many geniuses. You still want to compete with me for this girl? Hey Junior Sister, that is not what I meant. I am also thinking about this girl's future. You two stop arguing. I think she should come to my Yueheng Mountain to avoid any discord between you. Hehe Master of Yueheng Mountain, you think too highly of yourself. I have already become a disciple. Shi Mu Wan couldn't help but whisper as the several mountain masters argued over her. What did you say? The Yushuang Mountain Master and the others stopped simultaneously. Alright, Shi Mu Wan has already paid respects to Master Su, everyone should disperse now. Zhou Yuyin said slowly. Master Shin Lai Zhou Ha's expression darkened. He sneered. With him, does he deserve it? He disliked this outsider, and even suspected that Tao Chong's death was related to him, even that it was done by Su Qing. Su Qing, who had been smiling, felt his smile gradually fade upon hearing Zhou Ha's words. Does Master Shin Lai have any objections to me? What if I do? Zhou Hu stepped forward, the aura of a divine king spreading out. The two were on the verge of conflict. Everyone stop! Zhou Yuyin shouted loudly. Boom! An invisible pressure fell upon Su Qing and Zhou Hu. Only then did they cease their actions. At least they were top-tier divine kings, having mastered at least 30 paths. Su Qing began to form a judgment in his heart. As the head of the Lingtai, Zhou Yuyin's formidable strength was not beyond Su Qing's expectations. Under the intervention of the sect leader, several mountain masters dispersed. Master, have I caused you trouble? Seeing Su Qing and Master Shin Lai on the verge of confrontation, Shi Mu Wan felt quite guilty. It has nothing to do with you. Su Qing shook his head. That Zhou Hu is nothing to worry about. Even Zhou Yuyin, if he truly exerted himself, Su Qing believed the one to die would certainly be him. Wow! The hall was illuminated with flickering lights. Master, they are urging us to quickly obtain the holy artifact fragment. Urging? What good does that do? If they have the ability, let them come and take it themselves. His voice carried a hint of anger. I thought that luring Tao Chong out to eliminate him would allow for a wide search in Shinsho Mountain, but unexpectedly another Su Qing has emerged from who knows where. In the council hall, the sect master and several mountain lords gathered together. The saintess of the Yaoqi sacred land. Su Qing said, somewhat surprised. Indeed, Zhou Yu replied with a nod. The patriarch of Lingtai hails from the Yaoqi sacred land, and during several crises faced by our sect, it was precisely the support of the sacred land that enabled us to survive. Now that the saintess is coming to our Yin prefecture, our sect should go to welcome and entertain her. Are you suggesting that I go to greet her? Yes, the other mountain lords have urgent matters to attend to, and can only trouble Mountain Master Su to make the trip. Alright, Su Qing said, not asking further questions. It's just picking someone up, or it won't take much time. The next day, he set off early down the mountain. The space of the heavenly realm is much more solid than that of the human realm. Even though he mastered the essence of spatial principles, his cultivation at the Divine King level still couldn't support long-distance spatial shuttling. He could only shuttle a short distance before emerging and then fly. Upon arriving at a certain location, he raised his brow, sensing something unusual around him. Su Qing stopped. He discovered that several hidden auras were locking onto him. They really are coming for me. He thought, confused. How long had he been in the heavenly realm? He hadn't made any enemies yet. Then he thought of Tao Chong, who had also perished while being ambushed. Su Qing began to understand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 powerful divine auras surged into the sky. What a grand gesture. Su Qing murmured, 3 divine kings. I wonder how I offended the 3 of them. Dead men don't need to know too much. The 3 clearly did not intend to say much to Su Qing, simultaneously launching an attack aiming to kill him in the shortest time possible. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying shockwave almost instantly destroyed everything around Su Qing, and the powerful fluctuations of the Tao turned the clear sky into chaos. Colorful lights swept through, and even Su Qing's sacred body felt a slight, stinging sensation. A glimmer flickered in Su Qing's eyes. In the next moment, the 3 divine kings were enveloped in darkness, trapped in endless blackness. Break! One divine king shouted angrily, attempting to shatter the darkness. Puff! A fist wrapped in chaotic energy imbued with imperial might struck him, tearing his physical body apart. Ah! The divine king cried out in pain, his forehead glowing with divine light, as he summoned the fragments of his divine body to reassemble. Slap! Su Qing smashed the head, crushing his primordial spirit. The divine king fell. 5-colored divine light. The other 2 divine kings shouted in unison. The colorful divine light converged into a beam breaking through the darkness. Whoosh! Su Qing's eyes shot out 2 beams of brilliance, his sacred body radiating light, as his blood vitality surged like a vast ocean, casting the Hanhai divine spear. The divine spear pierced through the dark space, breaking through the 5-colored divine light, and accurately striking the chests of the two divine kings, pinning them down like candied haws. They struggled desperately, crystalline divine blood gushing forth. Presumptuous. We are divine kings of the Peacock Sacred Clan. To dare kill us is to seek death. One divine king shouted, his tone filled with fear and threat. They genuinely did not expect that with the three divine kings mobilized, killing this person would be an easy task. Instead, they had flipped over in the gutter, now struggling for their lives. Su Qing didn't care about their powerful backgrounds. If they dared to come for him, they had to be prepared for a counterattack. Three divine kings. One at the 23rd Dao, one at the 25th Dao, and the last at the 26th Dao. Such a powerful combination would be hard for ordinary divine kings to escape from, but unfortunately, they encountered him. After the three fell, they left behind 74 Dao. However, many of them were duplicates, and after removing the extras, there were still 58 left. Once Su Qing completely devoured them, the number of Daos within him surged from 20 to 78. To be a divine king giant, one must at least master 49 Daos. To be a divine sovereign, one must master at least 81 Daos. Now Su Qing only needed to elevate his divine kingdom to a higher level to leap from divine king to divine king giant, directly bypassing the peak divine king stage. However, promoting the divine kingdom required considerable time, and he still needed to go greet the Saintess of Yaoqi, so he could only suppress his desire for a breakthrough for now. The Peacock Sacred Clan. Su Qing pondered. He had seen this race in ancient texts. It was a branch of the demon race, one of the leaders of the demon race during its prime. Although it had declined over the past 10,000 years, even a starving camel is larger than a horse. It still cannot be underestimated and remains one of the demon's sacred lands that ordinary factions could only look up to. At least compared to the Lingtai sect, it was leagues ahead. Perhaps only the Yaoqi sacred land had the qualifications to challenge it. Su Qing put away the Hanhai spear. Except for the one that was blown apart, the two fallen peacock divine kings had reverted to their true forms, their massive blue-green bodies lying on the ground like two small mountains. Seeing this, he collected the two demon bodies as well. These were good materials. Whether boiled, fried, stewed, or roasted, they would likely taste excellent and should not go to waste. Moreover, these meats were soaked in divine energy far superior to ordinary divine fruits and herbs, greatly benefiting cultivation. Su Qing roasted a piece on the spot. After taking a bite, the juicy meat oozed oil, the aroma surrounded his nostrils, and the abundant spiritual energy surged forth. This was leagues better than any meat he had eaten before. After indulging, Su Qing arrived at Yefeng City. This was a large city located at the border of Yan Prefecture and Ling Prefecture, bustling and prosperous with many cultivators. Yefeng City was a trade city with many auction houses and black markets, attracting numerous strong figures, and divine Dao cultivators were not uncommon. He entered the city and found an inn to stay. It was now afternoon. According to estimates, the Saintess of Yaoqi would arrive in Yefeng City tomorrow morning, and he still needed to wait half a day. He ordered a pot of spiritual wine and found a window seat. While listening to other cultivators chat casually. Why do I feel like there are more cultivators in the city these days? A scar-faced man looked at the street, puzzled. I don't know, but there are indeed a lot of unfamiliar strong ones. My cousin's second aunt's nephew works at the city lord's mansion, and he said the city lord has been hosting quite a few outsiders recently. His companion whispered. Could it be that some treasure is about to appear? Who knows? What does it have to do with us small cultivators whether it appears or not? Drink, drink. Su Qing listened. The sudden arrival of the Saintess of Yaoqi wouldn't really mean some treasure was about to surface, would it? Thump, thump, thump. A deep and rhythmic sound echoed. Dozens of heavily armored knights rode on giant divine bulls at least 5 or 6 meters tall, moving slowly. Pedestrians quickly scattered, afraid of being trampled by these behemoths. The knight at the front was incredibly imposing, with an arm as thick as a person's waist, wielding a massive black hammer, exuding a rough, savage, and fierce aura. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. This knight was a divine king giant. The knights behind him were all divine kings and peak divine kings. Are these people from the Mangniu clan? He recalled relevant information in his mind. The Mangniu clan was one of the demon race overlords from the neighboring Ling prefecture. They were exceptionally powerful, focusing on the path of strength, with clan members possessing terrifying strength, and few dared to compete with them in terms of power among their peers. The clan had many strong members, with several divine sovereigns among them. What are these foolish bulls doing in Yefeng City? A cultivator murmured beside him. Chill. Don't let these guys hear you. If they do, don't blame me for not warning you when they turn you into a meat pie with a single slap. The next morning, Su Qing encountered the Saintess of the Yaoqi. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she accentuated her graceful and slender figure, her skin even whiter than the dress, dazzling to the eyes. With light steps, her long legs were subtly revealed, drawing attention. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall down her snow-white neck. The lower half of her face, veiled in sheer white fabric, her enchanting eyes seemed to possess a magical allure, enticing others to explore further. Many cultivators displayed expressions of infatuation. How could there be such a beautiful woman? Is she a celestial maiden? Humph! The old man in black beside the saintess of Yaoqi snorted coldly. Like thunder erupting in the ears of the crowd, the cultivators instantly awoke, no longer daring to stare, leaving in fear. Insect-like characters dare to show disrespect to the saintess. In addition to the saintess of Yaoqi and the old man in black, there were several young men and women accompanying them, all outstanding disciples from the sacred grounds, speaking with an air of arrogance. Though young, they had already reached the realm of divine kings, comparable to the older generation, thus deserving their pride. Ningyao, I have met Sushan Master. The saintess of Yaoqi spoke softly. Upon her speaking, Su Qing understood what it meant to possess beauty and a sweet voice. Her melodious voice sounded incredibly pleasant, evoking no feelings of malice. Ahem. The old man in black lightly coughed, his eyes filled with warnings. He thought Su Qing was lost in admiration for his saintess. In fact, Su Qing was merely thinking how unfortunate it was that such beautiful legs as those of the saintess of Yaoqi were not being used for riding a tricycle. When does the saintess plan to accompany me to the Ling Tai sect? Let's leave now. The elder of Ling Tai was very close to my master, akin to brothers, so I ought to pay my respects upon arriving in Yinzhou. The master of the Yaoqi, the saint. This master is not the same as the one in the human realm, but a true sovereign of a sacred land, a powerhouse ruling over a domain. Speaking of which, the founding ancestor of the Ling Tai sect has been in repose for tens of thousands of years, so the saint of Yaoqi must be at least several tens of thousands of years old. Su Qing returned to the Ling Tai sect with a few from the Yaoqi sacred land. Next came the matters of Zhou Yuyan and others. Upon returning to the Xinshou mountain, he began secluding himself. For half a month he advanced his divine kingdom from the initial stage to the intermediate stage, and then from the intermediate stage to the advanced stage. A giant of the divine king realm. When he emerged from seclusion, the Nine-Mountain Conference was just about to begin. However, although Su Qing had been in seclusion during this time, he had already set a plan for Luo Zhan and Qi Mu Wan's advancement. With the various treasures he provided after critical hits, along with several powerful secret techniques, he imparted their combat power could be described as skyrocketing. Achieving good results at the Nine-Mountain Conference was certainly not a problem. The Nine-Mountain Conference was held once every 20 years, divided into 3 levels of competition: ordinary disciples, elite disciples, and core disciples. Qi Mu Wan would compete as an elite disciple, while Luo Zhan would compete as a core disciple. Saintess, please take a seat. Zhou Yuyan cheerfully invited the saintess of Yaoqi to sit at the head of the table. The viewing platform spread out from the center, with the left starting from the saintess of Yaoqi, followed by the old man in black and the disciples of the sacred ground. The right started with Zhou Yuyan, followed by several mountain masters. All elite disciples, be ready. The battles among the ordinary disciples had already concluded, and the elite disciple conference was about to commence. Qi Mu Wan. The voice carried surprise. Among the elite disciple team of Yu Hung Mountain, Qi Mu Menghu frowned, looking at the girl from the Xinshou Mountain team. How did she enter the Ling Tai sect? Menghu Jr. sister, who are you looking at? Asked a nearby disciple of Yu Hung Mountain. That one. Qi Mu Menghu pointed with her chin. She is a relative from a branch of the Qi Mu family. Oh, so that girl is from your Qi Mu family. Impressive. My junior sister Menghu has been accepted as a disciple by the Mountain Master, and that one has also been taken as a disciple by the Master of Xinshou Mountain. 2 disciples from one family. It seems the Qi Mu family is on the rise. What a... Qi Mu Menghu's eyebrows almost stood on end. The Master of Xinshou Mountain accepted her as a disciple. Yes. Upon hearing this, she nearly ground her silver teeth to dust. Why? That wretched woman, why? With such ordinary talent, how could she gain the favor of the Master of Xinshou Mountain? Huff. She exhaled. At this conference, don't let me run into you. Time passed. Wangling Mountain, Zhou Yi victory. The defeated disciple of Xinshou Mountain walked down dejectedly. This was already the 6th consecutive defeat for the elite disciples of Xinshou Mountain. Insufficient strength coupled with bad luck led to continued defeats, causing the morale of the Xinshou Mountain team to be quite low. Xinshou Mountain Qi Mu Wan. Yuheng Mountain Qi Mu Menghu, an elder shouted. Both are surnamed Qi Mu. This is an internal family battle. Interesting, truly interesting. Junior sister Wan, go for it. The disciples of Xinshou Mountain cheered for her. However, they did not hold out much hope. Although she was a mountain master's disciple, she had joined the sect for too short a time. Even if she had just barely broken through to become an elite disciple, how strong could her combat power be? Everyone believed that Su Qing wanted her to participate in the conference to gain some experience. Qi Mu Tianshan was also quite surprised. He remembered the family members who entered the Ling Tai sect. but he did not recall anyone named Chimu Wan. Especially when he heard an elder say that she was a newly accepted disciple of the master of Shinsho Mountain, his surprise deepened. How could he not know about a genius like this in the family? It wasn't until he saw the two ascend to the arena that he recalled. So it was her. In that case, the master of Shinsho Mountain sending someone with the divine grade enlightenment pill was because of this. Chimu Wan. From a distance, Xiao Hai was also dumbfounded. As a retainer, he could not enter to watch the battle up close, only joining the excitement from afar with other retainers. Wainer, how did you enter the Ling Tai sect? He could not comprehend. Chimu Wan's talent was not as good as his. How was she chosen? Xiao Hai hurriedly scanned the crowd of retainers. After a while he indeed spotted the little maid Xiao Zi straining on tiptoe to see the arena. Xiao Zi, Wainer. How did she get in? He rushed over to ask the little maid. Of course, it's because the young lady is outstanding that she was selected. The little maid glanced at him. Impossible. Xiao Hai blurted out. The little maid's expression darkened. Your impossibility does not mean the young lady is impossible. Xiao Zi walked aside muttering. The young lady has become a disciple of the master of Shinsho Mountain. What could be impossible? Xiao Hai's mind went blank. He regretted it. Had he known that Chimu Wan could enter the Ling Tai sect and become a mountain master's disciple, why was he still clinging to the leg of Chimu Minghu? Every day being scolded like a dog, having to smile and flatter, not daring to show the slightest dissatisfaction. If he had followed Chimu Wan with their friendship, his life would have been much more comfortable and enjoyable. Thinking this, he straightened his clothes and put on a smile as he went to find Xiao Zi. On the arena, for the sake of our clan, concede, so I won't hurt you and give outsiders a reason to say the Chimu family is not united. Chimu Menghu said lightly, still resembling that proud swan. Chimu Wan shook her head. Let's start directly, no need to hold back. Humph, ungrateful. Chimu Menghu snorted coldly. She was just putting on an act, hoping that Chimu Wan would refuse to concede, otherwise how could she teach her a good lesson? Buzz. A greenish-blue radiance erupted from Chimu Menghu's body. Even before entering the Ling Tai sect, she had already broken through to the half-divine level, and now she had reached the pinnacle of the half-divine level. What do you have to fight against me? Boom. The next moment, she was blasted off the arena by Chimu Wan. Shinsho Mountain Akaji won victory. Akaji Wan did not even glance at the incredulous Akaji Manha and returned to the ranks of Shinsho Mountain disciples. Beautiful, swift, and decisive. As expected of the master's disciple, I believe junior sister Wainer has a chance to break into the top 10 of the elite disciples. Not just that, at least the top 5. The formidable combat power displayed by Akaji Wan invigorated the disciples of Shinsho Mountain. Humph. Master Yueheng snorted coldly. Although she was a newly accepted disciple, the ease with which Akaji Manha was defeated embarrassed him. The key loss was to that new disciple of Su Qing. The saintess of Yaotai with her crystalline eyes flickered slightly. Zhou Zhangjiao, who is this female disciple? To not hide anything from the saintess, this female disciple is the disciple of the master of Shinsho Mountain. Zhou Yuyan answered with a smile. Is that so? The saintess of Yaotai looked at the meditative Su Qing and felt it somewhat strange. She felt that the master of Shinsho Mountain was somewhat different from when she first met him. Was it an illusion? The conference continued. And Akaji Wan, hacking her way through thorns and brambles, made it to the finals, even defeating the strongest elite disciple of Wanling Mountain, claiming the top spot in the Joshan conference. The strength she displayed even surprised Ning Yao, especially the special physique related to light that she possessed, which even her discerning eye could not recognize. Xian Lao, do you know what kind of physique that female disciple has? She inquired through voice transmission to the old man in black. I do not know. Xian Lao shook his head. I have seen several types of light attribute physiques, but I have never seen this one. However, it is definitely a top-tier physique, stronger than any light physique I have encountered. Ning Yao nodded. As a divine-level powerhouse, Xian Lao still had this level of judgment. She felt a sense of regret in her heart. It was a pity for this female disciple to remain in such a small Lingtai sect with her talent. Even in the Yaotai Holy Land, she would receive considerable attention with an unlimited future. Su Qing suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the position next to Zhou Yuyan. Bailey Qingfeng had been gone for quite a while. Why hadn't he returned? Could it be? Su Qing squinted his eyes. After saying a few words to the crowd, he also left his seat. In Shinsho Mountain, Bailey Qingfeng unearthed a large piece wrapped in dirt from underground. With a wave of his hand, the dust cleared, revealing its true form. A bronze shard shimmering with cold light. Beautiful and strange patterns were drawn on the shard. One could faintly see a gigantic peacock spreading its tail feathers, unleashing 5 streaks of divine light, annihilating every formidable demon in front of it. The legendary sacred artifact Peacock King Cauldron was shattered during the battle between the Peacock Saint King and a great enemy. Indeed, a shard has fallen in this Shinsho Mountain. After searching for so long, I finally found it. Bailey Qingfeng caressed the shard, revealing a fervent expression. Soon the fervor receded. He knew very well that this item was not something a single divine king like him could possess. It would bring him calamity instead of fortune. Moreover, this shard was revealed to him by that fellow of the Peacock clan. If the other party did not intend to monopolize this shard, but rather inform the higher-ups of the Peacock clan, it would have likely been taken long ago. He thought for a moment. He would need to extort some good things from the Peacock clan using this shard. After all, he had ambushed Tao Chong for this item, leading to his downfall, and even schemed against Su Qing, luring him down the mountain. Although he did not know why the other party returned safely. Was it possible that the strong ones sent by that Peacock clan to kill him had all been retaliated against? Bailey Mountain Master, what are you doing here? A faint voice sounded behind Bailey Chungfeng. He was startled. He turned and struck out with a palm, intending to kill the newcomer. Boom. Top-tier Divine King. Bailey Mountain Master's concealment is quite deep. Su Qing retracted his palm and said softly. Bailey Chungfeng was not an ordinary Divine King in plain sight. He was a top-tier Divine King mastering at least 30 Dao, not inferior to the teachings of Zhou Yuyan. So it's the master of Xinxiu Mountain. Bailey Chungfeng smiled insincerely. Likewise, Su Mountain Master's strength also astonishes me. He was indeed surprised. To be able to engage with him without losing ground, Su Qing was unexpectedly also a top-tier Divine King. Realizing this, Bailey Chungfeng decided not to linger. Su Mountain Master, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. He stepped forward, intending to depart. Wait, Bailey Mountain Master hasn't told me what you came to Xinxiu Mountain for. And what about the item in your hand? Su Qing looked at the shard. From it, he faintly sensed the terrifying power contained within. What are you talking about, Su Mountain Master? We are all part of the Jiushan. It should be no problem for me to stroll around Xinxiu Mountain, right? Bailey Chungfeng laughed. As for this shard, it is my personal belongings, so it would be inconvenient to disclose it to Su Mountain Master. Bailey Chungfeng soared into the air. Just as he ascended, a gigantic hand descended from the sky. Su Qing, how dare you? He shouted in anger. However, the might of this palm left Bailey Chungfeng horrified. Top-tier Divine King. Why did it feel so wrong? Boom. Bailey Chungfeng spat blood and was sent flying. The bronze shard he held tightly in his arms glimmered slightly. He climbed back up, his face filled with shock. This was no top-tier Divine King. This was a Divine King giant. Spare. Boom. Another palm struck down, and Bailey Chungfeng perished on the spot. Slap. The bronze shard fell into Su Qing's hands. Was it for this thing that Bailey Chungfeng caused Tao Chong's demise, and even sought to eliminate me? Unable to discern the reason, he put away the shard. The 31 Dao left by Bailey Chungfeng were devoured by Su Qing. After excluding the duplicates, he grasped a total of 106 Dao. To ascend to the divine level, one must master at least 81 Dao and transform the divine kingdom into the divine world. At that time, there would be a qualitative leap in strength. Su Qing looked to the sky. The disturbance just caused quite a stir. Zhou Yuyan and several mountain masters came over after hearing the commotion. The people from the Yaotai Holy Land followed behind. Su Mountain Master, what happened? Zhou Yuyan asked with a frown. The air still carried the lingering aura from the previous confrontation. Besides Su Qing, he was also familiar with another aura which belonged to Bailey Chungfeng. However, with Bailey Chungfeng missing, Zhou Yuyan had a bad premonition. Su Mountain Master, did you have a confrontation with senior brother Bailey? Where is he? Master Yushuang asked in a deep voice. Indeed, I did have a match with the master of Wanling Mountain, Su Qing admitted candidly. Too reckless. Do you really think that becoming the master of Xinxiu Mountain gives you the right to act recklessly in the Lingtai sect? Zhou rebuked. Senior brother Bailey has always been highly respected, admired by many brothers. You must have done something wrong for him to be enraged, leading to him taking action, right? Master Yueheng also sneered. The other mountain masters did not speak, but they looked at Su Qing, their faces clearly showing distrust. Su Qing was not surprised. After all, he was an outsider. He could not compare with Bailey Chingfeng's status in their hearts. Only Zhou Yuyan was in deep thought, guessing something. Su Mountain Master, hand over the item you obtained, and I can ensure they will not trouble you further. You can continue as your mountain master. How about it? Su Qing's heart stirred. It was Zhou Yuyan's voice. What is the master referring to? What item? Don't pretend to be confused. You and I both know that a shard of a sacred artifact is something we cannot possess. It would be better to present it to the Yaotai Holy Land, and in return you would gain quite a bit of benefits. Su Qing suddenly understood. No wonder Bailey Chingfeng was so fixated on it, even willing to eliminate Tao Zhong for it. It turned out to be a fragment of a sacred artifact. A sacred artifact, a weapon of the sages. It was a sacred weapon that could only unleash its full might in the hands of an ancient sage who had stepped into the chaos tribulation realm. Every sacred artifact possessed earth-shattering power, and even a sacred cultivation land or an ancient race would not possess many of them. It seems this should be a fragment of the Peacock clan's sacred artifact, Su Qing mused inwardly. Elder Zhou, are you certain you wish to offer this sacred artifact fragment to the Jade Pool sacred land? Have you considered the consequences if the Peacock clan finds out? As expected, upon hearing Su Qing's telepathic message, Zhou Yuyan's expression shifted slightly. The Peacock clan. If they truly discovered this, the Jade Pool sacred land would be safe, but the Lingtai sect would likely face annihilation. A single divine lord dispatched could slaughter all the experts of the Lingtai sect. Zhou Yuyan fell silent. For a moment he did not know what to do. Mountain Lord Su, you have yet to answer me. Where has senior brother Bailey gone? Yushuang Mountain Lord asked again. Mountain Lord Bailey. Buzz. 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 Before Su Qing could respond, crimson clouds suddenly rose in the sky, followed by a five-colored divine light surging into the heavens from 1,000 miles away. A myriad of colorful divine radiance filled the sky, dazzling and magnificent as a vast dark flock of birds cried out, circling and gathering beneath the light. The void trembled slightly as a colossal thousand-zhong peacock phantom spread its wings, its terrifying sacred might enveloping the entire Yin province. Sacred Maiden, the Peacock Saint King's tomb has opened. Let us go. Xian Lao spoke to the Sacred Maiden of the Jade Pool. Let's move. Ning Yao gazed at the sky. The reason they had come to Yin province was precisely for this Peacock Saint King's tomb. The visit to the Lingtai sect was merely incidental. The people of the Jade Pool sacred land departed swiftly. The Saint King's tomb has opened, and it lies just 1,000 miles from the Lingtai sect. Experts from all sides are converging, a mix of dragons and snakes. Everyone must be cautious. Ning Yao's ethereal voice drifted back. The members of the Lingtai sect had initially been unaware of the cause of the unusual phenomenon, only understanding after hearing Ning Yao's explanation. Right under our noses there was a Saint King's tomb hidden. Zhou Hu couldn't help but exclaim. Legend has it that the Peacock Saint King, after a fierce battle with a great enemy in Yin province hundreds of thousands of years ago, succumbed to his severe injuries. I never imagined the place of his fall was so close to us. Yueheng Mountain Lord's face was filled with excitement. A Saint King. What a resplendent title. It represented immense power and formidable authority. The Wind domain stretched across 800 provinces, vast and boundless, where countless races and beings made their homes. Cultivators were countless and experts were numerous. Even so, sages were rare, existing as ancient relics and monsters within sacred lands, ancient sects, and primeval races. Even more so for a Saint King, the sovereign of the sacred path. A single Saint King was enough to truly dominate the entire Wind domain. The mere thought of a tomb left by such a figure stirred excitement in the hearts of the mountain lords. If they could gain something from the Saint King's tomb, perhaps they too might have a chance to strive for the Divine Lord realm, or even higher. At this moment no one cared about where Bailey Chengfeng had gone. Sect leader, I want to go to the Saint King's tomb. Zhou Hu declared. I'm going too, said the Spirit Sword Mountain Lord. And me. Several mountain lords all wished to go, aware of the danger, yet unwilling to miss such an opportunity. If you all go, our sect's defensive strength will be greatly diminished. The Sacred Maiden is right. The Peacock Saint King's tomb is so close. If a powerful enemy attacks while our experts are away, what then? Zhou Yuyan did not agree. Well, the group hesitated. It was unthinkable to have their home raided because they went to the tomb, yet such a great fortune lay before them. How could they simply give it up? Missing this chance, they might never have another opportunity in their lives to come into contact with a sacred-level powerhouse. Go. All of you go. I will activate the Grand Formation to protect our sect. An aged voice came from Lingtai Peak. Grandmaster Yuan Ming. The mountain lords were startled. This was the cultivator of the highest seniority in the Lingtai sect, the sect leader of 2 generations past, and the only divine king giant within the sect. However, he was nearing his end with little lifespan remaining. Divine King Yuan Ming had long been slumbering within Lingtai Peak, awakened this time by the emergence of the Saint King's tomb. Grandmaster Yuan Ming, do you not intend to make the journey? Zhou Yuyan asked respectfully. There is a high chance of finding a longevity-extending divine medicine in the Saint King's tomb, which might allow you to extend your life again and strive for the next realm. I have only grasped a little over 50 Dao principles, still a long way from the Divine Lord realm. Even if I were to live a few hundred more years, it would be futile. Moreover, in my current state, I am powerless to contend with other giants for the longevity medicine. It is better to let you young ones go and take your chances. Yuan Ming Divine King's voice carried the weariness of age and decline. You go ahead. I and the other supreme elders will guard the sect. No more sound came from Lingtai Peak. Yuan Ming Divine King's meaning was clear. Their potential was already exhausted. They, the old ones, would stay behind to defend the sect, allowing Zhou Yuyan and the other young divine kings to vie for opportunities. In that case, let us depart. Zhou Yuyan was decisive, leading the 7 mountain lords toward the Saint King's tomb. Su Qing watched them leave, then returned to Divine Grace Palace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The high-level divine kingdom, now expanded to millions of miles in radius, was undergoing a rapid transformation. Chaotic chi roiled, and the primordial spirit, Su Qing, seated at the center of the divine kingdom, was cloaked in divine light, shrouded beneath the radiance of countless divine paths. Rumble. The area expanded to tens of millions of miles. Simultaneously, with the infusion of 106 divine paths of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, light, darkness, and other attributes. The once barren land now experienced wind and rain, witnessed falling snow and ice, saw the formation and surging of great rivers, and the rise of mountains and plains. Everything was increasingly resembling a real world except for the absence of living beings. So this is the divine world, the source of power for a divine Lord realm expert. Su Qing even wondered if by continuously integrating divine paths into the divine world, it might one day truly give birth to a vast realm comparable to the human realm or even the heavenly realm. Dismissing the thought, he promptly set off for the Peacock Saint King's tomb. The tomb was located in a valley. A massive tomb door stood in the center of the valley, shimmering with five-colored divine light. Dense flocks of birds landed and prostrated themselves, kowtowing before the tomb, as if paying homage to an ancestral spirit. A single cultivator who approached too closely was attacked by two fierce birds, which pecked open his skull, sending brains and blood splattering. Consequently, all the various factions and experts tacitly refrained from drawing near. After all, among these birds there were several ferocious beasts at the Divine Lord realm. The strongest experts from the major powers who had arrived were only at the Divine Lord realm. This was an agreement among all parties below the Divine Emperor realm. All relied on their own strength. Moreover, even a Divine Emperor would be useless, as they could not enter the Saint King's tomb. Those who had achieved unity and become a Divine Emperor had already clarified the path they wished to walk, making them unsuitable as inheritors. Even a sacred figure would not allow a cultivator who had already achieved unity to inherit their legacy. Su Qing arrived at the valley. He was dressed in black, wore a bronze ghost face mask, had altered his physique significantly, and even his aura had changed. With his cultivation at the Divine Lord realm, unless a Divine Emperor who had seen him before descended, no one could identify him. He looked around. Quite a number of forces had arrived. Leaving aside the minor powers, many major ones had also come. Besides the Jade Pool Sacred Land, there were the Peacock Clan, the Golden Rock Clan, the Inyang Divine Dynasty, the Divine Mountain, the Eternal Life Sacred Land, the Sword Sect, the Putuwa Temple, and the Jinyun Academy. All were renowned major powers within the Wind Domain. Boom! A violent rumble echoed from the horizon. 3 black gold war chariots bathed in lightning were rolling, and each pulled by 16 thunder-feathered steeds. It is the ancient imperial clan, the Lei family. Elder Xian's gaze hardened slightly. Ning Yao also looked in the direction of the sound. If it were during the peak of the Yaoqi sacred land with the Yaoqi empress presiding, they would not be inferior to the Lei family. The Lei family has emperors, and so does Yaoqi. But now there is a significant gap between the two families. The Lei family is one of the few ancient clans in the Wind Domain that clearly possesses a contemporary holy king. The Lei family, inherited since the era of the Supreme Emperor, boasts a long history and profound heritage, having produced at least a dozen emperors over the ages. In the Wind Domain, the Lei family is undoubtedly one of the foremost human clans. The black gold war chariots stopped in the air above the valley. 3 figures emerged from the chariots. 2 elders exuding powerful auras and a young man with a heroic appearance, tall and dressed in dragon-patterned divine gold battle armor. The young man's eyes flickered with purple lightning, and with each step he took, thunder dragons coiled beneath his feet, as if the god of thunder himself had descended. So it is the 3rd imperial son, smiled the godson from the Inyang divine dynasty. My elder brother mentioned the imperial son not long ago, saying that few among the proud of the human race in the Wind Domain could match him. Indeed, he seems extraordinary. It is the godson of Xianyang. The 3rd imperial son of the Lei family lightly nodded, revealing a faint smile. Compared to your elder brother, I still have many shortcomings. In the Inyang divine dynasty, the strongest among the younger generation is the godson of Inyang, followed by the 2 godsons of Xianyin and Xianyang. The elder brother of the godson of Xianyang is the current godson of Inyang. The Inyang divine dynasty and the Lei family have been allied for generations. The 3rd imperial son of the Lei family had previously sparred with the godson of Inyang and was defeated by a narrow margin. He surveyed the valley. The Yaoqi sacred lands, Yaoqi Saintis, the Peacock clan's Peacock godson, the Golden Peng clan's Golden Peng godson, the Lingxin Buddha of Putuwa Temple, the young gentleman of Jinyun Academy. All renowned prodigies of the Wind Domain. Others were also sizing up the formidable 3rd imperial son of the Lei family. Despite being the 3rd in line, no one dared to underestimate him. The thunder god physique dominates all, unmatched in combat prowess. None of the prodigies present would dare claim to surpass this third imperial son. Su Qing paid little attention to him. No matter how strong or exceptional he is, still just a god king easily crushed with a single slap. What's there to focus on? His attention was more directed towards the divine beings of various factions. All were seasoned divine beings appearing quite formidable, having come to protect the younger prodigies. Caw, caw, caw. Suddenly the flying creatures in the valley began to screech rhythmically, as if bidding farewell to the Peacock Saint King, once the king of flying creatures in the wind domain. Swish! The birds flew away in droves, overwhelming and causing a tingling sensation on the scalp. Go! Commanded the third imperial son, leaping toward the tomb's entrance with the two divine beings of the Lei family. The Yaoqi sacred land, the Peacock clan, Tianshan Mountain Putua Temple, and other major forces followed suit. Trailing behind were smaller factions like Ling Tai sect and numerous rogue cultivators. Su Qing blended in among the rogue cultivators, remaining inconspicuous. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One by one the cultivators rushed into the tomb's entrance. Upon entering they were met with a vast expanse of interconnected architecture. The number of cultivators around decreased significantly. They must have been dispersed to different locations upon entering the tomb. A grade 7 divine artifact, an old divine being exclaimed with delight. He stood at the entrance of a palace holding a crimson divine sword with 7 red divine seals visibly activated upon urging it. The number of divine seals represents the rank of the divine artifact. A grade 7 divine artifact is something even major god kings might not possess. Before he could rejoice for long, a streak of black light flashed, and the old divine being exploded into a mist of blood, perishing on the spot. The black light transformed into an old man with an eagle-hook nose. A grade 7 divine artifact is not something a mere god can possess. His aura was formidable, with 37 divine phantoms appearing behind him, clearly a top-tier god king. Su Qing walked into the grand hall. He noticed that the divine artifacts were carelessly placed everywhere. Even on the floor, many divine artifacts lay scattered. He casually picked up a long spear, urging it, and 8 divine seals flickered. Are high-quality divine artifacts really so worthless now? And grade 8 divine artifact. The eagle-nosed old man's eyes lit up. Kid, hand over your... The eagle-nosed old man's divine body shattered. The grade 7 divine sword fell into Su Qing's hands. Noisy. Hiss. The other cultivators collectively gasped. Who was this fierce person able to take down a top-tier god king without anyone noticing the actions they took? Su Qing strolled around the hall, collected all artifacts above grade 7, and then left. Seeing the fierce person had left, the other cultivators dared to rush into the grand hall, scrambling for the numerous divine artifacts. Su Qing arrived at another grand hall. The Hall of Dao Artifacts. Dao artifacts are of a higher tier than divine artifacts used by the god emperors of the integration realm. To ascend to the position of god emperor, one must integrate their understanding of various divine paths into a core Dao and use a powerful weapon to bear it. Moreover, to bear the Dao after integration, the tier of the weapon must at least reach the level of a Dao artifact. The stronger the weapon, the more Daos that can be integrated during the process, and the stronger the power after breaking through to God Emperor. Thus, a powerful weapon is something all divine beings yearn for. Su Qing speculated that the prodigies of various major factions likely came for the Peacock Saint King's royal artifact. After all, treasures of major factions are limited. Especially royal artifacts. Even among the treasures of these sacred lands, great clans and major sects, there are not many. Moreover, the Peacock Saint King is at the pinnacle of the sacred path, and their innate artifact, nurtured over a long period, is undoubtedly a top-tier royal artifact, far surpassing ordinary royal artifacts. If one could bear the Dao with such a super weapon, their combat power after ascending to God Emperor would surely be extraordinarily formidable. This greatly attracts many prodigies. Su Qing's main purpose for coming to the royal tomb was also to find a weapon. The divine being realm is close to the god emperor. Inside the Hall of Dao Artifacts there were only 2 people, their expressions somewhat grim. Su Qing approached and learned the reason. Unlike the divine artifacts that could be taken freely, each Dao artifact here was protected by prohibitions, and one must break these prohibitions to claim them. The 2 were ordinary god kings, each eyeing a Dao artifact, but their attempts yielded no results. However, they could not stop Su Qing. With a palm strike each, he effortlessly collected dozens of Dao artifacts, causing the 2 beside him to blink rapidly. Ahem, senior. One old man approached, shamelessly respectfully addressing him. Su Qing glanced at him and pointed. Boom. The prohibitions exploded. It's open, Su Qing stated indifferently. The old man rejoiced, repeatedly thanking him, then hurriedly ran to collect the Dao artifacts before fleeing. Only the other young cultivator remained stunned in place. He turned and attempted to emulate, but Su Qing had already vanished, leaving him filled with regret. In a medicinal garden, various rare spiritual and divine medicines were planted with herbs over 10,000 and even 100,000 years old found everywhere. Zhou Yuyin with disheveled hair crawled up in a somewhat disheveled state. His body was covered in wounds, divine blood continuously spilling, lacking the former grandeur of being a top-tier god king and a sect master. Not far from him, Zhou Hu Yushuang Mountain Lord and Yueheng Mountain Lord lay silently on the ground, their divine bodies shattered. Zhou Yuyin felt a deep pain, anger, and guilt in his heart. Had it not been for him wanting to take a few mountain lords to gather the longevity divine medicine from this garden, they would not have ended up in such a dire situation. 8 people from Ling Tai sect. Only he and the mountain lord of Ling, Jian, remained. When Su Qing arrived at the medicinal garden, he happened to witness Zhou Yuyin's spirit being extinguished by a sword strike. The wielder was none other than the master of Lingjin Mountain. He wore a cold expression as if he were killing a stranger. Not bad, praised the man with the sword at his back. You possess a sword spirit body and can remain emotionally detached, making you very suitable for cultivating the school's emotionless holy sword. This is a great saint legacy. With this, it's not impossible for you to achieve the status of a sword saint in the future. Hearing the term sword saint, the master of Lingjin Mountain became intrigued. Who are you? The sword-bearing man furrowed his brow, glancing at Su Qing, who had suddenly appeared, narrowing his eyes. This medicinal garden now belongs to my sword sect. You should leave for other places. He could not see through Su Qing's true strength and felt a bit wary. If those from Ling Tai sect had come just now, he would have already slain them with one sword. Su Qing ignored him and looked toward the center of the medicinal garden. There stood a peach tree dozens of feet tall with thick roots and branches full of lush leaves bearing clusters of vibrant pink fruits. The ancient and majestic peach tree swayed with radiant mist and chaotic energy enveloping the tree, presenting a spectacular sight. This is a holy root of the Tao, a peach tree. Su Qing's heart stirred. Holy roots are even more precious than holy medicines. While holy medicines are consumed upon use, holy roots can continuously produce holy medicines. This peach tree bears 72 holy peaches. Holy peaches are incredibly valuable. They can not only revive the dead, but also enhance one's comprehension of the great Tao and accelerate the speed of divine cultivation. For a sect, this is undoubtedly a treasure. The sword-bearing man grew slightly angry when he saw Su Qing ignoring him and fixating on the medicinal garden. He exchanged glances with another black-clad swordsman, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. The sword sect is renowned for its immense combat power. The way of the sword is the way of slaughter. Among the 6 members of the sword sect, apart from 4 young disciples, there were also the sword-bearing man and the black-clad swordsman, both of whom were guardians of the divine sovereign realm. Killing a rogue divine sovereign is sufficient. Clang. 2 divine swords were drawn. The sword-bearing man moved without wind, his robes fluttering as he flew towards Su Qing, releasing an endless stream of sword energy. The black-clad swordsman merged into the void, transforming into a shadowy swordsman waiting for Su Qing to reveal a flaw to launch a fatal strike. The two worked together seamlessly, one in light and the other in shadow. The master of Lingjin Mountain focused intently, preparing to observe the might of the 2 sword masters, hoping to glean some insights. Yun Xia and Mo Jian, both of whom have mastered over 100 paths, are top-tier divine sovereigns, and they have worked together for many years perfectly in sync. Many divine sovereigns have fallen at their hands. The 4 young disciples of the sword sect all wore relaxed expressions. Today their merit badge will gain another credit. The master of Lingjin Mountain nodded in agreement. The cultivators emerging from a top-tier sect like the sword sect are inherently far superior to rogue cultivators, not to mention this is a unknown situation. This unfamiliar divine sovereign is in danger. Su Qing, wearing a bronze ghost mask, concealed his expression, revealing only the glimmers of light flickering in his pupils. Having triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit while instructing Qi Mu Wan on the palm technique, it was just right to test it on you. Su Qing extended a hand forward, silently reciting in his heart, Spirit Emperor, Great Hand Seal. Boom. The void collapsed, and the black-clad swordsman, Mo Jian, who had been hiding in the shadows, was sent tumbling out in a disheveled state. What just happened? Mo Jian had yet to react. Above him, a towering figure materialized in the void, imposing and solemn, slowly extending its hand. Then a gigantic handprint, radiant with golden light and bearing an unmatched might, descended, shaking the surroundings. Poof! Poof! Yun Xia and Mo Jian's divine bones shattered, and their bodies erupted in clouds of blood mist, instantly turning them into bloody figures. The 2 divine sovereigns were on the brink of death. The master of Lingjin Mountain and the 4 young prodigies of the sword sect stared in disbelief. This was not what they had imagined. Stop! One of the disciples shouted angrily. Amidst the astonished and furious gazes of the crowd, Su Qing shattered the bodies of the 2 and crushed their spirits. Impudent! Committing such an act of total annihilation, my sword sect's million sword cultivators will hunt you down until there's no path to heaven or escape on earth. Su Qing looked on coldly. Not good. Several individuals were startled. Would he dare to kill us too? Poof, poof, poof. Su Qing struck out with a palm, and their divine bodies instantly exploded. Regardless of your sword sect or blade sect, all shall turn to the door of death. Over 300 paths of the divine way were devoured by Su Qing. Generally, mastering 108 paths allows one to attempt a breakthrough to the divine emperor. Now, however, he had mastered over 400 paths, and upon promotion his combat power would undoubtedly far exceed the ordinary. Furthermore, 400 paths were not his final destination. Once he finds a powerful weapon of the Tao, when he breaks through he would surely be able to slay divine emperors, as if they were mere dogs. There were still a heap of treasures on the ground. Upon reaching the divine sovereign realm, cultivators typically store their weapons and treasures within their divine kingdoms for greater security. As cultivators fall, their divine kingdoms shatter, and some of the treasures inside may be damaged, but some will remain intact. For instance, these two heavenly weapons before him. Heavenly weapons are a higher tier than Tao artifacts, and the next tier above is sacred artifacts. Weapons of this tier are standard for great powers. Great powers are the respectful title for cultivators who have entered the void and illusory realm, also known as the Divine Lord realm. Even in sacred cultivation grounds like the Yaoqi Divine Lords are figures of the level of sect elders and supreme elders. Two heavenly weapons. One was a small tower of purple gold, and the other was a silver longsword which Su Qing collected into his divine world. Upon entering the medicinal gardens, Su Qing began to plunder the divine medicines wildly. Perhaps because the sword sect had already cleared the area, no one came to disturb him for a while. Not only the divine medicines, but even the spiritual soil used to plant the divine medicines was taken into his divine world. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. He arrived beneath the peach tree. On the tall dark peach tree hung clusters of tempting peaches, and even a breath of the surrounding air invigorated the spirit. Boom! The branches of the peach tree trembled violently, slowly being pulled from the spiritual soil under Su Qing's control. A peach root appeared in the divine world. After circling the medicinal garden, he discovered a fountain overflowing with spiritual energy. The garden's spiritual energy, apart from the underground spiritual soil, relied on this fountain for sustenance. Su Qing decisively dug it up and placed it into the divine world. Just as he left the medicinal garden, a few grimy-faced, disgruntled blonde cultivators approached. Members of the Golden Peng clan. Su Qing's gaze flickered. Damn, a sacred artifact slipped through our fingers. The Golden Peng prince's face darkened. Damn the Lei family, damn the Lei god body. Clearly the sacred artifact was first discovered by the Golden Peng clan, only to be forcibly seized by the later arriving Lei family, leaving them extremely furious and frustrated. There was nothing they could do, their strength was inferior. The Golden Peng prince was defeated by the Lei family's third prince, and the Golden Peng clan's guardians were also beaten by the Lei family's guardians, leaving them with no recourse. They could only hand over the sacred artifact. Divine Prince, there is a medicinal garden here, one of the prodigies from the Golden Peng clan reminded. The Golden Peng prince looked, and in the garden there was a scene of devastation with a cultivator wearing a ghost mask just emerging. Kill him, collect the divine medicines, shouted the Golden Peng prince. He was already filled with rage, and this was the perfect opportunity to vent it. Buzz. The guardians took their positions. Several prodigies of the Golden Peng clan charged towards Su Qing, wanting to release their pent-up anger. Su Qing smiled slightly, he was just a bit hungry. Crackling sounds echoed as tempting plump fat dripped into the fire, sending sparks flying while the golden flesh of the Peng emitted a fragrant aroma. A masked figure was constantly flipping the meat to cook it evenly, occasionally taking out a divine herb to grind into powder and sprinkle over the meat. Passers-by observing the enormous bodies of the Golden Peng demons felt their eyelids twitch, suspecting they were seeing things. Is that a Golden Peng? There are only a few members of the Golden Peng clan that entered the royal tomb. Surely they can't all be here. Hiss. Upon noticing the masked figure looking over, the onlooking cultivators felt their scalps tingle. Especially a few alien cultivators whose legs felt weak, thinking they were being targeted, they retreated continuously. Is there any news about sacred artifacts? Su Qing asked. Based on the information he currently had, there was only one sacred artifact in the royal tomb, which had fallen into the hands of the Lei family. However, it was merely an ordinary sacred artifact, not the renowned weapon of the Peacock Sacred King. Given the strength of the Peacock Sacred King, he certainly possessed more than just one or two sacred artifacts. Moreover, he had been expelled from the Peacock clan in his youth, and his relationship with them was far from harmonious. Thus, it's very likely that these sacred artifacts were all within the tomb. The cultivators exchanged glances. There is, said a one-eyed divine king. People from the Yaoqi sacred land and the Yinyang divine dynasty are fighting over a sacred sword. Oh, I just came from that direction. Which direction? This way. The one-eyed divine king pointed in a direction. He'll leave the remaining golden ping meat to you. Su Qing vanished in the blink of an eye. The enticing golden pung meat lay before them, yet none of the cultivators dared to taste it. What a joke. With so many people watching, if you dared to take a bite, you'd face the wrath of the Golden Pung clan upon exiting. Even though the Golden Pung clan had declined, they were still a top-tier clan in the Wind region, and none would dare provoke them. On another side, this sacred sword will be taken by this divine son. The Xianyang divine son glanced at the disheveled Yaoqi holy maiden, speaking indifferently. He turned and smiled slightly, saying, I also have to thank the third imperial son for his assistance. Oh, otherwise I truly wouldn't be a match for Ning Yao. The third imperial son nodded. The strength of the Yaoqi holy maiden indeed exceeded expectations. If she were just a few years older by the time she reached my age, her battle power would certainly surpass mine. Ning Yao was the youngest among the outstanding talents entering the royal tomb, yet the strength she displayed astonished the third imperial son. Even the Lei family would find her battle power at this age comparable to that of the first imperial son. A glint of killing intent flickered in the third imperial son's eyes, then dissipated. The relationship between Yaoqi and the Lei family couldn't be described as good, but neither was it bad, thus it wasn't worth starting a war over. Xian Lao. Ning Yao helped up the old man in black. Alas, what a pity. Xian Lao shook his head. If there were no Lei family members, and only the divine monarch of the Yinyang divine dynasty, I would be confident in suppressing him now. I can only avoid the spotlight. Ning Yao nodded, looking at the other young talents from the sacred land, who were pale with fear, and sighed inwardly. Let's go. The Yaoqi's sacred land departed. Imperial son, farewell. The Xianyang divine son clasped his hands. Farewell. The Xianyang divine son watched the third imperial son leave, his gaze flickering. An ordinary sacred weapon was a personal favor from the other party. But when it came to competing for the sacred weapons of the royal tomb, that wouldn't be the case. Sacred artifacts. Yes, it's mine now. Before the Xianyang divine son could react, the sacred sword in his hand had already vanished. You scoundrel! Who are you? The cultivators of the Yinyang divine dynasty were furious. Daring to steal from the divine dynasty, simply outrageous. Shut up! The Xianyang divine son shouted. He scrutinized Su Qing, appearing expressionless, yet inwardly shaken. To have something taken from him without him noticing was something even an average divine monarch couldn't achieve. He exchanged glances with the protector of the divine dynasty, who shook his head. Who are you, sir? I am Qing Su from the Butian sect. Su Qing smiled slightly. I didn't expect you to be from the Butian sect. The Xianyang divine son squinted, revealing a meaningful smile. What does this mean? The Wind region really has the Butian sect as a force. Su Qing was taken aback. He had merely mentioned the Butian sect casually. In that case, I'll give this sacred sword to you. The Xianyang divine son departed with his entourage. This left Su Qing somewhat puzzled. However, obtaining a sacred artifact was ultimately a good thing. Afterward, he wandered around the royal tomb collecting some treasures when suddenly a colorful pillar of light erupted from the core area of the tomb. A huge news soon spread in all directions. The birth of the Peacock Sacred King's life sacred artifact, the Peacock King Ding. Su Qing rushed over. In the light pillar at a height of 100 feet above the ground, a bronze cauldron rose and fell shimmering with light, while 9 illusory peacock divine birds circled around the cauldron. However, the cauldron was not whole. It had 3 large holes. Su Qing felt a sense of familiarity with this cauldron. Wasn't this the bronze fragment he obtained from Bai Li Chengfeng? So it was a fragment of this sacred king cauldron. Judging by appearances, there should be 3 fragments. Numerous forces and powerful beings gathered here, all with fiery gazes locked onto the Peacock King Ding. Even though it was incomplete, it was still a genuine sacred king artifact. The Lei family, the Peacock clan, the Heavenly God Mountain, the Chongqing Sacred Land, the Yaoqi Sacred Land, the Putuo Temple. All had arrived. No one dared to approach the Peacock King Ding, fearing a collective attack. Even the Lei family did not dare to act rashly. This was originally our clan's possession. It should rightfully return. Suddenly the Peacock divine son spoke. Kung Fu doesn't know that the Peacock Sacred King did not favor the Peacock clan. When you expelled the Sacred King from the clan in his youth, why didn't you let him return? The Heavenly God Mountain's hunter divine son scoffed. Perhaps in the Sacred King's heart, you so-called clan members are not as close as we outsiders. You. The Peacock divine son was furious. This matter had always been the greatest scar for all members of the Peacock clan. The strongest person in the history of the Wind region's Peacock clan was expelled from the clan early on. For this, the Peacock clan was ridiculed by all cultivators in the Wind region. Countless people secretly laughed at the Peacock clan for not recognizing the gem and letting the opportunity for resurgence slip away. The Peacock clan had repeatedly requested the Sacred King's return, but had been rejected every time. Therefore, strictly speaking, the Peacock Sacred King was not a member of the Peacock clan. Let each rely on their own abilities. The third Imperial Son stepped forward, lightning flickering around him. The others nodded. Wait. The Xianyang Divine Son suddenly spoke. The third Imperial Son raised an eyebrow and looked at him. What does the Xianyang Divine Son have to say? The Xianyang Divine Son scanned the surroundings, then fixed his gaze on Su Qing, chuckling. The remnants of the Butian sect are here. Shall we work together to deal with him first? Oh. Everyone looked over. The remnants of the Butian sect still dare to come out and act, even admitting their identity. The Hunter Divine Son questioned. His identity is what he claims, and this person is extremely powerful. Even the protector of my divine dynasty is no match for him. Upon hearing the Xianyang Divine Son say this, the Hunter Divine Son fell silent. Whether he was truly a remnant of the Butian sect was not important. What mattered was his formidable strength, which indeed needed to be addressed first. Everyone could see that the Xianyang Divine Son wanted to use the knife of another to kill. The Yaoqi Holy Maiden looked at Su Qing, her pupils gradually turning silver gray, and then she lightly exclaimed, "Holy Maiden, what is it?" Xianlao asked. "Nothing." Su Qing touched his ghostly mask. Unexpectedly standing in the corner had still made him the center of attention. The remnants of the heaven-repairing sect must be eradicated by all, the Longevity Sacred Son declared coldly. "Kill," the Peacock Divine Son shouted. "Let us join forces and finish him." The myriad factions slowly converged. Su Qing could now discern the situation. He had no idea what heinous deeds the heaven-repairing sect had committed to incur such universal disdain. "Sacred Maiden, shall we not intervene?" Elder Xin inquired. The Yaoqi Sacred Maiden shook her head. Aside from Yaoqi, the Pu Tuo Monastery and the Jin Yin Academy also remained motionless, showing no intent to act. The Xianyang Divine Son paid it no heed. No matter how formidable a divine sovereign might be, how far could their power truly extend? Even if those three major factions abstained, over 10 divine sovereigns were still prepared to strike. This is hardly a wise move on your part. Su Qing sighed. When his cultivation was not yet sufficiently formidable, he genuinely wished to avoid becoming enemies with so many great powers simultaneously. "Surrender without a fight, and we shall grant you a swift end," the third Imperial Son said flatly. A protector from the Lei clan fell, blood splattering the scene. The divine body was severed as if by invisible threads, crumbling into fragments. Even the primordial spirit sliced apart. The third Imperial Son's pupils constricted. An overwhelming sense of peril made his scalp tingle, as if about to burst. "I have said it many times, numbers do not always dictate the outcome." His voice was icy. Su Qing slowly ascended into the air. As he uttered the first word, another protector at the divine sovereign realm exploded into a mist of blood and perished. No one could fathom how he accomplished it. At that moment, the bronze ghost face mask in their eyes seemed like the very arrival of death incarnate. By the time he finished speaking, all the divine sovereigns who had sought to attack him had fallen. Simultaneously, hundreds of divine path projections unfurled behind him, densely extending into the void. "How is this possible?" The Xianyang Divine Son exclaimed, his countenance drastically changing. He knew then that this was truly dire. He had provoked someone he should never have crossed. A divine sovereign commanding hundreds of divine paths was something he had only heard of in legends. Undoubtedly true, unparalleled prodigies, and terrifying anomalies. Everyone was stunned into silence. This legendary heaven-defying genius stood before them, and they had attempted to eliminate him. The lightning around the third Imperial Son flickered incessantly. His heart could not find peace, it churned violently. The Lei clan had once produced such figures more than one. These individuals at the divine sovereign realm had mastered hundreds of paths, then merged with the Tao to break through to divine emperor, wielding terrifying combat prowess. Crucially, every single one of them had achieved fearsome accomplishments. Several had attained the Tao Lord realm, some had stepped into the quasi-emperor stage, and even the weakest had become a saintly figure. All were pillars of the Lei clan across different eras. "The Lei clan has offended you, sir, and is willing to withdraw from the competition for the Peacock King Cauldron," the third Imperial Son stated decisively. He understood clearly that with this person present, they had all lost any chance to contend for the Saint King artifact. Persisting would only invite calamity. He needed to send word back to his clan as quickly as possible. The Wind Domain could not tolerate such a terrifying anomaly. "Withdraw." Su Qing looked at him. "Who do you think you are? You come to kill, and when you fail you think a simple withdrawal settles everything." Huff. The third Imperial Son let out a breath. Rustle. A massive pile of treasures appeared. "These are spoils the Lei clan obtained from the Saint King's tomb. Consider them compensation for you, sir. Didn't the Lei clan seize a sacred artifact from the Golden Rock clan? Hand it over." Su Qing glanced at them. The Lei clan cultivators glared back furiously. As heirs of an ancient imperial clan, they were brimming with pride. When had they ever been extorted like this? Bang! The Lei clan cultivator, who glared at Su Qing, exploded. Blood splattered onto the third imperial son's battle armor, darkening his expression instantly. Take it. The third imperial son produced a black war halberd and tossed it over. Su Qing caught it. It was indeed a sacred artifact. You may leave now. He waved his hand. The Lei clan cultivators departed, their faces ashen. Su Qing did not press further. Killing protectors was of little consequence, but slaying the third imperial son would mean an irreconcilable war with the Lei clan. The Lei clan was an ancient imperial lineage with profound foundations and numerous experts. Su Qing was not yet ready to sever ties with them so swiftly. Next, one faction after another stepped forward, grudgingly offering their ransom for their lives. Su Qing pointed a finger and killed the Xian Yang divine son with a single strike. You talk too much. Cultivators from the Yin Yang divine dynasty were shocked and enraged. Almost forgot. He'll be lonely down there alone. You should accompany him. In the blink of an eye, every member of the Yin Yang divine dynasty had fallen. Startled, the other factions hastily presented their treasures, eager only to flee this place. Amitba, the Ling Exine Buddha son of Pu Tuo Monastery, intoned a Buddhist mantra, rising from his lotus seat to produce treasures. There is no need. Su Qing declined to accept them. The Pu Tuo Monastery did not attack me. Please take them back, Buddha's son. In that case, many thanks, benefactor. Pu Tuo Monastery and Jinyun Academy then departed. Only Su Qing and the people from the Yao Qi sacred land remained. What is your intention? Su Qing asked. Sacred maiden. Elder Xian's heart tightened as he tugged at Ning Yao. He could not fathom why the sacred maiden refused to leave. Elder Xian, please leave this place first. Sacred maidenness. I cannot allow it. Elder Xian shook his head. As her protector, how could he let the sacred maiden remain alone with this fearsome man? What if something went wrong? I know what I am doing. Ning Yao's voice remained gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. Very well. Seeing the sacred maiden's resolute expression, Elder Xian reluctantly agreed. Only the two of them remained. Ning Yao waved her hand, sealing off the outside world. I never imagined that the humble Ling Tai sect could produce a peerless prodigy like Mountain Master Su. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Ning Yao was merely a divine king. How had she seen through his disguise? Mountain Master Su need not be surprised. I have cultivated the Yao Qi secret art of the truth-piercing eye, and having had prior contact with you, I was fortunate enough to recognize you. I see. What does the sacred maiden wish to discuss with me by staying behind? Su Qing was unconcerned about being seen through. I wish to request a favor of Mountain Master Su. What favor? Within the Peacock King Cauldron lies a treasure belonging to Yao Qi. I earnestly ask Mountain Master Su to allow me to retrieve it. Su Qing looked skeptical. Sacred maiden, do not deceive me. How could a treasure of Yao Qi be found within the Saint King artifact of the Peacock Saint King? This is a long story involving secrets between Yao Qi and the Peacock Saint King. I beg your pardon for not being able to disclose it. In short, this treasure indeed belongs to Yao Qi, and only someone from Yao Qi can move it. Ning Yao's face was full of sincerity and earnestness. In truth, very few within Yao Qi knew of this matter. Su Qing pondered for a moment. Very well. If I truly cannot move it, you may take it. Thank you, Mountain Master Su. Ning Yao breathed a sigh of relief. The two flew to the side of the Peacock King Cauldron. Within the cauldron was a chaotic void, at the center of which floated a pale golden ring, still and silent. Ning Yao was overcome with excitement. It was truly here, the missing part of Yao Kai's imperial artifact. Su Qing looked at the small ring no larger than a palm. How could it be immovable? He reached out, and the moment his hand touched the ring, a massive surge of black qi erupted with a piercing shriek, dragging them both inside. The pale golden ring suddenly blazed with light to suppress the black qi, while the Peacock King Cauldron trembled violently, streaks of five-colored divine light crisscrossing within to shield them both. Su Qing's consciousness grew hazy. The black qi shrieked in his ears, stirring up evil thoughts and amplifying his desires boundlessly, until he touched something warm and smooth like fine white jade, triggering an explosive release that entangled them within the cauldron. In his dream, there were demonic monsters surging like tidal waves, of a peacock spreading its wings to blot out the sky, devouring mountains and rivers with its might. There was also a woman shrouded in chaotic radiance, wielding a ring-shaped artifact that shattered thousands of miles of mountains and rivers with a single strike. Su Qing awoke. The Peacock King Cauldron remained, but the ring within had vanished. Ning Yao was nowhere to be seen, only a faint lingering fragrance at the tip of his nose. Leaving the Saint King tomb, there were still scattered cultivators in the valley. Upon seeing the bronze ghost mask on Su Qing's face, their expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly fled. Su Qing shook his head and headed towards the Ling Tai sect. At this moment, the Ling Tai sect was in a state of First news of the fall of the sect leader and several mountain lords spread, followed by the assault of a strange, powerful being who breached the protective array, severely injuring the Grand Elder on Lingtai Peak. Many disciples had already escaped amidst the chaos. On Lingtai Peak, a middle-aged divine being in blue said coldly, "Say it again, give me the things." I don't know what you were talking about. The expression of the Yuanming divine king darkened. Behind him were the corpses of other Grand Elders. Alas, he sighed softly. Would the Lingtai sect become history in his hands? The blue-clad divine being frowned. "Where is Bai Li Chengfeng? He has already perished." The Yuanming divine king replied truthfully. "I have not seen the things you mentioned. Since they are of no use, then you shall die." Anger flickered in the blue-clad divine being's eyes. The Yuanming divine king closed his eyes. After a while, the imagined death did not come. He opened his eyes in confusion, only to see the blue-clad divine being had lost all signs of life, revealing his true form. A peacock over 10 feet long. Next to the peacock stood a man in green. Su Mountain Lord. The Yuanming divine king's expression changed. A divine being had fallen at Su Qing's hands. Yuanming Grand Elder. Su Qing nodded in greeting. "Su Mountain Lord, is it true that Yu Yin and the others have fallen?" "It is true. Including sect leader Zhou, everyone has perished, and among the 9 mountain lords, I am the only one still alive." Hope shattered. The Yuanming divine king fell silent. After a long while he spoke, "My lifespan is nearing its end, and this day of great turmoil has further harmed my essence. I estimate I will soon pass away. The Lingtai sect will be entrusted to Su Mountain Lord. I do not expect Su Mountain Lord to act in the name of the Lingtai sect, but I hope you can preserve a flicker of its legacy." "All right," Su Qing agreed. A day later, the Yuanming divine king passed away. Thus, all divine kings of the Lingtai sect had fallen. 3 days later, Su Qing reorganized the Lingtai sect, renaming it Qingtian Dao, preserving the lineage of Lingtai within the Dao. In Qingtian Hall, Dao Master, the Ku Qiu divine king walked in. Yes, with Su Qing's assistance, Ku Qiu had already broken through to the divine king level. In recent days, the Ku Qiu divine king had been glowing with vitality. He had thought that a breakthrough was hopeless, yet unexpectedly, he welcomed a day of revival. But he knew very well who had brought this to him. "Dao Master, here is the roster. The situation is better than we expected. There are 52 celestial beings remaining, and half of the other servants and disciples chose not to leave Qingtian Dao," the Ku Qiu divine king said. Su Qing nodded. He had thought that the upper echelons were nearly wiped out, and with the Lingtai sect replaced by Qingtian Dao, many cultivators would leave. The result of so many remaining was unexpected. What is the situation in the outside world? The outside. Ku Qiu thought for a moment. During this time, Yinzhou has become the center of attention in the Wind Domain. The events that occurred in the Peacock Saint King's tomb have caused a huge uproar in the Wind Domain, the Sword Gate Golden Peng clan, and Yin Yang Divine Dynasty. Tisk, the troops of the 3 major forces have been completely wiped out. The losses are not significant, but it is akin to a slap in the face. The 3 major forces have declared that they will spare no effort to eliminate the culprit. The Ku Qiu divine king seemed somewhat gleeful. Moreover, it is said that the culprit is a single person, a cultivator from the Butian sect, who has not been seen for a long time. "How much do you know about the Butian sect?" Su Qing suddenly asked. "Butian sect? I don't know much, only that it was a powerful sect that shook the Wind Domain hundreds of thousands of years ago. Its strength was formidable, but it seems to have violated some taboo and was collectively destroyed by many forces." The Ku Qiu divine king didn't mind why Su Qing was asking this, and continued, "The outside world is in chaos. The 3 major forces have offered bounties rewarding clues about the culprit and the Butian sect. It is said that if they can capture the culprit, they would directly obtain a top-tier celestial artifact." "Celestial artifact? I wonder if I will ever see such a treasure in my lifetime." Su Qing secretly scoffed. They knew he possessed several holy artifacts, even a Saint King artifact like the Peacock King's Cauldron, yet they only offered a celestial artifact as the highest reward. Who do they look down on? Speaking of the Peacock King's Cauldron, he had already fused 1 shard into it, but there were still 2 shards for which he had no clues, not knowing where they were. "Master." Not long after the Ku Qiu divine king left, Luo Zhen walked in again. Not long ago, he had just been accepted as Su Qing's disciple. The divine aura on him surged, not yet fully settled. "Very good." Su Qing nodded. It was worth giving Luo Zhen a peach. In just a few days, he had broken through to the celestial level. "Thank you for your guidance, Master." Luo Zhen expressed his gratitude. "By the way, Master, look at this. I found it right after I exited seclusion." Luo Zhen took out a glowing stone. Su Qing took it, and the stone immediately opened, turning into a piece of paper. It read, 2 shards of the Peacock King's Cauldron are in the hands of the Yin Yang Divine Dynasty. Additionally, the Sword Gate has invited a powerful expert skilled in divination who is currently calculating your identity. I'll leave the Wind Domain as soon as possible. There was no name. But looking at the elegant handwriting, Su Qing had a guess. Huh. He stood up and exhaled a breath of turbid air. A powerful expert skilled in divination. I wonder if they can deduce my identity. If they really deduced it, staying here would be somewhat dangerous. In the Yaoqi sacred land, Ning Yao arrived in front of a cave on the back mountain of the sacred land. Not long after the cave opened, and she walked straight in. An old man in white with white hair sat at a stone table quietly sipping tea. Upon seeing Ning Yao, he smiled and said, "Why has my dear granddaughter come to visit this old man?" "Grandfather." Ning Yao hesitated. Ning Yingxiang's expression darkened and the teacup shattered. "Have you been bullied? Tell grandfather who it is, and he'll go chop him up." No. Ning Yao quickly interjected. She recalled being bullied by other second-generation cultivators in the sacred land when she was younger, and how her grandfather had overturned the 18 grand elders of the sacred land upon learning of it. "Yaoer has come to ask grandfather for a favor." Ning Yao briefly explained her request. After hearing, Ning Yingxiang looked at Ning Yao with a complex expression for a while. "My dear granddaughter has grown up. It's time for matters of the heart." "No, grandfather." Ning Yao did not know how to explain. She was merely grateful that Su Qing had allowed her to bring back the missing parts of the Yaoqi imperial weapon and intended to help him. It was just pure gratitude. "Right?" Ning Yingxiang waved his hand. "Then I will help that stinky boy I haven't met yet. It's just a matter of disrupting the divination. This old man excels at that." Saying this, he sat down cross-legged. In the sword gate, a powerful expert who was calculating Su Qing's identity and location, and who had already made progress, suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood, his aura weakening. "Which old fool is interfering with me?" he roared at the sky. Su Qing was unaware that with Ning Yao's help he had temporarily avoided a crisis of exposure. At this moment, he was gazing solemnly at the burly man in front of him. "I sensed it. The aura of the Peacock King Cauldron," the robust man uttered, startling Su Qing. "Could it be that they have come so soon? In the past, under the command of the Holy King, I witnessed him using the Peacock King Cauldron to suppress one Saint Dao powerhouse after another, even eliminating a quasi-emperor, which earned the Holy King his illustrious reputation." A glimmer of reverence and nostalgia flickered in the man's eyes. "Even if I have entered the Holy Realm, I cannot compare to the Holy King. He is a peak that I will never surpass in my lifetime." When he spoke of being unable to surpass, there was no hint of disappointment in his voice, but rather pride and satisfaction. Su Qing's attention, however, was fixed on the phrase "have entered the Holy Realm." Although he had perceived the man's unfathomable presence like an abyss, when he first met him, he understood that this was a terrifying powerhouse he could not contend with. But he did not expect this to be a being standing atop the pyramid of the Wind Domain cultivators. Moreover, it seemed he was once a follower of the Peacock Holy King. "Take out the Peacock King Cauldron," the man instructed. Su Qing obediently retrieved it. "It's been a long time since we last met," he said, stroking the cauldron's surface. The Peacock King Cauldron trembled slightly, as if in response. "Back then, in order to eliminate that quasi-emperor, you suffered severe damage, and the cauldron was shattered." He shook his head and spoke to the cauldron. "Unfortunately, I don't know where the fragments are. If I did, I could retrieve them to restore you." Su Qing's eyes brightened. "Senior, I know where the fragments of the cauldron are." "Oh, where?" "In the Yinyang Divine Dynasty." "The Yinyang Divine Dynasty," the man murmured. Su Qing thought he hesitated, since the Yinyang Divine Dynasty also had saint-level figures in command. But the next moment the man vanished without a trace. "Wait, he'll retrieve the fragments." Did he really go? After about an hour the man returned. He bore wounds all over, but they were merely superficial injuries. His aura remained stable and powerful. The man took out 2 pieces of bronze remnants, tossed them into the cauldron, and began to restore the Peacock King Cauldron. He actually brought them back. Su Qing was astonished. He was unaware that the outside world had erupted into chaos. The Yinyang Divine Dynasty was being humiliated once more. First, the Xianyang Sun was killed in the Holy King's tomb, and now it was even better. They were directly attacked. Half of the Divine Dynasty Lord's palace had been demolished. Yet when they learned who the formidable figure was, the onlookers among the cultivators felt it was not surprising. The great sage of the Toad Mountain, a legendary saint-level being who had made a name for himself hundreds of thousands of years ago. His actions were notoriously reckless, famous for being unrestrained. The great sage of the Toad Mountain had once followed the Peacock Holy King into battle. After the Holy King's fall, he became a lone wolf. As a solitary sage, unencumbered by ties which force in the Wind Domain would dare to disregard him. Moreover, based on the great sage's past actions, he would not care about the face of any powerful figure. If he was provoked, he would slaughter everyone, young and old. Thus, the Yinyang Divine Dynasty could only begrudgingly admit defeat, honestly handing over the fragments of the Peacock King Cauldron to the great sage. "It has been restored," the great sage of the Toad Mountain said, stopping. The Peacock King Cauldron was now fully intact. "Kid, here is the Peacock King Cauldron for you." I hope you don't tarnish the reputation of the Holy King's lifebound artifact, or I will reclaim it on behalf of the Holy King. He warned. Rest assured, Senior, Su Qing nodded. The great sage of the Toad Mountain did not say much more, taking one last glance at the Peacock King cauldron before drifting away. Hey Race, a piece of advice: to the west of the Wind Domain lies the vast and boundless endless sea. You are currently in a precarious position. Take cover and return later. His voice slowly faded in the wind. The endless sea. Su Qing pondered. This was an expansive ocean with an area comparable to that of dozens of wind domains. It certainly was a good place to avoid the spotlight. Su Qing summoned Qi Mu Wan and Luo Zhan. Master will be leaving for a while. During my absence, you two, along with the God King Ku Qiu, will take charge of the Qing Tian Dao. Master is leaving. The two were taken aback. Yes, before I leave, I have some matters to discuss with you. Please, Master, go ahead. Su Qing waved his hand, and 3 sacred artifacts appeared before him. A saber, a sword, and a halberd. Here are 3 sacred artifacts. Each of you may choose one. Sacred artifacts. The two thought they must have misheard. Master, are these sacred artifacts? Indeed, they are genuine weapons of the saints. The two instantly connected the dots regarding the storm brewing outside and understood why Master was leaving. I will take the halberd. Luo Zhan selected the black sacred halberd. Then Qi Mu Wan chose the sword. Remember, for now, do not expose the sacred artifacts in your possession. Continue using your original weapons. Su Qing advised. Disciples understand. Ding. The host gifts the disciple the saint weapon Heavenly Army War Halberd, triggering a 100-fold critical hit, and receiving the Holy King's weapon Heavenly Phenomenon War Halberd. Ding. The host gifts the disciple the saint weapon Spirit Sword, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, and receiving the Quasi-Emperor weapon Yuan Emperor Sword. 2 ordinary saint weapons had resulted in 1 Holy King weapon and 1 Quasi-Emperor weapon. The sacred saber, however, was sent into the treasury by Su Qing. Ding. The host gifts the sect the saint weapon Indestructible Sacred Saber, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, and receiving the immortal Emperor weapon Undying Celestial Saber. An Emperor weapon. Su Qing felt a surge of joy. According to his plan, the weapon used for ascending to the Divine Emperor must at least be at the Emperor weapon level, and now he had one. Moreover, there was also the Peacock King Cauldron. Ding. The host gifts the sect the Holy King weapon Peacock King Cauldron, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, and receiving the Supreme Emperor weapon All Heavens Taihao Cauldron. They even produced a Supreme Emperor weapon. Su Qing gasped in surprise. Emperor weapons are scarce even in the entire heavenly realm, right? Throughout history and the future, those who step into the Emperor Dao realm are certainly figures from top-tier ancient clans or the founders of great sects. Such individuals dominated an era in the heavenly realm. The weapons they nurture and wield are undoubtedly the highest-tier weapons in the heavenly realm. After discussing matters, Su Qing quietly left the Qing Tian Dao. Just after descending the mountain, Su Qing sensed a more desolate and solemn atmosphere than before. Occasionally, personnel from the 3 major forces passed by. There were also cultivators lured by the bounty wandering and inquiring about news near the Holy King's tomb and within the Yin province. Su Qing headed westward. He was stopped and questioned 4 or 5 times before he even left Yin province. It took him a full half-month to reach the far western edge of the Wind Domain Hezhou. The long-hidden lair of the Repairing Heaven sect was unearthed, and each of the Yinyang Divine Dynasty Sword Gate and Golden Rock clan sent forth a saint to completely obliterate it. Su Qing could only silently mourn for them in his heart. What a terrible scapegoat. He had obliterated the Repairing Heaven sect in the human realm, and the Repairing Heaven sect in the heavenly realm was also destroyed because they had taken the blame for him. After staying in Hezhou for half a day, Su Qing finally stepped out of the Wind Domain, and before him lay the boundless ocean. The sea surface was calm, and the water was a deep blue. Under the brilliant sunlight, seabirds soared. A large ship was docked. Groups of cultivators by the shore were laughing and chatting. "Excuse me, where is this ship headed?" Su Qing approached to ask. A cultivator looked up and suddenly made a move. Boom. Su Qing's gaze sharpened, and with a punch he sent the cultivator flying. "Who are you?" At this moment, several people emerged from the deck of the large ship. Another one trying to cross from the Wind Domain to the endless sea at this time. Better to kill wrongly than to let one go, regardless of whether he is the murderer. Kill him. Su Qing did not expect that the 3 major forces would directly guard this place. As expected, these individuals are not fools. They guessed that the culprit would likely head to the endless sea to hide, so they chose to lie in wait. A sense of heaviness filled his heart. He could not discern the depth of the few people on the large ship. At the very least, they were all experts at the level of Dao integration, which posed some trouble. At this moment, Su Qing felt something was off. Suddenly, these people stopped moving as if they were being restrained. "Leave." A faint voice reached his ears. "Thank you, Senior." Su Qing took a deep breath, bowed to the void, and quickly left. By the time the intercepting cultivators regained their senses, he had already vanished without a trace. Damn it, that guy must be the culprit. Several divine emperors had grim expressions filled with fear. A saintly figure helped him escape to the endless sea. This news must be relayed back immediately. At this moment, Su Qing was already far from the wind region, lying on the deck of a large ship, enjoying the sea breeze. This was a merchant ship belonging to the human forces of the Tianlansi region. The Merchant Alliance was overseen by the Wang family. In the Tianlansi region, there is a notion of 8 major caves and 109 families representing the most powerful human forces in this sea area. Each family has at least one powerful expert stationed, and the 8 major caves even have saintly figures present. The Wang family is one of them. Despite being ranked lower, it is still a considerable force. Respectable Qingshu Steward Chen sent me to invite you. A cultivator from the Merchant Alliance approached respectfully. All right, Su Qing replied lazily. Originally, this merchant ship did not allow him on board. Only after he slightly revealed his divine sovereign cultivation did they agree to let him aboard. Steward Chun is an external steward of the Merchant Alliance named Chen Ping, a giant of divine kings, and is the person in charge of this merchant ship. Please take a seat, respected one. Seeing Su Qing arrive, Chen Ping quickly stood to welcome him. You're being too polite, steward Chen. Su Qing smiled. Is the respected one here to travel through the Tianlansi region? He tentatively asked. Yes, I've been on land for too long and wanted to see the scenery of the sea. In that case, does the respected one have any desire to become an elder of the Merchant Alliance? Chen Ping continued. Rest assured, the Merchant Alliance has lenient management with few restrictions. It won't greatly affect your cultivation. Only occasionally will there be tasks from the Wang family that the stewards cannot complete, requiring the guest elders to handle. Moreover, the benefits of the Merchant Alliance are generous and will surely satisfy you. Su Qing pondered for a moment and said, with a force like the Merchant Alliance backed by the Wang family, it shouldn't be that easy to join, right? Indeed, Chen Ping nodded. Under normal circumstances, even divine sovereign experts would need to go through several rounds of assessments to join the Merchant Alliance as guest elders. However, my master, the respectable Yun Ling, is one of the elders of the Merchant Alliance and can recommend you, exempting you from the assessments. Elder of the Merchant Alliance. Su Qing glanced at him. What do you want me to do? Chen Ping smiled slightly. My master will recommend you to become a guest elder, and you only need to cast a vote for my master at the next Merchant Alliance conference. Understood. Su Qing nodded. This is merely a struggle for power within the Merchant Alliance. 2 days later, on the Merchant Sea continent at the Divine Merchant City. Although called the Merchant Sea continent, it is actually a large island. It would be more appropriate to call it Merchant Sea Island. This continent belongs to the Wang family, and the headquarters of the Merchant Alliance is located in the central Divine Merchant City of the continent. The Merchant Alliance is one of the more important industries under the Wang family. Thus, the entire Merchant Sea continent serves the Merchant Alliance, and there are often divine emperors stationed on the island to ensure safety. After Su Qing had a rough understanding, the two arrived at the residence of Chen Ping's master, respectable Yunling. The residents had already prepared a banquet, and besides Su Qing, more than 10 divine sovereigns had arrived. Respectable Yunling was a small, thin, old man dressed in light gray, smiling as he welcomed Su Qing to take a seat. Let me introduce to everyone, this is respectable Qingshu, who will soon join the Merchant Alliance as a guest elder. Respectable Yunling introduced Su Qing to the other divine sovereigns. Su Qing stood and nodded in acknowledgement. The group of divine sovereigns also offered friendly smiles. Where there are people, there is a world of intrigue. Evidently, this was a gathering of respectable Yunling's faction. Since Su Qing would be recommended to join the Merchant Alliance by them, he would naturally be viewed as one of Yunling's people in the eyes of the others. He did not mind. After all, he was merely taking refuge in the endless sea for the time being. As long as they did not disturb him, everything was negotiable. The gathering concluded. Su Qing returned to the place arranged for him by Chen Ping. Halfway, he suddenly stopped. Little girl, why have you been following me? Su Qing turned back, frowning slightly. Behind him stood a delicately featured little girl with twin ponytails. The little girl tilted her head and looked at him. Uncle, I like you. Su Qing. This little girl looked to be about 11 or 12 years old, around the same age as Xiao Yin, saying she liked him. In Xia country, this is quite a crime. The smell on you. What a big gasp. The smell? Su Qing sniffed. What smell? Little one, it's late. You should go home. It's not safe outside, and you shouldn't make your family worry. I have no family, the little girl said innocently. I only grew up with Xiao He. No family. Su Qing was taken aback. An orphan? Who is Xiao He? Little ancestor, I just went to buy something, and why did you run away again? A small black calf rushed over holding a bag in its mouth. Xiao He is here, the little girl waved at the black calf. Little ancestor, are you hungry? I know you don't like to eat spirit fruits. I went to grab. Buy some divine beast meat, hurry and eat. The little black calf placed the bag on the ground. Who are you? The little black calf looked at Su Qing warily. Xiaohei, he is an uncle, and he has a pleasant smell. Uncle, a pleasant smell. The little black calf looked suspicious, circling around Su Qing and sniffing. Indeed, what a manly scent. Su Qing shook his head. This little black calf had the cultivation of a divine king. With it following the little girl, she should be very safe, so he prepared to leave. Uncle, are you leaving? Can I go with you? The little girl looked at him with anticipation. No, you can't. Su Qing was about to refuse when he suddenly felt the system stir. Indeed, although it had no physical form, he clearly sensed that the system had just moved. His gaze sharpened. Could it be that this little girl is connected to the system? Was the pleasant smell she mentioned because of the system? All right, let's go with Uncle. Su Qing took a deep breath. Little ancestor, you want to go with this human? The little black calf was filled with indignation, looking very sad. Yes, Xiaohei can come along too. No, I know Yin will never associate with humans. The little black calf resolutely refused and decisively turned away in the opposite direction. Since the little ancestor no longer needs me, I will leave. Xiaohei, the little ancestor need not keep me. The determined and lonely figure of the little black calf was heart-wrenching. After walking for a while, why hasn't the little ancestor caught up? The little black calf turned back and saw Su Qing leading the little girl disappear around a corner. Damn it! The little black calf cursed. It hurriedly turned around and chased after them. Little ancestor, one more table. Little black bull said with a displeased expression, transforming his grief into appetite, devouring food with vigor. He glared fiercely at Su Qing, thinking, watch me eat you into poverty. The butler was dumbfounded. Was this the 7th or 8th table? It should be noted that the dishes served are rich in spiritual energy containing divine herbs. A typical divine king cannot consume too much, lest they be overwhelmed by the spiritual energy. Continue. Su Qing instructed the butler. The little calf could really eat. However, this amount of food was nothing to him. It would be a long time before he could eat him into poverty. He gazed thoughtfully at the elegantly eating little lowly. Su Qing had subtly inquired, but the little one knew nothing related to the system, remembering nothing at all. He began to doubt whether that feeling on that day was indeed a problem. Perhaps the system had not activated. It was hard to understand. Little garden, stay at home with little black. I'll be back in 2 hours. Understood, Uncle. At the Merchant Alliance headquarters, the conference hall was nearly filled to capacity. Master Qingshu. Someone called out to him. It was the flame-fighting god of the Yunling faction. Su Qing walked over and sat beside him. He glanced around, discovering that besides the 7 elders seated at the front, there were nearly 100 other divine elders like him in the hall. The formidable strength of the Merchant Alliance was evident. Seeing Su Qing looking around, flame-fighting god chuckled. Rest assured, Master Qingshu. With the strength, experience, and prestige of Elder Yunling, the position of the Great Elder belongs to him, without a doubt. He thought Su Qing was worried about whether Yunling could ascend to the position. The Great Elder is the true leader of the Merchant Alliance. A few years ago, the previous Great Elder stepped down due to illness, leaving the position vacant, and various factions had been secretly vying for it for a long time. The Yunling faction had always held the advantage. Today, the position of Great Elder was about to be decided, and many believed it was already in the bag for Elder Yunling. Master Qingshu, you arrived just in time. Once Elder Yunling ascends, we will also gain considerable benefit. However, you are new here, and you have yet to achieve anything, so the benefits you can receive may be limited, but if Flame-Fighting God hinted at forming an alliance. Is that so? Haha, it's only natural that you Flame-Fighting God with your hard work and contributions wouldn't be able to share much in the benefits. Su Qing remained noncommittal. He was not one of those old geezers who had cultivated to the end only knowing how to vie for benefits every day. Alliance? Better not. Feeling disheartened, Flame-Fighting God said no more, and his attitude towards Su Qing grew considerably colder. Soon the election for the Great Elder began. Each divine elder wrote down their choice, which was collected by the attendant beside them and presented to the front of the hall. A divine mirror floated above the hall. This was a Tao artifact preventing anyone from tampering with the results. A middle-aged elder stood up to announce the results. Congratulations to Elder Yunling, who has become the new Great Elder of the Merchant Alliance with the highest votes of 31. The voice echoed throughout the hall. Elder Yunling stood up amidst a chorus of congratulations, walking to the front with a beaming smile, ready to speak. Wait, this voice was unusually grating. Elder Yunling's expression darkened. Was someone causing trouble? Upon seeing who it was, his expression instantly changed from anger to a smile. So it's Elder Wang Yuexian. Elder Yunling hurried over to greet him. Other elders also stood up, respectfully inquiring. Who is this? Su Qing asked, Flame-Fighting. Elder Wang Yuexian of the Wang family, the current guardian of the Merchant's Sea Continent, a harmonious Tao Divine Emperor. Strange, what is he doing here? Flame-Fighting God whispered. Elder Yunling, given that the Alliance's profits have been declining year after year, the family believes your management is lacking, so they have decided to send a Great Elder from the family to oversee the alliance's affairs. This election for the Great Elder is void, Wang Yuexian said coldly. What? Elder Yunling felt as if struck by lightning, unable to accept this. Other elders and divine elders were initially shocked, then secretly complained. Didn't the Wang family know why profits had been declining year after year? Each of their second-generation heirs took whatever they wanted from the alliance, treating it like their personal treasury. In this situation, if it weren't for Elder Yunling's strong abilities, the alliance would have long been at a loss, down to its last pair of shorts. However, despite their grumbling, no one dared to voice it. The new Great Elder of the Merchant Alliance will be Wang Chu. Wang Yuexian disregarded the whispers in the hall and announced to himself. Wang Chu. Elder Yunling's face showed anger. Isn't that your son, Elder Yuexian? Are you implying that this elder is abusing power for personal gain? Wang Yuexian said coldly. A terrifying pressure struck Elder Yunling. He crashed into the wall, blood spewing from his mouth. No, how dare I? If this elder finds out that you dare to spread rumors to slander me, you will regret it. Wang Yuexian waved his sleeve and left. The hall fell silent. Elder Yunling got up, swaying and leaving without a word. Absurd, simply absurd. Flame-fighting God was indignant. After watching a farce, Su Qing exited the Merchant Alliance. Master Qingshu, my lord requests your presence. A middle-aged divine king approached and whispered, Who is your lord? You'll know once you meet the elder. The other party had an air of mystery. Su Qing glanced at him and continued on his way. Hey. The middle-aged divine king was startled. Great Elder, my lord, is the new Great Elder of the Merchant Alliance. Before long, Su Qing met this Great Elder Wang Chu. The divine aura on him fluctuated, suggesting he had just broken through. Master Qingshu, please have a seat. If the Great Elder has something to say, just say it. Su Qing had already guessed what he wanted to say, but he wasn't interested. Wang Chu's expression darkened, then quickly returned to normal. He laughed heartily, appearing boisterous, and then enthusiastically described to Su Qing how he planned to transform the Merchant Alliance into the strongest commercial organization in the Tianlan Sea region after his ascension. Su Qing was utterly speechless. Putting aside whether it could be realized, even if it could, he wouldn't waste so much time helping Wang Chu fulfill his dream. He decisively took his leave. Bang! Wang Chu crushed his wine cup, his expression dark as water. He was a member of the Wang family. His father was an elder of the Wang family, a harmonious, Tao divine emperor. How dare this scoundrel refuse him? If it weren't for the fact that this Qingshu had just arrived at the alliance and was still considered innocent, he wouldn't have bothered to recruit someone more handsome than himself. Fine, you won't give me face, huh? Watch how I deal with you. Wang Chu's eyes flickered with cold light. Where are the other people you asked to contact? I will go invite them right now. The middle-aged divine king ran out. Su Qing returned. Little Garden was sleeping while Bull Outyin was still eating. Upon seeing Su Qing, Little Black Bull provocatively raised its hooves and swallowed down the entire divine pig before him in one gulp, not leaving a drop of oil behind. Burp. Su Qing shook his head. Master, the Golden Cauldron Auction House has sent an invitation inviting you to attend the auction in 3 days. It is said that the people from the Golden Cauldron have unearthed many valuable items from an underwater ruin. The butler handed over a gold-embossed invitation. The Divine Mall was the headquarters of the Merchant Alliance, but there were also other forces present, and the Golden Cauldron Auction House was one of them, with backing that was no less than the Wang family. An auction? Su Qing glanced at the invitation. Got it. At the Golden Tripod Auction House, Su Qing entered with Xiao Yuan and Niu Ao Tian, and soon a servant led them to a private room on the second floor. Similar to the Duobao Pavilion auction, this auction house is also a circular building with the auction stage in the center clearly visible from all angles. The auctioneer was an old man, eloquently stirring the atmosphere even before the auction began. Soon the auction officially commenced. The first item up for bid is a 5th-grade divine artifact, the Divine Fire Pearl, containing a strand of pure yang true fire. Su Qing listened with indifference. A succession of over 10 items passed by, none of which piqued his interest. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled, her twin tails swinging excitedly. Niu Ao Tian, on the other hand, had already dozed off beside Xiao Yuan. This next item is somewhat special, the auctioneer suddenly announced. With a wave of his hand, a servant opened a box revealing a broken black tower, dull and unremarkable. After the appraisal by several treasure appraisal masters in the auction house, this is a 1st-grade divine artifact. A 1st-grade divine artifact. The voices in the auction hall paused for 2 seconds. What was the point of auctioning off something like this? Although it is a 1st-grade divine artifact, its material is quite rare. Even a 7th-grade divine artifact cannot cut through it. The auctioneer continued to promote it. He didn't even mention the tower's function, since no one could identify it. Several appraisal masters failed to ascertain its value. Due to suspicions that it might be a rare treasure, they had called upon the God Emperor for inspection, and the conclusion was it was indeed a 1st-grade divine artifact, but its material was extremely hard. But what good is hardness alone? From the reactions of the cultivators in the auction hall, it was clear that everyone had little interest in this item. Starting bid 100,000 spirit crystals. 110,000. 120,000. A few scattered voices began bidding. Su Qing initially had no interest, but Xiao Yuan suddenly turned and pointed at the auction stage saying, "Uncle, it's time I see time." Time. Su Qing was taken aback. "You mean that small tower?" Xiao Yuan nodded. Su Qing pondered, could this tower be related to time? 150,000, he called out. Upon hearing the bid from the private room, the others chose to back down. Soon the black tower was delivered to Su Qing. He fiddled with it for a while, feeling somewhat frustrated. "Xiao Yuan, do you know how I can also see time?" "I don't know." This. He had tried every method he could think of, but to no avail. "Xiao Yuan can help Uncle take it out," the little girl said seriously. "Take it out." The little girl took the small tower and placed her hand on its surface. To Su Qing's astonishment, a faint blue light like a strand of rope emanated from the top of the tower. A subtle and profound fluctuation flowed. This is the power of time, a force as formidable as that of space and soul. Su Qing quickly absorbed it. The power of time was still quite weak, and compared to other Tao, it was like the difference between a small stream and the ocean. It needed to be nurtured slowly into the path of time. Creak. Without the power of time, the black tower shattered into pieces. The auction continued. Until the last item, the auctioneer's expression suddenly turned serious. Then, to everyone's astonishment, dozens of servants wheeled a massive object onto the auction stage. It was a shriveled giant beast with a single horn on its head, massive bones, sturdy hooves covered in palm-sized black scales, and bristling with thorny spikes, as if clad in heavy armor. "What is this?" Su Qing scrutinized. Although the power of time he currently possessed was still weak, he sharply sensed a faint ripple of time emanating from this giant beast. A deceased giant sea beast of the path of time. Su Qing thought. Perhaps bidding on it would help in the cultivation of the power of time. It has been determined that this sea beast was at the God Emperor level before its death, making it an extremely rare high-grade beast preserved so well. A God Emperor level sea beast's corpse. The auction hall erupted in chaos with murmurs all around. Which clan does this sea beast belong to? If it comes from a powerful sea beast clan, wouldn't bidding on it bring us trouble? A cultivator asked loudly. Rest assured, the auctioneer pressed his hands down. This sea beast has been appraised by several God Emperors from our Golden Tripod auction house, and does not belong to any powerful sea clan. Moreover, if it were a powerful clan's sea beast, we wouldn't dare to auction it. The Endless Sea is the domain of the sea beast clans. Any clan that could be called a powerful clan has at least a formidable being overseeing it. Even if the Golden Tripod auction house obtained the corpse of such a sea beast, they wouldn't dare to auction it openly, for it would surely provoke retaliation from the sea clans. Many forces have been wiped out by the sea clans in the Endless Sea. You should all be well aware that this giant beast is a treasure, whether for refining weapons or alchemy. It provides top-quality materials, extremely rare. Starting bid 8 million spirit crystals. Seeing the right moment, the auctioneer announced the price. 8 million. Such a high price caused many cultivators to gasp, directly dissuading them. 9 million. Someone in the second-floor private room called out. 10 million. 11 million. In the blink of an eye, the price surged past 10 million. Su Qing did not bid, he lacked sufficient spirit crystals. However, he summoned a servant and handed over a piece of Tao artifact, and the auction house quickly delivered 10 million spirit crystals. At this moment, the price had reached 15 million. The frequency of bids and the speed of price increases noticeably slowed. 17 million. Su Qing called out a bid. Increasing by 150,000 made others hesitate. 18 million, a casual voice chimed in. 19 million. 20 million. Su Qing frowned slightly. He recognized the voice, it was Wang. The other party had not bid before and chose to speak up, now clearly trying to irritate him. If he wanted to play, Su Qing would play along. He summoned the servant again and tossed another Tao artifact. Are Tao artifacts now as cheap as cabbages? The servant walked away bewildered and soon returned with over 10 million spirit crystals. 22 million. Su Qing called out again. On the other side, Wang Chu snorted coldly. How can this guy, a mere god, have so much money? Who knows, maybe he sold everything he owns. Spending over 20 million for a sea beast's corpse, tisk, he must be out of his mind. An elder beside Wang Chu mocked. Wang Chu also showed a pleased smile. Even a God Emperor level sea beast's corpse isn't worth more than 20 million spirit crystals. This time Qing Su would definitely suffer a huge loss. Ultimately, Su Qing acquired the corpse for 22 million. Standing before the sea beast's corpse, the fluctuations of time became increasingly intense, solidifying his belief that the core Tao of this beast in life must have been the Tao of time. The power of time had already seeped into its flesh. Elder Qing Su. As he left the auction house, Wang Chu suddenly approached, speaking in a low voice. Hand over that sea beast's corpse to me, and I can give you another chance not holding your previous offense against you. Su Qing glanced at him. Is this person out of his mind? If it weren't for the concern over Wang Yuxian, he would have slapped him dead. A freeloader. Niu Ao Tian looked at him with disdain. Realizing he was being looked down upon by a little calf, Wang Chu exploded with anger. Before he could utter a harsh word, Su Qing had already left with Xiao Yuan and Niu Ao Tian, leaving him standing there with a sullen face. Returning home, Su Qing studied the corpse of the giant beast for a while, then swallowed a peach of immortality and practiced for half a day. Elder Qingshu, this is your task. A steward from the Merchant Alliance came to find him. Assigned task. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Yes. Upon opening the document, it was a request for him to escort a Merchant Alliance fleet to the Northern Dust Continent in a few days. The task was issued by Wang Chu. The Northern Dust Continent is located at the far west of the Tianlan Sea, and traveling from the Merchant Sea Continent to there is nearly a traverse of the entire Tianlan Sea. The journey is fraught with danger, and there is a high likelihood of encountering powerful sea beasts or even pirate attacks. A moment of carelessness could lead to drowning in the sea. This route has already seen several elders of the Merchant Alliance perish. Accepting the assigned task is mandatory unless he chooses to leave the Merchant Alliance immediately. This is a blatant scheme. Wang Chu thinks he has Su Qing under control. Little does he know this is exactly what Su Qing desires. How can one improve their strength by staying in the Merchant Sea Continent? As for the danger, the cultivation world is filled with peril. If one halts progress due to fear, then perhaps it is better not to cultivate at all. Tell Wang Chu that I accept the task. However, there was something he didn't say in his heart. When I return, it will be his demise. 5 days later, Su Qing, Xiao Yuan, and Niu Outyin boarded the ship. Initially, due to the risks, he hadn't planned to bring the little girl, but she insisted on following him after learning he might be away for months. There was no way to refuse, so she could come along. As for Niu Outyin, he would follow wherever the little ancestor went. Half an hour later, all personnel and cargo were ready, and the merchant convoy set sail. The merchant convoy consisted of 12 large ships and several dozen medium-sized merchant vessels, a grand sight from a distance. However, among those escorting, besides a large group of divine kings, Su Qing was the only divine elder. Typically, there would at least be 3 elders accompanying. This left many cultivators in the merchant convoy feeling uneasy. With only one elder present, this journey was bound to be perilous. Suddenly, the sky darkened and the wind began to rise over the sea. The wind grew stronger, gradually forming waves. Elder, the waves are getting bigger. Should we activate the barrier? An experienced sailor came to advise. Activate the barrier. Su Qing nodded. The giant waves began to scatter the formation of the convoy. What a refreshing breeze. The little girl leaned against the ship's railing, her twin ponytails blowing straight back. She squinted her eyes in enjoyment and said to Su Qing, "Uncle, it would be even better if there was sunshine." As soon as she finished speaking, the dark clouds dispersed and sunlight poured down. Sunshine, is it really here? Su Qing was somewhat surprised. The little girl's luck was truly remarkable. Boom! A nearby ship was struck by a massive wave and collided with them. The big ship rocked violently. Had Su Qing not held on, the light-bodied little girl would likely have been thrown overboard. Whoosh! Niu Outyin, who was sleeping, was suddenly thrown into the air, his eyes still shut, leaving a trail of glistening drool behind him. He then fell into the sea with a loud splash. After a while, he climbed back up, cursing. Boom, boom, boom. The waves violently crashed, scattering dozens of merchant ships. The little girl, enjoying the wind, muttered, "These waves are so annoying, disappear quickly." In an instant, the sea calmed, and gentle sunlight illuminated the ocean. Strange, although the weather at sea changes like a woman's mood, this change happened too quickly. The sailor, who had not yet managed to notify the others to activate the barrier, was bewildered. Su Qing. He looked at the little girl enjoying her sunbath with a strange expression. Could it have been a coincidence? But how could such a thing happen, where the sun comes when she says it does, and the waves recede when she says to? Words manifesting reality. But the little girl isn't even a true deity. Perhaps it was merely an extremely rare coincidence. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The journey proved to be much smoother than Su Qing had anticipated. Aside from a group of pirates that he dispatched with a single slap, they also encountered an attack from a divine-level sea beast. However, after the little girl casually remarked, "Uncle, it looks so ugly, can you make it go away?" the once ferocious sea beast merely swam past the merchant convoy, leaving without incident. Su Qing thus confirmed. The little girl indeed possesses a heaven-defying ability akin to words manifesting reality, though it remains unclear if there are any limitations. If there are none, that would be terrifying. Arriving at a certain sea area, the number of nearby cultivators noticeably increased, many of whom appeared to be disciples of significant powers exuding an extraordinary aura. "Where's this?" Su Qing inquired. Returning to Elder, "This is the infamous Forbidden Sea." Someone replied. So this is the Forbidden Sea. No wonder there are so many cultivators. Su Qing gazed out through the mist. He could faintly see a towering stone tablet. The Forbidden Monument. The reason this sea area is called the Forbidden Sea is because of it. Legend has it that this stone tablet has stood here since the opening of the celestial realm, reaching to the heavens and the earth, and no one can destroy it. It is said that an ancient emperor once attempted to move the Forbidden Monument, but ultimately failed, which speaks to its mystery. The reason so many cultivators flock here is simply that if one can leave their name on the tablet, it will bestow treasures. The higher the rank of the name, the more precious and powerful the treasures. It is well known that there have been prodigies who obtained royal scriptures and imperial weapons from the Forbidden Monument. Thus, not only from the Endless Sea, but prodigies from all regions of the celestial realm frequently come to try their luck, seeking to leave their names on the tablet. We have arrived at White Shark Island. The merchant convoy reached a large island in the Forbidden Sea to rest. The island bustled with activity, filled with humans, demons, and spirits. In just a moment, Su Qing saw dozens of different races. Inside a tavern, Su Qing entered with Xiao Yuan and Niu Outyin. Big news. Big news. Someone's name has been left on the Forbidden Monument. A robust man burst into the tavern, his face glowing. Everyone inside was drawn to him. Even people on the second floor came to hear. The prodigy who left their name this time is not a cultivator from the Endless Sea, but from the ancient human royal family Sui Ren, named Sui Ren Hong, ranking. The prodigy who left their name this time is not a cultivator from the Endless Sea, but from the ancient human royal family Sui Ren, named Sui Ren Hong, ranking 344 on the tablet. TSK Tisk, it's been nearly 100 years since someone last left their name on the tablet, hasn't it? Indeed, the last name inscribed was by a prince from the Emperor Whale clan, proclaimed to be the strongest genius in the clan's history, but he only ranked 309th, failing to enter the top 300. Just being able to leave a name is impressive, but to enter the top 300, do you think it's that easy? Just look at the figures ahead. Almost all of them are ancient kings and emperors in their youth. Moreover, most of those who left their names on the Forbidden Monument are ancient powerhouses. How many contemporary cultivators can leave their names? Undoubtedly, those who can inscribe their names are the top prodigies of this era. Everyone nodded in agreement. From past experiences, those prodigies who left their names on the tablet, barring those who perished midway, almost all became immortal emperors throughout the ages. Among them, there have even been births of emperors. After sending Xiao Yuan and Niu Outyin back to the ship and informing the others, Su Qing flew towards the Forbidden Stone Tablet. The closer he got, the more cultivators he encountered. From a distance, the stone tablet appeared as a towering stone pillar. Only upon approaching could one truly feel its grandeur, vastness, and the ancient primal aura that surged forth. Reaching up to the clouds and plunging down to the seabed, it stood immobile and majestic. The tablet's surface was inscribed with brilliant golden characters that inspired awe in those who gazed upon it. First, Tianqing, the Celestial Clan. The first name on the stone tablet caused Su Qing's gaze to sharpen. The Celestial Clan, a truly transcendent and powerful race. They once established the ancient celestial court, ruling the celestial realm for a long time. There are even rumors that the celestial realm was created by the first ancestor of this race, though its veracity is unverified. However, after the ancient celestial court was destroyed by the siege of myriad races, the celestial clan suffered significant injuries and became reclusive, leading to very few recent reports about them. Second, Xuan Yuan, the human clan. In second place was a sage of the human clan, Emperor Xin Yuan. He was hailed as the most extraordinary figure in the history of humanity, having defeated 2 alien emperors in a single battle upon becoming emperor. He is also regarded as the second emperor of humanity, second only to the mysterious first emperor, Tai Wang, who established the imperial court. Many of Emperor Xuanyuan's admirers believe he has surpassed Tai Wang, claiming that Tai Wang merely had a longer reign. Of course, debating this is now meaningless. Neither Emperor Xin Yuan nor Tai Wang has been seen for several eras, their whereabouts long lost to history. Su Qing continued to read. Many names were familiar to him from ancient texts. Aside from a few, all were terrifying powerhouses who later became emperors. It's no wonder that so many prodigies gathered here, wanting to leave their names on the tablet. Besides seeking treasures, having their names inscribed on the stone was the best way to prove themselves. The stone tablet only had 360 names, yet the competition included all the unparalleled prodigies from history. While not every genius attempted the Forbidden Stone Tablet, leaving a name was still an arduous challenge. Su Qing observed many cultivators placing their hands on the stone tablet only to vanish as white light enveloped them. Periodically, other cultivators appeared with the same white light. He heard a purple-robed young man, just returned, complaining to an elder waiting outside, who seemed to be from his sect. It's still no use. I have mastered nearly 300 paths, but against that fellow's attack in the tablet, I couldn't even retaliate. How did those who made the list train? Can even a divine being contend with that monster? The young man grumbled. Sage, don't take it to heart, the elder comforted. Mastering 300 paths is enough to surpass 99% of cultivators, granting you extraordinary combat power. As for leaving a name on the tablet, those are prodigies destined to overshadow an entire era. We don't need to compare ourselves. Hearing their conversation, Su Qing felt a shock in his heart. Mastering 300 paths wasn't enough. However, he thought it was reasonable. This purple-robed youth, having mastered 300 paths, was likely a holy son from some ancient sacred land, able to dominate one region and sweep away his peers. In terms of talent and strength, he was absolutely superior to the third prince of the Lei clan that Su Qing had encountered. Yet here he seemed inconsequential. How many domains were there in the entire celestial realm? Moreover, the Forbidden Stone Tablet did not only feature prodigies of the current era. Any one of them represented the supreme figures of their respective generations in the celestial realm. Su Qing flew beside the stone tablet, gazing at its ancient, yet mirror-smooth surface, and gently touched it with his hand. Buzz. He found himself in a space filled with white mist. Above him, the heavens revealed the 360 names, forming a golden list like the morning stars in the night sky, shimmering with brilliance. Whoosh! A dark red figure emerged from the white mist. It was a grotesque creature with 3 heads and 6 arms, each arm wielding a weapon exuding an evil yet powerful aura. This was the most powerful divine being Su Qing had ever seen. Boom! He unleashed a punch, and after clashing with the creature, he felt a sense of certainty. This creature was roughly equivalent to 500 paths of divine power. No wonder the purple-robed youth had been utterly powerless against it. However, Su Qing had now mastered nearly 1,300 paths, and with a full-powered strike, he could obliterate the creature. After the monster vanished, a booming voice echoed in the air. Human clan Su Qing has mastered 297 paths of the divine way, a 3 forbidden divine being, and is eligible to challenge the forbidden list. Su Qing understood. It seemed he needed to defeat that 500-path monster to qualify for a challenge to leave his name among the prodigies on the tablet. However, what did 3 forbidden divine being mean? At this moment, he noticed the golden list above him changing. 360 Gu Mo, the celestial clan. Mastered 1,174 paths, a 3 forbidden divine being. Before defeating the monster, he could only see the names and clans behind the rankings, but now there was an additional line of small text below. He couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Indeed, this list aggregated countless prodigies from ancient times to the present. Even the lowest ranked had mastered over 1,000 paths of the divine way. He glanced over it. Currently, he could only see the information of the last 10 positions on the list. The prodigies ranked higher still only displayed their names and clans. Challenge the forbidden list, rank 360 Gu Mo. Su Qing of the human clan, do you confirm the challenge? The booming voice inquired. Confirm. Buzz. In the next moment, a youth with wings sprouting from his back, wielding a divine sword and radiating a sacred brilliance, emerged from the white mist. The young celestial emperor of your, Su Qing murmured. He had seen this Gu Mo in ancient texts. He was exceptionally gifted, unparalleled, and had pushed away all his peers with ease. He was also the youngest emperor of the celestial clan in contemporary times. It appeared that the challenge method was to defeat this simulated Gu Mo created by the stone tablet in order to take his place on the forbidden list. Whoosh! Gu Mo flapped his wings and instantly appeared before Su Qing. The divine sword hummed, and the blinding holy light seemed ready to purify all darkness in the world. Su Qing's eyes shone brightly. Behind him, chaotic energy surged, and a colossal phantom of a heavenly emperor slowly manifested as he struck out with his fist. Heavenly Emperor Fist. However, the invincible Heavenly Emperor Fist faltered. Its powerful, fierce momentum gradually dissolved under the holy light. Imperial Tao Scriptures. Undoubtedly, Gu Mo was employing the Imperial Tao divine art, otherwise he couldn't have so easily neutralized the Heavenly Emperor Fist. Su Qing's gaze flickered, and he instantly transformed his fist into a palm. Spirit Emperor's Great Hand Seal. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying ripples ravaged through the space. Behind Gu Mo, the phantom of the celestial emperor was enveloped in boundless brilliance, scattering radiant feathers like a supreme deity. As for Su Qing, he merged with the void. Behind him also appeared a vague figure of an imperial being, a sacred spirit of the Imperial Tao. Boom, 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 boom. Again and again, terrifying attacks occurred. In the end, the holy light of Gu Mo dimmed, and both wings were broken, slowly dissipating. Su Qing's breath became ragged as he gasped for air. At last he had defeated this young emperor. The golden list in the sky changed. Gu Mo's name gradually faded away. 360 Su Qing Human Clan. The 360th Su Qing of the human race. His resplendent name hung high in the sky, dazzling beyond compare. On the exterior of the forbidden stone tablet, the name of Gu-Mo was pushed down, causing an uproar among all cultivators. By the heavens, another has made the list. Another prodigy of the human race, pushing down the youthful Emperor Gu-Mo of the Immortal Clan. Yesterday, Swearin Hong of the Swearin clan just left his mark, and now another appears. Is the human race about to rise again? What is the origin of this Su Qing of the human race? We have never heard of him before. Could he be a descendant of some ancient human clan or a top-tier sect? The human race has no ancient Su clan. He is most likely a holy son or divine son of some sacred land or divine sect. Many cultivators buzzed with discussion. Soon the news that a peerless prodigy of the human race had made the forbidden list for 2 consecutive days swept through the forbidden sea like a storm spreading to other seas. Gu-Mo is my uncle and emperor of the Immortal Clan. I cannot tolerate someone stepping on his name to make the list. This is an insult, declared a prodigy of the Immortal Clan in the Forbidden Sea. He issued a high bounty seeking information on Su Qing of the human race and vowed to challenge him. Besides him, many other geniuses and lineages were also scouring for Su Qing, aiming to challenge him or recruit him into their ranks. They claimed that if Su Qing joined them, he would immediately become the foremost successor with boundless resources and a status rivaling that of a sect master or saint lord. However, it remained unknown how many were sincere and how many sought the rewards Su Qing had obtained from the Forbidden Stone Tablet. On an island, Swearin Hong with fiery red hair that blazed like a small sun from afar and a vivid flame mark on his brow gazed at the stone tablet. Su Qing. Interesting. None of the human imperial or royal clans bear the surname Su. Could he be a prodigy hidden by the 3 teachings now finally unleashed, he murmured to himself. I would like to meet him someday. Amidst the turmoil in the endless sea, Su Qing had long left the Forbidden Stone Tablet. He led the merchant convoy to the Beichin continent, completed the trade, and set sail back. With Xiao Yuan around, the journey was smooth and uneventful, and they returned to the Shanghai continent even more smoothly than when they had left. When he went to submit the mission, Wang Chu's face changed upon seeing Su Qing safe and sound. Damn it, this guy has incredible luck. Returning to his residence, Su Qing carefully perused the scriptures in his mind. The art of soul division. This was the reward from the stone tablet for making the forbidden list. As the name suggested, it allowed one to split their primordial spirit into 2, lodging one part into another body, thus gaining a clone identical to the original. This secret art was immensely powerful. He instinctively thought of the giant beast corpse he had purchased with the strength of a divine emperor realm and life, and a core Tao of time. He had originally bought it to comprehend the Tao of time. Now he thought making it a clone wouldn't be a bad idea. Time to cultivate. Su Qing consumed a peach of immortality and attempted to cultivate the art of soul division. As time passed, bolstered by the sacred peach, he achieved initial mastery of the art in just 3 days. His expression contorted in agony, his pupils bloodshot, and veins bulged on his face. The pain was excruciating. Within his spiritual world, the miniature primordial spirit constantly shifted. After a long while, it finally split in 2. Whoosh. One part surged out, plunging into the giant beast corpse that Su Qing had placed on the ground. After a few seconds, the giant beast slowly opened its eyes. Its gaze gradually became animated, and its stiff, withered body slowly relaxed and filled out, emitting crackling sounds. Su Qing switched his perspective to the giant beast. Under the control of his primordial spirit, manipulating the beast's body felt entirely natural, as if he had always been its master. A torrent of information flooded in. See Emperor Beast, the sovereign of the oceanic races. Born with mastery over one of the supreme Tao's time, it was also known as the Time Beast or Time Emperor Beast. Born from the heavens and earth, they were exceedingly rare, with only a handful of time beasts having appeared since the primordial era. Su Qing never imagined this giant beast had such a grand origin. See Emperor Beast and natural sovereign, how majestic. It was a pity it had only reached the divine emperor realm, likely having perished prematurely. From the residual information in the corpse, he also learned the beast's name. Augustine. Whoosh. The Sea Emperor Beast transformed into human form. Golden hair cascaded down his back, his azure pupils seemed to hold the ocean, his features were handsome, and his physique was robust and imposing. Original body, I shall first retrieve my Tao-bearing artifact, Augustine said. Very well, Su Qing. Augustine had been ambushed and slain in an undersea ruin, but before his fall he had hidden his Tao-bearing artifact, preventing the attacker from seizing it. He could sense that the artifact remained at its hiding place. It was the Sea Emperor Beast's companion divine weapon, the Tower of Time, exceedingly precious and not to be lost. Bang! A loud crash came from outside. Su Qing stepped out and saw Wang Chu picking himself up, his face bruised